100 years ago, Blue Star merged with the other world, and a copy of the fog swept over. From then on, no matter whether they are infants or waning years, as long as they are exposed to the power of the other world, they will have the opportunity to awaken the spiritual profession, open an exclusive information panel, and step into the ranks of spiritual practitioners. The fate of mankind has been rewritten, and the era of spiritual ministry has begun. Today, spiritual practitioners are divided into four major categories: warrior, auxiliary, magician, and life type. However, what really determines the destiny of a spiritual worker is the fate that awakens at the age of 18. It is a combination of talent and professional characteristics, giving spiritual workers unique combat or auxiliary abilities. For example, a warrior's destiny, fanatical, can shield them from pain, allowing them to fight without fear of life or death. The auxiliary life pattern, blessing, can significantly enhance treatment and allow the injured to recover quickly. There are four levels of destiny: ordinary, master, legendary, and divine. The higher the level, the greater the potential and combat power. Those who possess the God-level destiny are the country's most important treasures, comparable to strategic weapons. My name is Su Chi, and I have a girlfriend whom I have loved for many years, Jiang Qingma. For her, I am willing to fight on the battlefield and crush thorns, just to present the most precious treasure in the world to her with my own hands. But when I was fighting against the Monster King on behalf of humanity, she pierced my chest with a weapon I had forged with my own hands and sent me to hell. At that moment, I finally saw clearly that her heart never belonged to me. She had already placed her deep affection on the childhood sweetheart who grew up with her, and I was just a pawn used in exchange for the money and power she wanted. However, fate has not ended. I was reborn on the day of my destiny awakening. Healing? No problem. But what if my fate is full of God-level skills? Divine healing technique. A breath of milk can create 1,000,000 shields, allowing a rookie to fight the dragon alone. God's wrath. Critical hits stack true damage. Even iron armor can be broken. Gift from the gods. No need to increase the explosion rate. You will get a legendary set as soon as you get it. In this life, I will devote myself to the country. If the country is strong, I will be strong. If I am strong, I will protect my country. Many years later, when the country broke through the most difficult copy in history, the life expectancy of the entire population skyrocketed, luck blessed them, and potential increased dramatically. Foreign forces wailed, "Boss Su Chi, please stop brushing. If you continue, we will have no way to survive." Blue Star, Daxia, Jiangqing No. 3 Middle School. I looked up at the fortune-telling instrument on the table, and two familiar words appeared on the screen: ordinary. I couldn't help but laugh. Ordinary fate? This broken instrument is still as useless as ever, unable to detect my true fate. I waved my hand, and my own panel appeared in my mind. Character: Su Chi. Spiritual occupation: assistant. Level: 1. Spiritual value: 100. Well, the occupation is still the same. I lowered my eyes to the fate column. Fate: divine language, God level. Fate features: 1. God's blessing. All skills are promoted to God level, instant, and consume only 1/10 of the spiritual value. 2. God's whisper. Skills come with mysterious effects. Skill: healing, divine healing. Skill: courage, divine wrath, divine healing. Heal all teammates within a radius of 100 meters, restore 100% of total health per second, and convert the excess into a shield, lasting 12 hours. Consumption: 10 spirit points. God's wrath. Encourages all teammates within a 100-meter radius, converts all damage into true damage, and the critical hit rate is fixed at 100 times, lasting for 12 hours. Cost: 20 spirit points. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yes, it was still the same flavor, a God-level nanny. Treatment? There is no such thing. The nurse will directly set up a huge shield with 10,000 health points at the beginning. Can't hit? No way. Critical hits can cause real damage. Even a whip can break through the defense. As long as I'm here, even a level 1 small account can face the dragon head-on. However, I quickly stopped smiling and remembered something more important. This time, I want to change the course of my destiny. In my previous life, in order to hide my God-level destiny, I quietly developed with Jiang Qingma. I was so cautious that I didn't even dare to show up when the alien beast war broke out. I only led the team out until the human coalition could no longer hold on. As a result, he gained the admiration of the people, but also face betrayal from Jiang Qingma. I took a deep breath. No, I couldn't just sit there and wait and grow slowly this time. With the support of the state and full investment of resources, the growth rate will definitely surpass that of individual hibernation. Although there are risks in handing over one's fate, after all, between countries, geniuses are the main targets of assassination and spy ambushes by enemy countries. But I am not worried, because after being reborn, I have a god's perspective. I already have the answers in my mind as to who is trustworthy, who is a fence-sitter, and who is a hidden enemy spy. Thinking of this, I already had a candidate in mind. I left the team of the Auxiliary Department Class 2 and walked straight to the class teacher Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji frowned when he saw me coming over and said sternly, "What are you doing here again? Today is the day of awakening destiny. You don't want me to be unemployed tomorrow, do you?" I smiled and whispered, "Lao Zhang, congratulations." Ah! Zhang Ji was stunned, then gritted his teeth and said, "Congratulations to me? Congratulations to me for collecting unemployment benefits tomorrow, right?" The corners of my mouth curled up, and I continued, "No, I'm congratulating you on your promotion and salary increase. My awakened destiny is not ordinary, but God-level." Zhang Ji rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. "Do you know what a God-level fate means? Don't talk nonsense." I was too lazy to explain further and put my hand on his shoulder. "Lao Zhang, you will know if you feel it yourself, right?" "What do you feel?" "Divine healing technique." As soon as the words fell, a dazzling light flashed. Zhang Ji's pupils suddenly shrank, his legs went weak, his toes dug into the ground, and he almost fell. Wait. His face was distorted and he was shaking all over. "Damn it, your milk is poisonous." I let go of his hand and smiled at Zhang Ji. "Now, you should believe that I didn't lie to you, right?" Zhang Ji's face suddenly turned red, and he stammered. You wait. I'll go find the principal right away." God-level destiny? In the principal's office, Qin Yuansheng almost jumped up from his chair, staring at the two people in front of him with wide eyes, his face full of shock and uncertainty. After so many years in this school, the number of students who have awakened the legendary level, destiny, is no more than 10. And now an even more terrifying, God level, has arrived? Qin Yuansheng tried hard to suppress his doubts, but Zhangji nodded heavily with a firm look in his eyes. "Principal, I've just verified it myself. There is absolutely no problem." I smiled and added, "There was a problem with the machine during the test this morning. You can try another one and test again." Qin Yuansheng waved his hand. "No need to go through so much trouble. You are a support system, right? Just give me a basic healing spell, and I can confirm it." I nodded. "Okay." As I spoke, I quickly walked over and locked the doors and windows of the office tightly. Qin Yuansheng looked at my actions and couldn't help laughing. This kid has a strong sense of confidentiality. Zhang Ji, however, had a subtle expression on his face. He silently held onto the table and muttered, "Principal Chun, it's not that I didn't tell you in advance, but some things are most profound when you feel them for the first time." I raised my hand slightly, limiting the skill range to the office. The next moment, emerald green light spread across the room. Divine healing technique released. Ah, damn. The two of them widened their eyes in an instant. "Oh, come again." Strange sounds came out of their mouths without any warning. The pleasant feeling from the depths of their souls attacked their brains like crazy, as if they were being tickled in the heart, and their legs went limp. Qin Yuansheng endured it, veins popping out on his neck, and he gritted his teeth to prevent the sound from leaking out. Only then did he understand why I insisted on closing the windows so tightly. If the sound got out, my reputation would be ruined. But what's going on? Why is this kid's breath so weird? Qin Yuansheng shook his head, forced himself to calm down, and opened his panel. The next second, he was stunned. Character, Qin Yuansheng. Level, 67, spiritual occupation. 4th level, holy warrior. HP, for 5900 plus 688,500 shield. What the hell? He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, but just 3 seconds later, the thickness of the shield increased directly to 840,000. Damn it! The panel prompt popped up. You are receiving treatment from Su Qi. Divine healing. Current effect. Recover 100% of your total health per second, and the excess will be converted into a shield that lasts for 12 hours. After reading this line, Qin Yuansheng finally understood why Zhang Ji didn't tell him in advance. This guy's overflow healing amount is completely a shield-making machine. I noticed Chen Yuanqing's gaze and found that the way he looked at me gradually became strange, just like an old bachelor who had been hungry for more than 10 years seeing a peerless beauty. I subconsciously took a half step back and whispered, "Principal, I really have a divine destiny." "I didn't lie to you." Chen Yuanqing nodded vigorously and said without hesitation, "I believe it. This kind of effect can't deceive people at all." After a pause, he asked in a deep voice, "Besides the two of us, have you told anyone else about your fate?" I shook my head. "No." Chen Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Your fate must be kept secret. I will immediately apply for an S-level expedition team to protect you. This matter must be strictly guarded. By the way, I will arrange for them to take you to the fog dungeon to level up and improve your survival ability as soon as possible." When I heard this, my eyes lit up instantly. Sure enough, handing in your fate can be exchanged for more resources. So sweet. There is an S-level expedition team to grab. So what are you waiting for? I have made up my mind that I must rush to level 20 in the next few days, learn a few god-level skills, and then take the opportunity to make more money. On Blue Star, all spiritualists can change their job every 20 levels, and each time they change their job, they can learn 2 more skills. After all the skills I use are divine level, and for me, the more divine level skills I have, the safer I am. The Mist Expedition Team is composed of a group of spiritualists who specialize in mist exploration. The levels of the teams are C, B, A, S, and SS from low to high. The S-level team mentioned by Chen Yuanqing is already the strongest force in Jiangqing City. Hearing my agreement, Chen Yuanqing nodded with satisfaction. "Then I will arrange for someone to pick you up early tomorrow morning. They will take you to the D03 dungeon in Jiangqing to level up." Jiangqing D03 copy? Slightly stunned. In the previous life, it was a copy with extremely rich rewards, but later it was rumored to have been sabotaged by spies and completely closed. Unexpectedly, it is still open at this time. After the 3 of them finished their conversation, Zhang Ji took me out of the principal's office. Walking in the aisle, Zhang Ji patted Su Qi's shoulder seriously and said, "Boy, I'll go with you these few days." I was stunned for a moment. "Teacher, this is not necessary?" Zhang Ji shook his head seriously. "Don't be so stubborn. Although you have an S-level expedition team to protect you, I still feel uneasy. You are a national treasure now. I will not feel at ease if I let you follow the team alone." When I heard this, a warm feeling suddenly welled up in my heart. I grinned and said, "Lao Zhang, you are so righteous. When I get the hair growth scroll one day, I will be the first to give you a god-level hair growth, and I guarantee that you will become the most powerful person among middle-aged people." Zhang Ji's face darkened. "Get lost." The two smiled at each other, and their happy laughter echoed in the aisle. The next morning, when Zhang Jigang and I went out, we saw a shabby Wuling Hongguang parked downstairs. There was a familiar pattern on the window. "Liao Yuan team." Zhang Ji took a closer look and was stunned for a moment. "It's them, but they are too low-key, aren't they?" I was shocked. This team was the top in Xia in the previous life. I didn't expect that the principal could contact them. In the driver's seat, a hot red-haired girl sat behind the steering wheel, frowning and complaining. "I can't even stretch my legs straight in this broken car. Captain, when did we get this kind of job?" "Stop talking nonsense," Captain Linine said in a muffled voice. "Principal Chen said that the person this time is special, and we must ensure his safety." The red-haired girl was the team's assistant and logistics officer. When she saw Zhang Ji and I approaching, she smiled and said, "Open the panel and join the team. We are the Liao Yuan squad." She blinked and said playfully, "Although we have professional ethics and don't disclose employer information, we should still keep it hidden ourselves." I nodded, opened the panel, and sure enough, I found the option to join a team in the corner. Although I had a slight liking for this group of people, I was a newcomer after all, so I had better keep a low profile. I quickly hid my fate and health points and joined the team without hesitation. At this moment, in the eyes of others, I am just an ordinary LV.1 novice auxiliary therapist. Character, Su Qi. Team, Liao Yuan team, temporary. Spiritual position, auxiliary healer. Fate, level 1 health. Spiritual value, 100. However, Zhang Ji, the only person in the team who had added me as a friend, was stunned when he saw my health. His eyes almost popped out. "Health, 100 plus, 43,200 shield." Zhang Ji almost shouted out, "F***CK, level 1 support, More than 40,000 shields? You're probably a blood cow in a support's guise, right? Oh, you're just a little assistant. The red-haired girl glanced at me in the rearview mirror with a smile on her lips. My name is Yi Ling Long, a level 66 third-level holy healer. If you don't understand anything in actual combat, feel free to ask me. I smiled and nodded. Thank you, Sister Ling Long. My name is Su Chi. The others in the car also introduced themselves. Captain of the Liaoyuan squad, Lin, level 71, rank 4 Holy Warrior. Zhouken, level 68, 4th turn Holy Warrior. Chang Si, level 70, 4th turn Holy Demon Envoy. Yang Ning, level 62, 4th rank Life-related Diviner. When I heard the last one, I was slightly stunned, a 3rd level Fortune Teller. That's rare. I guess his fortune-telling accuracy is comparable to that of an oracle. Zhang Ji, who was sitting next to him, added in a deep voice. Zhang Ji, Su Chi's teacher, a level 66 holy warrior. Okay, stop talking nonsense and set off quickly. In the foggy copy of Jiangcheng D03, the gray fog isolated a corner of the city like a huge wall, giving people a silent sense of oppression. At the entrance of the copy, everyone took out their equipment from the space props and quickly got ready to form a battle array. Lin Yin and Zhou can lead the way in the front row. Zhang Ji follows in the rear, and Yi Ling Long and other fragile professions guard the middle. This formation is a classic. As we went deeper into the fog, the air became increasingly turbid and visibility dropped sharply, until a prompt sound came from my mind and the gray fog around me gradually dissipated. Misty Dungeon, Lost Solitary Plain. Difficulty, Sea Level. Dangerous creatures, fierce wolves, demonic foxes. On the barren grassland, a huge blood moon hung in the sky, so close that it seemed like you could touch it with your hand. Yi Ling Long took a deep breath and frowned slightly. The air is slightly toxic, and the healing effect is weakened. Little brother Su Chi, concentrate on maintaining your condition, and leave the rest to your sister. Got it, I said cooperatively. Not far ahead, a pack of ferocious wolves discovered them and rushed over, roaring. Fierce Wolf, LV-15. Fierce Wolf King, LV-20. Lin Yin said in a deep voice. These strange beasts are much stronger than before. Last time they were LV-5 to 10. We have to go back and report the situation. I was pleasantly surprised. Monsters become stronger? What a pleasant surprise. I rushed to level 20 today, while others were still in class. I could change my job. It turns out that it is so comfortable to play with the big guys. Lin Yin and Zhou Can were at the front. With their superior equipment and level, all damage was reduced to -1. Even Yi Ling Long's treatment was not needed. The two of them easily dealt with it by sucking blood and recovering blood. I had nothing to do and focused on gaining experience. Captain Lin Yin has killed the LV-20 Wolf King. Give up picking up experience points. You gain 230 experience points. Team member Zhou Can has killed LV-18 Fierce Wolf. Give up picking up experience. You get 180 experience. In just a few minutes, I leveled up 5 times, and the leveling speed was comparable to a rocket. Compared with the hard work of killing monsters alone in my previous life, now it was like cheating. Yi Ling Long neatly stored the exploded equipment and skill books in her storage ring. Her thoughtful logistics was clearly arranged. Just as everyone was preparing to continue exploring, a huge black shadow suddenly passed through the sky, and smelly black blood fell from the sky. Warning! You are poisoned. Lin Yin shouted alertly. Ling Long, quickly feed Su Chi the blood medicine. Here it comes. Yi Ling Long was about to hand me the medicine, but I waved my hand to refuse. Yi Ling Long glared at him unhappily. You kid, you're not listening, right? Don't forget that we can kick you out. I looked up at the sky and said seriously, Sister Ling Long, the rain problem cannot be solved by blood medicine. It's such a waste. Yi Ling Long's heart tightened. Oh yes, blood medicine is very expensive. It is only available in the dungeon, and every bottle is hard-won. Then do you have a solution? Hey, of course. I smiled. Since it's a big scene, we have to use big moves. Zhang Ji seemed to have sensed something and turned his gaze towards me quietly. The moment their eyes met, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen a ghost. The corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke with difficulty. I suggest that everyone first cover your mouth. Everyone looked at him in confusion. The corners of my mouth turned up, revealing a bright and frightening smile. Lose blood? Don't worry, I'll give everyone a shield. Don't be afraid. But it might be a bit exciting next. The emerald green formation instantly enveloped the entire venue, with flowing light everywhere, like a spring breeze blowing on your face. Divining technique. Tatakai. A surge of healing power swept over. At this moment, strange sounds came out of everyone's throat uncontrollably. Yi Linglong and Yang Ning suddenly let out a soft moan. Their cheeks quickly turned red, and they panically used their staffs to support their bodies. Even the usually serious Lin clenched his teeth, opened his eyes wide, and looked weird. This is not right. Berserker Zhou Kan and Holy Demon Envoy Chong simply gave up struggling and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Fuck, what the hell is this skill? Slow down. I can't take it anymore. Yang Ning's legs trembled slightly, and she almost sat down. Yi Linglong held the staff and panted for a long time. Finally, she recovered and glared at me. Su Qi, why do you as support learn these shabby skills? I spread my hands innocently. Why is it inappropriate? It's just a side effect. The key is the effect. Why don't you take a look at your own panel first? The 5 people looked down at the panel in confusion, and the next second, the scene fell into deathly silence. You have accepted Su Qi's treatment, Divine Healing. Current bonus. 100% of total HP is restored per second, and the excess is converted into a shield for a long time. Skill duration, 12 hours. What? Zhou Kan was the first to widen his eyes. An additional full health shield every second? Yi Linglong was a support herself. She was petrified instantly after seeing the panel data. She muttered to herself blankly. Is this still a human? They're all supports. Why do I suddenly feel like I am the level 1 newbie Karami? Everyone was well informed, and although they were unable to confirm the details of my fate with their own eyes, the shock they felt was beyond words. Their breathing became faster, and their heartbeats quickened. Su Qi definitely had a god-level fate. Lin Yin glanced at his panel. In just a few breaths, his health soared to the 1,000,000 mark. What a god-level fate! In any country, this is a national treasure. Lin Yin's mind raced, realizing that he had to upgrade me as soon as possible, and he said urgently, Everyone speed up and try to get Su Qi to change his job today. Understood? No problem. Everyone looked solemn. Looking at the serious faces of the people, I was moved. Su Qi is here. Thank you all. With my overflowing milk shield, the team continued to move forward. However, the way to kill monsters has quietly changed. In order to help me level up quickly, everyone put on a big blood shield to protect themselves, and then they completely let themselves go. Not only did they pull more wild monsters at once, but even the 3 squishy back rolled up their sleeves to join the battle. After all, a full health shield is generated every second. Even a mage, looking at his infinitely extended health bar, can't help but have the soul of a warrior. Although his body is fragile, his equipment level is high, and hitting people with his staff is really painful. Hey, you vicious wolf, die. Yi Linglong didn't even bother to nurse herself, and let the vicious wolf pounce on her and bite her. Her shield flashed, and she was unharmed. The next second, she swung her staff and smashed the wolf's head and ears so hard that they were swollen. Whoa! The ferocious wolf screamed and ran away with its tail between its legs. The 2 mages looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Who would have thought that a support profession would have such a day to experience the pleasure of a warrior? The excitement lasted for a few waves of monsters. Boom! Yang Ning looked at the fallen demon fox and was slightly distracted. 30,000 shields per second, Captain. I feel like I can fight you alone. Lin Yin killed the wild monsters casually, his eyes confused. Don't mention it. I have forgotten the meaning of positioning. As a level 70 berserker, his blood is as thick as a wall, and now it's more like he has turned on an invincible cheat. A wolf bit me? I didn't feel anything. He even began to doubt the value of his previous hard work in training his positioning. In the face of absolute milk overflow, the positioning seemed so pale and powerless. The dungeon lasted only half a day, and I had already reached level 20, only being forced to stop because I couldn't change my job. The dungeon also drops a lot of stuff, including 1 set of Fierce Wolf set and 1 set of Demon Fox set. Fierce Wolf set. HP 5000, Spirit value 100. Attacks cause a bleeding effect of 0.5% of the opponent's total HP, lasting for 5 seconds. Only available to warriors. Magic Fox set. HP 3500, Spiritual value 300. Spiritual value recovery speed increased by 10%. Movement speed increased by 10%. Available to all professions. I put on the Demon Fox suit, and my steps became much lighter. As for the Fierce Wolf set, it is temporarily kept with Yi Ling Long. Yi Ling Long said with a smile, "You can leave the things you need, and let us sell the rest, and we will directly charge your card when the time comes." "Thank you, Sister Ling Long." Looking at the boy who just turned 18, Yi Ling Long couldn't help rubbing her face. "Brother Su Chi is so cute. If you were a few years younger, I would definitely chase you." Yang Ning frowned and said coldly, "Ling Long, don't push your luck. I haven't said anything yet." Lin Yin was used to their daily bickering, so he waved his hand helplessly. "Let's go and arrange a job transfer for Su Chi." However, just as the team was about to leave, a piercing laugh suddenly rang out from the sky. "Haha, Park-san, you're right. The newbies are here to level up. Ha, Daxiao people. Since you're here, stay." In the distance, a blood-red griffin swept across the sky, blocking out the sun. The storm swept across the grassland and slowly descended. LV-80 Blood Shadow Griffin. Two figures jumped off the griffin's back, and the leading man smiled grimly. An unexpected gain. "Not only can we get a copy today, but we can also harvest a few lives." Yi Ling Long raised her eyebrows. "We cannot allow outsiders to get involved in the Great Xia Dungeon. Leave the core behind and get out now." The man sneered. "Just you guys?" Zhang Ji frowned. Could they be the Blood Eagle Ghost Thief, number 156 on the wanted list, Yamamoto Oda and Park Buting? Pu Buting was immediately dissatisfied. "What do you mean by stealing? The copy is in our hands, so it belongs to us. The Mist Dungeon is a national asset, equivalent to territory." My eyes were cold and my anger was rising. "Captain Lin, stop talking nonsense and do it." "Ha! It should have been done earlier." Lin Yin charged first. Zhouken followed closely behind. "Prepare for death, you bastard." Seeing the group of people on the opposite side rushing towards them without any moral ethics, Yamamoto Oda and Park Buting were stunned. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at the majestic LV-80 Blood Shadow Griffin beside them. "No, this is a LV-80 boss. Since when did boss-level monsters become just background boards, without any deterrent effect?" Yamamoto Oda, a level 75 life-type summoner, gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. "Are these guys crazy? Blood Shadow Griffin, burn them to ashes." "Roar!" The Blood Shadow Griffin roared towards the sky, its neck bulging, and the blazing flames swept towards the group of people like an angry dragon. Minus 20,000, minus 25,000. More than 20,000 points of damage were jumping densely in the flames. Yamamoto Oda breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, no matter how high the health of these people was, they would at least have half their lives left after being burned by this wave of flames. "Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Daxia's S-Class expedition team is only this good. I thought they were so powerful." But soon, Park Buting's laughter stopped abruptly. The next second, his expression suddenly changed, with shock and fear written all over his face. "Oh my! Forbidden spell? How many zeros is this damage?" At this time, Zhang Ji was already at the front with a perverted smile on his face. The shield above his head, which was as high as hundreds of millions, was still intact and as stable as an iron wall. "How many shields?" Yamamoto Oda rubbed his eyes, counted the number above Zhang Ji's head again, and found that he was not mistaken. Zhang Ji's shield is worth billions. Yamamoto Oda almost jumped up and cursed it out loud. "Crazy! These Daxia people are really crazy. They are playing a novice copy, and they are carrying a forbidden spell scroll. Mr. Park, run." Pu Buting knew their strength. Even if he drained his mana 10 times, he couldn't break Zhang Ji's abnormal shield. If it dragged on, I'm afraid the guards would surround him. "Griffin, charge up and take off, hurry up." Pu Buting urged the Blood Shadow Griffin under his crotch, wishing it could take off immediately. Seeing the two preparing to retreat, Lin Yin gave an order. "Focus on the Blood Shadow Griffin. Hold their aggro, and none of them will be able to escape." "Damn it, the people of Daxia are too cunning." Yamamoto Oda's face turned black. He stamped his feet anxiously. "Isn't it just a forbidden spell? I have plenty of them." Pu Buting cast Divine Protection immediately. Pu Buting felt as if his flesh was being cut. "Daxia people, when we take the copy away, this will be your international shame." After saying that, Pu Buting stretched out his hand and a huge scroll unfolded. then quickly burned and turned into starlight that fell on the two people and the blood shadow griffin. Forbidden spell, divine protection. Cast within a specified range of up to 100 meters in diameter. After use, all designated targets will gain a shield with 1,000 times their own health. Ha ha ha! Now, can you still stop us? Pubuting le d'arroganti. Lenin stared at the blood shadow griffin, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. As expected, the forbidden spell scroll lived up to its reputation. As a boss-level monster, the blood shadow griffin already has 1,000,000 HP. With a shield that is 1,000 times its HP, the shield value soars to 10 billion. The horror of the divine skills and forbidden spells is so intuitive. Fuck, how do I fight this thing? Zhang Ji was stunned as he looked at the opponent's ridiculously thick shield. Now, both sides are under the heavy shields and cannot defeat each other, so the situation has reached a stalemate. Seeing the situation stagnant, I suddenly said from the back, "Everyone, I'm still here. It's stable. Don't forget, I have 2 god-level auxiliary skills. Shield? Sorry, that's just air in front of me." Everyone turned around and watched me start to cast the spell, their hearts in turmoil. Thinking of the side effects of divine healing technique, everyone's mood at the moment is they're afraid that I won't come, and they're also afraid that I will do something wrong. I raised the demon fox suit staff in my hand and pointed it forward. God's wrath. God's wrath. Encourage all teammates within a 100-meter radius. All damage becomes real damage, and a fixed 100-fold crit. Lasts for 12 hours, consumes 20 spirit points. Whispering entry. Completely crazy. Buzz, a scarlet light emerged, and Lenin felt the blood boiling in his body, as if he had an urge to tear everything apart. He hurriedly checked the panel. You get Su Chi's bonus, Divine Wrath. Current bonus. All damage is real, and the critical strike is fixed at 100 times. Lasts for 12 hours. Lenin exhaled slowly, his muscles expanded, and the usually gentle man growled, murderous aura boiling in his throat. Roar! Litubenti! The 3 people in the front row roared and rushed out, with a big sword wrapped in blood, directly approaching Yamamoto Oda and Park Beauty, scaring the 2 out of their souls. They were wailing in their hearts. I should have checked the almanac earlier. What the hell is this day? A small S-class adventure team, with forbidden spells flying everywhere and fighting desperately without caring about their lives? Yamamoto Oda comforted himself. Don't be afraid. The shield is there. They can't break it even if they use up all their strength. The blood shadow griffin has 1 minute to take off. Then we can escape. Pooh Beauty sneered. Haha, stupid Daxiao people, just waste your energy. Ah, is that so? In the distance, my voice was filled with murderous intent. According to international spiritual law, this copy belongs to Daxia. Anyone who offends Daxia will die. Yamamoto Oda gritted his teeth and said, You stinky boy, you are a useless person who has not changed his job. Before he could finish his words, he saw real damage numbers popping up above his head, and the health bar on his panel was instantly reduced by a quarter. While what? Yamamoto Oda turned pale and screamed. True damage can also be a critical hit. This is impossible. Roar! The blood shadow griffin gathered its strength and took off, but was cut off by Zhang Ji's sword. A chaotic battle broke out. However, no matter how Yamamoto Oda and Park Beauty controlled the blood shadow griffin, it was like a wild beast out of control and refused to obey their command. Lenin and his 2 companions withstood the boss's fire-breathing attack and dealt mad damage. The blood shadow griffin's shield was as fragile as air, and its real health bar kept decreasing. Yamamoto Oda discovered in despair that he was entangled by the opponent's auxiliary and life-related clergy and could not move. The 2 women's shields were ridiculously thick. In contrast, their shields were just decorations in front of them, and any basic attack from them would result in a real damage critical hit. This boss battle was unprecedentedly rich and comfortable. In less than 10 minutes, the blood shadow griffin let out a wail and fell, turning into experience and props. No! Yamamoto Oda and Park Beauty were pale and kneeling on the ground. Their suits had been stripped off long ago, leaving only shorts covering their bodies, and their faces were full of grievance. Although the shield was there, they felt no sense of security. If someone tapped them even lightly, they would be killed instantly. I came over and asked, how to deal with it? Lenin frowned. According to the rules, you have to hand it in, but the skills you displayed today. Zhang Ji's eyes turned cold. They invaded Daxia's territory, a capital crime. Su Qi's fate must not be exposed, so just kill him. Everyone looked at each other, and the tacit understanding broke. Oh, the weather is so nice today. Yes, Ling Long, look at the grass. It's so green. Zhang Ji and I looked at each other and smiled. Sure enough, we made the right team choice. Boom! Zhang Ji hammered down, and the two of them turned into fertilizer. As soon as I returned to the team, Ling Long handed me a storage ring and said seriously, everything is in it. Remember, you have just awakened your destiny and are still a support. Don't expose your financial resources. I nodded and grinned. Sister Ling Long, don't worry, I know my limits. Lin urged. It's getting late. Go back to the city and let Su Qi complete his job transfer. Let's go. The group left the copy and headed straight for the Jiangqing Spiritual Service Center. The Spiritual Ministry Center is like an ancient palace, standing in the bustling city center, emitting a solemn and dignified glow under the setting sun. When I entered the door, there were only a few spiritual people handling business, and I was quickly called to the counter. The black-haired female salesperson looked up and smiled. Hello, what business do you want to handle? Receive the first-level auxiliary task. After scanning her face for authentication, she was slightly stunned. Su Qi, did you just awaken your destiny yesterday? Yes. She looked at me and said solemnly. After receiving the job transfer task, you need to complete it within 24 hours. If there is no problem, then sign it. I picked up the pen and signed my name quickly, as casually as a veteran. The salesman's eyes flashed with surprise. Okay, please wait a moment. I will let the system issue the task. On Blue Star, as long as you awaken your destiny, the panel will automatically connect to the mysterious, spiritual God Core. The country has already taken over the task of issuing tasks. A few minutes later, a task prompt popped up on the panel. The content was to collect materials. The difficulty of the dungeon was about the same as the Fierce Wolf dungeon in the morning, and the monster level was about level 20. I saw the mission. Thank you. I nodded and left. The salesman stared at my back and whispered to himself. He changed his job just one day after awakening? Is he the son of a noble family or the heir of a top team? I knew nothing about this and excitedly went to find the Liao Yuan team. As soon as I arrived at the hall, I saw the principal Chun Yuanxing standing there, listening to the team's report. As soon as I appeared, he immediately smiled and said, Su Qi, have you received the mission? Well, principal, why are you here? Of course I came all the way to see you. Let's go and talk somewhere else. In the special room, Qin Yuanxing placed a few ancient skill books on the table, which emitted a faint glow. I was surprised. Skill book? Qin Yuanxing nodded with satisfaction. After I reported this morning, the higher-ups attached great importance to your promotion. They were worried that your skill level was too low and would lower your destiny, so they sent it here to ensure your job transfer. This speed. Fortunately, I am not too late. Let's see what's inside. I excitedly opened the first book, and as my fingers brushed over it, information emerged. Spiritual Hidden Wind Thread. Set up a formation within a 100-meter radius, slowing down enemies by 90% in the first 3 seconds, and then imprisoning them for 7 seconds. Cooldown for 24 hours, consumes 500 spiritual points. Godhead activated. Spiritual Hidden * Wind Thread. Spiritual Hidden * All Things Silence. God Hidden * All Things Silence. Release a 100-meter diameter formation. Enemies within the formation will be imprisoned and silenced. No spellcasting for 10 seconds, and then remain imprisoned for 50 seconds. Consumption, 50 spirit points. Cooldown, 1 hour. 10 seconds of silent lock, plus 50 seconds of continuous lock. For the enemy, that is simply a 1-minute countdown to death. I didn't rush to make a decision and continued looking down. Spiritual Mist * Material. Locks up to 10 teammates, with a 90% critical hit rate for 6 hours, including master items, legendary items, and even 0.5% of god-level items. Cooldown 24 hours. Godhead activated. Spiritual Mist * Material Splendor. Spiritual Mist * Treasure. Xinyan * Tianbao. Designate teammates within a 1,000-meter radius, and the designated target will receive 100% drop crit for 12 hours. They are 50% for master items, 45% for legendary items, and 5% for god-level items. Consumption, 10 spirit points. Cooldown, 12 hours. When I saw the effect after the upgrade, I took a deep breath. With this skill combined with clearing the map, how difficult is it to have all kinds of magical equipment? I was a little stunned for a moment. The last one simply looked at the effect of the Godhead. Divine Protection * Phoenix. Designate up to 10 teammates, including yourself, to gain the Phoenix effect when they are fatally injured. Phoenix. Enter a 5-minute sleep state, regenerate after 5 minutes, gain 90% damage reduction and control immunity, lasting 2 hours. Cooldown, 12 hours. Cost none. Phoenix. A complex emotion flashed through my eyes. In my previous life, I also had this skill, but I foolishly gave it to Jiang Qingma. Looking back now, I was so stupid. If I had learned this skill in the first place, how could I have ended up like that? You can only learn 2 when you change your job, so it's time to make a decision. I glanced at the 3 skill books again. God's Hidden All Things Silence. Silence the whole place. Absurdly strong control. God's Mist Heavenly Treasure. Critical hit of drop rate. Directly transform into a walking god of wealth. God's Protection Phoenix. Immune to death. Being alive is victory. I have to say that the government's hand is really too generous. These staff members have never even seen my face, and they piled up skill books as if they were free. This treatment alone shows how much they value me. Just when I was struggling to the point of my scalp tingling, Principal Qin Yuanqing said with a smile, "How is it? In the words of you young people, is it fragrant?" I nodded, not hiding my desire. It smells so good. I just want it." "Then take them all." "Ah, take them all." I widened my eyes. Qin Yuanqing said, as if it was a matter of course, "They were originally given to you. You only need to learn 2 when you change your job, but the rest will not run away. They are in your hands." I licked my lips, feeling dry in the mouth. Great. Really great. If any of these 3 skill books were put on the market, the starting price would be at least 10 million. And now, they're all shoved at me? If I had known what I was hiding in my previous life, I would have just clung to the country and felt more secure. After a moment of silence, I made a decision. "Principal, I'll learn the last 2 first." Qin Yuanqing nodded. "Okay, no problem." After that, he took out a storage ring from his pocket and handed it to me. "This, the higher-ups asked me to give it to you, saying they hope it can help you." I took the ring and opened the panel with a puzzled look on my face. The next second, I was stunned. Scrolls, materials, potions, props, a dazzling array. With this kind of specifications, it looks like they copied the lair of an S-class expedition team and just wanted to support me. I casually glanced at the list on the storage ring and almost fell down. 10 sets of master-level scrolls and 3 sets of legendary scrolls. Hundreds of bottles of various potions, including those that restore health, restore mana, and enhance status. The materials are produced in top-level copies and can even be used to strengthen artifacts. My heart skipped a beat, and I let out a slow breath. Qin Yuanqing smiled meaningfully at the side. "Is the boss kind enough?" "This is more than just a nice gesture. It's like the national treasury is overflowing with milk." "Huh?" Qin Yuanqing laughed. "How about I send a military spiritualist to help you complete the job transfer mission?" "No, Principal Chen, I have a good relationship with the Liao Yuan team, so just continue to employ them." I paused. The employment fee. It's just a small amount of money, and the state covers it. I opened my mouth and suddenly realized that I haven't spent a penny since I submitted the report. Instead, the account balance is roughly estimated to be over 100 million. As soon as they left the room, the Liao Yuan team immediately surrounded them. Qin Yuanqing also distributed a batch of equipment to them and instructed, "This is specially approved by the higher-ups. You must protect Su Qi well. This is a military order." Linian took the equipment and said seriously, "I will ensure that the mission is completed." Several people protected me and headed towards the copy. This copy is located at the junction of 2 cities, next to a big river. The fog separates the 2 banks like a city wall, and there is only a bridge in the distance connecting the 2 cities. Zhou Kan, who was in the driver's seat, turned around and smiled while driving. "Su Qi, are you afraid of blood and horror movies?" "Good." Saint Diviner Yang Ning shuddered upon hearing this. "Wait, this instance can't be." Chang Si pushed up his glasses, his eyes flickering. "Yes, Zombie City, the land of the living dead." I raised an eyebrow. "How scary is it?" Yi Ling Long sighed. "You'll know when you go there. Psychological shock is more appropriate." She lowered her voice and said, "Those pioneers who first explored the dungeon were truly crazy. No one knew what kind of monsters were hidden in the dungeon, but they rushed in without hesitation." Linian wiped his weapon and took over the conversation. The first expedition team had hundreds of thousands of people. At that time, the Mist Dungeon had just appeared, and no one knew what was inside. The only way to explore it was by volunteers. They had no equipment, no potion supplies, and it was normal for them to risk their lives. It was the information they desperately brought back that gave us the experience we have today. There was a brief silence in the car. Yang Ning gently grasped the staff and asked, "Are there many seniors from the first expedition team still alive?" 10. Zhang Ji said lightly. "A centenarian old soldier." Zhang Ji said with respect, "Time is ruthless. Heroes never die. They just gradually fade away." Hearing this, my heart was in turmoil. Among those 10 old warriors, there was a legendary auxiliary master who was my teacher in my previous life. I have seen with my own eyes what true faith is. I once asked him what would happen if he had died in the fog. The teacher just smiled and replied, "If I die, someone will naturally take my place." We never thought about sacrifice. We just wanted to fight our way out. When I came back to my senses, the car had stopped by the bridge. Everyone got ready and stepped into the fog. A reminder sounded in my mind. Misty Dungeon, Fallen City, difficulty sea level, dangerous creatures, zombies, zombie kings. The fog cleared, and we were on the streets of a ruined city. The burnt cars and dilapidated shops looked like the scene after a zombie apocalypse. In the shadows, countless zombies were wandering, and a huge zombie king was sleeping in the back. Zombie, LV-15. Corpse King, LV-20. I raised my staff and smiled. "Are you ready?" "We're ready." Yi Ling Long and Yang Ning smiled bitterly and nodded. Zhouken hesitated and said, "Su Qi, be careful with the milk spilling." "Don't worry, my milk is very pure." The battle started, and the zombie king rushed in with a tide of zombies. But under my milk overflow shield, the zombies' attack was in vain, and the halo they created didn't even get a speck of dust on it. 10 minutes later, the corpse king fell to the ground with a bang. I found a Heart of Despair among the spoils. Heart of Despair. Special material that could be refined with job transfer items to obtain the effect of Cry of Despair. Cry of Despair. Gain 10% to 50% damage reduction when health decreases. Yi Ling Long raised the item in surprise. "This is a support weapon. It will double your survivability." Lenny nodded. "We need 5 Hearts of Despair. Let's continue." The second battle went more smoothly. In just 1 hour, we had penetrated the entire fallen city. Yi Ling Long held the materials and waved her hand, saying, "Go back and change your job. Try to get Su Qi a second job." I was confused. This speed is too fast, isn't it? When we returned to Jiangxing, it was already late at night, and the Spiritual Ministry Center had already closed. I can only wait until tomorrow. At the same time, the lights at Jiangxing Airport were flashing, and several special planes landed. The logos of top universities are printed on the fuselage, which is particularly eye-catching. Huaqing University, Chengdu University, Hunan University. A man in a suit got off the plane and said with a smile, "I don't usually see them, but they're all here this time." The assistant smiled bitterly. "Director, this is the first case of divine-level destiny assistance, except for those 10 masters. Naturally, we must pay attention to it. Who cares? We'll see tomorrow. If we can grab it, we'll make a profit." Chapter 8. Assistance for Spitting Milk. The next morning, Su Qigang got up and went straight to the Spiritual Career Center to hand in his job transfer materials. Behind the counter, the female salesperson from yesterday was still yawning. When she saw Su Qi rushing in, she quickly sat up straight. "Student, what business do you want to handle?" Su Qi said, "I need to submit the job transfer materials and register for the job transfer." "Ah, so fast." The salesperson was stunned. She remembered that Su Qi had just received the task yesterday afternoon. "How long has it been since you got the materials?" The strong professionalism quickly calmed her down. "Okay, classmate, please follow me." If the Spiritual Ministry Center looks like an antique palace from the outside, then its inside is a miniature version of the Temple of the Gods. 4 bronze doors representing 4 spiritual positions stood on the high platform. As Su Qi approached, the bronze lamps beside them automatically lit up. Su Qi walked to the door of the auxiliary department's job transfer, pushed open the bronze door, and the job transfer instructor in a white robe was looking at him with a smile, as if he had guessed his arrival in advance. "Hello, new friend. If you want to change your job, you can give me the materials and the items you want to smelt." "Yes, thank you for your help." Su Qi handed over the materials and the storage ring. The old man waved his hand, and the heart of despair, and the storage ring disappeared at the same time. The old man stroked his white beard and said, "Your choice is very strange to add the effect of desperate cry to the storage ring." Su Chi smiled. He knew that the demon fox suit would only be a transition for him, and there was no need to attach the cry of despair to it. I will have quite a lot of storage rings in the future, and it would be a good choice to add various effects to the storage rings. After a few breaths, the old man returned the storage ring, which had been strengthened by a layer of forging, to Su Chi. The moment he got the things back, Su Chi's panel automatically refreshed. Many notifications pop up in turn. Congratulations, you have completed the job transfer task, and your current job is Spirit Healer. The mission function has been enabled. You can register as an explorer and receive missions at the Spiritual Center. The higher the explorer level, the more functions you can unlock at the Spiritual Center. With me here, who dares to treat humans as insects, explorers, continue to lead humanity forward. The forging/spiritual pet function is enabled. You need to have the corresponding life skill book to learn. It is better to have many skills than too many. It is better to have many moves than too many. Shina Space is now open. You can start registering an account and make friends with like-minded people in Shina Space. I wish you a happy time in Shina Space. Su Chi withdrew his gaze from the panel, and the white-haired old man nodded and said, "Congratulations, my friend, on taking a step forward. No matter what branch of spiritual profession you are, I hope you can always keep the people in mind." Su Chi nodded silently, then bowed and said goodbye to the old man. The latter still maintained that warm smile and soon disappeared as a shadow. Su Chi knew that the job transfer instructors at each spiritual career center were actually transformed from props, and their original bodies were actually the same person. They were all legendary figures in various branches of spiritual career. After successfully changing his job, Su Chi couldn't wait to learn the two new skills. As the two skill books turned into light and electricity, two notifications appeared on the panel. Skill learning is successful. You have mastered new skills. Shinyan * Tianbao. Shinhu * Phoenix. Afterwards, Su Chi logged into the Divine Core space again and registered his own spiritual account. ID nickname: Lao Su, who can spill milk. Occupation: Spiritual Healer. Divine Core space is equivalent to the forum space for spiritualists. All kinds of news can be posted on it, and there will be various hot searches every day. Although it is not the time to surf the internet yet, Su Chi still took a look at today's hot searches. Level 102, Holy War Emperor Huangming and actress Yiku announced their relationship. Wow! The SS-level expeditionary team Dragon Group, another drop of divine equipment. Shock! The level 200 boss Sky Demon Dragon has escaped from the fog and attacked Heifei. So far, tens of thousands of people have been killed and millions have been injured. The first two are not very informative, but the last one is worth Su Chi's attention. He remembered that this blind dragon had come to Xia before, but fortunately, it was intercepted by Xia National Security. Unfortunately, it was seriously injured and ran away. Su Chi couldn't help smacking his lips. Tisk, that's a level 200 dragon boss. If I could chop it down into experience points this time, that would be great. No, I have to remember it. Tiamalong could never have imagined that just by showing up in Heifei, he would be targeted by a young man of the second level who was far away in China. After closing the Divine Core space, Su Chi registered as an explorer with the saleswoman, and then walked straight out of the hall. As a result, before the Liao Yuan team joined him, he saw Chun Yuanqing first. "Principal, this early in the morning, what are you doing?" Chun Yuanqing's face was flushed with excitement. "No time to talk more. Let's go back to school. There are many people who want to see you." Ah! Before Su Chi could react, he was pulled into the car and headed straight to school. When Su Chi came back, the first morning reading class had just ended. Seeing Su Chi coming back, his former best friend Li Chung shouted excitedly, "Old Su, you're finally back. Our golden horn and silver horn combination are finally reunited." After being yelled at by Li Chung, many students who were originally sleeping on the table looked up and stared at the two of them with dissatisfaction. These are students who have awakened to ordinary fate. For them, it would be more suitable for them to continue studying and prepare for the Cultural College entrance examination. Seeing everyone's gaze, Li Chung quickly raised his hand to apologize. Behind the two of them, the sharp voice of Deputy Class Leader Wu Jianran was heard. "Who was I wondering? It's Su Chi, ha! If I remember correctly, you seem to have awakened to an ordinary fate?" People with ordinary fate don't study hard and skip classes. Oh, can you waste less national resources? Li Cheng, you too, your family doesn't have much money. You should study hard. This orphan has no money and no talent. Why are you hanging out with him? Li Cheng and Su Qi have known each other since childhood. After the latter's parents passed away, he hated to see anyone say anything bad about Su Qi. His eyes widened immediately. Bitch, who said you wasted resources? Do you think your awakened master fate is awesome? Go practice after school if you have the guts. Wu Jinren stood up angrily, his voice sharp. I said, don't call me a bitch. I'm going to scold you. Bitch, you must eat it. Li Cheng, you're looking for death. Wu Jinren raised his fist and swung it towards Li Cheng. Wu Jinren is a warrior, while Li Cheng is just a spiritualist of the life type. The latter will definitely suffer if this punch comes. But the next second, Wu Jinren's fist was grabbed by someone, and he could not move no matter how he struggled. His eyes widened in horror. Su Qi, when did your strength become so great? You, Su Qi twisted his wrist slightly, and the latter curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. Su Qi ignored him, turned to Li Cheng, and smiled. Qingzi, thank you for the past. With me here, I don't see who dares to bully you in the future. Li Cheng couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. Lao Su, you have finally grown up. Do you know how long I have been hoping that you will become a successful person? Roll! Ha! Wu Jinren panted and said, Su Qi, if you dare to touch me, believe it or not, my dad will kick you out of school soon. You will never be able to go to college. Chapter 9. The Battle for Talent. Hearing his words, Su Qi turned around and said, hurry up and call me. I will look down on you if you keep hesitating. You wait. Wu Jinren immediately contacted his father, and his crying on the phone was disgusting. Li Cheng felt that the matter had gotten a bit out of hand, so he tugged at Su Qi and said, how about we just apologize and forget about it? I heard that his father has a lot of power in the city. Su Qi smiled. The power is huge, so great that it can expel a student at will? He really wanted to see who had more power, this guy's father or the country. That would be interesting. 10 minutes later, an extended luxury car drove into the campus. A middle-aged couple got off the car and headed straight for Su Qi's class. The woman shouted in a sharp voice, who dares to touch my son? Believe it or not, I will skin him alive today. The sound was so loud that it almost echoed throughout the entire teaching building. At this time, Zhang Ji and Qin Yunsheng were having a meeting in the principal's office. When they heard the noise, they stood up hurriedly. Your class. Fuck, it seems so. In the classroom, Wu Jinren pointed at Su Qi and said, Dad, Mom, this guy bullied me. Upon hearing this, Wu Jinlong walked towards Su Qi without saying a word, with a fierce look on his face. It's you again, you orphan. How dare you touch my son? No one will teach you. Today I will teach you. That's right, Dad. Teach him a lesson. After saying that, he raised his fist and was about to swing it towards Su Qi's face. Outside the door, Zhang Ji and Qin Yuansheng were frightened to death when they saw this scene. Stop! Boom! A figure flew out in front of me. Wu Jinren's excited expression froze on his face in an instant. No, where is my dad? Husband! Who dares to hit my husband? The old woman screamed, and the next second she was also sent flying. Noisy! Qin Yuansheng glanced at them indifferently, then walked up to Su Qi and said, Are you okay? Are you not injured? Su Qi shook his head. It's okay. Wu Jinren tried to attack me, but I beat him back. I didn't expect that after I beat the younger one, the older one would come. Qin Yuansheng sneered. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Principal? Wu Jinren, who was about to get angry, was instantly silenced when he saw that it was the principal who beat his parents away. Principal Chun, what are you doing? Wu Jinlong was a spiritual practitioner with considerable abilities, but after being glared at by Qin Yuansheng, he dared not speak. Qin Yuansheng snorted coldly. The school will handle matters between students fairly. Mr. Wu came to the school without saying a word to humiliate my students. Isn't this a bit too much? Wu Jinlong narrowed his eyes and said, Principal Chun wants to go against the Wu group for this kid? Qin Yuansheng said calmly, I'm sorry. Your family's violent behavior seriously violates our school regulations. I declare that Wu Jinren will be completely expelled from our school today. Dad, there was a cry in Wu Jinren's voice. Being expelled from school just before graduation would definitely be a significant event in his future file. Even most of the vocational colleges would not accept him anymore. Wu Jinlong was furious. Okay, Chen Yuansheng, you are very good. You just wait. After saying this, he covered his swollen face and left with his wife and children. The classroom was silent, and the students were looking at Su Qi in shock or admiration. Finally, someone can cure Wu Jianren. The key is that the principal personally supports him, which is unprecedented in Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School. Zhang Ji knew that the classroom was no longer suitable for Su Qi to stay in, so he coughed and said, "Come on, Su Qi, come up with me to register." "Yes, teacher." In the principal's office, after Zhang Ji understood the whole situation, he scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect that some students would become so arrogant just after they woke up. Principal, I was wrong. I failed to discipline them properly and caused you trouble." Chen Yuansheng shook his head and smiled confidently. "Wu Group? Haha, it's just a small matter. In front of the big guys who will come later, they are no different from ants." Su Qi and the other man were confused. Not long after, several low-key minibuses drove into the school, and a group of people quickly got off the buses and entered the office building. The teachers and students who were still in class had no idea what was going on. Chen Yuanqing opened the office door, and before Su Qi could react, he found that he was surrounded by people. These people are old and young, but they all have a very special aura. The temperament is indeed extraordinary. "Hello, Su Qi. I'm a teacher from the admissions office of Hudenlingji. Not only will we waive your tuition, we'll also give you a subsidy every semester." "Damn it, how come you started 0 frames?" "Student Su Qi, Shindu University welcomes you." "Damn, another lightspeed spell?" Su Qi felt a buzzing in his ears. Why does this scene seem so familiar? It seems like the legendary battle for talent? Chen Yuanqing hurried out to preside over the scene and said, "Dear teachers, please take a seat. Let's introduce each of you one by one." Su Qi has just succeeded in the second transformation, and his understanding of the spiritual world is still blank. Why don't we slowly talk about our respective advantages? After Chen Yuanqing's comfort, many teachers finally sat down. He almost even wanted to grab the eye-to-eye camera position opposite Su Qi. Chen Yuanqing said, "Su Qi, let me introduce you first. These teachers are from Daxia's top spiritual vocational university. They are here to recruit you. If you like any school, you can decide which school to join today." "Understood, principal." The teacher from Huaqing University spoke first because he was the oldest. "There's no need to introduce our school. It's one of the best in the country. Su Qi, as long as you come, we will arrange the best teachers for you, and all your expenses will be covered during your stay at the school." The teacher of Shindu University sneered. "Big brother, who are you talking about that is not a top university? In terms of faculty? In terms of national funding, sorry, if Shindu University is second, no one dares to say it is first." The teacher at Huden University coughed lightly. "Ahem, you know, the current #1 god of war in Daxia is a graduate of our school. That great god occasionally comes to teach. We can also meet your conditions, and Huden also has the best quality, unopened mist dungeon." "Wait, Su Qi, our school is known as the Sun of National Defense. If you join us, you can experience all kinds of national-level artifacts and props. Scroll, we are the best university in the Northwest. We also have the only scroll and prop-making course in the country. You can even transform into an infinite arsenal. We can approve funding for you." Led by the first few speakers, the teachers who followed started to discuss things inwardly, and the scene became chaotic again. There is no way. Su Qi is the only assistant in the country who is under 100 years old and has a god-level destiny. Its future prospects are absolutely limitless. Such a strong person, no matter which university he graduates from in the future, will be enough for that university to use as a publicity signboard for more than 100 years. Chapter 10. Accepting the special recruitment of Shindu University. Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic again, Chen Yuanqing hurriedly stood up to appease them, saying, "Dear teachers, the teaching staff in our schools are very good. But after all, they are good at different things. Otherwise, let's let Su Qi use his newly learned skills first. If there is a particularly suitable teacher in a certain school, his talent will not be wasted, right?" Everyone looked at each other and realized that this stalemate would not end. Moreover, they had been trying to snatch people since they arrived, and it seemed that they had really forgotten to check Su Qi's abilities. So the admissions teachers nodded one after another. It just so happened that Su Qi also wanted to try out the 2 new skills he had learned. So he took out his staff under everyone's expectant gaze and said, "Dear teachers, Su Qi is here to show you his ugliness. Come on, Just like you demonstrated last time, just stay within the designated room. Su Chi waved his staff and cast Shinyan asterisk Tianbao, and the shining golden light fell on everyone present, as if they were coated with a layer of golden glow. Shinyan asterisk Tianbao. Designate teammates within a radius of up to 1,000 meters. The designated target will receive 100% drop crit for 12 hours. The values are 50% for master items, 45% for legendary items, and 5% for god-level items. Consumption, 10 spirit points. Cooldown, 12 hours. Whispering entry, oh, it's small money. The teacher from Shindu University touched the golden light on his body in amazement. Is this my illusion? I feel like the passion I had when I was young has returned. I suddenly want to go to a dungeon and explore. Hua Qing's teacher pushed his glasses up with trembling hands. No, that's right. It's the desire to make money and kill monsters. It's starting to sprout in my heart again. Just as everyone was still feeling the wonderful bonus that Su Chi brought to them, a teacher from Huden University exclaimed, "Everyone, look at the panel. Isn't this drop rate really due to the use of forbidden spell scrolls?" Su Chi uses his skill. Shinyan asterisk Tianbao on you. You received a drop blessing bonus from Su Chi. Hiss, you have this skill. You're like a walking lucky item. The attack was at the forbidden spell level. It's rare, so rare in the world. Seeing that these teachers also looked like they had never seen the world, Chen Yuanqing suddenly felt balanced. It turned out that he was not the only one who looked embarrassed the first time he saw it, but everyone had the same result. After Shindu's teacher calmed down, he said, "Student Su Chi, you have new skills, so use them all together." Su Chi nodded. "Okay, teachers, please be prepared. The side effects of the next skill will be stronger." Ha, don't worry. We are all professionally trained when recruiting students. No matter how strong the side effects are, nothing will happen. Yes, come on. Su Chi raised his staff, and the fourth skill, Divine Protection Asterisk Phoenix, was still released instantly, but the strange thing was that no one felt any changes on their body at this time. Just when they thought Su Chi had made a mistake in casting the spell, the sky outside the window suddenly turned blood red. Could this strange phenomenon in heaven and earth be caused by Su Chi's skills? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Everyone walked to the window at the same time. At this moment, a huge phoenix shadow was soaring over the school. Behind its delicate tail feathers, the fiery fire element was surging, constantly dyeing the surrounding clouds red. Such a strange sight naturally attracted the attention of the teachers and students below. It was the first time for them to see the legendary phoenix. They were surprised and excited and hurried to take pictures of it. Some teachers even directly posted it on the spiritual forum of the Divine Core space. Cracking. When Su Chi walked to the window, the phoenix shadow in the sky suddenly let out a long roar and then rushed towards the school. Be careful. Form a defensive formation. A group of teachers hurriedly raised their hands. Colorful lights shone on their bodies, and all kinds of terrifying skills were already brewing. As a result, the phoenix suddenly dispersed halfway through its flight, turning into stars of dark golden light that sprinkled on them. This is, Teacher Shindu said solemnly. It is a forbidden spell of rebirth. Su Chi uses his skill. Divine Protection Asterisk Phoenix on you. You received a protection bonus from Su Chi. Divine Protection Asterisk Phoenix. Designate up to 10 teammates, including yourself, to gain the Phoenix effect when they are fatally injured. Phoenix. Enter a 5-minute sleep state. Regenerate after 5 minutes. Gain 90% damage reduction and control immunity, lasting 2 hours. Cooldown, 12 hours. Cost none. Whispering entry. When I am reborn, that bitch will die. Su Chi's face darkened. What a straightforward and rude term. Below, the teachers and students looked upstairs in shock. They had clearly seen the phoenix flying upstairs, but it turned into golden light and disappeared halfway. Everyone was very curious about who was responsible for that. Principal Chen Yuanqing took a step forward, his figure floating in the air, and said, "It's just a small noise. Why are you making a fuss? Go back to class." Back in the classroom, Su Chi suddenly realized that the atmosphere was even more wrong. Everyone looked at him as if they wanted to eat him up. There was nothing they could do, since everything he displayed was a forbidden spell level. It was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated fate and talent. Although God-level destinies are all strategic-level weapons, it can only be said that there are gaps between strategic weapons. After a brief silence, just when Suchi thought that someone would give up, an even heavier olive branch. Oh no, an olive tree was thrown directly at him. Well, Suchi, are you interested in becoming a teaching assistant at our school? Ah, this time it was Chun Yuanxing's turn to be confused. Who would invite a high school student who has just awakened to his destiny to be a university teaching assistant? Seeing this, a teacher slammed the table and stood up. Big brother, please stop talking nonsense here. Our principal is in need of a closed disciple, and I helped him recruit one. Student Sue, this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. Some admissions teachers who didn't have that much authority were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at each other. Too much. Too much. How can anyone be as unscrupulous as you? Give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes too. Chun Yuanxing looked at Su Qi and smiled bitterly. Looking at this situation, if you don't make a decision today, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Principal, I actually already have a school in mind that I'm interested in. Su Qi's voice was very soft, but the scene suddenly became quiet. Chun Yuanxing asked curiously, which one? Su Qi said firmly, Shindu University. The teacher at Shindu University was delighted when he heard this, and he looked like a child who had defeated others, looking down on everyone. The teacher from Huaqing University sighed softly. Student Su Qi, can I ask why they were chosen? Su Qi said, because those 10 legendary spiritualists are at Shindu University. I want to learn from them. This time, it was teacher Shindu's turn to be stunned. He said with a troubled look on his face, but they haven't opened the class for more than 10 years. I can't guarantee it for you. Phoenix. Su Qi shook his head. In his previous life, he had worshipped those 10 legendary figures as his teachers. Unfortunately, he was eventually killed because of his romantic relationship with Jiang Qingma and failed to protect the Xia. This time, he vowed to protect the Xia and never let his teachers down again. Chapter 11. Even small money can be crazy. After Su Qi made the decision, the other teachers had no reason to stay any longer, so they bowed and said goodbye one by one. Only Yao Yuanshan, a teacher from Shindu University, remained here. He stroked his gray beard and laughed. Ha ha, hello, little friend Su Qi. Welcome to Shindu University. I am Yao Yuanshan, the professor of scroll courses in the spiritual department of Shindu University. Well, hello, teacher Yao. Su Qi bowed politely, and Yao Shunyan became happier the more he watched. After all, no one would dislike a student who is talented, polite, and not arrogant. A light flashed on the storage ring, and he handed a small sign and several sets of scrolls he made to Su Qi. This is our first meeting, and I have nothing to prepare. This is the special token of Shindu University. With it, you can even command the spiritual army in an emergency. I guarantee that no one in Daxia will dare to touch you. The scroll was made by me, so it's always good for you to have more self-protection ability. Su Qi did not refuse and accepted it immediately. Yes, thank you, teacher Yao. Yao Shunyan waved his hand and continued mysteriously. After you finish your exams, Shindu University will organize a dungeon adventure camp during the summer vacation. The expedition camp is full of spiritual professionals with extraordinary fates. If you perform well, I will try my best to help you apply to meet those 10 legends. Su Qi's eyes lit up and he nodded heavily. I understand. I will work hard and not embarrass the teacher. Haha, okay. I'm rooting for you. After chatting for a few more words, Yao Shunyan hurried away with his assistant. After all, his work in recruiting students was quite busy. After leaving the principal's office, Su Qi first went back to the classroom to say goodbye to Li Chung, and then, in everyone's shocked eyes, he waved goodbye to the head teacher Zhang Ji and left. He doesn't even attend classes. Has Su Qi given up on his studies? Even the old devil Zhang Ji doesn't care about him anymore. He's still an orphan. I'm afraid he will just go to the factory to screw screws. Alas, he just offended Wu Niangpo again. I'm afraid he feels that he can't stay here any longer. Li Chung listened to these people's whispers and remembered the career panel that Su Qi shared with him before he left. He snorted in disdain in his heart. You people are really good at fantasizing. While you are still struggling with your grades, my brother Su has already successfully changed his career. At this time, Su Qi was heading straight to the Spiritual Vocation Center to meet up with the Liao Yuan team. He just wanted to hurry up and reach level 40 so that he could meet the 10 teachers earlier. Wu Group, President's Office. Wu Jinlong yelled at his assistant. Go hire the best expedition team in Jiangqing City. Take Xiaojian to explore and upgrade, no matter how much it costs. I want him to complete the first level within 2 days and the second level within a week. Become the top talent in Jiangxing City. If Chun Yuanqing dares to provoke me, I will make sure he can't stay in Jiangxing. Yes, Mr. Wu. Below, his son Wu Jinren clenched his fists with a look of resentment on his face. You dared to embarrass me in front of so many people and cause me to be expelled. Su Qi, I will definitely trample you under my feet. You will never be able to stand up again. The power of money is strong. In less than an hour, his subordinates came to report. Boss Wu, the only S-Class expedition team, the Liao Yuan team, is busy now. The A-Class team, the Longting team, has offered 30 million yuan, saying that they can upgrade the fastest zero-equipment dungeon right away. What do you think? Just 30 million. Let them gather immediately and take Xiaojin with them. Yes. At the entrance of the Spiritual Vocation Center, the Liao Yuan team's van picked up Su Qi and immediately headed straight for the zero-equipment copy. The reason why the copy was changed every time was because Chun Yuanqing said that he wanted Su Qi to experience different ways of fighting. If he only considered upgrading and ignored the actual combat, it would be tantamount to forcing things to grow. Of course, Su Qi did not dare to object. After all, he could not say that he was reborn. What he lacked the most was combat experience. As soon as everyone passed through the fog, a world full of metal machinery suddenly appeared before their eyes. A voice sounded in my mind. Misty Dungeon. Zero Machinery Dungeon, E1 area. Difficulty, CSS level. Dangerous creatures. Mechanical Dog D2. Mechanical Spider C03. Mechanical Crocodile A05. The world before us could be called a city. It was like a steel cemetery. The air was filled with the smell of engine oil and rust, and electric sparks could be heard from time to time in the distance. The crowd carefully walked around a pile of twisted metal wreckage. It was a creature similar to a mechanical dog. Now only broken limbs and circuit boards flashing faint sparks were left. A group of short mechanical cockroaches crawled over its corpse. They seemed to be autonomously collecting usable parts and energy. Lin Yin, who was at the front, said, Zero Equipment Dungeon. It is one of the few dungeons that has maps distributed all over the world, and the difficulty of each place is also different. Ah, Xiaoqi, you really came to the right place this time. Leveling in this dungeon is super fast. Zhouken cheered and smashed the body of the mechanical dog with the axe in his hand. With a loud bang, the mechanical dog was completely shattered, and the mechanical cockroaches crawling on its corpse also exploded slightly. Team member Zhouken has killed LV2 Mechanical Cockroach E1. Give up picking up experience. You have gained experience 20. Team member Zhouken has killed LV3 Mechanical Cockroach E1. Give up picking up experience. You have gained 40 experience. Dense reports rang in Su Qi's mind. It can be seen that experience can be gained everywhere here. However, Su Qi felt heartbroken when seeing this wave of operations. No, Brother Zhouken, these pieces of trash are really useful. What if a magical weapon pops up? Everyone was confused. Garbage? A magical artifact? They are clearly all words, but they can't understand them when connected together. Su Qi was too lazy to talk nonsense and started from zero frame. And then a Xinyan asterisk Tianbao fell on everyone. Everyone became golden at the same time. Su Qi uses his skill. Xinyan asterisk Tianbao on you. You received a drop blessing bonus from Su Qi. Xinyan asterisk Tianbao. Designate teammates within a radius of up to 1,000 meters, and the designated target will receive 100% drop crit for 12 hours. They are 50% for master items, 45% for legendary items, and 5% for god-level items. Whispering entry. Oh. It's small money. Seeing that panel, everyone almost went crazy. Maonii. It's Maonii. Little money. It's clearly a skill that allows you to pick up money anywhere. I declare, Xiaoqi is our team's lucky cat. Yi Linglong looked at the skill description like a miser. Her beautiful eyes instantly shone like wild spotlights. Su Qi didn't dare to look directly at her. Quick, let me smell it. Hiss. This is the smell of a non-African. Su Qi's eyes were panicked. Sister Linglong, I'm not a cat. Please don't really suck it. Lin Yin was no longer in the mood to care about this playful girl, so he summoned his weapon. Zhouken, Changxi. Exist. Come and torture the corpse. I will kill all the cockroaches here. Kill. The next moment, everyone rushed out together and started smashing the mechanical corpse on the ground frantically. Boom! However, their madness was rewarded with extremely generous rewards. 0 mechanical arm, legendary. Energy core, master level. 0 mechanical core, legendary. Looking at everyone going crazy, Su Chi scratched his head. Or, can I give everyone a divine healing technique that will make their legs weak and slow them down? Chapter 12, Explosive Artifact. Su Chi finally couldn't help himself and used the divine healing technique on everyone. The main reason was that the noise they made here was too loud, and he was a little afraid that it would really attract the big guys here. Various sounds came out of everyone's mouth unconsciously. Hiss. Oh, thanks. Xiaoqi, you were so mean. I was having fun playing on the ground. Now my legs are weak. I need you to help me. Su Chi glanced at the report on the panel, which contained at least thousands of experience acquisition records. The key point is that this wave of card bugs directly filled up everyone's storage rings. Divine weapon, huh? Another divine weapon appears. Zhoukin's cheers rang out in the distance. LV40-0 Mechanical God * left arm. The left arm of LV40-0 Mechanical God set. HP 50,000, Spirit Value 0. Spirit Value Stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, you will absorb 50% of the attacker's spirit value. If it is less than 50%, all of the spirit value will be absorbed by you. Zhoukin waved his hands excitedly. Damn, this suit can simply suck the opponent dry. Awesome. Su Chi took a look at the kits that had already been released. LV40-0 Mechanical God * chest. Chest of LV40-0 Mechanical God set. HP 0, Spirit Value 0. Blood Shield Stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, 20% of the attacker's HP and shield will be stripped away. If it is less than 20%, all of their HP will be absorbed by you. LV40-0 Mechanical God * helmet. LV40-0 Mechanical God set, helmet. HP 50,000, Spirit Value 0. Guardian Stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, a skill of the attacker is randomly stripped and turned into a skill ball. You can give the skill ball to anyone. The skills of the stripped person will be blocked for 12 hours. Health, spiritual values, skills, everything can be taken away. Su Chi smiled and shook his head. This was the first time he had seen such a set of magical equipment. It was not an exaggeration to call it a drying suit. He actually quite likes the effects of the above skills. If he can get an upgrade scroll to upgrade the suit in the future, he can continue to use this suit. As for the others, their equipment has also undergone a major upgrade. All legendary suits. It is no exaggeration to say that the combat power has doubled. After half a day of bloodbath, almost all the mechanical corpses nearby were smashed to pieces. Everyone didn't get together again until the mechanical monster was completely gone. Zhoukin came back wearing a flashy golden legendary suit. There is pride written all over his face. How about it, isn't he handsome? Yiling Long laughed and said, "Ha ha, your outfit is too sexy. You will definitely be the target of criticism from now on." Zhoukin said disdainfully, "What are you afraid of? When the time comes, they will know what a real iron wall is." For this dungeon expedition, even Yang Ning, the Saint Diviner of the Life Department, had the opportunity to change into the latest set of clothes. Yang Ning said with a complicated expression, "Thank you, Xiaoqi. If it weren't for you, our team might not be able to change this set of equipment in 10 years. Su Chi was startled, then shook his head and said, "It's okay, Sister Yang Ning. As an assistant, I am able to help everyone, which is what I should do." Lin patted his shoulder without saying anything. "Xiaoqi, thank you very much anyway." He said to everyone, "Xiaoqi is now level 22. I suggest that we go directly deeper into the interior to challenge the high-level boss and try to complete the second level within a week." "Good, Buzz." Just as everyone was about to set off, the fog suddenly surged in the distance. Dozens of figures walked out from inside. Their suits were engraved with uniform dragon patterns, and they were the top 3 expedition teams in Jiangxing City, the A-level Longting expedition team. In the crowd, Wu Jinren looked at the dilapidated mechanical world in front of him in amazement. "Wow, this is the legendary zero-equipment dungeon." Kong Longting, the captain of the Longting team, said with a smile. "That's right, Master Wu. The monsters here are all mechanical bodies. You can start killing the mechanical cockroaches first." His words got stuck in his throat halfway through. "There is no way. The scene before my eyes is too brutal." All the original mechanical corpses were smashed into metal powder, without leaving any remains. Even the mechanical cockroach eggs were chopped in half vertically. It was no exaggeration to say that this place had been looted. Kong Longting was confused. "Why? How could this happen? Who is so crazy? Is he looking for mechanical cockroaches to take revenge? Wu Jinren finally realized that his leveling monster had been stolen by someone. What the hell is this guy? If I knew about this, I would chop him into pieces in the dungeon. Anyway, I heard from Captain Kong that there are no laws in the dungeon. Captain, look, there's someone there. Kong Longting and Wu Jinren looked into the distance, and the next moment, their eyes widened at the same time. Lin so to Kong Longting, his is the closest expedition team to S-level in Jiangxing City, and it is not an exaggeration to say that the Liao Yuan team is their biggest rival. Needless to say, Wu Jinren, Su Qi had ruined his plans time and time again, and his desire to kill Su Qi had never been as strong as it was now. Kong Longting pointed at the mess around him and said gloomily, Lin, did you do all this? Lin shrugged. It's us then what? Kong Longting sneered. You really want to ruin my good deeds. With a humming sound, he summoned his weapon and said, Lin, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain. I want this copy. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Yi Linglong glanced at Kong Longting's team and said with a smile, I was wondering why you were so brave. It turns out that the team has added more people. You don't really think that more people will be more useful, right? Su Qi, I didn't expect to meet you again. If you don't get out of here, Brother Long Tongue will not be polite. Wu Jinren said with excitement on his face. He wished that Su Qi would scold him and stay, so that he could make him suffer here today. Su Qi scratched his ears and said, Some people are so noisy. Damn it, how dare you disrespect Su Qi? Zhou Can, who had the worst temper, stepped forward. Captain, can I go practice with these guys? Lin Yin crossed his arms across his chest. To him, it was okay for the other party to provoke him, but if he dared to curse Su Qi, he would be killed today, he said coldly. Well, the old rules. Either die or be left with only shorts. Ha! Zhou burst out laughing and rushed out. You bastards, die quickly in front of your Uncle Zhou. Lin Yin opened the team panel. After half a day of accumulation of divine healing technique milk, Zhou Can's shield has reached an astonishing 600 million. He prayed silently for the other party. Sometimes it's really not the opponent's fault. Who would have thought that the Liao Yuan team would have a pervert like Su Qi? Kong Longting sneered disdainfully. You show-off guy. So what if you changed your equipment? How long can you last if I send you to delay the game? After saying that, he slashed forward with a long-range sword skill. The next second, everyone on the Longting team who saw Zhou Can's panel had confused expressions. So many zeros? Isn't this the Sichuan city of Chengdu? Or is there a bug in the spiritual core? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Kong Longting refreshed the panel and found that he was not mistaken. What the hell? A shield with 600 million HP. Is this world crazy? Chapter 13, Mechanical Crocodile. Boom, boom. Explosions continued to sound, and Zhou Can, as a meat shield tank, fought his way in and out of the Longting team's crowd, withstanding countless skills of the opponent without any damage. These people initially thought it was a display bug, until a group of people were unilaterally beaten by one person for more than 10 minutes and all fell to the ground with low health. Their eyes finally cleared up. It turns out that this is a hit or miss. The Liao Yuan team was able to become the first S-level expedition team in Jiangxing City, and I am not a pushover either. Zhou can directly strip these people of their equipment. Wu Jinren, who had just scolded Su Qi the most harshly, was now stripped to his underwear and lay on the ground crying in shame and anger. Kong Longting, who was only wearing a pair of underwear, said angrily, Don't think you are awesome just because you used the forbidden spell. Wait until we use a forbidden spell, and none of you will be able to escape. Bah! Su Qi kicked Wu Jinren on the butt, and the latter screamed in pain. Ah! Su Qi said indifferently, Let go. If you keep saying those harsh words, I will continue to make him mad and see how you will explain yourself when you go back. Kong Longting glared at him fiercely. Boy, just wait for me. Bah! Ah! Kong Longting broke out in a cold sweat and said, I don't dare to do that anymore. Then hurry up and get out of here. Zhou Can glared at them, and the group of people shuddered instantly and hurriedly fled from the Zero equipment copy, crawling and tumbling. His miserable appearance was bound to become the laughingstock of the whole city after he went out. Zhou Can didn't look very happy and frowned and said, Captain, these people were clearly trying to kill him just now. Is it really okay for us to just let him go? Lin Yin sighed. It's mainly because the young master of the Wu group is here, and there are only 2 of us in this instance. If we really let them cancel their account here, If they really want to spend money to investigate after they get out, I'm afraid it will really cause trouble for Xiao-Qi. Yeah, that makes sense. It is Lin Yin's calm working style as the captain that has enabled him to lead the team to its current state. As for the things left by the Longting team on the ground, Yi Linglong did not waste them and took them all. After all, this was the wealth of a team who would dislike having too much money. Let's go. Let's continue exploring. The place where they were at the moment was just the tip of the iceberg of this mechanical city. After passing through this city that had been explored countless times, a giant steel bridge that was 100 meters wide and tens of kilometers long suddenly appeared before them. On the other side of the giant bridge was a city surrounded by tall walls. A true steel forest. The moment everyone stepped onto the giant bridge, a voice rang out in their minds. Misty Dungeon. Zero Equipment Dungeon E2 Area. Difficulty: BSS level. Dangerous creatures: Mechanical Dog D2, Mechanical Spider C03, Mechanical Crocodile A05. Yi Linglong was startled. It seems we have changed copies? Well, different monsters have been refreshed in front. Chang Si pointed forward, where a gigantic three-headed mechanical dog turned around and stared at the people in front of it with a fierce look. Mechanical three-headed dog. LV30. Description: Guardian of the Mechanical Bridge No. JKL 30. Without a pass, there is only one way to get there: kill it. Roar! As Zhou can move forward, a very strange mechanical roar came from the throat of the mechanical three-headed dog. Holy Demon Envoy Chang Si waved his hand, and a huge fireball fell from the sky and hit the mechanical dog, and an exaggerated critical hit number appeared. For a moment, all kinds of electric arcs ran across the body of the mechanical three-headed dog. Zhou couldn't help but smack his lips. This is simply the home court of the Holy Demon Envoy. The skills of the fire element are too powerful against these mechanical monsters. Stop talking nonsense and get on with it. Lin Yin, wearing a brand new legendary suit and holding a new spear weapon, rushed out impatiently. With a clang, the spear chopped off the head of the LV-30 Hellhound on the spot. The latter's health dropped by 1/3 in an instant. But the battle here also attracted more wild monsters on the bridge, and Su Qi even saw 2 mechanical giants. A wild monster with mechanical attributes. Will true damage and critical hits be effective? Su Qi thought about it and cast Divine Wrath on Lin Yin. Totally crazy! Lin Yin swept the spear in his hand, and the other 2 heads of the mechanical three-headed dog fell off at the same time. True damage plus critical hit. The health bar was emptied on the spot. It works! Su Qi decisively gave this bonus set to Chang Si. Sure enough, fire element, true damage, critical hit. The 3 bonuses stacked together turned Chang Si, the long low-key, Holy Demon Envoy, into a ruthless mechanical harvesting machine on the spot. Boom, boom! There were constant explosions on the giant bridge, and in the blink of an eye, all the mechanical three-headed dogs that rushed over were cleared out. As more items dropped, people began to pick and choose their equipment. I don't want any master-level equipment, just legendary level or above. Upon discovering that he had actually gotten a magical necklace, Zhou hugged Su Qi and was so moved that he cried. I thought I would never be able to use the magic weapon in my life. Xiao-Qi, I can't repay your kindness. Let me show you a dance from the cold country. Su Qi waved his hands quickly. Brother Zhou, forget it, I don't like this. Yi Linglong slapped Zhou Canhu and sent him away. Get lost. How dare you, a dogtail flower from Dixia. Come and harass Dixia's beautiful flowers. Woo woo woo. The life of a dogtail flower is also a life. Boom, boom. While a few people were joking, the huge bridge under their feet suddenly shook softly. In the gray sky ahead, a tall figure was looming. Every step it takes is accompanied by a vibration in the bridge deck. A05 Mechanical Crocodile. LV40/boss. Description: I wonder what its designer was thinking, making a machine also get angry. It is a strange stitch body with 2 sets of skills. Please be careful. Buzz! The moment it locked onto those people, the blood-red eyes of the mechanical crocodile immediately lit up. It is 20 meters tall, and its mechanical structure makes it look extremely bulky. But the next second, he rushed over as gracefully as the wind. Mechanical giant crocodile raised the crocodile sickle in his hand without hesitation, and a mechanical sound was heard. Creator, you will all die. Puff! Lin Yin, who was at the front, had his spear stabbed into its head. A dazzling true damage critical hit emerges. The second stage of the boss was directly triggered. After it roared angrily, the weapon slashed towards Lin Yin's head. The light of the shield was flickering, offsetting the attack. Immediately, there was another puff sound, and a true critical hit appeared. Mechanical giant crocodile. This boss, which had stopped countless expeditions, was killed in such a hopeless way. In the back, Yang Ning had just emerged from the Divine Core Space forum. She said many people on the forum said that it was this mechanical crocodile that stopped the exploration teams from Jiangqing City, so that no one has ever seen what the city behind the giant bridge looks like. Zhouken pointed forward with a disdainful expression. That's it. The next moment, behind the giant bridge, one after another the scarlet eyes of the mechanical giant crocodiles opened. Changxi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop talking about meat shields and get to work." Wow, so many? Chapter 14, Divine Scroll, bonus for everyone. In the wave of mechanical crocodiles, Zhouken had completely given up, relying on his shield. He simply lay there and took the beating. Unlike C and Lin Yin, whose output was already critical hits, he, as a meat shield, only had to withstand the damage. More than an hour later, all the mechanical crocodiles on the giant bridge were finally cleared away. Su Chi picked up the experience ball, and a jingling sound rang in his mind, directly pushing him to level 32. Ho, I'm already level 32. If I can fight bosses of this level after entering the city, I might be able to reach level 40 today. Yi Ling Long thought happily. At this moment, Lin Yin's voice suddenly sounded from the front. Come and see if this is a new treasure chest. Treasure chest. Generally, they only appear in S-level copies, and some of their clearance rewards are included. I didn't expect that this transition copy of Zero Machinery copy would be so high quality that it was directly stuffed into the treasure chest. But it makes sense if you think about it. With so many level 40 bosses guarding it, it is actually a big level. Looking at the metallic treasure chest in front of him, Su Chi reached out and opened it. The light faded, and what came into view was a scroll and a map. Su Chi took out the map and sent it to his teammates to check. As soon as the map was unfolded, the metal city behind him suddenly shook, the fog dissipated, faint electric lights began to appear, and a strong smell of engine oil hit him in the face. A voice sounded in their minds at the same time. The new map has been opened. Please upload the Divine Core Space record in time. Misty Dungeon. Zero Equipment Dungeon C3 area. Difficulty, ASS level. Dangerous creatures. Mechanical Dog D4, Mechanical Spider C03, Mechanical Crocodile A03. I didn't expect a new map to appear. You guys are awesome. Let's see what that scroll is. Su Chi was shocked and said, "It's a forbidden spell scroll. Take a look." Everyone was curious about what kind of scroll could shock Su Chi so much. When they took it and looked at it, their eyes almost fell to the ground. Gift * Messenger of Life. Description: it drifted here in a long river of history. Unfortunately, the person who got it died in the frenzy he created before he could use its power. Effect: gives the user some of his kind a life potential bonus, which varies with individual differences. Changxi was extremely shocked. Hiss. It can actually break through the upper limit and increase the life potential of humans. This is too powerful. Lin Yin's eyes were extremely firm. A priceless treasure. A truly priceless treasure. That's awesome. Xiaoqi, put this thing away quickly. Zhouken looked around like a thief, and then hurriedly urged. That? Su Chi gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, I want to use the scroll now." What? For us? Everyone shook their heads, at the same time with great amusement. No, we don't deserve it. Su Chi couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's for all the people of Daxia." Ah! Everyone was shocked. As expected, with the help of Su Chi's fate, this already god-level scroll was further strengthened. He showed the new effects panel to everyone, and everyone's legs almost went limp. From the forbidden spell level, it has evolved into the rumored god level. Gift * Messenger of Life. Gift * God of Life. Effect: grants the user's entire locked race a highly efficient life potential bonus, and this bonus varies with individual differences. Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. It's actually a universal effect? This is the first time I've seen it. Xiaoqi, do you want to use it now? Su Chi nodded firmly and said, "Avoid any further trouble. Everyone, please step aside. I don't know what effect it will have this time." Recalling the fear they felt when they were controlled by divine healing technique, Everyone thought about it and could only hold on to their weapons nervously. The next moment, Suchi opened the scroll and injected spiritual value into it. A bright light shines above the scroll. Gift asterisk messenger of life. Gift asterisk god of life. The target of the effect has been locked. All the people of Dacia. Boom! A terrifying beam of light burst out from the scroll and shot straight into the sky. After the light rushed into the endless darkness, the dark clouds suddenly dissipated. The beam of light seemed to penetrate time and space at the same time. At this time, the same scene appeared on the land of Dacia. The dark clouds dispersed, and the Milky Way and stars hung high in the night sky, never as bright as today. Wow! Look, Mom, the stars are so beautiful today. Is this a vision of a divine scroll? Grandpa, please don't leave. Please accompany Nan to look at the stars for a while. Spiritual vocational colleges all over Dacia. It is indeed a vision of a divine scroll. I wonder who is so lucky to get this thing. Quick, go check it out. Yes, teacher. Wait, it seems that there is no need to check. The teacher who spoke had trembling hands. The effect of this god-level scroll is for all the people of Dacia. You have received a blessing bonus from ID. Lao Su who can overflow milk. Effect. Life is increased by 10 years. Life potential is increasing. In the hospital, a patient who was seriously ill in bed suddenly stood up. Grandpa, why are you sitting up? Ahem. Someone has given Grandpa an extra 10 years of life. Not only that, Grandpa feels like he can plow 2 miles of land right now. Everyone will start with an extra 10 years of life expectancy. And as life potential improved, the illnesses that had been hospitalizing patients subsided, the blind regained their sight. The whole country of Dacia cheered. For a time, whether it was on the popular search list or in the spiritualists' Godcore Space forum, Old Sue who can spit out milk has become a top trending search. Everyone is asking who this guy is. Is he a man or a woman? Is he old or young? While the outside world was in an uproar, in Area C3 of the Zero Equipment Dungeon, the members of the Liao Yuan team looked at each other in bewilderment. As expected, everyone's circle of friends exploded. If anyone were to do something like, I know that Old Sue is spilling milk now, he would probably become the second celebrity of the night. Unfortunately, no one dared to do so. After a long time, Lin Yin's light cough was heard. This time the scroll was delivered to Dacia via the Divine Core Space, and no one can reveal Xiaoqi's real ID. Okay. Zhou Can's face turned red from holding it in. In the end, I couldn't help it. Xiaoqi, your ID is so funny. Old Sue who is overflowing with milk. Overflowing with milk, haha. His smile ignited everyone, and except for Lin Yin, everyone couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha. Su Chi's face turned dark, and he directly poured several divine healing techniques over him. Stop giving me milk, stop giving me milk. Sister Xiaoqi knows she was wrong. Oh crap. Chapter 15 is trending again. The fact that the entire population of Dacia had their life caps and potentials increased quickly caused an uproar internationally. This was the first time that an entire country's citizens had been enhanced, and the key point was that even the patients were cured. There is no doubt that the health and productivity of the entire Dacia will take a huge step forward. For citizens of other countries, it would be a lie to say that they are not jealous. Oh my, can you even get a god-level scroll? Why does Dacia always produce good stuff? The copy of Dacia is so good, it should be shared with the world. We suggest that Dacia should invite the spiritualists from Indu to explore the dungeon. In response to these people's shameless behavior without any self-awareness, the people of the building and the spiritual professionals can only say 4 words. I'll drive you crazy. Similarly, when the top management knew about this, their first reaction was to order the managers of the Divine Core Space to do their utmost to conceal the true identity of this Old Sue who can spill milk. Once it was leaked, he would be severely punished. It can be said that the highest level of protection is provided. At this time, the Liao Yuan team and Su Chi had no idea what was happening. They chose to continue exploring the back of the giant bridge, but it was still a one-sided massacre. It was noon of the next day when the Liao Yuan team took Su Chi out of the copy. It's not because Su Chi's level has reached 40, but because everyone suddenly discovered that their storage rings are all full. With Su Chi's terrifying drop bonus, they made a fortune this time. Su Chi was not a selfish person. He decisively proposed to share half of the harvest rewards with everyone. So everyone simply left the copy and went straight to the auction house of the Spiritual Job Center in Jiangxing City. Without any warning, 2 sets of legendary suits, an artifact bracelet, and countless master-level equipment were directly thrown into the auction house for consignment. Relying on the powerful functions of the Spiritual Job God Core, each Spiritual Job Center across the country has a built-in virtual world trading venue where anyone can trade and auction items. And once you buy it, the props can be transmitted through space and instantly arrive in your hands, which is quite efficient. The Spiritual Auction Hall in Jiangxing City is not big, about the size of 2 movie theaters. On many small screens, props put up for sale by sellers from all over Daxia are refreshed in real time. At this time, the members of the Longting team were also choosing weapons here, but they didn't expect to see their own weapons here. It was rolling so vividly on the big screen, and the low price made people cry. Damn it, Lenin and the others must have come out? Kong Longting gritted his teeth and said to the assistant beside him, "Hurry up and inform Mr. Wu that the guy's out. I don't believe that we can't deal with them outside this time." Good. On the other side, Wu Kongrun, who received the news, immediately led his men to the Spiritual Ministry Center. Su Qi didn't know what would happen next. After putting his extra props and equipment on the auction table, he suddenly found something wrong. Because the name of the seller displayed in the auction center was Old Su, who spits milk, and this name is now well known in China. Everyone knows that there is a big guy who has increased the upper limit of health for all people. This is basically equivalent to the effect of a saint being born. For a while, both the popular search platform and China space exploded. Oh my god, it's Boss Su. Boss Su is putting his equipment up for auction. It seems to be him. Damn, all the equipment he has are legendary or above. There is not even a master's equipment. He's indeed a big shot. He doesn't have any junk on him. Damn it, you beasts. I was just a second slow, and you snatched everything away. It's bad. Now, there's only a 24-hour auction for the artifact left. I guess we have no hope. Old Su with overflowing milk is online. Boss Su does not wear master-level equipment. Boss even auctions artifacts, etc. Topics related to Su Qi immediately became hot searches. At this time, many retired professors from Linling Vocational University also noticed this person after being introduced by their students. When they saw that someone actually put the artifact up for auction on the platform, they were all shocked. Isn't this thing digested internally? Could it be that this big guy has a whole body of magical weapons? Seeing that Su Qi was on the hot search again in the first time, everyone in the Liao Yuan team was helpless. Who could have thought that there would be a person who could not reveal his identity in real life and also had to keep a low profile on the internet? Lenin patted Su Qi and said, "All the items have been put up for sale. Let's go to the lobby to receive the second job quest. The second job quest has a week to complete. We should try to finish it quickly and complete the upgrade and job change at the same time." As a result, not long after the group of people walked out, they saw a group of people coming towards them in the hall of the Spiritual Service Center. They were the people brought by the Longting team and the Wu group. The leader, Wu Jinren, looked at Su Qi with resentment and said, "Su Qi, you lowly poor robber. My teacher is here. Let's see where you go this time. Damn, your ditch is healed, right?" Jokin was about to step forward but was stopped by Lenin. He said in a cold voice, "According to Article 110 of the Spiritual Law, conflicts and fights are inevitable in the dungeon. You guys want to get back at me here, right?" The old man with the hooked nose beside Wu Jinren sneered. "I still do things according to reason. Xiao Jian is my apprentice. He always carries the protective amulet I gave him. I heard that during the conflict yesterday, this little guy stole his things. So, I came here today to ask for them back." Yi Linglong smiled and said, "I'm sorry. Your thing doesn't even reach the legendary level. We have thrown it away as garbage. If you want to take it back, go find it in the dungeon yourself." "Okay, very good." The gloomy old man laughed in anger, stretched out his pale arm, pointed at Lenin and said, "Lenin, since it was your men who caused the trouble, as the captain, shouldn't you make a statement? Otherwise, after today, if news of an S-class team bullying an A-class team in a dungeon spreads to the Expedition Team Guild, it will probably affect the promotion of several people in the future. What do you think?" Lenin smiled and said, "You still want to find a place to fight? Tell me, how do you want to deal with it? Sign a contract and fight." Old Man he did not expect that Lenin would say such words directly and without hesitation in public. He said indifferently, "That's what you said. Learn from each other." Wu Jinren also took a step forward and said, "Su Qi, I also want to challenge you. Do you dare to agree? Su Chi smiled and said, Sure, you still want me to kick you in the ditch, right? I didn't expect that I really made you happy yesterday. Ha! Yi Linglong couldn't help but burst out laughing. The veins on Wu Jinren's forehead were throbbing, and he suppressed his anger and said, You are looking for death. Lost Solitary Plains Dungeon. Do you dare to go now? Lin looked at Su Chi, who thought for a long time and nodded. Let's go. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. Chapter 16. A Mere Artifact. The S-level Liao Yuan team was actually going to compete with the A-level Longting team in the dungeon. Upon hearing the news, many spiritualists rushed to the dungeon to watch the battle, and many people even secretly started a live broadcast. Misty Dungeon. Lost Solitary Plain. Difficulty, Sea Level. Dangerous creatures. Vicious wolf packs, demonic foxes. It was still the devastated grassland, and the two teams arrived one after another. The wild monsters nearby didn't even have time to make a sound before they were killed by the audience, and soon a battlefield of moderate size was opened up. Yi Linglong didn't expect Su Chi to actually accept the challenge, and she kept telling him, Remember not to use any skills, just use your staff to hit people. I have a blood potion here, remember to use this if you have low blood volume, and… Su Chi said, Don't worry, Sister Linglong. That guy hasn't even made one turn yet. If I hit him with my staff, he will definitely fall back. Oh, don't underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, how can I explain to the principal? Seeing that Su Chi still had the mind to joke with the beautiful woman, Wu Jinren clenched his fists. He's just a small auxiliary spiritualist. I'll beat him down in 2 rounds. The gloomy old man said, I feel that this kid has a problem. Don't be stingy with the money when you need to use the scroll. It's best to just destroy him. Humph, I wonder who dares to mess with the Wu family in Jiangqing from now on. Don't worry, teacher. At the signal from the old man and Lin, the two walked out at the same time. The battle is about to begin. Today is a day off, and the students are all resting at home. Li Chung originally wanted to play a game, but as soon as he turned on the live broadcast, he saw this hot local live broadcast in the live broadcast room. His eyes widened immediately. Lao Su? He is actually fighting against Wu Bitch. The news spread across the class instantly, and everyone rushed into the live broadcast room to watch the game. Even Zhang Ji and Chen Yuanqing were alarmed, but they went straight to the dungeon. Wu Jinren stretched out his hand, and a master-level sword, shining with golden light, fell into his hand. Su Chi also wiped the plain artifact level, LV-35-0 Mechanical God Astra's staff, in his hand. Humph, a tattered staff. This is the only thing you can afford as a poor man. Su Chi, today I will let you know the consequences of offending our Su family. Beep, beep, are you still going to fight? D. Seeing Wu Jinren raising his sword and slashing towards Su Chi, the students in front of the live broadcast room exclaimed. After all, these students only know the wild monsters in textbooks and have never seen this kind of actual combat with real guns and knives. Seeing Wu Jinren's unhesitating attitude of hacking people, everyone couldn't help but worry for Su Chi. Damn it, bitch Wu is serious. A warrior type fighting a support type, this guy is so shameless. Since you can't be true to Su Chi in class, you go to the dungeon to kill people? No, I'm going to cyberbully him. As a result, the next second, there was a clang, and the staff and the sword clashed. Wu Jinren was horrified to find that his weapon actually made a mournful cry. Then the durability dropped to 20% on the spot. Basically, it would be scrapped if it was cut again. No, it's impossible. There's something wrong with your weapon. LV-35-0 Mechanical God Asterisk Staff. LV-40-0 Mechanical God Set Staff. HP 50,000. Spirit value 5,000. Durability stripping. Every time you engage in combat, you will strip the combatant's weapon/armor of 50% of their durability. If it is less than 10%, its durability will be completely emptied. One effect damage reduces durability, plus 1 collision damage reduces durability. Adding the two together, a brand new top-level master-level weapon was scrapped so quickly. Su Chi smiled coldly. Now you understand whose weapon is rubbish? It's too late. Get ready to show your cleavage in front of the live broadcast room, bitch. The staff was swung towards Wu Jinren's head, and the latter groaned and fell to the ground on the spot. Su Chi laughed and said, No way, bitch, you are not allowed to sleep in the sparring area. After saying that, he swung towards his master suit. The gloomy old man turned hostile on the spot. How dare you, you brat? Unfortunately, Lin, who had been watching the fight for a long time, rushed out at the first moment and stopped him. Su Qi hit Wu Jinren hard with the stick, completely draining the durability of his suit, and Wu Jinren's groove finally brightened up in a historic day. In front of the live broadcast room, Wu Jinlong and his wife stood up in anger when they saw their son being humiliated in such a way. Su Qi, if you dare to touch my son, you are courting death. The wife screamed, notify the law enforcement team right now and stuff as many as you can into the prison. I want that kid to stay in jail for life. No one can help. Boom. The gloomy old man fought with Lin Yin, and the rolling air waves hit the people around them. One is a level 79 rank 4 Holy Demon Envoy, and the other is a level 72 rank 4 Holy Warrior. Their strength is second only to that of the Spiritual Law Enforcement Brigade in Jiangxing. The old man whispered, Lin Yin, that's Wu Jinlong's son. You are really not afraid of death. Lin Yin sneered fearlessly and said, I hope Wu Jinlong can come earlier, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. I am too lazy to waste time with you guys. The gloomy old man took the unconscious Wu Jinren back, and then the two of them officially started fighting. Without Su Qi's bonus, Lin Yin's health returned to its normal level. But don't forget, he now has a complete set of top-level legendary suits, plus a separate god-level spear. The fight between the two on the field was truly a chaotic one. One side summoned meteorite-like fireballs to fall, while the other side slashed with sharp blades into the sky, and neither side was at a disadvantage. At this moment, in front of the live broadcast room, Su Qi's classmates were completely shocked. They had never expected that Su Qi could actually attract such strong people to fight for him. After the two sides fought for more than 10 minutes, the gloomy old man completely discovered that something was wrong. Lin Yin, is that a divine weapon in your hand? You old ghost, I didn't expect you to find out. The gloomy old man couldn't believe it. Impossible. How can you be so rich? How could a divine weapon be found in a poor countryside like Jiangxing? You old devil, it's not too late for you to surrender now. The gloomy old man shook his head and smiled coldly. Lin Yin, you're still too young. You don't really think that the operation of this world depends only on spiritualists, do you? As long as we are alive, no one can live without money. You want to guess, who will be the one to be dealt with today? Lin Yin and the spectators turned their heads together. The copy at the back opened, and the Wu couple and a team of fully armed men came in. It's the law enforcement team? Everyone exclaimed and quickly retreated. No one wanted to provoke these guys. After all, they are ruthless to spiritualists and often capture them without saying a word. As long as you go to their territory, you will at least lose some skin. Wu Jinlong pointed at Su Qi and said, Deputy Captain Jiang, that's the guy. The leading deputy, Captain Jiang, wearing a heavy law enforcement suit, said in a low voice, Capture Lin Yin and that kid together. Yes. Just as the law enforcement team set off, two figures appeared in the crowd. It was Chen Tiansheng and Zhang Ji. Let's see who dares. Chapter 17. Didn't you expect that there are people above me? Wu Jinlong sneered. Chen Yuansheng, this is not your territory. The spiritual law enforcement team wants to arrest Su Qi. What right do you have to stop them? Deputy Captain Jiang said indifferently. Principal Chen, I know that you are highly respected in the education field. The obstruction just now can be regarded as you protecting your child. But the law is the law. Please cooperate with our law enforcement team. Boom. Deputy Captain Jiang stomped his foot on the ground, and the suit on his body flickered faintly. The entire law enforcement team seemed to be connected as one, and the terrifying aura was frightening. Measured by combat power, they're now basically equivalent to a boss wild monster above LV-85. Chen Yuansheng held Su Qi firmly behind him and said sternly, Deputy Captain Jiang, may I ask what law Su Qi has violated? Deputy Captain Jiang sneered. We suspect that he is secretly communicating with foreign spies and selling out the interests of Daxia. What a joke! Su Qi, a man with god-level talent, is selling out national interests? He himself is the greatest interest of the country. Not only Chen Yuansheng, almost no one present or the audience in front of the live broadcast room believed it. Deputy Captain Jiang seemed to have guessed this moment and opened a piece of cardboard in his hand. It comes from the divination of the LV-81 Saint Diviner above. It shows that in this lost solitary plane, Su Qi had contact with foreign spies. Su Qi suddenly realized. It turned out that the Saint Diviner was looking for the trace of a spy and happened to predict him, but he did not see the scene of him killing the spy. Chen Yuanqing was not aware of this matter, but he would never let Su Qi be taken away. After all, the spiritual law enforcement team is notoriously shady in their methods. If anything happens to Su Qi in there, 10 lives of his would be enough to compensate for it. Chen Yuanqing said firmly, I can vouch for Su Qi's character. If anything goes wrong, I will take responsibility. If the law enforcement team wants to arrest someone, they can arrest me. Deputy Captain Jiang shook his head disdainfully. If everyone can be arrested instead, then the law enforcement team will become a joke. Principal Chen, since you want to go in together, then I will grant you your wish. Law enforcement team, take action. Wu Jinlong, who was standing by, was excited when he saw this. I didn't expect to catch these guys in one fell swoop. At this time, the law enforcement team had already stepped forward with handcuffs, and the audience couldn't help but sigh for Su Qi. Although Deputy Captain Jiang appears to be upright, everyone in Jiangxing knows that he has a close relationship with Wu Jinlong. Su Qi has insulted Wu Jinren time and again. If he really goes to jail, he will probably have a hard time. Deputy Captain Jiang held the shackles and laughed sarcastically. Principal Chen, do you want to set an example for your students? Chen Yuanqing was furious, but he held it back for Su Qi. I hope you can still laugh when some people come over. Deputy Captain Jiang whispered in his ear. Don't worry, I have already investigated this kid's background thoroughly. Jingle. Seeing that the handcuffs were about to be put on Chen Yuanqing, Su Qi suddenly remembered that he actually had a way to stop it. Wait, you are not qualified to arrest me. Su Qi raised an ancient dark gold token. I am a special duty student at Chengdu University. According to Article 345 of the Supplementary Regulations of the Spiritual Vocation Law, we are of the same level. You have no right to control me. Everyone present and in the live broadcast room were stunned. Su Qi is actually already a special admission student at Chengdu University. Wu Jinlong roared, Impossible! How could a poor guy like you with no talent be specially recruited by Chengdu University? Su Qi said indifferently, Whether it is real or fake, Vice Captain Jiang will know after inspecting the goods. Deputy Captain Jiang held it and looked at it repeatedly, and secretly contacted the technical department for verification. A few minutes later, he returned it to Su Qi with a gloomy face. It's true, you are actually a special student of Chengdu University? Wow! When these words were spoken, the students in front of the screen were all shocked. They were still studying hard here, but Su Qishan was specially recruited without anyone knowing? Damn! When did Su Qi become so awesome? Class beauty. Ahem, Su Qi. I've actually been following you for a long time. Come over now? I don't want it anymore. Ha. Li Cheng excitedly pumped his fist. Ha! Old Su is awesome. Come on, those clowns who just said that Su Qi could turn the tables and eat live, start live now. When Wu Jinren, who had just woken up, heard this, he rolled his eyes and fainted again. Deputy Captain Jiang, why aren't you leaving now? Are you waiting for me to contact some seniors from Chengdu University to come over? Graduates from Chengdu University all started out as big shots. Deputy Captain Jiang knew he couldn't afford to offend them, so he gritted his teeth and waved his hand, saying, Retreat. Even the law enforcement team was defeated by Su Qi. Is it really impossible to deal with him? Seeing his son's miserable appearance with foam at the mouth, Wu Jinlong was already furious. Kid, just wait for me. I don't believe that no one can take care of you. Let's go. Watching Wu Jinlong taking his son and leaving with the law enforcement team, Yi Linglong gritted her teeth and said, It would be great if someone could take care of these guys. Su Qi said softly, Don't worry, it will happen. It's coming. Before these people walked out of the copy, a sound like muffled thunder echoed in the sky. Who allowed you to leave? Catch them. Several figures broke through the fog and fell quickly like meteorites. It was obvious that they were really in a hurry, so much so that they caused friction and turbulence in the space when they passed through the copy world. Deputy Captain Jiang raised his weapon and shouted angrily. The law enforcement team is doing business. Who are you? I'm your uncle. Boom! Before Deputy Captain Jiang could react, he was kicked 100 meters away. Wu Jinlong stared at the scene in a daze, and suddenly he followed the footsteps and rose into the air, like an eagle catching a chick. The man who came was muscular and built like an iron tower. He said in a muffled voice, You guys are the ones who want to bully my junior brother? Grass! Deputy Captain Jiang turned around and rushed out, but when he saw the content on the panel halfway, he suddenly jogged over and then stood still in front of the other party and saluted, looking funny. You have received a deterrent warning from the National Security Bureau. Damage reduced by 10%. Hello, I'm Jiang Chuan, Deputy Captain of the Jiangqing Law Enforcement Team. National Security Bureau, Wang Nu. Boom, boom, boom. Behind Wang Nu, 4 spiritual officials from the National Security Bureau dressed in black robes walked out from the billowing smoke and dust. He looks mysterious and handsome. LV-102, LV-104, LV-117, LV-111. Seeing the level above the other party's head, Su Qi suddenly felt safe. You didn't expect that there are people above me. It feels so good to have national protection. Wang Nu smiled gently at Su Qi. Junior brother, you are not scared, right? Su Qi wiped the non-existent sweat off his face and said, Senior, to be honest, I'm still a little scared. I feel like I have a psychological trauma about the dungeon. Wu Jinlong and Jiang Chuan. You kid, this is your trick, right? You guys are looking for death. Wang Nu was furious on the spot. Without saying a word, he took out cuffs, handcuffs, and leg cuffs and put them on Jiang Chuan and others. I don't know what kind of heavenly law they have violated. Captain Wang, please listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Damn it, you messed with my junior brother. Go back and tell your son about it. Chapter 18 New copy opened. Looking at Wu Jinlong, Jiang Chuan, and others being taken away, the scene was silent at this moment. In contrast to the scene on site, the comments in the live broadcast room were explosively cheerful. Brother Su is awesome. He even sent people from the National Security Bureau to support him. It's too obvious that Jiang Chuan and the Wu group are in cahoots. Once the National Security Bureau gets involved in the investigation, the Wu group will probably collapse completely. Wait, Su Qi's last name is also Su? People from the National Security Bureau have been dispatched. Could he be? The netizen was carried away before he could finish his words, and no one even noticed that he had said this. Wang glanced at everyone at the scene angrily. Why don't you leave? Do you want to be taken away for investigation together? In an instant, the crowd scattered like birds and beasts. Soon, Su Qi and a few others were left on the grass. Wang Nu walked up and said with a smile, Haha, little junior brother, seeing is believing. Next time you have trouble, you can contact us directly at Divine Core Space, and don't always have to think about handling it all by yourself. Got it. Thank you, senior brother Wang Nu. Oh, we are family. Why should we be polite to each other? I'm going to deal with those guys first. I'll see you next time, junior brother. Wang Nu nodded to the others as a greeting, then hurriedly left the dungeon. Chun Yuansheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the National Security Bureau, Su Qi solved a big problem. Zhang Ji glanced at Su Qi and said in surprise, Level 35? You are really good. Su Qi scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Actually, it's all thanks to the brothers and sisters of the Liao Yuan team. Everyone was a little emotional for a moment. When they first met a few days ago, they were still worried that they would have to lead a rookie who had just awakened. As a result, in just a few days, Su Qi had become the absolute core among them. While a few people were chatting, Jiangqing City's spiritual core suddenly issued a national mission to all citizens. Attention all Jiangqing spiritualists. A new Dungeon 0 Equipment Dungeon C3 area. Difficulty, ASS level, has been opened. The passage is located at the City Sports Center. Those who clear the dungeon for the first time will receive a mysterious treasure chest reward. It turned out to be a national mission. This is the first time in the history of Jiangqing City. Yi Linglong was startled. Isn't this the one we just found yesterday? What's the benefit of turning it into a new copy? Chun Yuanxing explained. There are actually quite a few benefits. This kind of first-pass reward has also existed in many cities before. According to records, the rewards received by the first passer of a new dungeon include, but are not limited to forbidden spell scrolls, artifacts, 100x experience cards, skill slots, etc. Because many of its rewards cannot be measured in value, it often attracts expedition teams from all over the country to challenge the first clearance. Skill slot. When Su Qi heard about this prop, his eyes suddenly lit up. For him, God-level skills are extremely valuable. If he can open one more skill slot, his strength will be raised to a higher level. Su Qi immediately said, Teacher, I want to try it. Well, although there should be many expedition teams going in at that time, it's not impossible for you to give it a try if you want. Just remember to try not to use your skills in front of others. Yeah, don't worry. After Qin Yuansheng gave a few more instructions, he quickly left with Zhang Ji. The members of the Liao Yuan team, together with Su Qi, continued to challenge the zero equipment copy and strive to complete the copy for the first time. It has to be said that in this age of universal spiritual practitioners, everyone's reactions were very quick. The notice had just come down, and less than half a day had passed, and soon more than a dozen expedition teams arrived at the door of the copy and lined up to wait to enter. At the same time, meteors fell from the sky one after another. These were spiritual practitioners from the neighboring city. As for the spiritual practitioners from other parts of the country, they would need more time to arrive. Looking at the sea of people in front of her, Yi Linglong stared with her beautiful eyes. Wow, are so many people vying for the first pass reward? Zhouken shrugged and said, there's nothing I can do. Principal Chun said that this reward cannot be measured in value. Maybe as long as I make this much, I won't have to worry about food and drink in my next life. Several people walked forward and shouted one after another. Build a team. We're in need of an assistant and a useful life support. 9 are missing 1. Complete the warrior lineup and focus on violent output. 9 protect 1. 9 protect 1. A warrior with high damage output will protect you from death. Each team has its own tactical tendencies. Although this makeshift team is very amateur, the rewards and drops of new copies are generally very generous, and everyone is happy to try. At this time, the arrival of the Liao Yuan team immediately attracted everyone's attention. After all, they were the only S-level team in Jiangqing City, and they had just defeated the Longting team yesterday. They could be said to be the seeded players in this first pass. So everyone was paying close attention to them. Seeing them, some drug dealers and props dealers immediately stepped forward and asked mysteriously, "Boss, do you want the special blood medicine?" A wretched middle-aged man said, "It just flowed in from outside yesterday. It increases critical hits and short bursts. It's very useful for beating bosses. Captain Lin, here's a new special item. It can share health points with teammates. It's really useful. Do you want it?" Lin Yin wanted to ignore these people shouting, but Su Qi stopped halfway. Everyone looked back together. "You said, your scroll can summon clones for the user?" The prop dealer nodded repeatedly. Yes. You can see the effect, little brother." It was the first time that Su Qi saw this kind of prop, and he became interested in it. The panel opened, and with the bonus of the divine language Fate, this scroll also evolved. Special category, Flowing Shadow ** Wantongsing. Special category, Luiying * Wantongsing. Summon up to 100 clones. Each clone consumes 50 spirit points and can last up to 12 hours. The clone can equip props to fight, but does not inherit the fate effect of the original body. Scroll charging time, 24 hours. Su Qi's eyes lit up instantly. "I want it. How much is it?" "You're a new member of the Liao Yuan team, right? Since we are acquaintances, I will charge you 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Yi Linglong came to the stall owner with a dark face. "I'll tell you the number, 10,000. Your ghost scroll is just for entertainment. Don't fool the young people here." No one would bargain by the ankles. The stall owner looked aggrieved, but when Yi Linglong glared at him, he immediately returned to normal. "Okay, since we're destined to be together, I'll sell it to you for 10,000. Yi Linglong was stunned. "Agrees so quickly? It's broken. I must have been cheated." But when she turned around, she found that Su Qi still couldn't let it go, so she could only pay with hatred. You should learn to hide your emotions in the future. If someone sees you like them, they will definitely treat you like a leak and slaughter you." Su Qi whispered in her ear, "Sister Linglong, this thing is very rare. Even if he sells it for 1 million, I will make a lot of money." Su Qi spoke in her ear, his hot breath on her neck, and Yi Linglong's ears turned red. His eyes flickered wildly. This is how it is. This is a good feeling. Chapter 19, The Enemy Chasing Us. Yi Linglong walked back to the team, regaining her usual carefree look, and shouted, "Let's go. There's no time to waste here. Let's get going." No one noticed that anything was wrong with her, and they all stepped into the fog together. Entering the copy, a familiar notification sound rang out. Misty Dungeon. 0 Equipment Dungeon C3 Area. Difficulty, ASS level. Dangerous creatures. Mechanical Dog D4, Mechanical Spider C03, Mechanical Crocodile A03. Instance description, a mechanical city lost in an unknown land. Its former prosperity was admired by countless people, but unfortunately, great creators always like to try the gray areas that are beyond their control. The prosperity of this city also brought about its death. Clearance instructions. Find 3 0 equipment keys and reopen the 0 equipment tower to be considered cleared. A collection type of mission, right? When everyone regained their sight, What they saw before them was the tall mechanical wall. They were standing at the end of the giant bridge. The familiar mechanical crocodile boss on the bridge had his back to them and was unaware of the arrival of these explorers. Around them, there were crowds of explorers. Those who didn't know would think this was a tourist attraction during the holidays. Those who arrived a little late wouldn't be able to get any monsters at all. There is a saying that goes, because there are so many spiritualists in Daxia, any unpopular copy will become popular. At this time, Zhoukin's muscular body came in handy. Everyone lined up like an eagle catching chickens, and with him leading the way, they finally squeezed out of the starting point. Then they formed a formation and ran straight into the city. At the same time, Lin Yin disclosed the map that was opened from the treasure chest yesterday in the team channel. There are a total of 10 glowing spots on the map. Based on past experience, these are either plot points or treasure points. Everyone looked at Yang Ning at the same time. She couldn't help but shake her head. After being on the scene for so long, I finally have some effect. As she spoke, she raised the staff in her hand and waved it. Starlight sprinkled down above her head and eventually condensed into a projection that looked like a map. Yang Ning whispered softly, "Great God, please give me guidance so that I can find the key to the Zero Machine." The next moment, an inconspicuous dot on the map suddenly shone brightly. Looking at the name above, Yi Ling Long was puzzled. Sacrificial altar? How could there be such a thing in a mechanical copy? Lin Yin said, "Let's go and take a look, and you will know." Zero Machinery Dungeon C3 area itself belongs to a large map copy, which is divided into many areas. It is like an onion, with one circle wrapped inside another, and there is a wall between each circle. However, after so many years, most of the walls have collapsed and are in ruins, leaving only a few broken walls and ruins to tell of the past. You have entered Area C3-2. Buzz! Just as they were crossing a broken wall, dozens of missiles flew towards them from a metal building in the distance. Shit! Be careful of enemy attacks. Zhoukin was shocked and quickly raised his shield to defend himself. Boom! You are under attack by the monitor. Current status, paralysis. Yi Linglong's reaction was quick. Seeing that Zhoukin was filled with electricity and his movements were slow, she immediately cast a purification spell on him. Several metal figures as tall as a person jumped down from the building. They have no heads, and their chests have devices for launching missiles. The objects mounted on their forearms are different, including flamethrowers, clamps, shackles, and offensive laser weapons. Observer. LV-45. Observer. LV-45. Observer. LV-48. Dear Creator, please immediately sizzle damn Creator. The observer had only said half of his words when the monitoring point on his head suddenly turned red. Without saying a word, missiles fired from his chest, and he rushed towards the crowd, waving his forearms. Damn, he really changes his face so quickly. Zhou can raise his shield again. The next moment, a strange sound came out of his throat. It was Su Chi's divine healing technique that worked. Boom! The damage caused by the missile on his health bar was instantly replenished, and then the terrifying shield began to increase every second. With the bonus of the legendary suit and artifact, Zhoukin's health is more than half thicker than before. Now that it has been converted into a shield, the intuitive performance is even more obvious. After just a dozen seconds, a shield with 1,000,000 health points has been formed. Zhoukin turned around with a red face and said, "Well, Shao-Chi, next time you'd better tell me before you drink milk. I can hold my throat in advance next time." Huh? Well, to ensure everyone's safety, why don't we all put on shields? Su Chi didn't give anyone any time to react and used the group's divine healing technique again. No matter how many times I'm breastfed, I can't bear it. Mental shock. This milk definitely comes with a mental shock. The sound that spread throughout the venue made everyone blush. Lin Yin turned around and said, "Shao-Chi, can we release God's wrath together to neutralize it? Otherwise we can't fight." "Sure." Su Chi nodded, and Shinyun * Tianbao and Shenu went over together. God's wrath entry. Completely crazy. Shinyun * Tianbao entry. Oh. It's small money. A trace of blood crept up into everyone's eyes. Except for Su Chi, everyone else rushed out with a roar. The three monitors on the opposite side totally couldn't understand why all these creators went crazy just because they launched a missile. Z. Sizzle. Ada. D. Hurry up and turn into small coins for me. Spears, axes, and even staffs could hit the monitors, and explosions were heard one after another. Under the violent output of several people, the 3 monitors were dismantled into scrap metal in just 1 minute and turned into a brilliance of props all over the ground. Suchi, God is still furious. Even if you encounter some mentally polluted wild monsters in the future, you don't have to worry at all. Just use complete madness and little money to kill them no matter what debuffs they have. Yi Linglong didn't even look at what was on the ground and collected all the things. With the bonus of God's wrath, everyone's mental state was fully raised at this time, and they continued to set off. Go, go, go! For a little money. The first pass is just around the corner. For Xiao Qi's level 40. Before Su Qi could react, he turned into a shadow and was dragged away by them. The whole person was disheveled in the wind. 10 minutes later, an expedition team arrived here quietly. The leading man was short and dressed in ninja attire. Xiao Yusen, you said, you felt the cause and effect here? Yes. The one who answered him was a cool female wizard holding a staff. She has a lowly face but white hair. Her body is suspended in the air, and her bare feet refuse to touch the ground. The short man sniffed the air a few times and frowned, but the aura I sense tells me that these guys' level and numbers are no match for us. How could they possibly defeat those 2 adults? Songlin Xiaoyu said indifferently. Are you questioning my causal technique? No, I don't dare. Then keep chasing. Hi, let's go. Chapter 20 becomes a copy of The Lighthouse. Under the guidance of the map, everyone pushed forward almost madly, leaving no grass wherever they passed. Unless they encounter a boss-level monster that causes them some trouble, these squishy monsters are not as challenging to them as the giant mechanical crocodile on the giant bridge outside. Everyone was eating dry food in an alley. Linine said, it's mainly because we have Xiaoqi here. He recovers health so quickly. Otherwise, these high-attack monsters would be quite troublesome for ordinary expedition teams. Yi Linglong waved her hand and said, the air here is full of the smell of motor oil and rust. Can you guys eat it? Zhouken panted and said, there's nothing I can do. We just ran a full 10 kilometers, and I was running with a weight, not to mention that I killed no less than 300 monsters on the way. If I don't take a break, I'll really be drained. Yi Linglong also had time to sort out her harvest. She opened the panel and took a look at her harvest. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes lit up and she said happily, Xiaoqi, it seems that your 0 mechanical god set is complete. Here, take it. Su Qi took the light ball props, opened them on the panel, and found that they were indeed complete. But I'm only level 37, so I'm still a little short of equipment. LV40-0 mechanical god asterisk left boot. Left boot of LV40-0 mechanical god set. HP 10,000, spirit value 2,000. Firepower stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, you will deprive the attacker of 20% of his attack power. If it is less than 20%, all of his combat power will be absorbed by you. LV40-0 mechanical god asterisk right boot. The right boot of LV40-0 mechanical god set. HP 10,000, spirit value 2,000. Defense stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, you will deprive the attacker of 20% of his defense. If it is less than 20%, all of his defense will be absorbed by you. LV40-0 mechanical god asterisk energy core. Energy core of LV40-0 mechanical god suit. HP 0, spirit value 0. 0 god devourer. You can lock onto a teammate/enemy, deprive, and absorb 0.5% of his overall attributes per second. Su placed all the 0 mechanical god set items on the panel and clicked on synthesis. A cool dark gold suit appeared before my eyes. LV40-0 mechanical god set. Description: the ultimate weapon obtained by the creator through exploring the world, but its existence will also lead the creator to its final destruction. Those who hold the 0 mechanical god set will gain the attention-grabbing effect in the 0 mechanical dungeon, and all explorers in the dungeon will always know your existence. Unique attribute. One-of-a-kind / there is only one set of 0 mechanical god suit in the world, which cannot be copied or reproduced. The moment he saw the eye-catching effect, Su Qi was stunned. To put it nicely, this effect is eye-catching. To put it bluntly, it is simply the target of everyone's hatred. No one or all its effects are deprivation. If it were replaced with other artifact effects, the person might be wiped out in one round of concentrated fire. Zhouken was shocked when he saw the map. What the hell? Why is there such a bright spot on the map on my panel? Yi Linglong also saw it at this time. She looked at the map and squinted for a long time to identify it. She said, "This is the location of the spot. Why does it look so familiar?" Yang Ning's mouth twitched as she said, "Because this is where we are." Changxi looked confused and asked, "Is this a new effect? Are you afraid that we will get lost?" "I don't think that's the case." Lin Yin frowned and said, "I have a friend who is also in this instance, and he said he saw this as well. Could it be that our location is now displayed on everyone's panel?" Yi Linglong said in shock. After everyone said so much, Su Qi on the side suddenly raised his hand weakly. "Well, I know why this happened. It seems to be caused by the suit effect." After that, he posted the remarkable results in the team channel. Everyone was confused after watching it. Okay, now all explorers know where they are and what to do. It directly becomes a copy lighthouse, right? Su Qi smiled bitterly and said, "The key is that once this thing is combined, it cannot be separated. The only thing we can be thankful for now is that I'm afraid everyone doesn't know why we are so bright." Zhou hurriedly swallowed the bread in his mouth and said, "We should be the deepest among all the expedition teams now. Why don't we continue to move forward? We still have to fight the boss guarding the key. If they really catch up with us, we will be in trouble." "That makes sense." After he said this, everyone reacted and hurriedly packed up and continued on their journey. At this time, more and more explorers also discovered something wrong on the panel map. These people never thought that this bright spot would be an expedition team. Everyone thought that the first activated key had appeared. What's more, it was moving towards the inside of the map at an extremely fast speed. The expedition team was immediately delighted when they saw it. They suddenly had a goal and chased after the ball of light together. Wow, the first key is so deep. No wonder there is a mission for everyone. This is really hard to fight. I just asked around. The Liao Yuan team is nearby. This is probably the first key they activated. Even if they are awesome, so what? The rewards dropped by a boss will only go to the person who deals the final blow. When the time comes, we will just go over and kill them and run away. Who will know that it is our reward? In the dungeon space, unlike ordinary monsters, all monsters with boss on their heads will only drop rewards that belong to the person who gives him the final blow. This is why even the Liao Yuan team does not want to be targeted by others. After all, if there is a group of people throwing all kinds of skills at you when you are killing wild monsters, and if you accidentally kill the boss without any notification from the dungeon, who knows who will get the final blow? More than 10 minutes later, the Liao Yuan team, which had been speeding all the way, finally arrived at the first location. It was a huge black altar about 3 stories high. It exuded a cold metallic luster all over, and complex concave patterns were all over the altar. If nothing unexpected happened, those patterns were the original source of its power. Yi Linglong smacked her lips and said, "A mechanical copy actually has a sacrificial platform like a magic copy. So what did they sacrifice here before? Robots? I'm afraid it's a mechanical cow and horse." Everyone looked in the direction of Su Qi's finger and saw a dark golden cube floating above the altar. A strange-looking robotic bull was attached to its side like a magnet. The wide-open mouth shows that it must have experienced great pain in its life. Zhou rubbed his temple with a headache. "Wait, let me take it easy. Robot cows, robot crocodiles, robot dogs. Is this world actually like Transformers? Well, maybe. Generally speaking, if you can explore a certain plot, you will be able to get more rewards when you pass the level. So everyone will not miss these copy details." Yi Linglong said, "I think we can't worry about this for now. The guy guarding the key is coming." Chapter 21, Getting the Key. A 10 mechanical ant. LV60/boss. Description. Its level and strength were originally not enough to support it to become the leader, but after obtaining the key of 0, it was promoted by an unknown force. It has 2 sets of skills at the same time, so please be careful. The panel prompt disappeared, and a 2-story tall, huge mechanical ant walked up to the altar in front of everyone. It was dark gold in color, and in its terrifying complexion, each of its ants reflected the figures of everyone. "Creator, you shouldn't come back. It already belongs to me." As the mechanical ant roared, everyone saw a dazzling key embedded in its chest. Start killing, start killing." Zhou rushed out after shouting excitedly. But Changxi, as a magician, was faster in his actions. He was already accumulating strength when the mechanical ant appeared, but as soon as the latter entered the combat state, he started fighting at 0 frames. The terrifying true damage critical hit flame fell on the head of the mechanical ant, instantly blowing its head armor into pieces. "Roar!" Changxi was amused when he saw this. Wow, 1,000,000 HP? This little thing is quite a lot of HP. You damn creators. The mechanical ant roared and opened its huge jaws, clamping Zhou in front of it. It originally thought that it could crush it into pieces in one go, just like it did to its creator before, but unexpectedly, a light flashed on Zhou Can's body. Buzz! Its huge jaws froze in midair, as if it had bitten into a piece of indestructible metal. Zhou Can saw that his shield continued to expand after losing a section, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at everyone, pointing at the mechanical ant and laughing. The damage judgment of this thing is one time. It seems that it has a bug and can't move. Ha, idiot. The mechanical ant clearly understood the guy's ridicule, and its eyes were filled with resentment. After letting go of Zhou Can, the huge head fell down. With a loud bang, Zhou Can's feet sank. It wasn't that he suffered a huge impact, but the altar sank 2 centimeters under this attack. The terrifying damage on the shield jumped out, and everyone was shocked. How come the damage of the level 60 boss is higher than that of the previous Blood Shadow Griffin? Su Chi said solemnly. It should be the bonus brought by the key. Lin finally stopped standing by and watching the show. He stabbed out with his spear continuously, and multiple true damage critical hits appeared on the mechanical ant's body, instantly knocking out its second state. Roar! The mechanical ant roared towards the sky. What no one expected was that the first thing this guy did after entering the second state was to turn around and run away. Zhou Can, who had already prepared his defense, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. Fuck, can you please have some backbone? Yi Linglong laughed out loud. It's so funny. This is definitely the most cowardly boss I have ever met. Lin said helplessly. Forget it. Let's chase them quickly. Don't forget that we are still in a public state of the entire map. We can't delay it for too long. Buzz! The mechanical ant had not run far, when suddenly the metal ground beneath its feet seemed to turn into a sticky dough, making its steps extremely slow. In the back, Su Chi smiled and said, Thanks to the teacher's scroll, it really comes in handy. With the addition of Su Chi's divine language Fate, the effect of the original scroll has undergone a qualitative leap. Scroll of Delay, Curse of Mud, Mud Curse, designate an area, and the movement speed of all enemies in this area will be slowed down by 80% for 10 minutes. An 80% slowdown is enough to turn an angry boss into a disabled monster pushing a wheelchair. Ha ha da! Lin and Zhou Can chased out, and with their combined efforts, the mechanical ant was chopped into metal fragments all over the ground in less than 5 minutes. Looking at the dying mechanical ant in front of him, Lin waved at Su Chi. Hurry up and make up for the damage. Level 40 is just around the corner. Yeah, thank you, Captain. As Su Chi swung his staff with a true damage critical hit, the mechanical ants turned into countless experience points and props and were absorbed. Su Chi also jumped several levels and finally reached LV 40. He clicked on the panel and saw that he had the key of Zero key. A key with mysterious ascension power, but unfortunately its power has been absorbed. When you have enough keys, you may be able to uncover the secret of the creator of this world. Su Chi said, This thing really seems to be a scene prop. It doesn't have any special effects. Yi Linglong said, It's okay. The biggest rewards should be concentrated on the treasure chest after collecting all 3 keys in the first mission. While they were talking, Lin beside them couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. My friend said that there are already many explorers heading towards the light spot on the map. They should arrive in a few minutes. Zhou Can rolled his eyes. Well, these guys really treat us as wild monsters and chase us, right? Let's get going quickly. Before leaving, Su Chi put on new clothes. With the bonus of the god-level suit, his health went straight to the 100,000 mark. Even more terrifying than many fourth-turn warriors above level 60. However, Su Chi knew that the strongest point of this god-level suit was not its basic panel, but the peeling effect of each of its partitions. HP, spiritual value, attack, defense, equipment durability. Almost all numerical values on the opponent that can fluctuate are within its absorption range. What's more, after the whole set is completed, you can designate one person to exploit it according to the percentage. This was the first time that Su Chi, who had lived 2 lifetimes, encountered this kind of equipment. He even felt that he could name it exploitation god equipment. Yi Linglong's eyes lit up. Wow, Xiaoqi, this outfit of yours is really cool. Come on, let's go to the front row and try it out. Lin Yin's face suddenly turned dark. Who is Su Chi? That is the country's top wealth. Only Yi Linglong would be so bold as to say such a thing. As a result, just as everyone was about to leave, dozens of kunai darts flew over from the darkness and pierced the metal floor in front of them. I didn't expect you to solve it so quickly. Daxia people, leave the things behind. A familiar twisted accent. Lin Yin frowned. How come there is a happy life again? Dozens of spiritualists who looked like ninjas walked out of the darkness. Behind them, there was a wizard wearing a white veiled mask floating. Kurabayashi Xiaoyu, under the white veil, said indifferently, "Tell me, have you met Lord Yamamoto Oda? If you lie, this will be your burial place today." Zhou said angrily, "Damn it, you dare to act wildly on the land of the Xia? Take this axe from your grandfather Zhou." The leading ninja captain rushed out instantly. "How dare you disrespect the adults? Daxia people, you are seeking death. LV-75, warrior type, ninja." Chapter 22 Escape. With the unilateral suppression of level and agility, Zhou Kan's axe couldn't touch the Japanese ninja at all, and the latter easily dodged it with a twist of his body. "Humph, you want to fight me with such a clumsy tank? You're looking for death." The ninja taunted, and the dagger in his hand turned into an afterimage, slashing at Zhou Kan frantically. Ding, 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 sparks flying. The ninja looked at Zhou Kan's nonchalant expression, and his face darkened. The imagined scene of the health bar dropping madly did not occur. On the contrary, the opponent's dark green health bar shield seemed to have moved forward a few more grids. It was only then that he noticed the data on the opponent's panel, and his small eyes suddenly widened. "What's happening? Baka, how could someone have a shield with a value of hundreds of millions?" Zhou Kan smiled grimly. "Little life, with this little bit of damage, are you just trying to tickle your grandpa, Zhou?" The Japanese ninja was about to retreat and escape when suddenly the metal ground under his feet became muddy. Su Chi's support has arrived. He subconsciously raised his head, and Zhou Kan's huge axe chopped down towards him. If an exquisite shield had not appeared in time, this blow would have been enough to seriously injure him. A smoke bomb was thrown in his hand, and the Japanese ninja had to use props to escape from the battlefield. Zhou Kan saw this and smacked his lips with regret. "What a pity. The prop that hit this little crispy guy just now will belong to me." The Japanese ninja, who returned to his own camp, felt a chill on his back. His intuition told him that if the previous attack had been on him, it would probably have taken him away directly. Su Chi knew that the shield just now was actually cast by the mage in the back. The Japanese ninja hurriedly bowed his head to Kurabayashi Xiaoyu and said, "I'm sorry, sir. That guy's moves are too weird. Please give me another chance. Once the effect of their forbidden spell scrolls wears off, I will definitely be able to kill him." Songlin Xiaoyu glanced at Su Chi behind him and said solemnly, "Retreat." "But sir, these guys are too conspicuous on the map now. More and more explorers have come here. We should not stay here for long." "Hi." Everyone in the ninja team nodded in unison. Just when they were about to take Kurabayashi Xiaoyu away, Su Chi said, "No, where do you really think this is? You could just come and go as you please." As he spoke, he used the Zero God Devouring skill of the Zero Mechanical God set, together with the scroll in his hand. Zero God Devourer. You can lock a teammate/enemy, deprive and absorb 0.5% of his overall attributes per second. Lock distance, 3 kilometers. Lock duration, 24 hours. Ice Curse. Summons a blizzard in a designated area, reducing enemy movement speed by 50% and attack/defense by 50%. You have locked on its Songlin Xiaoyu, LV-99. Su Chi was shocked when he saw the panel of the mage opposite him. "So her name is Kurabayashi Xiaoyu. LV-99? He looks quite young, but I didn't expect his level to be so high." At this moment, Songlin Xiaoyu also discovered something was wrong. She opened the panel and found that her overall attributes were slowly declining. Not only that, even her skill effect descriptions were weakening. How is it possible? Could it be him? Songlin Xiaoyu turned around suddenly and was greeted by Lin Yin and Zhou Kan, who were rushing over. "Damn you, you invaded my great Xia's dungeon territory. Prepare to die." Boom! The first ninja to be caught up hurriedly raised his dagger to meet the attack. But as the level gap between the two sides was not that big, Lin Yin's 10 times true damage critical hit was simply not something these squishy skins could withstand. One hit immediately reduced his health to low, and then a flying kick killed him instantly. "Umpakun!" The ninja captain roared. How come he didn't expect that his men would die in such a miserable way? Turning around, dozens of kunai darts were thrown at the two of them. A clinking sound was heard. In front of their terrifying shields, those daggers were no different from toys thrown by children. Quick, cover the adults, retreat. The ninja team quickly split into two groups. Half of them took Kuraishi Koyu away, and the other half turned around and fought with Lin Yin and the others. Changxi hurriedly summoned fireballs to attack, but they were all avoided by Kuraishi Koyu's strange means, and he could only watch her being taken away. These people were obviously determined to fight to the death. In order to hold back Lin Yin and the other two, they attacked frantically and risked their lives, throwing out all kinds of messy props. But even so, it can only delay their death. A few minutes later, when the effect of the smoke bomb dissipated, the last Japanese ninja, seeing that he was no longer able to defeat the enemy, chose to commit suicide by taking poison, leaving no chance for the captured ninja to extract any information. Joken patted his thigh and said with regret, "What a pity, the leader who was floating in the sky just now let her escape. The other party's identity seems to be not low. If we can catch her and take her as a hostage, we can definitely exchange a lot of good things with Japan." Yiling Long came over and said with a smile, "There are quite a few of these on the ground." Yang Ning's thoughts left the Divine Core Space forum. She said, "I just checked on the forum. These people should be a team from Japan that is assassinating and gathering intelligence from other countries." Su Chi also added, "The girl floating in the sky just now is called Songlin Xiaoyu. Will it be easier to find her with this name?" "Yes, sure." Yang Ning was also responsible for intelligence gathering in the team and quickly found the other party's information. She graduated from Kyoto, Japan, and her spiritual occupation is a life-related juggler, which is a rare occupation. But we lost contact with her after graduation, so it seems that she joined this team. While cleaning up the battlefield, the crowd did not find many valuable items from these ninjas, but they did find a lot of money, which was probably the funds for their activities within Daxia. Yiling Long accepted it without hesitation. "Humph, confiscate them all." At this moment, Su Chi recalled the look that Song Lin Xiaoyu had given him just now, and he suddenly felt that the other party should not have come just to avenge the two spies. Juggler. He had heard of this life-related profession in his previous life. It was said that some jugglers had learned the skill of cause and effect binding and could predict in advance the people who would bring them bad luck or good fortune. It can be said that his ability is quite strange. It doesn't feel good to be targeted by a group of assassins. Fortunately, the locking distance of Zero God's Devourer is as long as 3 kilometers and the duration is 24 hours. As long as she dares to come over, I can find her immediately. And now he has a 4th life-saving skill. Under the protection of Divine Protection Astra's Phoenix. Even if they wanted to kill the Liao Yuan team and themselves instantly, it would be basically impossible. They have been delayed here for quite some time by the ninja team. Lin Yin said, "I have already reported the situation here to the Spiritual Service Center. They should send someone in to investigate soon. Let's go. The other explorers are getting closer and closer to us. We need to set off quickly." Good. After a farce, everyone got ready to set off again. Chapter 23 is another legendary scroll. At this moment, in a closed room, the remaining few ninjas knelt in front of Kurabayashi Ko in fear. She looked at her panel values, which had been stacked by 1/3, and she didn't know when they would be restored. Her chubby face became gloomy for the first time. "A mere S-rank expedition team can beat you like this? You said you could walk sideways in this scene. Is this how you walk sideways?" After being scolded by Tsang Lin Xiaoyu, these people became even more frightened and lay on the ground trembling. "Yes, I'm sorry, sir. We didn't expect those guys to have so many outrageous items, including shields and critical hits. Even our captain was taken away by the opponent in 2 moves. Private Marseille, Lord Kurenbayashi, we were not well prepared this time. I hope you can give us another chance to make amends." Songlin Xiaoyu sighed heavily when he heard this. "Even if you apologize now, it's useless. They must have already notified Daxia National Security." Songlin Xiaoyu seemed to have thought of something, with a hint of fear in her beautiful eyes. "If we don't do something now, we will definitely not be able to get out of this situation. You guys want to make amends, so I'll give you this chance." Su Chi and his group headed straight for where the second key was, but they made life difficult for the explorers chasing after them. Looking at the light ball moving wildly and quickly on the map, everyone complained in the public channel. The key is that they not only have to chase the light group, but also have to deal with wild monsters that jump out from time to time on the road. At this time, if there is no extremely powerful nurse, the team's endurance strength will be extremely reduced. What kind of wild monster is that ball of light? If you don't know, you might think it's a violent motorcycle. Is there anyone who can take care of it? I advise you guys to just forget about it. Judging from its movement speed, it's basically impossible for it to be a boss below level 50. Our team's nurse is almost exhausted from all the work. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. A team of 10 warriors is useless here. They're just a bunch of mechanical steel. 10 of us can't do much damage, even if we hit them. Ha ha ha. Lenin looked at the discussion in the public channel, turned around and said with a smile, "Everyone, our tactics are very effective. More than half of the explorers have stopped midway. This kind of rushing is extremely costly for every team. To put it bluntly, this is basically a contest between nurses." Thanks to Xiao Qi being praised by Lenin, Su Qi scratched his head embarrassedly. "It's okay, Captain, these are what I should do." With a loud bang, Zhou Kan, who was at the front, finally received damage from the second wild monster boss. If it were in the past, he would have left after images under his feet by now, but now he has made great progress. Carrying Su Qi's shield, he walked out leisurely as if taking a stroll in the garden. Oi! This thing has high attack and low health. Captain Lao Chong, I'll leave it to you. I need to take care of my shield. The two were speechless and launched several combos together, and this LV-65 boss was pushed out of the second stage. It rushed towards everyone in anger, but was killed by the second combo halfway through. He fell down with a roar on the spot and turned into countless experiences and props. The second key was obtained, along with a plot and a copy announcement, which were unlocked. Plot 2. The creation of the Zero Key originated from mankind's greatest ideals and was also destroyed by mankind's most despicable selfishness. After the first destruction of Zero City, it no longer welcomes the creators. The operators believe that they can live well without the creators, but the most stringent justice is precisely the most vicious injustice. Dungeon announcement. The last key has appeared in Zero City, Citizen Square. The loss of the two keys has caused all monsters in the city to enter riot mode, with all attributes increased by 50% and drop rewards increased by 30%. Good luck to everyone. The announcement that echoed over the dungeon startled everyone. Shit, we've only been here for less than 2 hours, and someone has already collected 2 keys? This is bullshit. Someone said quietly, "It's obvious that it's Team Liao Yuan. They have a Saint Diviner in their team." While we were still running around like headless flies, they had already opened up the entire map. Guess what I saw, guys? Hurry up and tell me, don't keep me in suspense. We were just fighting monsters in the outer circle when a team flew over from the sky like a meteorite. Judging from their momentum, they are probably an SS-level expedition team from other provinces. This time we're going to see something interesting. Joken saw the content on the forum, and his mouth twitched as he said, "There are spies and teams from other provinces. There might even be people from the National Security Bureau coming later. The entire mechanical copy is really a mess." Who cares? The most heartless Yi Ling Long skipped towards Su Qi, spread out her hands, and 2 scrolls appeared in her palms. Haha, your Xinyan Astris Tianbao was really lucky this time. It produced 2 legendary scrolls. I really don't know what kind of luck you have. Su Qi now only looks at the effects after strengthening. Police punishment Stianasin Katie. Description. Create a prison area with a diameter of 10,000 meters, which lasts for 12 hours. All people/monsters inside cannot leave this scene, and anyone/monster fighting inside must pay the battle fee. The caster is the manager, and he and his teammates are not affected by this effect. Seeing this effect, Su Qi just wanted to applaud. Absolutely so amazing. Lock people in a large area, plus combat fines. Even wild monster bosses have to bleed before they can attack people. I don't know which genius invented this outrageous scroll. He must have been very idle before. Shun Yun Asterisk Dragon Painting. Description. Summons a guardian dragon. The dragon will exist for 5 hours and grant you and your teammates a temporary level cap increase of 30 levels each. During the dragon's existence, you are immune to all negative effects. It turns out to be a tool to raise the upper limit. This time, even if an SSS-level team appeared in front of them with forbidden spells, they can only be obedient brothers. Seeing Su Qi drooling, everyone couldn't help but ask curiously, are the effects of these 2 scrolls really that powerful? Su Qi sent the message, and after Zhou can read it, he almost laid down with his hands on his heart. Abnormal. Xiao Qi, your fate is really abnormal. I feel like this world doesn't need a waste like me at all. Chapter 24. Beating someone up? Pay me first. The Shauna team, An SS-level team from the neighboring province rushed over through the space channel as soon as they received the news on the forum. The reason why they spent a lot of money to use the space channel is because their first pot of gold comes from the first pass of a niche copy. That first clearance brought them quite generous rewards, so when they heard that there was another first clearance mission for a copy, they hurried over. Above the zero equipment dungeon, Lu Yunshi, the leader of the Shauna team, looked at the densely distributed wild monsters and the hastily fleeing explorers below, and said indifferently, "Such a good dungeon was created in a rural place like Jiangxing. What a waste." Behind Lu Yunshi, all the members of the Shauna team had the ability to float in the air, which meant that their strength levels were all above LV 100. Spiritual professionals at the 5th level and above had the ability to fly in the air for a long time. That's right. If I could take it away, I would definitely take it back without hesitation. What are you thinking about, Captain? What do you think that glowing spot on the panel is? Lu Yunshi said indifferently. It's just an S-level team whose strength is not up to par. It is probably the strongest force in Jiangxing City. So they were the ones who took the first 2 keys. Never mind, let's break our rules a little today and take them back. Everyone looked at each other, as if they had already regarded the Liao Yuan team as a dish on the plate. The Liao Yuan team had no idea that they were being targeted. At this moment, they were surrounded by a large number of mechanical monsters. Various missiles, lasers, cutting weapons hit Zhou, Kan, and Lin Yin's shields without any cost. The shield kept flashing, trying its best to isolate the 2 sides. Zhou Kan resisted the urge to beat them up and turned back with a dark face and said, "Xiao Qi, can I beat them up? But this guy wants to stuff the laser sword in my mouth." Lin Yin kicked a mechanical hyena that was trying to steal peaches from the monkey away. With 10 times the true damage plus critical strike, I almost kicked it to death. No, since the mission is to pull the monsters, then just pull them. It's not easy to have so many monsters violently gathering. Of course, we can't miss it. Su Qi stood on the 2nd floor of a watchtower, looking into the distance. Just now, he clearly felt that he had attracted the lock damage of Songlin Xiaoyu. This woman has no intention of letting me go, right? He lowered his head and found that the number of wild monsters had almost reached thousands. So he turned to Chong Si and said, "Brother Chong, it's almost there. We can attract the 3rd wild monster." Okay. Chong Si raised the staff in his hand, and after a few breaths, a huge fireball fell from the sky towards the city center. Buzz! In the civic square, a strange-looking giant metal dragon that was squatting there slowly opened its eyes. LV-70 mechanical dragon. Note: when you encounter the boss guarding the last key, you'd better be prepared for a group fight, because it can call on the mechanical race guarding it to fight for it. Fighting goes against the original intention of its creation. If it doesn't fight, it can only watch everything that created it return to nothingness, so it made its own choice. Roar! As the fireball fell, terrible damage emerged from its body surface. Zero mechanical dragon roared angrily. A harsh and sharp metallic roar came out of its mouth, rolling out like a wave, echoing throughout the entire copy. Everyone understood that someone was starting to challenge the last wild monster. When Zhou Kan saw the panel of Zero Mechanical Dragon, he was stunned. There are actually 5 lives? Is it that scary? Lin Yin said vigilantly. Be careful, there may be 5 more states. Everyone, prepare for battle. Yes. As Su Qi jumped down from the watchtower, everyone reorganized their formation. But at this moment, a cold voice came from above their heads. Don't waste your energy. This is a legendary wild monster that is above the elite level. You can't defeat it. Everyone turned around and immediately saw the mountain and river team floating in the sky. The deputy captain of the Shauna team cupped his hands and said with a fake smile, "The capital of Chongqing province, the SS level Shauna team." SS level? Then wouldn't the minimum level for all members be 100? Seeing that they were all still floating, Yi Linglong knew that she was right. Lin Yin bowed and said, "Jiangxing City, S-level Liao Yuan squad." The vice captain on the opposite side smiled and said, "My fellow officers, although your initiative to pull the boss is commendable, this dragon is very powerful. For your safety, I advise you to go back as soon as possible." What if I say no? Su Qi looked directly at the other person and said, "You." Lu Yunshi glanced at the auxiliary nurse, who hadn't even reached the 2nd level with contempt, and said, "If not, then let's solve it according to the rules of the martial arts world." Su Qi smiled brightly. As expected, This Shana team is still as cold and domineering as in the previous life. In his previous life, Suchi had been troubled by this team many times when he was exploring, so he didn't have much good feelings towards them. It's the rules of the underworld, right? Come on then. When everyone heard Suchi's words, their faces were full of indifference. Now their attitude towards Suchi can be summed up in one word: spoil. Two words: doting. Suchi can hit any monster he wants and beat up any guy he wants, as long as it doesn't endanger his own life. Lin and Zhou can flashed and instantly appeared in front of Suchi. The latter spread out the legendary scroll with one hand, and a huge phantom of the Colosseum appeared beside them, and then rapidly expanded towards the periphery. Is this a scroll? Let him struggle. No matter how much he strengthens himself, he can never be our opponent. Lu Yunshi is very confident in the foundation of his team, but the effect of this scroll still exceeded his expectations. God's punishment * Sin Cage. Suchi summons an area of Crime Cage. Your movement space has been restricted for 12 hours. In the Sin Cage, you must pay the battle fee to the manager for each battle. Otherwise, you will not be able to fight. Divine Goal. The first reaction of the Shana team when they saw the effect of the scroll was almost the same as Suchi's. It was also the first time for them to encounter this kind of paid battle scroll, and their faces looked as ugly as if they had eaten poison. I have to pay you for beating you up. How does that make sense? Could it be that the designer was bullied since childhood and happened to love money, so he came up with this outrageous imagination scroll? Everyone thought about it and felt that this guess made sense. You want to launch an attack on Suchi, you need to pay 5,000. The fee is so high. Don't be so outrageous. You want to launch an attack on the Liao Yuan squad. You need to pay 30,000. Lu Yunshi's originally cold expression gradually turned ugly. Who would have thought that one day I would want to fight but would fail at the hurdle of money? Roar? Roar? Roar! Everyone turned around and found that Zero Mechanical Dragon was also roaring angrily, because it found that it wanted to beat humans at this moment. They actually want to release the props to humans first. Is there any justice in the world? Is there a copy? Chapter 25. It's easy to make money from fools. Zero Mechanical Dragon exhaled a breath of foul air from its huge nose. It had no intention of dropping equipment on its opponent at the moment. It just floated in the sky, staring at Suchi with its two scarlet eyes. It swore that if this human dared to attack it again, it would let the other party know how powerful it is. You want to attack the LV-40 Mechanical Dog. You need to pay 4,000. The members of the mountain and river team said with a sad face. That's not right, Captain. Why do we have to pay for fighting wild monsters now? If we don't get rid of this evil prop, we won't be able to complete the mission today. It's just 30,000 yuan. This little money is not worth mentioning. Lu Yunshi glanced coldly at Suchi below and said to everyone, defeat the boss first, get the third key, and then fight this kid. Then make him spit out as much as he takes. Now I will pay for the whole team. Yes. Roar. The captain is mighty. The next moment, everyone in the Shana team pointed their spearheads at Zero Mechanical Dragon. The voice rang in their heads. You want to launch an attack on Zero Mechanical Dragon, you need to pay 200,000. The weapon in Lu Yunshi's hand suddenly stopped in midair. He suppressed his anger and said, isn't it 30,000? How can it become more expensive? Suchi said nonchalantly from below, the price is determined by the person you fight. It can't be that Tyson and Li Chung both have the same price, right? Yi Linglong on the side asked curiously, who is Li Chung? Suchi smiled and said, my desk mate. Lu Yunshi fiddled with the panel a few times and paid the appearance fee for everyone in the Shana team. Below, on Suchi's panel, $1 million was instantly deposited into his account. He was immediately overjoyed. What was the difference between him and the platform now? Everyone inside had to collect money from him, and he was only responsible for counting the money. When the Shana team rushed towards the Zero Mechanical Dragon, a new pop-up window popped up on Suchi's panel. Battle duration setting? Minutes? Suchi decisively set the time to the shortest 1 minute. That's right, you can only play for a maximum of 1 minute at a time, and you have to spend money every time. In this wave, Suchi completely turned into an evil blood-sucking platform. It has to be said that Lu Yunshi's Shana team is indeed very powerful. All members are above LV-100, so it is actually effortless for them to kill this LV-70 Mechanical Dragon. The two sides fought back and forth in the sky, And after just one encounter, the health of the first zero mechanical dragon was reduced to less than half. You have to know that mechanical dragons are also dragons, and this kind of dragon-attributed monster usually has extremely high health by nature. The output power of the Shauna team is evident. Zero mechanical dragon, this angry roar and explosion echoed in the sky, and Lu Yunshi sneered. So, what if you're a level 70 legendary monster? You just have to lie down in front of an SS-level team. As soon as he raised the weapon in his hand, he realized something was wrong. I don't know when a countdown appeared on my panel and was ticking rapidly. I thought someone had planted a bomb here. Lu Yunshi frowned. What is this? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. He watched with his own eyes as the countdown ran out of time, but nothing happened. When he raised his weapon again, the damn voice in his mind rang out again, and their fight was forcibly interrupted by the strange rules. You want to launch an attack on Zero Mechanical Dragon, you need to pay 200,000. What? Damn profiteers. Even the flame that Zero Mechanical Dragon was about to spit out was forcefully swallowed by it. Lu Yunshi stared at Suchi angrily and said, I paid 1,000,000 yuan in one go, and you told me I can only call for 1 minute? Suchi shrugged and said, What's the problem? Everyone has come here with great difficulty. You should always give others a chance. Our platform should consider everyone. Veins on Lu Yunshi's forehead were throbbing. Good, very good. You're really acting out here, right? You really don't leave yourself any room for retreat. As he spoke, he pointed the weapon in his hand at the Liao Yuan squad. I told you, this is a dungeon. I wanted to reason with you guys, but you wouldn't listen. Since you guys won't let us take in the monsters, we can only follow the rules of the dungeon now. Boom! Lu Yunshi was completely furious. He chopped down fiercely with the pitch-black giant halberd in his hand, and the shadow of the weapon, which was 100 meters high, was projected into the sky, and terrifying ripples spread in all directions. In a house 3 kilometers away from the crowd, Songlin Xiaoyu watched this scene excitedly. That's right, let's fight. You to Xiao people better fight to the death. Suchi, my fate will never be affected by you. Songlin Xiaoyu was not the only one who saw this scene. After all, the coverage area of Divine Punishment Asterisks in Cage was a full 5 kilometers in radius. Many explorers saw this horrifying scene and started gossiping about it in the channel. Why does it feel like the atmosphere is not right? Team Shanha is fighting against a level 70 boss. Is it necessary for their captain to fight to this extent? Does anyone on the front line know what happened? People are at the front line. They just got on the rooftop and a fight broke out. Team Shanha and Team Liao Yuan are fighting for the boss. I can only say that the Liao Yuan team is really brave. Seeing Lu Yunshi's angry look, Suchi remained calm and said, Sorry, our team is one. You can only challenge us all together. Then let's attack together. All members of the Shauna team are here. Form a formation. Yes. Everyone in the Shauna team shouted and stepped forward. Bang, bang, bang. Below, Suchi and Yi Linglong applauded in unison. Very good. Very energetic. Awesome. One more. Looking at the two people who were not afraid at all and were even making trouble, Lu Yunshi almost bit his back teeth to pieces. The Liao Yuan squad. Huh? D? You want to launch an attack on the Liao Yuan squad. You need to pay 5 million. How many? 5 million? The crowd, who were originally full of vigor and vitality, now completely lost their energy. How can an S-rank team like you be so expensive? Are people made of gold? Or are weapons made of gold? Looking at the silent Shauna team, Zhouken said with a smile, Hey, if you can't afford our appearance fee, don't pretend here. I have already live broadcasted the opening of the forum space. If you don't come now, it will embarrass me. That's right. See ya hoid. The teammates around him looked at the furious Lu Yunshi and asked worriedly, Captain, do we really have to pay for the fight? Lu Yunshi took a deep breath and said, As long as we catch this guy, the money can be returned. 2. It's just money. 7 people, 14 million. I'll give it to you. 14 million yuan was received for the panel, and Suchi immediately accepted it with great joy. It's easy to make money from fools. Suchi waved his hand and said, Captain, Brother Zhou, you two go and hold them for a minute. Let them know how dangerous society is. Lin Yin and Zhou looked at each other and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha! Sorry, both of them now have billions of health points. It's really invincible. Chapter 26, Another Divine Artifact. Seeing that only Lin Yin and Zhou came forward, Lu Yunshi's face became completely gloomy. How dare you humiliate me like this? Don't blame us for being rude. Don't worry about the consequences, just kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the Shauna team gathered together and attacked the two of them. Rumble. The colorful and gorgeous attacks in the sky began to condense and take shape. It was the first time for many people to see LV 100 strong men fighting, let alone so many of them. They were stunned for a moment. The forum exploded immediately, with all kinds of pictures and videos flying around. Damn it, that Zero Mechanical Dragon is still watching the fight nearby. This is definitely a fatal move. Why bother fighting for the boss to this extent? Is there some deep hatred between the two sides? Mourning for the Liao Yuan team. With the public relations capabilities of the Shauna team, I'm afraid this matter will disappear tomorrow. After a few breaths, attacks fell from the sky, and Lu Yunshi watched the scene coldly. You brought this upon yourselves. You can't blame anyone else. Boom! The attack was completely successful, but the screams of Lin Yin and Zhou Can that everyone imagined did not sound. Lu Yunshi looked at his panel and found that there was no kill record on it. He couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. Lin Yin waved the spear in his hand, and the billowing smoke and dust dissipated. The two men stood before him unharmed. How is that possible? Looking at the densely packed black shield bars above the two men's heads, everyone was numb on the spot. With such a thick health bar, they would not be able to wear it down even if they worked for a whole day and night. Zhou Can patted the non-existent dust and said, "You have 40 seconds left. Since you have spent money, don't waste it. You must output it to your heart's content. It's actually a scroll of forbidden spells." Lu Yunshi was so angry that his teeth were itching. The shields of these two guys are both at the billion level. Without the bonus of true damage, they can't hurt each other at all. Seeing that the other party had not made any move, Su Qi raised his eyes and smiled. Do you still want to fight? If not, you can pay the next wave of money to fight Zero Mechanical Dragon. Damn, I still have to pay. Lu Yunshi was tortured to the point of collapse. He has just handed over all the team's cash flow, so where would the cash be left? If you still want to fight, you can only hand in your props or even borrow from a friend. Until the last few tens of seconds passed, Lu Yunshi had not thought of a better solution and said indifferently, "Very good, Luan team, right? I will remember you. I hope you don't meet me in the dungeon next time. Otherwise, I will let you know what the rules of the dungeon are. Retreat." After leaving behind some harsh words, the members of the Shauna team left in embarrassment. Countless spiritual professionals were excited about the discussion. Most people had seen the video clip of the mountain and river teams' all-out attack. At that time, they thought Liao Yuan was doomed, but in just 1 minute, the first to escape were the Shauna team. Is this still the legendary SS-level team? Could it be that it was just a show? Come on, didn't you watch the video? The floor was blown down. Is there any need to argue whether it's true or not? The Liao Yuan team is awesome. They are not afraid of even the SS team that is 1 level higher. Who says there is no audience in life? What is extremely embarrassing is that even if the Shauna team wants to leave now, there is no way. The Divine Punishment Asterisks in Cage will lock the people inside for 12 hours. They can only hide in the room and let the paparazzi outside the window broadcast their actions inside live. When have these people ever been so disgraced? They really wanted to take action, but due to the venue conditions and the lack of money, they could only watch helplessly, so they simply rested where they were, believing out of sight, out of mind. In contrast to them, Su Qi and the Liao Yuan team started to challenge the Zero Mechanical Dragon again. Although the damage inflicted by Lin Yin and Zhou Canon's Zero Mechanical Dragon was not high, their advantage was that they were not hurt at all. And affected by the field effect, the subordinate monsters summoned by Zero Mechanical Dragon can't help it at all. Because of their low levels, these wild monsters did not have the power to abandon items on their own, let alone attack explorers. They could only watch helplessly as the boss that summoned them was slaughtered by this group of humans. Finally, more than half an hour passed, and this time 2 more teams hurried over. They were all A-level teams from other cities, and when they saw that the boss had been worn down to only 2 ounces of health left, they were very happy and eager to try. But just as they were about to take action, they saw the 200,000 yuan offer from each person and immediately retracted their heads. This business is not worth it. If I don't get it, I will lose more than 1 million. How about trying 2 versus 1 against the Liao Yuan team and drive them away first? The captains of both sides discussed it and turned their targets to the Liao Yuan team. However, when they saw the price on the ladder, it was even more inhumane, 5 million per person. What? What is boss? Look at him. This is the real boss. Seeing that the two teams did not choose to fight him in the end, Lenin did not want to provoke enemies everywhere, so he bowed to them and said, "Sorry, we have been studying this boss for a long time, so we are quite well prepared. Please understand. Now that people have said so, what can the other two teams say?" He could only smile bitterly and shook his head. "It's okay. Taking down the boss is a matter of ability. Since you have prepared in advance, there is nothing to say if others cannot get it themselves. After all, not everyone is as arrogant and domineering as the Shanha War team." Time passed by bit, and when seeing that the health bar of Zero Mechanical Dragon was approaching the limit, Song Lin Xiaoyu could no longer sit still in the house 3 kilometers away. Fate told her that this dragon was extremely important to our Yamato country. No matter what, she must snatch it away. Of course, it would be even better if we could get rid of Su Qi, a genius of unknown fate. The Mountain and River team is such a bunch of rubbish. They are a double S-level team, but they can't even handle a team that is lower in level than them. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Kurabayashi Xiaoyu changed into a pitch-black robe, and the next moment her figure disappeared into the air. God-level props. Steel * God stealth suit. Description: it was created by a god who is not allowed to see the light of day. Every time you wear it, you will gain an hour of invisibility. At the same time, all your directional skills will be transferred to other objects. Just wait, this boss is destined to be Yamato's. After Songlin Xiaoyu finished speaking, he stood up and flew out. But what she miscalculated was that the skill locked on her was also the function of a god-level item. Because the designated target disappeared, the god's devouring of 0 on Su Qi's body fluctuated instantly. Please change the designated object in time. Please change the designated object in time. When Su Qi saw the report on the panel, he suddenly became alert. He knew that it was that lowly girl who started to make moves. Chapter 27, Capture Alive. Captain, stop the fight first. Finally, when Zero Mechanical Dragon had about 200,000 health left, Su Qi called a halt to the fight. Although no one knew why Su Qi suddenly called for a stop, out of absolute trust in him, everyone stopped what they were doing. When it reached the final stage, the combat power of Zero Mechanical Dragon was already off the charts, but no matter how angry it was, even if it was twisted into a pretzel in the air, Lin Yin and Zhou can refuse to take action. They just stood there and watched its performance quietly. Roar! You damn creators! Not only did he not kill me directly, but he even didn't bother to defend against my attack. This is such a shame. That guy is definitely nearby, and he is probably preparing to kill me. Su Qi narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He didn't want to take any risks, as the 200,000 health of Zero Mechanical Dragon was already a very dangerous amount of health. His teammates now have to make sure they kill with one strike. Soon Su Qi had the answer. Captain, pull the Zero Mechanical Dragon into the alley. We won't give anyone else any chance to kill him. Lenny nodded and did as he was told. When seeing that Zero Mechanical Dragon was really attracted by hatred and fell to the ground, Songlin Xiaoyu, who was not far away from the crowd, was a little nervous for a moment. After all, the environment in the alley was not conducive to fighting or escaping, but when she saw that there were only 6 people in the Liao Yuan team, she felt relieved at once, because no matter how many people there were, it was impossible for them to fill up the alley. Boom! Zero Machinery Dragon landed on the ground, and Lin Yin and others started fighting again. Su Qi held a scroll tightly, waiting to make a move at any moment. 180,000, 160,000, 140,000. Zero Mechanical Dragon kept losing blood, and when its blood reached 50,000, Songlin Xiaoyu finally took action. The moment she suddenly attacked, the effect of stealth clothes naturally disappeared, and her aura was instantly leaked. This alley has only 2 entrances, front and back. Su Qi, who had been observing his surroundings, reacted immediately when he sensed the breath. The scroll in his hand was torn into pieces. It was the Luiying * Wanzhongsing that they bought outside before entering this copy. Luiying * Wanzhongsing. Summon up to 100 clones. Each clone consumes 50 spirit points and can last up to 12 hours. The clone can equip props to fight, but does not inherit the fate effect of the original body. Scroll charging time, 24 hours. Booz, booz, booz. 100 Su Qi appeared on the battlefield in an instant, filling the entire alley. Even half of them were in the sky, floating in the air with the help of the level 40 short-term flight ability. Looking at this wall of people that appeared out of nowhere, Songlin Xiaoyu was so angry that she wanted to curse. Why does this kid have so many messy scrolls on him? Can't you have something normal? Boom! The blocked Songlin Xiaoyu instantly completed the consumption on the panel, and then an attack came down, and 4 or 5 Su Chi were killed on the spot. But a fight between strong men only takes a moment. After less than 2 breaths of resistance, Lin Yin and Zhou can have completely defeated the Zero Mechanical Dragon. Along with the stunning light and props appearing all over the ground, it also means that everyone has obtained the last key of Zero. However, at this time, they have a more difficult guy to deal with. That is Songlin Xiaoyu, who has been lurking in the dark for a long time. I saw a group of Su Chi rushing towards her one after another, as if they were risking their lives, and Songlin Xiaoyu's face turned pale for a moment. When had she ever been pounced upon by so many men? This group of wretched Su Chi suddenly reminded her of some train plots that she had glimpsed before. In that scene, there were so many people bullying a girl. No, if I fall into the hands of this pervert, I will definitely end up like this. As an acrobat of the Empire, I will never allow myself to be toyed with like this. Just as Songlin Xiaoyu was thinking this, suddenly 2 Su Chi grabbed her bare feet from below and dragged them directly to the ground. Ah! Screams were heard, and Songlin Xiaoyu waved his staff to release skills, turning Su Chi one after another into a bloody mist. But these people seemed to be commanded by a unified brain and continued to rush forward desperately. Whoa, no, you bunch of perverts, get out of here right now. Songlin Xiaoyu struggled frantically, and the next moment, a long spear came through the crowd and pierced her shoulder, nailing her to the ground, completely losing the ability to resist. For the fragile back row, once they are attacked at close range, they are doomed to a miserable end, and they have no ability to resist at all. Su Chi waved his hand and drove away all his clones, and Lin Yin came forward with a group of people. Seeing Songlin Xiaoyu's embarrassed appearance, Yi Linglong couldn't help but sneer. Weren't they still so arrogant in the morning? They even asked people to assassinate us. Some people are really stubborn. Songlin Xiaoyu's eyes were red as she quickly shook her head. Dead, dead. The thief's heart is completely dead. Lin Yin pulled out the spear, and a look of pain flashed across her face. Su Chi took away the stealth clothes without mercy. This thing is really good. It has a built-in invisibility effect. I'll find a prop to fix it later. It will definitely be very useful. Su Chi looked at her and said, Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here? I know you have received professional training, but don't feel sorry for your suit. It is useless in front of me. I'm a juggler. You can look up this profession on the God Core forum. We can predict all kinds of favorable or unfavorable things in the future. I came here this time to specifically solve these problems, including killing me. Songlin Xiaoyu bit her silver teeth lightly and spoke after hesitating for a moment. Yes, but this is my own decision, because I see a huge fog in you, and I don't like the unknown, so I want to eradicate you. Yi Linglong scratched her head and asked, How can you decide on your own actions? So casually? Su Chi said, They're all doing things at public expense, just like the 2 guys on the Blood Shadow Griffin. As long as they do bad things in Daxia, they can get money. Kurabayashi Xiaoyu's eyes widened. He was the one who killed them. Su Chi smiled and said, Is it strange? After all, we captured you alive. Lin Yin said, Old Zhou, follow the anti-espionage law. Remove the props from this guy and tie him up, hand him over afterwards. Hey, okay. Soon, Songlin Xiaoyu was stripped by Yi Linglong and the other girls until she was left with only her thin clothes. She hugged her arms and shivered. He looked at Su Chi with pity on his face. Although her figure was the plump and fair one that was unique to some Japanese girls, Su Chi, who had been hurt by women in his previous life, had no intention of even looking at her at this moment. There's only one thing on his mind right now, taking stock of the new plot and gains. Chapter 28, The Holy Prayer Altar. As they got the last key, the third plot emerged on the panel. Plot 3. The damned creators finally paid the price for their sins. The operators took over this world. It was them who made the mechanical city even greater. The mechanical city was destroyed in a 1,000-year war and renamed Zero Machinery City. Su Chi thought for a moment and said, So originally there should have been a group of creators similar to us who created the mechanical city and then used some kind of ascended power to create these 3 zero mechanical keys. As a result, the 3 zero machinery keys were lost in the war and taken by the operators, or the 3 bosses. They thought that the disaster was caused by the creator, so they expelled the creator and took over the mechanical city. Unexpectedly, after these operators continued to fight with something for 1,000 years, the mechanical city was completely destroyed and renamed Zero Mechanical City. Lenny nodded and said, "Well, the most strict fairness is that the status of the three of them has never changed in the past 1,000 years, while the status of other mechanical life forms should have been determined when they came off the production line." A message popped up on everyone's panel. Clearance instructions. You have obtained 3 Zero equipment keys. Please go to open the Zero equipment tower to be considered cleared. Current number of keys, 3. Suchi looked at the map and saw a very conspicuous red dot on the top. It was obviously the place they were going to in the end, Zero Machinery Tower. Hey, you guys got the stuff, so hurry up and solve this scene. Seeing that the battle here was finally over, the people from the Shauna team flew over and said angrily in the sky. Suchi spread his hands innocently. I don't control this thing. It's a scroll. It will only open by itself after a certain amount of time has passed. Damn it! The guy glared at him angrily and turned away. The members of the Liao Yuan team didn't pay much attention to that guy. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative to fight and kill them. Joken said excitedly, now that we have analyzed the plot, let's quickly go and open that Zero weapon tower. Wait a minute. Suchi looked at the thousands of wild monsters gathered around him. These were all summoned by Zero Mechanical Dragon just now. We can't waste them like this. Chang Sichakud. He's good at large-scale cleanup work. In the sky, terrifying fiery clouds gathered. After a moment, the ultimate move came, with the 10 times true damage and critical strike of Suchi's divine wrath. The screen was cleared in an instant. The explosive power of the magicians themselves is extremely terrifying, but what they fear most is that their chanting is interrupted. With this opportunity to charge up casually, Changxi naturally pushed the power of his skills to the limit. Oh, Ziokianki, and here I come. Yi Linglong looked at the equipment all over the floor and rushed out excitedly. With the bonus of Shun Yun * Tian Bao, the balls of light all over the ground and the rewards dropped inside are simply blinding. Suchi, with our bonus, it's reasonable for a LV-10 wild monster to drop a magic weapon or something, right? The atmosphere in the forum was extremely cheerful at this moment because many explorers also discovered the scene where the members of the Shauna team were trapped behind the scroll. For them, it is rare to see a high-level team being defeated, so the atmosphere was extremely cheerful. Watching Suchi and his group continue to pull Tsang Lin Xiaoyu straight towards the Zero equipment tower, Lu Yunshir whispered to his teammates, "Have you contacted everyone?" "Captain, we've made the contact. They've already gone to the Zero equipment tower to block them." "Good, very good." Lu Yunshir's face was full of gloom. As we all know, the duration of the forbidden spell is limited. Each of those 3 is very strong individually. I don't believe that we can't deal with these guys. On the way to the Zero Machinery Tower, Su Chibian looked at the props that were taken out from the Zero Machinery Dragon. I have to say, as a legendary boss, Zero Mechanical Dragon is really willing to give props. Hundreds of thousands of small coins are already the most insignificant reward. As for props, there are hundreds of small items such as potions, dozens of legendary equipment and scrolls, and even an artifact. Quite generous indeed. Su Chi had just used up a venue-limited Divine Punishment * Sin Cage, but it replenished him with a new item so quickly. Divine Punishment * Holy Prayer Altar. Description: the prayer platform built by the followers of the gods was finally recognized by the gods and endowed with the power of the gods. Create a prayer area with a diameter of 10,000 meters, which lasts for 5 hours. All people / monsters inside cannot leave this scene and can pray without stopping. Fighting on the prayer platform will be punished by soul burning. The caster is the manager, and he and his teammates are not affected by this effect. Charging time, 12 hours. Noticing that Su Chi had been staring at the effect of the scroll for a long time, Yi Linglong also leaned over curiously, and her beautiful eyes instantly widened to the size of copper bells. Why does Su Chi always get such weird and abstract scrolls? She couldn't imagine the scene where Su Chi threw the scroll into the sky during the battle and all the enemies prayed devoutly there. Yi Linglong patted him earnestly. A support who can't make things happen is not a good nurse, and that's you. Compared to you, I'm just a rookie. Su Chi raised his hand and said, "Hold on. If anyone dares to mess with us next time, I will make him kneel down and repent right there." There was a series of tinkling noises. It was as if the sound of pots and pans being turned over was echoing. Kurabayashi Koyu turned her head, and a shocking scene appeared. Joken had a bunch of legendary items and equipment in her hands, which she took away as if they were free. She even saw the glow of many divine weapons among them. When he flipped over like that, he almost blinded Songlin Xiaoyu. You know, she only has one artifact given by the organization and two legendary equipment. As a result, there are countless of those things here, just like in the wholesale market. No, Neni. Even if Zero Armament Dragon is a legendary boss, it shouldn't drop so many top-level equipment. Or, is the Daxia team really that rich? It's so annoying. How can we deal with so much garbage? Hearing this, Songlin Xiaoyu felt even more heartbroken. At this time, Changxi and Lin Yin were leading the way. Because he had been holding on for too long, Joken needed to quickly restore his shield. As for Changxi, he also has a shield worth hundreds of millions, so if he encounters danger, he won't die for a while as long as he can hold on. The crowd walked deeper and deeper into the city, and finally, next to a furnace, they saw the tower that was specially used to recast machinery. The Zero Machinery Tower. Joken couldn't help but complain. Putting a recasting tower next to a furnace? What's the difference between this and opening a hospital next to a crematorium? I really don't understand the evil taste of these mechanical creatures. Buzz! As if hearing his complaints, the Zero Equipment Tower slowly began to flicker. Chapter 29. The Three Spirit Envoys. The Liaoyuan team was not the first wave to arrive. Many teams knew that they did not have the ability to get the key, so they came here early to wait and see who could be the first to complete the first mission of passing Jiangqing City. Seeing the Liaoyuan team appear, many expedition teams cheered. You know, this is the strongest team in their city, symbolizing the status of Jiangqing City. Being able to snatch the last key from the SS-level team from the neighboring province can be said to be bringing glory to Jiangqing City. Looking at everyone cheering excitedly, Joken waved along like a big star. Okay, don't waste time, let's go up quickly. After Lenin said that, he took the lead and walked in front. As a result, just as everyone was about to step into the tower, the metal ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. Su Qi looked up. No way, buddy, there's still a boss here? He was answered with an extremely arrogant laugh. Ha ha, I thought the one who could stop Lu would be some brilliant person, but I didn't expect it to be a bunch of mediocre people from your S-class team. Everyone looked up and saw three figures standing in the air at the top of the tower. Behind them, a giant skeleton dragon slowly emerged from the dark clouds and hovered in the sky. LV-110, LV-116, LV-124, White Bone Dragon, LV-100. Seeing that those three guys were at the level of the skeleton dragon, Joken was a little shocked for a moment. This level is already twice ours. Is the first pass reward really that exaggerated? The strong people who I only saw in newspapers before have now emerged. Compared to the Liaoyuan team, the explorers nearby were even more shocked when they saw the shock on the faces of these three guys. Giant skeleton dragons? Are they the three legendary spiritual messengers? Yes, it should be them. Fuck, a citywide first pass mission. It's been less than a day, and it's already attracted experts above level 110? This is the first pass reward really that outrageous? I'm a little curious about what's in it. Lenin said calmly. Three seniors, we finally gathered 3 keys and came to the Zero Equipment Tower. It would be a bad idea for you to intercept us now. So many colleagues are watching. The so-called 3 spiritual envoys are 3 spiritual professionals with the fate of spiritual control. This fate gives them a natural talent for taming wild monsters, and when multiple people with the spirit control fate get together, they can tame more powerful bosses. Su Qi remembered that these 3 guys had been famous for a long time. He just didn't expect that one day they would get involved in his mission. The strongest of the 3, the old woman at LV-124, stepped forward and said coldly, "Boy, props and the like are meant for the virtuous. This is not a game of house. It's not that whoever comes in first can take it. Well, you didn't even try to hide it, you just asked for it directly." Joken shook his head and summoned the weapon in his hand. The smile on Su Qi's face gradually disappeared. He had originally wanted to save some face for these 3 guys, but now it seems there is no need to do so. He is determined to get the first pass reward, and there is no way that any random person can come and snatch it away. So he and Lin Yin looked at each other, and both understood each other's thoughts at the same time. Lin Yin said, 3 seniors, what if we insist on not giving in? The old woman stretched out her hand, and a staff that looked like a feather fell into her hand. Since you won't give it to us, we'll take it ourselves. As she finished her words, the skeleton dragon began to circle angrily. In the dark clouds above everyone's heads, there were bursts of muffled thunder, as if some natural disaster was about to befall. The other explorers who were originally complaining fell silent when they saw this scene. Who would cut off others at the finish line? They really don't have the slightest shame, but they are angry but dare not say anything. Suchi looked down at his panel. He had already contacted Wang Nu in advance when he came here. The latter was already on the way and would be here soon. Suchi turned around and said, "Since those 3 old guys are shameless, we don't have to give them a chance. Now there are more and more expedition teams gathering here. We have to fight quickly and decisively." Zhouken nodded heavily. "It's okay, Shao-Chi. We'll do whatever you say." But Suchi smiled calmly and said, "Brother Zhou, you wait outside and prepare to take pictures of the 3 old guys with your camera. Remember to come in as soon as possible if you encounter any danger." Hearing this operation, Zhouken was immediately confused, but since Suchi said so, he still did it and took out the team's best camera and pointed it at the 3 spiritual envoys. Then Suchi raised his head and shouted, "You 3 shameless old fellows. Still want to rob us? You asked for it, so don't blame us for being rude." After saying this, he unfolded the scroll in his hand. The terrifying light quickly spread outwards, and the dark clouds in the sky dissipated in an instant, replaced by the huge and sacred shadow of the prayer platform above. "Well, you're a kid who doesn't know how to respect his elders. Do you believe that I can give you a slap?" The old woman hadn't finished her words when she looked up and saw the prayer altar, and she immediately knelt down on the spot. As if he had seen something horrible, he kowtowed and prayed on the spot. "Hey, Showa, what are you doing? Get up quickly." The old woman was so angry and indignant. I can't control myself." "Boy, what on earth have you done?" The other 2 old men turned around and looked at Suchi angrily, but the latter waved his hand indifferently, turned around, and went straight into the tower. "Stop! Unwind the scroll! Thump! Thump!" When the 2 old men were halfway through their flight in the sky, they also knelt down, kowtowed, and began to pray. There was a hint of disbelief on the old face. Remaining prayer time, 4 hours and 58 minutes. What the hell is this? They found that the 3 spirit envoys were all hit. Even the explorers nearby knew that it was the effect of the altar in the sky, so they hurried out. "I wish I had 2 more legs. Ha ha ha. Pray more sincerely. No one is as perfunctory as you guys." Zhouken laughed while recording the video. In the sky, the 3 spiritual messengers all caught a glimpse of this scene and became furious. "Boy, give me. May the power of the Holy Spirit illuminate me. Wait, I will tear you apart when I get back. We should clear our hearts and minds. Only then can we kill you." Zhouken had already understood what Suchi meant by recording and taking photos and shouted, "Shout! Shout louder!" In contrast to the outside, the Zero Equipment Tower was quiet and peaceful at this moment. Several people followed the instructions on the panel and walked to the top floor, where a huge crystal was slowly rotating. The indentations of 3 missing keys on its body were extremely eye-catching. Chapter 30, I Provoked You. Lin walked forward, took out 3 keys, and slowly imprinted them on the crystal. The next moment, crystal shone brightly. The scene in front of everyone suddenly changed. An extremely magnificent mechanical city appeared before their eyes. Countless figures and mechas shuttled through the city. Various mechanically armed animals also moved freely inside, creating a peaceful and harmonious scene. The energy that enables these people and creatures to live freely comes from the crystal on the Zero Machinery Tower. But this peace did not last long. Everyone was shocked to see that outside the mechanical city, countless hideous monsters were slowly approaching from the distant land. Some of them are as big as mountains. Some have millions of tentacles. Some are covered with eyes and have arms on their eyes. This is also the first time that the mechanical city has encountered this kind of monster, and a war is about to break out. As mentioned in the plot, the human-like creators failed the first time, so they gave consciousness to these animal-like machines and let them assist in fighting. Unexpectedly, these mechanical life forms turned around and expelled the creators and created a free capital of their own. The cold thinking of the machines is powerful, and they have been fighting this battle for 1,000 years. It wasn't until an unknown amount of time ago that the battle finally ended. But in the eyes of the monsters, Zero Machine City has long lost the need to be conquered. The plot slowly unravels. A prompt appeared on the panel in front of everyone. Congratulations on completing the first clearance of Zero Equipment Dungeon. Rewards will be issued later. Obtained, Commission from Zero Machinery City. Can be accepted at LV80. Obtain. Legendary Treasure Chest. Obtained. Title Zero Equipment Witness. At this moment, the guys outside the tower were still praying there, but suddenly the message of mission completion appeared on their panels, and they were disheartened for a moment. Is my mission today to come here to pray and kowtow? A gentleman can be killed, but not humiliated. Stop yelling. I just felt it. This scroll is very strange. The more pious you are, the less forced it will be. The more you struggle, the more it will force you. Why does this sound like something shady is going on? Inside the tower, Su Chi couldn't wait to open the last treasure chest. There was a flash of golden light before my eyes. The auxiliary skill book he had been looking forward to for a long time finally appeared. Most of the auxiliary skill books circulating on the market are of low grade, and the slightly better ones are basically hard to come by. I didn't expect that I would be able to collect all the level 40 skill books this time. Found it, this is Xiao Qi. Yi Linglong raised her hand happily and handed the props to Su Chi. Skill box. After using, you can master one more skill. Yes, that's right. Thank you, Sister Linglong. Su Chi opened the panel and analyzed his current basic situation. Divine Healing. Healing, Shield. God's Wrath. True Damage, Critical Hit. Sen Yun, Drop Bonus. Divine Protection. Guardianship at the brink of death. If there is one thing he lacks the most right now, it should be a skill that can control the entire team. As for the skill books he has now, apart from the God-hidden asterisk all things silence that the country gave him last time, he still has 2 left. God-hidden asterisk all things silence. Release a formation with a diameter of 100 meters. Enemies in the formation will be imprisoned and silenced. No spell casting for 10 seconds, and then remain imprisoned for 50 seconds. Consumption, 50 spirit points. Cooldown, 1 hour. Divine Words asterisk falsehood. Release a 2 kilometers diameter array that lasts for 1 hour. All enemy skills within the range become random entertainment spells. Teammate spells become tenfold overlapping spells. This skill cannot be stacked. Cost 50 spirit points. Cooldown 1 hour. Divine Words asterisk Libra. Release a formation with a diameter of 2 kilometers, which lasts for 1 hour. All enemies within the range must pay something of the same value as you in order to fight. Cost 50 spirit points. Cooldown half an hour. After thinking it over, Su Chi decided to learn the first one, God hiding asterisk all things silence. After all, the 2 behind him didn't know how to run away, and he was in dire need of a skill for force control. In this regard, God's hiddenness asterisk all things are silence perfectly meets his needs. After Su Chi used the skill box, he decisively learned God of hiddenness asterisk all things silence. As soon as everyone finished their work inside, Jokin came in and said, "No, this is really too boring." It was quite interesting to watch them praying at first, but now, everyone is more devout than the other. It's like they have really become believers. What do you call this? Su Chi smiled and said, "I didn't expect them to find out this operation so quickly. They are indeed experienced veterans who have been in the martial arts world for many years. Come on, let's go out." Everyone walked out together. The old woman caught a glimpse of the people walking out below. She was furious and wanted to tear Su Chi into pieces immediately. However, in front of the prayer altar, she still pretended to be very pious. She was afraid that if the scroll was unhappy, it would use her head to break the floor. Jokin said, "See, I'll tell you whether they are really brainwashed." Su Chi shook his head, "No. Then let's hurry up and leave. Once they are free from the scroll's effect, we will suffer. I'm afraid there's nothing to eat even if I want to." Su Chi pointed to the distance and said, "Look, he's coming. These guys have no chance of turning things around." Wang Nu was very angry. He never thought that there would be such a thing as spies in the area he managed. You have to know that Jiangcheng is essentially a deserted place. The presence of spies in such a place is like an international luxury store suddenly opening in a certain countryside. Ordinary people can't even imagine it. He ran all the way here in anger, but when he landed, the scene in front of him almost stunned him. A group of SS-level Shauna team members were like imprisoned prisoners, leaning idly against the air wall, drawing circles, and waiting for the day to get out. Continuing forward, I saw 3 old men and women kneeling in the sky and praying devoutly. Who can explain it? Why is the world turned upside down like this? Wang Nu saw Su Chi smiling and waving at him from below, so he hurried down as well. Straight to the point, he said with a smile, Isn't this the first mission in Jiangxing? What's going on here? It's a long story, so I'll make it short. These guys have offended me. Wang Nu clapped his hands instantly. Good. Well done. Chapter 31, Secrets of Fate. Seeing this new guy in the National Security Bureau uniform clapping there, the three spirit envoys almost vomited blood. What is this? Have this kid's interpersonal relationships been smooth out there? Wang Nu looked at Songlin Xiaoyu, who was wearing thin clothes behind him, and asked, She's a spy? Su Qi casually said, Well, her name is Songlin Xiaoyu, and she is an LV-99 acrobat. Hello. Songlin Xiaoyu nodded timidly towards Wang Nu. Wang Nu sneered, I know you. You called yourself Yu Shun in the Japanese list. Have you landed this time? No, I don't dare. Wang stepped forward, and a heavy shackle fell on her hand. Then he turned around and said, I'm going to take this guy back for interrogation. Do you want to go back with me? Su Qi nodded as a matter of course. The first mission was completed, and he reached level 40. It was time for him to go back and prepare for his job change. As for the three old guys in heaven who are still praying, let them pray to their heart's content. Seeing that this National Security Bureau law enforcement officer actually ignored him, he took Su Qi away. The three spiritual messengers in heaven were so anxious that they almost spoke human language. But unfortunately, under the effect of the scroll, all they could say were useless prayer words. At this point, they had already cursed the Shauna team thousands of times in their hearts. What could be intercepted by coming here? What kind of enemy is easy to deal with low health? If I hadn't believed their lies, I wouldn't be suffering here. As soon as Su Qizai returned to Jiangxing, news about Chen Yuanxing popped up. I have found a level 40 job transfer item for you. It is now at your house. You don't have to do the quest. You can go directly to school tomorrow after you complete the job transfer. Su Qi grinned. It feels good to be valued. The boss directly helped me skip all the time-wasting steps. Originally, Chen Yuanxing could report directly to the Spiritual Vocation Center and have Su Qi complete the job transfer directly through internal means. But Su Qi's situation was too special, and he didn't want to attract too much attention, even there. So he had to use this clumsy but most practical method. After saying goodbye to the Liao Yuan team downstairs, Su Qi walked into the slightly shabby old building. Click! The light is on. The dim light filled the room listlessly. Since his parents passed away, Su Qi has been living on subsidies. The subsidies from above are actually quite a lot, but because he lives alone, he is too lazy to make the house look fancy. Now it seems that I have been living a life that is too easy and unpredictable. Su Qi opened the panel and saw more than 30 million in cash lying quietly inside. He didn't know how to use it for a moment. How about taking some time to move on to a new one? Forget it, I'm living alone, and the old house is pretty good too. Sometimes Su Qi really wanted to slap himself. If you don't learn how to spend money even though you have it, are you still a human being? On the dining table, there was a storage ring lying quietly. As expected, inside it was the level 40 job transfer item that Chen Yuanxing had prepared for himself. Wrong. I didn't give him the key. How did the principal get in? Change into a new set tomorrow. Otherwise, what is the point of this house? It is only for protecting our own people, but not for protecting outsiders, right? The next morning, Su Qi was still the first to arrive at the Spiritual Ministry Center. When the female staff member saw him, she immediately sat up straight. Hello, classmate. What can I do for you? Hello, I want to accept the mission and change my job. I have prepared the materials in advance. When the staff looked at Su Qi's information on the computer screen, their hands on the mouse were trembling slightly. The Awakening Destiny takes just over a week. Auxiliary system? Level 40? The main point is that it is unfair. Okay, follow me. It was still the familiar job transfer area. When the job transfer instructor appeared, Su Qi's expression immediately became respectful. Hello, my friend. If you want to change your job, you can give me the materials and the items to be smelted. Su Qi immediately handed the materials and storage ring to the old man. A storage ring can add up to 4 job transfer skills for you to use until you reach level 100. Have you made up your mind? Yes. Su Qi nodded heavily. After a few breaths, the old man returned the storage ring to him. Su Qigong took it, and a message popped up on the panel. Congratulations, you have completed the job transfer task, and your current job is healer. Su Qi retracted his gaze. The white-haired old man was still gentle and said with a smile, Congratulations, young friend, you have made a step closer. Unlike last time, Su Qi was not in a hurry to leave this time. Although the bodies of these job transfer instructors had long been annihilated over the years, their consciousness still existed. What Suchi wanted to do was to awaken part of their consciousness and try to communicate with them. The only problem was that he was not sure to what extent a spiritual center in a small place like Jiangsheng could resonate with the core soul consciousness. The old man's warm expression remained unchanged. "Young man, do you have any questions about your job change?" So he took a deep breath and asked tentatively, "Teacher, what is in the last floor of the God Prison Tower instance? Why are there so many strong people who are willing to fight there? So many strong people of your time have perished here." Battle of the Prison Tower. More than 90% of the top spiritualists died. This resulted in a century-long gap in the development of spiritual careers on Blue Star. However, it was after that battle that something like fate, which requires a second awakening, appeared in the world. It's hard not to associate the two. Battle of the Divine Prison Tower. This is a secret legend that Suchi got from a teacher in his previous life. But unfortunately, when he found out, the mentor's soul in the spiritual core had already been destroyed by the impact of the copy demon. Most of the newly appointed mentor souls know nothing about those things. The job transfer instructor was silent for a moment. If the smile on his face had not gradually disappeared, Suchi would have thought that he was stuck. "How did you know that?" Suchi made up a story without blushing or beating his heart. "I got the secret from a madman," and then he flew away. No one knew what the job transfer instructor was thinking. He sighed and said, if he survived that battle, maybe going crazy would be a relief for him. Is going crazy a relief? Seeing Suchi frowned in confusion. The job transfer instructor sighed, lowered his eyes, and said, that was the second battle between man and God. The God's Prison Tower was a scene of upheaval and destruction. The mountains of corpses and seas of blood scattered all over the land were enough to make people collapse at a glance. Suchi knew all this. After all, these are contents kept in secret files, and everyone seems to be saying so. This is the so-called second confrontation between man and God. It was the first time he heard it. Suchi pondered for a moment. Excuse me, Master Instructor, is that battle related to the appearance of fate? The job transfer instructor smiled slightly. Of course there is. Otherwise, how do you think we humans, the mere ants in the eyes of the gods, are qualified to have a god-level destiny? Of course it was punched. The job transfer instructor winked playfully. The next moment, his words shocked Suchi. I never said that the mountains of corpses and seas of blood here are only human remains. There are actually too many gods' remains to count. Chapter 32, Graduation Assessment. Suchi was shocked and asked, so what happened to that battle? The job transfer instructor said calmly, it's a draw. The humans and the gods are evenly matched. But strictly speaking, the humans suffered a greater loss. In fact, we're the ones who suffered the loss. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 100 years of spiritual silence. After the instructor finished speaking, his originally cloudy eyes suddenly became bright. My friend, your fate is inherited from those guys just now. The instructor's words were very cryptic. Suchi nodded and said, it should be, but there is one thing I don't understand. Since they were defeated by us, why are those who inherited their fate still the most revered? How is this possible? The instructor laughed. Many years ago, millet and rifles defeated airplanes and tanks, but later, we also replaced them with airplanes and tanks. Can we say that the tools were not useful? Suchi nodded in understanding. The practicality of the tool is an objective fact, but how to make full use of it is a real gap between users. I see. Thank you for your guidance, Master. As time was about to end, the mentor found that his figure was becoming more and more illusory. He sighed and said, the next war will definitely not be too far away. We have already lost once and tied once. The third time is a do-or-die battle for mankind. Human beings came from the wilderness, learned and evolved step by step to today, and even have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with gods, but all things are always selfish and greedy. Gods, demons, etc. are no exception. They will never allow us to move forward. Humanity has already lost its way out. From now on, I'm counting on you. The instructor's voice was still echoing, but the figure had disappeared from Suchi's sight. Suchi murmured in reply, Senior, don't worry. Clang. The light comes on, and the job transfer is completed. The staff member quietly opened the door and asked, classmate, it's almost done. There are still people who need to transfer jobs. Well, I'll be right down. After the job transfer was completed, Suchi went straight to school. There seems to be some big move at school today. with rows of tourist buses parked in front of the gate. Suchi guessed that the principal called him over just for this matter. In the classroom, many people were originally playing around, but as soon as Suchi came in, the class instantly became quiet. When Suchi sat down, Lee Chung smiled and punched him. "You kid, you're so awesome. Why are you still coming to school?" Suchi shrugged and smiled. "The principal asked me to come here. Laoli, what's wrong with everyone today? Is there something on my face?" Lee Chung said, "What? Didn't you have a fight with Wu the bitch a few days ago? Guess what? You sent their whole family to jail." The company was also announced to be reorganized. Now the biggest news hotspot in Jiangxing City is you. Everyone is guessing your identity now. Anyway, they say you are everything. You are in charge of military, politics, and business. Ha ha. If Li Chung hadn't grown up with him, he would have really thought that Su Qi was the illegitimate son of some big boss. Su Qi shook his head helplessly. "I was impressed by how fast Wang Nu's investigation was. It's just that the popularity of this matter is really hard to suppress. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become so famous in the past few days." The class bell rang. Zhangji did not come to class with his thermos cup today, but wore a combat uniform. After looking at Su Qi, he said calmly, "According to the regulations of the Education Bureau, today is the day for all graduating spiritualists in the city to go to the dungeon for assessment. Everyone go get your combat uniforms and change into them. We will set off in an hour." "Yeah, finally I have a chance to kill monsters." Everyone cheered at the same time. For these students, it is undoubtedly an exciting thing to finally put aside those videos they have watched on the internet and personally participate in a real graduation class copy assessment. The so-called graduation class copy assessment is actually to add a spiritual level test at graduation to their files. It is mainly for future universities to see. The general grading ranges from C to S. Usually, top universities only accept students who scored A or above in the graduation assessment test. Of course, those with awesome fates are directly marked as S level. Su Qi asked in confusion, "Assessment? Was there such a rule before?" Li Qing nodded. "Yes. Didn't all the seniors go to Lost Solitary Plane to take the assessment? Have you forgotten?" Su Qi finally remembered that this incident did happen. It's just that in the previous life, Lost Plains was destroyed by those two spies, so we were forced to suspend the assessment for one session. I didn't expect that I had already changed the timeline once in my life. Li Chung scratched his head and said, "Aren't you specially recruited by Shinda University? Why do you still want to take the test?" Su Qi shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Zhang Ji, the head teacher, came over and said quietly, "This is for fairness. Li Chung, why are you waiting for something without changing your clothes?" Seeing Zhang Moi coming, Li Chung stood up immediately like a spring. "Yes, change it immediately." Zhang Ji saw Su Qi's confusion and said with a smile, "You didn't actually have to go there since you were specially recruited, but the National Security Bureau notified us last night that they would take you to Lost Solitary Land again. I guess it has something to do with the spy issue." "I understand. See, you know that. Maybe Wang Nu knew something from Songlin Xiaoyu. He also said that this matter should be explained. After all, the Japanese and Koreans were able to steal the core of Daxia's copy. This matter is extremely outrageous no matter how you look at it. If it is not investigated thoroughly, the people in the National Security Bureau will probably not be able to sleep peacefully at night." An hour passed quickly. Su Qi followed Li Chung onto the same bus. As soon as the two of them sat down, Su Qi suddenly realized that the people around him, wearing school uniform jackets, looked so familiar. He was stunned until Yi Linglong turned around and winked at him playfully. The Liao Yuan team? Su Qi discovered that they were all disguised as students, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. These guys, although she was wearing a school uniform, it still couldn't hide Yi Linglong's graceful figure. Her gorgeous red hair and her already delicate and lovely face made Li Chung drool. "Old Su, did you see that? The beauty is winking at me. Which class is she from? Or is she a transfer student from another school?" Su Qi was a little afraid to tell the truth, and coughed lightly and said, "I don't know either. Have you forgotten that I haven't been in school recently?" Li Ching suddenly said shyly, "How about waiting for a moment? Can you help me get someone's contact information? I will treat you to a meal later." Su Qi's face darkened. Because of this elder sister's unpredictable temper, Li Chung invited her to dinner, so she would probably treat herself to a fist in order to save him and himself. Su Qi said righteously, "Old Li, we young people should have lofty ambitions. How can we be blinded by beauty?" "Huh? Old Su, when did you become this kind of person?" Last time when you shared study materials, you didn't say this. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Linglong immediately stood up and walked over, greeting Li Chung with a smile. Hello, classmate. Peach blossoms are coming. Li Chung immediately put away his pig-like look. The voice was deep. Hello, classmate. What can I do for you? Can we change seats? I want to get to know the classmate next to you. Li Chung was petrified instantly. So ismas, how come it's your flowers that are blooming? Chapter 33. Thank you, Godfather. Looking at Li Cheng's sad look, Su Qi couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Sister Linglong, it's not that far. Just sit there. It's fine for me to talk to Qingzi. Sister Linglong? Li Chung was stunned. Only then did he recognize that the girl in front of him was a member of the Liao Yuan team that Su Qi had worked with in the dungeon a few days ago. The resolution of the damn live broadcast room was so poor that he even recognized the wrong person. Yi Linglong stuck out her pink tongue. You really have the heart to reject me. I won't play with you next time. Humph. Li Chung gave Su Qi a thumbs up and said, Suza, you are still strong. You dare to refuse even the big guys. It's okay. I'll give her milk a few times, and she'll be quiet. Your milk is so magical. I can give you a try then. As Su Qi spoke, he fiddled with the panel a few times and directly gave Li Chung 1,000,000 gold coins, and then handed him his extra storage ring. There are several legendary items for beginners in it. Li Chung was stunned when he saw it. Old Su, what are you doing? Su Qi patted his shoulder and said, Thanks to your help over the past few years. Otherwise, I don't know how I would have survived. Don't you always want to upgrade and change your job quickly? Your father can't help you. So as your adoptive father, I will give you some gold coins. Let's go to the Ganges River. You are very loyal. Okay, I'll let you be my godfather for once. Ha! Li Chung turned his head to look out the window. His eyes unconsciously reddened. It's not because of the things Su Qi gave him, but because this kid has finally started to turn things around after suffering for so many years. Su Qi no longer has any parents or relatives. It can be said that apart from Li Chung, no one else can feel happy for him so personally. The bus swayed slowly through Jiangqing City and headed towards the copy of Lost Plane. When they arrived, they found that there were not only students from No. 3 middle school here, but also graduating students from 5 middle schools in the city. Of course, with so many students, security is extremely strict. Su Qi only took a quick glance and saw no less than 5 members of the National Security Bureau. This does not include the plainclothes officers hiding among the students. For example, Wang Nu. His plainclothes disguise was extremely obvious. After all, that iron tower-like figure could not be concealed at all. Standing together with Zhou, Can, they were simply the muscle-enhanced Goldhorn and Silverhorn. Seeing Su Qi appear, Wang Nu pulled the petite girl beside him and walked over. Only then did Su Qi realize that the person disguised as a student was actually Songlin Xiaoyu. I have to say, the way she looks in her school uniform really gives me the feeling of first love. Songlin Xiaoyu has a petite figure, and she has a chubby little face and a pitiful look in her eyes. All the boys who saw him wanted to hug him and take good care of him. However, only Su Qi knew how difficult it was to mess with this guy on the battlefield. The first time Li Chung saw her, his eyes lit up instantly. He immediately turned around and confirmed with Su Qi. To protect you? No. People of the state? No. You will be familiar with her? No. After Su Qi denied it 3 times in a row, Li Chung was immediately happy. Very good. I've confirmed through eye contact that he's someone I can seduce. Wang Nu walked forward and looked at the excited Li Chung with a puzzled look and whispered, Junior brother, this mission is a bit special. It is related to those 2 guys last time. Su Qi nodded and said, I understand, senior brother Wang Nu. I will definitely cooperate with you. Good. The 2 chatted for a few words, and Li Chung on the side suddenly began to perform steadily. He extended his hand towards Songlin Xiaoyu and said, Hello, young lady. My name is Li Chung. My father runs a listed company, and I have a very awesome foster father. Can we get to know each other? Huh. Songlin Xiaoyu was stunned, thinking that Wang Nu was playing some trick to test her level of cooperation. So, he stretched out his hand tremblingly. Hello, classmate. My name is Songlin Xiaoyu. Ding-ling. Li Chung looked at the chain on her wrist, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. Nanny, how could you be a famous person? Also, what's with the chain on your hand? Su Qi gently helped Songlin Xiaoyu pull up her sleeves to cover the chains. Patting Li Cheng's shoulder, he said, She was not sent by the country to protect me, and I am not familiar with her because she is actually a spy. Li Chung almost cried on the spot. Old Sue, how can you be a godfather like this? Blame me, blame me. I didn't explain it to you clearly. Whoa, oomph. Accompanied by a puff of white smoke, a brand new bus stopped not far away. The big words Jiangqing Number 1 Middle School, clearly visible on the side of the bus, are extremely eye-catching. Li Chung curled his lips in disdain and said, Number 1 Middle School hasn't produced many legendary horoscopes in recent years, and you're still pretending. Su Chi didn't say anything, but just looked quietly at the students getting on and off the Number 1 Middle School bus, and couldn't help but clench his fists. If nothing unexpected happens, she should be in there too. What Su Chi was thinking about in his heart was the most important person in his previous life, and the one who betrayed him to the most, Jiang Qingma. That's right, Jiang Qingma was originally a student at Jiangqing Number 1 Middle School. In his previous life, because Lost Land was destroyed by spies, Su Chi's chance to meet her was delayed until he went to Shindu University. But this time, due to changes in the timeline, the two actually met early in the final exam. On the bus, a girl wearing a bright red combat uniform, a high ponytail, and a cold temperament was the first to get off. As soon as Jiang Qingma appeared on the stage, she immediately caused many students to exclaim in amazement and cheer. Her already slender figure looked even more graceful against the tight combat suit. Her neck was white and slender. Her facial features were exquisite. Her nose was straight and upturned. Her lips were like cherries, and they were embellished with just the right amount of scarlet. But there was always a coldness in his eyes that kept people away. Even Li Chung, who was the least picky, shook his head and clicked his tongue when he saw her. The icy beauty Jiang Qingma is a longtime internet celebrity and the school beauty of Number 1 Middle School. It's just a pity that she is too cold, as if everyone owes her money. Su Chi turned his head and said nothing. Iceberg beauty? This guy is so disgusting. When I knew in my previous life that I was destined to be a god, I felt so close to him. How could Su Chi, who had never been in love, resist? It was also when the two were together that Su Chi realized that although Jiang Qingma had a legendary fate, it was the worst legendary fate, and the effect was not even as good as many master-level fates. How could Jiang Qingma, who had been admired all her life, bear the pain of falling? She must not let anyone discover the fact that she didn't have much ability, and it was this meaningless internal friction that made her heart become extremely twisted. Poor man, Su Chi said indifferently. What? Yi Linglong came closer with blinking eyes. Xiao Qi, tell me, if my sister is as pretty as this, would you be tempted? Su Chi said seriously. Sister Linglong, you are prettier than her. She just has heavy makeup. You are prettier when your mind is normal. Good for you, Su Chi. Chapter 34. The landing point is off. Jiang Qingma did not notice the situation here. In order to keep a low profile, Su Chi wore a school uniform that was washed to a faded color, and a torn version of the god-stealing suit underneath. He blended into the crowd with almost no sense of existence. Stealing God's hidden suit, damaged version. Description: it was created by a god who is not willing to see the light of day. Unfortunately, it is now broken and can only provide you with a weak sense of presence reduction effect. Before the copy, several principals met smoothly and shook hands cordially, but everyone could see that Chen Yuanqing from Number 3 Middle School was obviously ignored. The previous Lost Plains incident brought him a lot of negative impact, but there was no sign of unhappiness on his face. He knew that as long as Su Chi was admitted to Lingji University and his information was unsealed by the Education Bureau, his good days would really come. The principal of Number 1 Middle School stepped forward and spoke, his voice resounding throughout the entire venue. Since all the students are here, prepare to enter in an orderly manner. Remember, after entering the dungeon, follow the teacher's instructions and do not act on your own. Violators will be subject to expulsion. As the students lined up to enter, the fog began to surge violently. Number 3 Middle School and Number 1 Middle School, which arrived last, went in together. But none of these people, whether students or teachers, or even Wang Nu from the National Security Bureau, realized that when they entered, the fog around them quietly twisted. In the fog, Su Chi was still whispering to Wang Nu. Brother, so why did you come in to investigate a second time? Wang Nu said seriously, because there's a problem here, and it is a big problem. A copy with the highest talent level, LV20, is impossible to attract the two guys of Blood Eagle Ghost Thief to come. And yesterday, Songlin Xiaoyu also provided an important piece of information, saying that there is something in it that is related to the secret of the Divine Prison Tower 100 years ago. The Divine Prison Tower again? Su Qi's expression was solemn. Familiar words appeared on Su Qi's panel. Misty Dungeon. Lost Solitary Plain. Difficulty, Sea Level. Dangerous creatures. Vicious wolf packs. Demonic foxes. I'm here again. When Su Qi regained his vision, he was about to speak when suddenly a huge claw suddenly slashed across his shoulder. Su Qi suddenly saw nearly 10,000 damages floating above his head. Shit. Enemy attack. So he retreated quickly. If he hadn't been so wretched and his divine healing technique had never been interrupted, that blow would have been enough to take away 1/5 of his blood. At the same time, his Zero Mechanical God suit flashed violently. Su Qi finally activated the Zero Mechanical God set for the first time. If you think the content is too much, you can omit it. There's a brief description below. LV40-0 Mechanical God * left arm. Spiritual value stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, you will absorb 50% of the attacker's spiritual value. If it is less than 50%, all of the attacker's spiritual value will be absorbed by you. LV40-0 Mechanical God * right arm. Durability stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, you will absorb 20% of the durability of the attacker's weapon/body. If it is less than 20%, its durability will be completely destroyed. LV40-0 Mechanical God * chest. Blood shield stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, 20% of the attacker's health and shield will be stripped away. If it is less than 20%, all of their health will be absorbed by you. LV40-0 Mechanical God * helmet. Guardian stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, one skill of the attacker is randomly stripped away and turned into a skill ball. You can give the skill ball to anyone. The skills of the stripped person will be blocked for 12 hours. LV40-0 Mechanical God * left boot. Firepower stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, the attacker's attack power will be deprived of 20%. If it is less than 20%, all of its combat power will be absorbed by you. LV40-0 Mechanical God * right boot. Defense stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, the attacker's defense will be stripped away by 20%. If it is less than 20%, all of its defense will be absorbed by you. LV40-0 Mechanical God * Energy Core. Zero God Devourer. You can lock onto a teammate/enemy, depriving and absorbing 0.5% of his overall attributes per second. Buzz. Various patterns of God-level suits fell on his body, and the monster that attacked Su Qi suddenly froze. Although the sneak attack on this man caused him to lose a lot of blood, it could feel as if it was cursed and all aspects of its body were deteriorating rapidly. Health, spirit value, attack, defense, durability, and even one skill disappeared on the spot and could not be used. Ouch! You have stripped the LV55 Forest Tiger skill, Tiger Roar? LV55? You call this a novice graduation assessment camp? Su Qi looked at the panel and saw the content on the panel flashing, and a new notification appeared. Misty Dungeon. Lost Solitary Plain. Difficulty, AS level. Dangerous creatures. Mountain tigers, bloody scorpions, human-faced spiders. I am still in the Lost Plains, but I have been teleported a little far away, a huge distance away from the starting point. At this moment, in front of him was a huge, spotted tiger that was as tall as a floor, staring at Su Qi with ferocious eyes. Xiao Qi. Yi Linglong's voice sounded from behind. She reacted very quickly. When she heard the sound of fighting and found out that it was Su Qi fighting, she immediately rushed over. Su Qi raised his staff and said, "Sister Linglong, I wish you the best." Don't. Yi Linglong's legs immediately went limp. After shaking for a few times on the spot, he ran over trembling again. "You won't die. I'm a nurse myself. Do I need you to nurse me? Give me real damage and critical hits." Su Qi scratched his head. "Isn't it time to put on a shield to protect myself? Ahem, Sister Linglong. Fight for me." After saying that, God's wrath fell. With the true damage plus 10 times the critical strike. Even if Yi Linglong does not have much combat power, she can still catch the wild monster and beat it with the help of a higher upgrade. Knock knock. Yi Linglong hit him with a few sticks, and Shanlin, who was shocked to find that he was beaten by a seemingly harmless human assistant and was unable to fight back. Roar! True damage critical hits are just too painful. The mountain tiger roared and tried to escape, and Yi Linglong raised her staff high. If this stick falls, it will probably be sent away on the spot. Su Qi seemed to have thought of something and shouted hurriedly, "Sister Linglong, spare the tiger." Huh. Suchi dug into his storage and took out a scroll, saying, "Dang dang. Taming scroll. Taming scroll. Divine control scroll. God control scroll. Immediately tame a wild monster that is no more than 20 levels below your own for 12 hours. During the taming period, the wild monster gains double HP/combat power/defense bonus. Currently tameable up to level 60. Teacher Yao from Shindu University gave it to me. I couldn't use it in the zero equipment dungeon before, but I didn't expect it to be useful here." Suchi chuckled and put the divine control scroll on Shanlinhu. The latter wailed and was trapped tightly without any resistance. Just when it thought it was going to be completely reduced to a blood-sweat slave of humans, the horrific power brought by the scroll startled it. Will you become stronger immediately after being conquered? Roar, roar. The mountain tiger immediately lost all its hostility and moved closer to Suchi in a flattering manner, transforming into a licking tiger on the spot. Chapter 35, Don't Be a Coward. Hiss hiss. The tiger was not satisfied with licking the ground, so it turned over on its belly, trying to get Suchi to pet it. Looking at the big guy in front of him with no bottom line, Suchi couldn't help but kick it. "Don't be like this. We're just a casual relationship for 10 hours. Even if you twist me into a dough stick, I'm already a saint. Hurry up and get up. I have to hurry. Roar." Shanlinhu lay on the ground like a spoiled child, allowing Suchi and Yi Linglong to sit on it. Suchi patted Shanlinhu and said, "Come on, take us to find other humans." Oh, full speed ahead." Yi Linglong's face was filled with shock at this moment. "Is the gap between people so big? You came here to take the test, but as soon as you landed, you captured a LV-55 wild monster as a mount. This world is still too upside down." "What? Sister, you said it's too crazy." Suchi's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he slapped Shanlinhu. "Why are you running so fast? Is your father or mother in front of you? Slow down. Don't you know that you are pushing my sister Linglong?" "Who woo? It was you who said to hurry up." At this moment, in a certain area of the Lost Plains, Li Cheng looked at the wet beauty who had just walked out of the river in the distance and couldn't help swallowing. "What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll kill you." Jiang Qingma's sharp eyes fell on Li Cheng. Li Cheng was frightened by the murderous aura. At that moment, he suddenly felt that Jiang Qingma in front of him was extremely unfamiliar. If there were no other students behind him who appeared in time, he had no doubt that this woman would really fight him. "Sister Qingma, are you okay?" Several girls came out from the woods and said nervously, "Phoenix." Jiang Qingma shook her head and said solemnly, "Strange, are we caught in some turbulence? How come we are in such a deep part of the dungeon?" "It seems to be the mist turbulence mentioned in the textbook." Several girls gathered together and chattered. Li Cheng, as the only boy there, felt a little embarrassed for a moment and turned around and wanted to leave. At this moment, Jiang Qingma called him. "Hey, where do you want to go?" Li Cheng said nervously, I'll go find my class." Jiang Qingma said, "There are assistants, magicians, and life-related people here. We are in need of a combat-related person. If you are one of them, come and form a team." Jiang Qingma's words were filled with the unquestionable tone of a class teacher. Li Cheng said stiffly, I am, then let's form a team." In this way, Li Cheng formed a team with these girls. But in the team, he was the only one in the front row. Whoosh! Boom! In the distant sky, a blue firework rose into the sky, which was the assembly signal from the teacher. On the panel, various messages exploded in the class group messages. Zhangji, classmates, your combat uniforms are special items that can defend against full-strength attacks from monsters below, LV-30, so don't panic too much. Now the blue assembly fireworks have been launched into the sky. Students who see this message, please gather quickly. Each of you has 2 red fireworks in your bag. After you use the fireworks, the teacher will come to support you immediately. Suchi understood immediately after seeing the content above. I was ambushed by a level 55 wild monster at the beginning of the game. Was it just because I was too unlucky? Li Cheng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the message above. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, it at least sounded like he still had a chance to escape. With him leading the way, several people quickly rushed towards the place where the blue fireworks were blooming. But perhaps because this area was along the river, they encountered a wild monster that came to hunt less than half an hour after they walked out. Hiss! White silk threads fell from the sky, and several spiders as big as cars landed in front of the crowd. Human face spider, LV-42. Human face spider, LV-41. Human face spider, LV-43. Damn it, it's really hell. Li Cheng nervously raised the legendary set of weapons that Su Qi gave him. It was his first time facing wild monsters of such a high level, so it was inevitable that he was nervous. Squeak! A hoarse and ugly roar came from the spider's mouth full of sharp teeth, and then it rushed towards the crowd at a rapid speed. Ah! Several girls forgot to nurse Li Cheng and screamed, backing away and even falling down. Even Jiang Qingma looked pale. Li Cheng turned around and said angrily, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and give me milk." Seeing the human-faced spider biting towards him, Li Cheng subconsciously raised his weapon and swung. What? There was a crisp sound of metal collision. Li Cheng was horrified to find that his weapon actually knocked the first wild monster away. It's just that he himself is also flying freely in the air. After all, the levels of both sides are there. It was completely impossible for him to avoid injury. Mountain Guardian set, legendary. Description: mountains are difficult to destroy suddenly, but they can be transformed into dirt and mud after thousands of years of erosion. Mountain Guard: repel an enemy and cause damage twice your own attack power. Cost: 100 spirit points, charge for 3 minutes. Thump. Li Cheng rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Before he could get up, the spiders had surrounded him, gnawing at and attacking his combat uniform and legendary suit. At this time, the girls' help finally arrived, but it was too late. Li Cheng had been suppressed and besieged by wild monsters. Ahem! Although the damage to the suit was not great, he suffered a lot of internal injuries. A mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out. In the back, a girl asked nervously, "Sister Qingma, should we go save him?" Jiang Qingmo released a red firework and frowned. "I've already released the firework. Even if we go over there now, what's the use? Can we just disperse the attack?" The girl from the life department said tremblingly, But he is about to die. We can help him drive away the spider." Jiang Qingma looked at her indifferently. After a long while, he slowly said, "Of course, you have a combat uniform too, right? Just go and save them yourself, and don't get anyone else in trouble." Damn guy. In the swarm of spiders, Li Cheng's combat uniform had been partially torn apart, and blood was flowing on the ground. Li Cheng turned his head and stared at Jiang Qingma, saying, "You actually still don't come to save me? Jiang Qing? You did?" Biao. Seeing Li Cheng covered in blood, the girl with the cute baby face gritted her teeth. Teacher once said that the last thing spiritualists need is cowards. I will never be a coward. After saying that, she raised the cheap staff in her hand high. A dazzling fireball flew towards the group of spiders. Master level fate. Unstable will. Note: combat power changes with will. Cowardice, normal, courage, sacrifice equals minus 50%, 100%, 150%, 300%. Boom. The fireball hit the spider, splashing flames. However, the gap between the two sides is too large. The human-faced spider was almost unscathed. Squeak! The human-faced spider turned around, identified the girl it was attacking, and suddenly pounced on her. Ah! When the girl saw the hideous black face of the human-faced spider, her legs immediately went weak, and she fell down suddenly. Yi Linglong's voice rang out in the air. "Hymn of the Brave. Defense bonus. Shield coming. Roar!" The tiger's roar shook the mountains and forests. Li Cheng, covered in blood, turned around and saw the person coming on the tiger's back, with a miserable smile. "I knew you would come." Chapter 36, Saving Li Cheng. Seeing Li Cheng lying on the ground with blood all over his face, Su Qi's anger had reached an unprecedented level. As soon as he landed, he ordered Shamlin to go, kill all those spiders and those humans. Ignore them. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qi finally did not give the order to take action. All we can say is that the girl who tried to protect Li Cheng just now saved their lives. Roar! The forest tiger roared and pounced, killing all the spiders in just a few minutes. Li Cheng smiled and said, "Ahem, I knew you would come. You are in a bad state now, so please say less." As Su Qi spoke, a divine healing technique was cast. Li Cheng's eyes suddenly widened. After seeing the notes on the panel, he immediately understood why Su Qi had so many state personnel protecting him. This is a god-level fate. A légendaire existence. Since their school was founded, no, it has never appeared in the entire Jiangqing city, right? You've kept this from me for too long. Su Qi shook his head and smiled. Seeing that the scars on Li Cheng's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he stood up and looked at Jiang Qingma in the distance with cold eyes. She really has never been a good person. Jiang Qingma, you were the one standing there watching someone die without helping, right? Hearing Su Qi's angry voice, Jiang Qingma frowned in dissatisfaction. In order to save him, we may all die. This kind of joint sacrifice is meaningless. It's meaningless? Those are the lives of your teammates. In order to survive, you abandon your beliefs and betray your teammates. You really know how to make excuses for yourself. It was the first time that Jiang Qingma saw a boy who was full of hostility towards her and started to scold her as soon as they met. She always felt that Su Qi seemed extremely dissatisfied with her and said coldly, "I don't know you, and I don't need you to teach me." Su Qi gritted his teeth and said, "You bitch, you'd better not let me meet you next time, or I'll let you know why the flowers are so red." After saying that, he helped Li Qing up and said, "Sister Linglong, tiger, let's go." Roar! The mountain tiger carried the three people away. More than 10 minutes later, several teachers finally arrived. They looked at the blood and the monster corpses on the ground and asked in a daze, "Did you kill all of these?" Jiang Qingma shook her head and said, "No, it was a student riding a tiger who killed him. But I feel that he is very emotionally unstable, so I suggest that the teacher keep a closer eye on him." As she spoke, she described Su Qi's characteristics. The teachers nodded in amazement. "Well, we will arrange an investigation into this matter." After saying that, they took Jiang Qingma and a few others away. On the bumpy tiger's back, Li Qing looked at his shield, which was adding full health every second. He was petrified on the spot. Is this the ability of a god-level destiny? This is too exaggerated. Yi Linglong stared at him intently and said quietly, "If you dare to leak this matter, I will make your life in danger." Li Qing patted his chest. "Don't worry. Even if Lao Su tells others about this, I will never reveal a single word." Yi Linglong was about to say something when Su Qi patted her on the shoulder and said, "I recognize Qingzi as a person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone out of my way to look for him." Li Qing was stunned after hearing this. "By the way, how did you find me from so far away?" Su Qi took out Li Qing's clothes from his bag. Tigers are also cats, so they do have a sense of smell. Li Qing gave a thumbs up. "Great. The LV-55 Mountain Tiger is the king of this area. Under its leadership, the three of them traveled smoothly all the way and arrived at the place where the blue fireworks were launched smoothly. At this time, a group of teachers and students were discussing what happened after they came in. Roar! The next moment, a mountain tiger jumped out from the bushes, and after landing, it roared towards the sky, scaring everyone so much that they quickly retreated. Su Qi was so angry at this stupid guy that he jumped down and kicked it directly on the head. "Just show up. What are you yelling about? Do you think you were so handsome?" Roar! Yi Linglong got down from the tiger's back very gracefully. Only then did everyone realize that the tiger was actually being controlled by someone. After the teacher from another class recognized Su Qi, he said, "You are Su Qi, a student of teacher Zhang Ji, right?" Su Qi nodded, and the teachers looked at each other and said, "There were a few more smoke signals outside just now. Your class teacher, Lao Zhang, went out to rescue people. You should go back to class first." After Su Qi sent a message to Zhang Ji that he had arrived at the camp, he walked towards his class. Shan Linhu yawned and followed him closely. Seeing such a huge monster coming, the student stepped back nervously and shocked. Normally, we only see monsters in books and videos, but have we ever seen one so closely? And what's more, it's a giant monster over level 50. The shock at this moment can be imagined. Su Qi found a place to sit down, and the mountain tiger lay obediently behind him. Just when everyone was still amazed at Su Qi's ability to tame such a ferocious beast in the forest, the next moment, the mountain tiger exposed its nature of a tiger licker. She simply rolled over, revealing her belly behind Su Qi, and then struggled hard, like an unsatisfied young woman. Not only did Su Qi not react at all, he raised his hand and slapped it on the nose again. "Be quiet. Will you die if you don't move? Brother Su, can we touch him? He looks so cute. He's acting like a spoiled brat, Sugo." Su Qi couldn't stand the constant calls of Sugo from the girls in his class. He waved his hand and said, "Touch him as you like. This guy's been tamed by me and is very well behaved." The mountain tiger just turned its belly over for everyone to see, allowing these humans to carefully approach and touch it. Soon, the other members of the Liao Yuan team and Zhang Ji also came back. It's just that they came back in a hurry and even came back with a mission. Seeing Su Qi, Zhang Ji and the members of the Liao Yuan team rushed over directly, picked him, and Yi Linglong up and rushed back towards the wolf smoke in the distance. Hoo-woo! Shanlin, who was completely stunned. After spending 2 minutes confirming that Su Qi was really taken away right under his nose, he stood up on the spot and rushed towards Su Qi. Su Qi said calmly, "Did we run into a tough guy?" Zhang Ji said as he ran. "We encountered a large group of bosses ahead. Wang Nu suspects it is related to something in the mission. We have to hurry over." Su Qi nodded and said, "It's too slow for us to run with our legs. Let's use my big thing." After saying this, he whistled, and a huge mountain tiger jumped out of the forest. Zhang Ji was shocked and said, "When did you conquer him?" Su Qi's face darkened. "It was behind me just now. Didn't you notice it when you took me away?" "Oh, there's a group of girls behind you. I thought you were in love." The mountain tiger was too lazy to listen to the human's nonsense. It picked them up on its back one by one and rushed towards the smoke and fire in the distance. Chapter 37, Meet Again. Yi Linglong asked curiously, "So how did we end up here? Were we just hit by the turbulent fog?" Wang Nu shook his head and said, "I don't know about this either. I have already asked the headquarters and am currently waiting for their response." Su Qi glanced at Songlin Xiuyu, who was being brought around like a little toy, and said, "Brother, are you sure it's the thing in the mission?" Wang Nu sighed and said, "It's hard to say. After all, no one knows what that thing looks like. We can only look for it based on the predictions of some powerful fortune tellers and reasoners. But at least for now, the place with the most anomalies is where we encountered it. All I can say is try your luck." Soon, Su Qi knew why everyone did not choose to fight all the way in, but instead came back in a hurry to take him with them. It's not that they don't want to break in, but they simply have no way to do it. After everyone entered a dense forest, the number of wild monsters inside began to increase dramatically. Not only that, their levels were all above level 50, even the most common wild monsters, as if they had broken through the basic limitations of their race. I can only say that this is really a very terrifying scene. It was like a terrifying mountain torrent reservoir, storing countless powerful wild monsters. It was conceivable that once they broke through the coverage of the forest, they would rush to the periphery like a flood and completely wipe out the wild monsters in other places with their unrivaled strength. The scene before Su Qi was so familiar. Forcibly improving strength is exactly the same as what happened last time in the Zero equipment copy. The operator there also began to increase in strength, breaking through the limits and reaching the boss level after obtaining the key to Zero machinery. But unlike the key of Zero equipment, which can only upgrade one monster, the thing in the deep forest can increase the level of wild monsters on a large scale. It can only be said that if its effect is placed in the Zero equipment copy, it will be enough for Su Qi to fight hundreds of times. Seeing that everyone was about to get into a tough battle again, Su Qi didn't say anything and used the divine healing technique. All kinds of strange sounds came out from everyone's throats, and the sounds echoed all around. Song Lin Xiaoyu looked at the people in front of him, who either looked like they were enjoying themselves or trying to endure the discomfort, and his expression suddenly became dull. "No, is this kid trying to poison you? Why don't their expressions look like they're being breastfed normally?" Before she could figure out what was going on, Su Qi threw Divine Fury and Shen Yin Asterisk Tianbao at everyone, and their status instantly reached the maximum. As if they were excited, they roared and rushed inside. Roar! The mountain tiger was actually roaring along, and Su Qi slapped it again without hesitation, and it lowered its head and was in a state of confusion. A shield with tens of millions of HP was also put on the mountain tiger. You know, a boss-level wild monster, like it has a natural health volume about 10 times thicker than that of a spiritualist of the same level. So at this time, with the blessing of Su Qi's shield, it quickly reached a very terrifying level. It can be said that without a real damage attack, basically no one can hurt it now. When can I use my skills on wild monsters and pets? Could it be that this thing was also judged as a teammate? Well, since you're so aggressive, why don't you go up and help us? After Su Qi patted its butt, the mountain tiger rushed into the battlefield like lightning and cooperated with Wang Nu and the Liao Yuan team to harvest in the forest. Wang Nu has killed the LV-62 giant cockroach. Give up picking up experience. You have gained 300 experience points. Lin Yin has killed the LV-64 giant ant. Give up picking up experience. You have gained 400 experience. Everyone tacitly gave the experience on the ground to Su Qi, but as he picked it up and absorbed it, he suddenly found something wrong. The experience of these monsters is not at all commensurate with their levels. It's like winning a city competition, but the reward is just a box of eggs, which is not as exciting as a bucket of soybean oil given at the opening ceremony of a supermarket at the entrance of the community. Suchi didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Why do I feel like I'm picking up trash now? It can be said that the only happy person at the scene was Yi Linglong, who was picking up treasures all over the floor. With the bonus of Shun Yun * Tian Bao, the rewards dropped by these wild monsters are still quite considerable. Crash! After Lin Yin split the tree in front of him, he was suddenly startled by several figures walking behind the woods. No, how could there be students inside? When Suchi saw them, his pupils suddenly contracted. He could never have imagined that he would meet Jiang Qingma for the second time here. No, this is the other side. Even if Jiang Qingma moved very fast, she couldn't run over from such a distance. Not to mention that she passed by their camp in the middle. You again? When she saw Suchi, Jiang Qingma's eyebrows suddenly raised. Suchi said solemnly, I should be the one who should say this. How did you get here in such a short time? Jiang Qingma didn't know how to explain what she had just experienced. Instead, the girl next to her who had just saved Li Cheng said, timidly, We were originally following those teachers in the direction of the smoke, but we encountered a few wild monsters on the way. After the teachers went up to deal with the wild monsters, we thought about hiding in the forest first. As we waited, the sounds suddenly disappeared. When we came out again, even the teacher and the monsters disappeared. We didn't know what to do, so we just kept walking in the direction of the smoke. As we walked, we ran into you again. Wang Nu stroked his chin and said, It feels like it's not just a turbulent fog. There must be another force affecting the surrounding environment. But this also explains why these high-level monsters nearby have been staying inside. They must be restrained by the environment and unable to leave. Jiang Qingma was not stupid. She could tell at a glance that Su Chi's team included teachers and mysterious law enforcement officers, so she decisively brought the girls over. There was nothing anyone could do about it. After all, there were also female students who needed protection. We couldn't just drive them away, right? It was also impractical to send someone back at this point. So Wang Nu and the others looked at each other and had to choose to keep them in the team. Anyway, these people would not have much impact, and their safety would be basically guaranteed as long as they stayed with Su Chi. However, they could never have imagined that Su Chi not only had no desire to protect this beautiful girl in front of him, but also wanted to let her know why the flowers were so red at any time. Jiang Qingma looked at Su Chi riding leisurely on the tall tiger, while she herself had to suffer on the journey below, and she suddenly became angry. At this moment, she no longer had the aloof look she had during the day. Hey, we've been walking for a whole day, and we can't walk anymore. Oh, then don't leave. Jiang Qingma glared at him. Don't leave? Do you really want us to die here? Like someone said, I don't want to sacrifice meaninglessly, so I'm saving my energy for myself and my mount now, which makes sense. Jiang Qingma didn't expect Su Chi to use her own words to confront her, and was speechless for a moment. This was the second time today that she had suffered at the hands of this boy. Her pretty face was full of grievance. Sui, feeling wronged is useless. Woman, I have seen through you inside and out. Chapter 38, Mass Destruction. I'm waiting to see how you deal with it. Su Chi put his hands behind his head and spoke nonchalantly. At this moment, Jiang Qingma's expression became even gloomier. Seeing how he treated the beauty, Yi Linglong came over with a smile and said, You can't just play hard to get. When dealing with a beautiful woman, you should know when to grab and when to let go. No one is like you. Su Chi turned his head with a dark face and said, Sister Linglong, I am not interested in her. No matter how beautiful she is still a femme fatale in my eyes. Are you so resistant to women? Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and she said, Could it be that the person you like is a man? After they continued to go deeper for more than 10 minutes, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. A few bare tree trunks stood on the dry and cracked ground. The entire ground is dark red, and it feels like it is soaked in blood. Not only that, there was also a slight smell of blood in the air, and the further inward you went, the more obvious this feeling became. And there was a big guy in the middle. On the panel, information pops up. Mist Dungeon. Land of Despair. Difficulty. Unknown. Description. The transformed earth, the polluted souls. When the gods are completely corrupted, it will be a disaster for all things, including the gods themselves. Wang Nu watched all this with a serious expression, then turned around and said, You're even talking about gods? It looks like this is a big one. Yiling Long said nervously. Should we still go in? I heard that the levels of the gods in the legend are all very terrifying. Indeed, being able to raise the group of wild monsters outside to this level just by relying on the dissipated power, one can imagine how strong the guy inside is. Among the crowd, only Su Chi's eyes began to shine when he saw the word God. God! That represents the existence of top-level equipment. What is a legendary existence? Damn, as long as there is health bar, you can fight. He still remembered how Li Chung was beaten like a dog, even though he was wearing that legendary suit. This would definitely not happen if he changed into the god-level suit. So Su Chi raised his hand and said, "We finally got here. I suggest we continue to go in. The god race? It's just a race. As long as the level is still visible above the head and the health bar is still on the skull, we still have a chance." Su Chi's ambitions are no joke. In his previous life, at least hundreds of gods died at his hands. Although as a support, he always went up to make the final kill at the last moment, but at least he really beat up a god. Listening to Su Chi's speech, Wang Nu made a decision and said, "Okay, let's charge." Anyway, with this god-level nurse here, there are shields, real damage, and resurrection. The worst that can happen is that I get beaten so hard that I'll pee all over. Let's go. After Wang Nu finished speaking, he was the first to step onto the cracked, blood-red ground. The moment he set foot, his steps instantly became heavy, as if countless wronged souls were pulling him from below, preventing him from moving. The few people coming up from behind had the same feeling. If they were not wearing Su Chi's shield, they would have felt a little scared at this moment. Should I go in too? Kurabayashi Xiaoyu said nervously. Wang lifted the chain angrily, stop talking nonsense, and get going. Under the restraint of that special iron chain, Song Lin Xiaoyu couldn't exert any strength at all and could only let Wang Nu lead him away. Since they came in, they discovered that this land was not truly lifeless. After walking about 1 kilometer inside, a group of earthworm-like creatures suddenly emerged from the ground beneath their feet. These creatures had ferocious sharp teeth on their mouths. As soon as they sensed any movement, they would bite the soles of their feet. Their speed was so fast that it was impossible to defend against. However, with Su Chi's shield, no one took it seriously. They had the shield given by Su Chi, but Jiang Qingma and the others who followed him were not so lucky. Ah! A panicked cry was heard, and an earthworm bit Jiang Qingma's shoe. From its crazy, twisting appearance, it was obvious that it was eager to eat the flesh inside. Puff! Zhang Ji chopped with his sword, and the earthworm was split into two, deader than dead. Thank you, teacher. Jiang Qingma's face turned pale. Yeah, it's okay. Jiang Qingma looked at everyone with doubtful eyes, not understanding why their shield could last so long and why everyone ignored these mutant earthworms. Could it be that it was Su Chi's credit? That's impossible. What level is he at? The only happy one among the group was the mountain tiger that Su Chi temporarily subdued. Not only can these mutated earthworms not harm it, in its eyes they are just props for the game of whack-a-mole, and it has a lot of fun playing with them. Everyone continued to go deeper inside. Suddenly, with a hissing sound, a huge earthworm as big as a tire jumped out of the soil and bit the shield in front of Yi Linglong, which scared her. Damn it, you stinky thing, you scared me. Yi Linglong was so angry that she grabbed it and threw it to the ground. He still felt unsatisfied, so he took out a legendary sword from his storage ring and stabbed it into the heads of the earthworms on the spot. Jiang Qingma's beautiful eyes twitched at this. Any move she makes is a legendary prop. This sister must be a master who sneaked in, right? Puff! Black blood splattered everywhere, and the earthworms that were so arrogant just now suddenly became motionless, leaving only 2 balls of light from the props on the ground, which were particularly dazzling in the wasteland. Puff puff! Wang Nu, who was at the front, had just taken a few steps when several earthworms of the same size crawled out of the ground and bit towards him. Wang Nu didn't even need to use weapons. He could just blow them up with 1 punch. With true damage and critical hits, even his fists are deadly at this moment. We have to think of a way. It's not a good idea to be ambushed all the time. Lenin looked at the female students behind him worriedly. If Zhou hadn't retreated in advance to help them deal with the earthworms that attacked them, they probably wouldn't have been able to get so far. Su Chi stared at the light ball of the prop in front of him, his eyes sparkling as he said, "I have a good idea. How about letting Brother Chong use his ultimate move to clear the screen? You can also use any large-scale skills you have. Anyway, this thing has low health and low defense. If you smash it on the ground, it will definitely explode in a bunch. Yi Linglong covered her mouth and chuckled when she heard that. Others might not know what Su Qi was thinking, but how could she not know? All these prop light balls on the ground are no joke. If you really take them all away, it will definitely be another huge profit. Good. Chang Si nodded, and the terrifying power on the staff in his hand began to gather. In the sky, fiery red clouds began to gather madly. Not only him, but also Lin Yin and Wang Nu began to accumulate energy. After a few breaths, the attacks of the three people fell at the same time. A spear blade and two huge fist prints fell from the sky, and the most powerful one was Chang Si's fire meteorite attack. The fireball roared down like a meteorite and smashed into the cracked ground. For a moment, the smell of evaporated air was everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, when they looked over again, the ground was already covered with bright balls of light. Woohoo, you're rich! Sister Linglong has decided that it's you. Start picking up the pieces. Yi Linglong glared at him, but continued to pick up the items frantically with drooling. Seeing this guy's excitement, Jiang Qingma finally reacted. This guy is not giving any advice at all. He is just thinking about himself from beginning to end. Looking at the backs of Su Qi and Yi Linglong, who were excitedly cleaning up the mess, everyone just shook their heads and smiled. Jiang Qingma saw their doting looks. You know, she had always been the center of the crowd, but she had never been treated like this before. Why is everyone so pampering him? This guy? What is your identity? Chapter 39, what does it have to do with me? Although the harvest this time was not as exaggerated as that of Zero Equipment Copy, it was still considerable. Some of the novice magic equipment that Su Qi had been looking forward to for a long time finally appeared. LV-20, Blood God Asterisk Shield. Shield of LV-20, Blood God set. HP 80,000, Spirit 1,000, Defense 2,000. Steady Guard. Generates an invincible attribute shield once every 10 seconds. LV-20, Blood God Asterisk Left Arm. The left arm of LV-20, Blood God Suit. HP 20,000, Spirit 500, Defense 1,000. Wave Heart. Once every 30 seconds. Taunt the enemy for 10 seconds, and his attack target can only be you. Sure, this thing is perfect for Li Cheng to defend himself. After Su Qi and Yi Linglong had almost packed up their things, everyone continued to move forward using the same method. Now it was Su Qi's turn, and the other guy's efficiency could not keep up, so Yang Ning was forced to join in. Even the girl who had just helped Li Cheng was invited by Su Qi to come in and pick up things together. Jiang Qingma almost gritted her teeth watching this scene. Why should this girl, who is as soft as clay, be treated like this? At this moment, she could see how powerful the members of the Liao Yuan team were. It would be a lie to say that she didn't want to build good relationships with these strong men. However, Su Qi was there to stir up trouble, so she had no chance to show her ability. At this time, Su Qi finally knew the name of the girl who saved Li Cheng, Zhang Mingxi. Su Qi had heard of this guy's name in his previous life and had met her once. No wonder he felt she looked familiar when he saw her for the first time just now. It turns out that most good people have been kind since childhood. Zhang Mingxi. Legendary Fate. Racial Will. This fate evolved from Master-level Fate, Unstable Will, and is one of the few fates with the ability to grow. As for the upper limit she reached in her previous life, Su Qi remembered that it was a legendary fate, but if she trained well this time, it was hard to say. Ask senior brother, Wang, to pay attention to it? It seems like it could be possible. While Su Qi was distracted, Wang Nu and others in the front had already fought their way into the depths of the blood-red earth. At this moment, an explosion was heard from inside. Yes, inside. Everyone followed Wang Nu, and as they got closer, a huge, deep pit slowly appeared before their eyes. Looking from above, it looks like a huge volcano crater or a meteorite crater, and its interior is filled with the remains of various unidentified creatures. Su Qi was surprised when he saw it, but there was no light ball around the remains, and the light in his eyes suddenly dimmed. What? It looks like he's been dead for a while. Boom! At this moment, a faint explosion was heard from inside the pit. When everyone looked over there, they found that there were several figures fighting in a melee, and the battle seemed to be quite intense. Zhouken was shocked. Fuck, I thought we were the first batch, but it turns out someone is faster than us. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes and said, It seems that they are not one of us. Let's go down and take a look. Don't let them get the things first. Etc. Wang Nu raised his hand to stop them, looking hesitantly at Jiang Qingma and the others. It's too dangerous for them to follow us. You just stay here with Tiger. If you encounter danger, it will be quicker for Tiger to lead you away in time. Linning, Zhou Can, and Xiao Qi, the four of us will go over there. Oh, Songlin Xiaoyu, you come over too and act as the translator for the prophecy. When Songlin Xiaoyu heard this, she almost cried. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Qingma, who was standing by, was completely confused this time. Why does Su Qi have a role? However, no one objected at the scene, and she was too embarrassed to question them. She could only watch the four of them rush towards the core position. She frowned and whispered to Zhang Ji, "Teacher, I don't understand. Why does this guy have a share? How can he, a novice nurse, be able to treat it?" Zhang Ji glanced at her inconspicuously. Su Qi's ability is so good that even if he were replaced by 1,000 assistants of the same level, they would not be as useful as his one move. Ahem, this matter naturally has a deeper meaning, so you don't need to ask more. Yes, teacher. Since Zhang Ji said so, Jiang Qingma was able to completely confirm that Su Qi's identity or fate was unusual. When she raised her head again and looked at Su Qi's back, the disdain and indifference in her beautiful eyes began to fade away quietly and was replaced by another strange look. This familiar feeling made Su Qi's hair stand on end. Wrong. That woman is shaking again, right? No, please don't come here again. Su Qi just wanted to finish this job quickly. He didn't want to stay with this woman any longer. As the five people approached, they finally saw what was happening in the battle in the center of the deep pit. It was a giant octopus tentacle that was more than 50 meters long. At this moment, the tentacle was covered with scars. Its cross-section was stuck in the ground, and the thin and soft tentacle was constantly slapping the people who were attacking it. Every time the tentacle slapped, the ground would emit a low vibration, and the remains of corpses on the ground nearby had long been beaten into powder. Zhouken was shocked when he saw this. Oh my god, don't tell me that thing is part of the gods. That really refreshes my worldview. Wang Nu threw a long-range fist at the giant tentacle, and its information panel suddenly appeared. Broken arm tentacle, LV-150. Description: a part of the body of an unknown creature. Even if separated from the main body, it has its own independent consciousness and combat capabilities. It represents disorder and will only bring disaster to the copy. With a hum, Wang Nu finally took out his weapon. It's just a part of the main body, but it has a combat power of level 150. It seems that even if it is not a part of the main body of the god, it is not far from it. Wait a minute, Brother Lin and Brother Zhou, go and hold back those unidentified guys. I'll go and touch this disgusting tentacle. Xiao Qi, you will deal with the situation in the middle. Good. Lin Yin and Zhou Can nodded. Songlin Xiaoyu on the side suddenly looked disdainful. I advise you to just give up. Just the two of you? Do you still want to hold back those ninjas? Don't forget that they can fight a level 150 boss monster to a standstill, and they can even hurt the opponent. Just you. Before Songlin Xiaoyu could finish her words, Su Qi pinched her chubby cheeks. The strong aura that was built up with great difficulty was dispersed in an instant. Well, what are you doing? I'm telling the truth. This is indeed true. Wang Nu also had a worried look on his face, but Su Qi smiled brightly and said, It's okay, brother, just go ahead. I've learned a new skill, and they don't have a chance to attack me. Looking at Su Qi's confident eyes, Wang Nu remembered what his teacher Yao Yuanshan had said and nodded. Okay, brother believes in you. Chapter 40, Divine Words, * Libra. Seeing the light of the battle between Wang Nu and others falling, the Japanese ninjas immediately sneered. Except for the guy in the lead, all of them are below LV-100. With this combat power, these guys can't even interfere with them, and I'm afraid they can hardly survive on the battlefield. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. There's even a LV-40 rookie. Is this team trying to get killed? The leader of the ninja group said in a muffled voice. No matter what, we can't let them hinder us. Go alone. Hi, let me stop them. One of the ninjas immediately left the team and rushed towards Su Qi's position. Before the figure arrived, the kunai dart in his hand flew in front of him. Puff! Zhouken raised his shield and took the blow as if nothing had happened. Then he scratched his head and said, No, why is there only this little damage? Have I become stronger? Or are the ninjas this time even more rubbish? Only then did the ninjas see the petite figure being grabbed by the scruff of the neck by Su Qi. As if seeing something unbelievable, the two little eyes suddenly widened. Damn it! How dare you capture the saint girl? Da Xiao people. None of you can leave today. Wang Nu glanced at him as if he was a fool, then turned around and attacked the tentacles. When the ninjas in the distance learned the news that Kurabayashi Xiaoyu had been captured, they immediately rushed towards Su Qi and the others. Damn it, it really is the Saint Lady. When Songlin Xiaoyu heard this, the despair on her face became even more severe. These stupid guys. Can you please stop calling me Saint all the time? Are you afraid that you will die too late? Don't worry, Saint. We will come to rescue you immediately. After saying that, these guys put away the kunai in their hands and took out their own powerful weapons. The levels and strength of these guys are also quite good, all around level 120, which would definitely make them strong in the island country. But for such a strange tentacle, they were all sent here at once, which shows how much importance the island country attaches to this intelligence. Seeing those guys about to take action, Lin Yin and Zhou were a little nervous for a moment, but Su Qi seemed very calm. He laughed disdainfully and said, "Want to save people? That requires you to be able to do it yourself." After he finished speaking, the staff in his hand emitted a white light, and a huge shadow of a scale appeared between the two sides. Su Qi threw his storage world up without hesitation, and the scale immediately tilted towards Su Qi as if it had received something heavy. The effect of the scale also appeared on everyone's panel. Divine Words * Libra. Release a 2-kilometer diameter formation that lasts for 1 hour. Everyone within the range must pay something of the same value in order to fight. You have to pay the same amount to have a fair fight. Interesting skill, but how much wealth can a mere level 40 auxiliary like you have? It's ridiculous. After saying that, the leading ninja threw his storage ring up, but not even a splash of water was made. On the scale, my side remains motionless. Noticing that Song Lin Xiaoyu was looking at them as if they were fools, a group of people hurriedly emptied their pockets and threw their storage rings up. As a result, the balance did move this time, but it only moved slightly as if calculating the value, and then tilted towards Su Qi's side. Nanny! Seeing this scene, the leading ninja was completely defeated. Impossible! How could a 40-level rubbish rookie have such a horrible net worth? The Empire has granted us a year's funding. Is it possible that we are not as good as a 40-level rookie? Su Qi. Ip Man points at people and laughs. JPG. Look, the poor bastard from the rural island country has broken through his defense. Zhou burst into laughter. Ha! Come and hit me if you dare. You can't even afford my appearance fee, and you still want to beat me up? Go back and ask for more dog food, or you won't even be able to support yourself. Lin Yin has always recognized Zhou speaking power, so he simply smiled and said nothing. An hour of peace? The expressions of all the ninjas suddenly looked as if they had eaten something. Kurabayashi Xiaoyu was completely desperate about this group of idiots. She never thought that a group of strong men in the organization would be restrained and controlled on the spot by a skill thrown by a level 40 auxiliary. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Wang Nu grabbed a half-ton axe that was as tall as a person and chopped at the tentacles again and again. With the bonus of Su Qi's 10 times true damage and critical strike, he quickly cleared the monster's first blood, causing its first molting upgrade. When the ninjas saw this scene, they were all horrified. How is this possible? They fought for several hours before the opponent's first blood made only a slight move. As a result, this guy who just arrived has only been playing for a few minutes. He has already seen initial results. Although bosses at this level usually have several lives, don't forget that these ninjas are controlled and cannot move for a full hour. Even if we go out together with our skills and props and launch an attack, the damage we inflict may not be as great as that of this iron tower like the Xiaoman. You can imagine how difficult it is to knock this head off. Boom, a series of bombardments sounded. A few minutes later, the giant tentacle's second life was also destroyed. After its third life was hit, its entire body turned red, and even the speed and frequency of its attacks became much faster. But this time, Wang Nu had no intention of defending at all. He directly used Su Qi's shield to withstand the opponent's attack, and even fought back. Seeing this reckless fighting style, the ninja's eyelids twitched. Is this still a human being? No, there's something wrong with this guy's shield. Everyone looked at the panel carefully, their eyelids twitching. Billions of shields? Perhaps this is the walking humanoid boss? At this time, 20 minutes had passed. Seeing that the tentacle boss still had 6 health points left, Su Qi couldn't help but frown. If this continues, I'm afraid his control over Libra will end, and he may not be able to defeat Wang Nu completely. I have to find a way to drain the tentacle's health bar. Wait, depleted health bar? An idea suddenly occurred to Su Qi. Soon he did something that made everyone unbelievable. He raised the staff in his hand and attacked the tentacle monster with a basic attack. Although he also caused 10 times the true damage critical hit, it was not worth mentioning at all compared to the boss's astonishing health volume. Then this attack from the weakling immediately aroused the boss's hatred. The tentacles waved towards Su-Chi. Careful. Joken held up his shield and blocked in front of him, but Su-Chi shook his head and said, "It's okay. He can't break my shield this time. I calculated it." Boom! The tentacles attacked Su-Chi, making everyone tremble with fear. When they looked up again, they found that the tentacles had lost a lot of blood out of thin air. On the other hand, Su-Chi's face was full of enjoyment. What's this new way of playing? After a few breaths, Su-Chi opened his eyes and said, "It's done. Divine Devouring of Zero. Suck it for me." Zero God Devour. You can lock onto a teammate/enemy, depriving and absorbing 0.5% of his overall attributes every second. Chapter 41. There is still a trump card. God's Devour of Zero. Suck it for me. As Su-Chi's voice fell, the Zero mechanical god suit he had been wearing finally burst out with the light of a divine suit. A cold light shot out from the suit, tightly connecting him to the tentacle boss. Everyone was shocked to find that the overall attributes of this boss were actually decreasing. It was the suit he was wearing that was robbing the boss of its power. Such a scene made the Japanese ninja's eyes red. How could a tiny rookie from Dacia country possess such a powerful suit? In contrast, the top-level equipment these ninjas have is only 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Not even as good as the rookie from the great Xia country. It's really chilling. Facing a boss with multiple health bars, even God of Zero cannot drain out the remaining health bars. But what's even more cruel is that the artifact set sets the upper limit of its overall health, which is deprived bit by bit. Therefore, even the health bar that appeared later had its upper limit strictly controlled. Whoa! There were no vocal organs on the tentacle boss body, but everyone still heard the wailing sound in the air that sounded like a bull's roar. The tentacle monster began to turn blood red all over, and then a huge tentacle as long as 1 kilometer emerged and slapped violently towards Su-Chi. Unfortunately, Su-Chi's divine scale has only 2 ends, so he can only choose 1 enemy. Otherwise, he can really bully this tentacle. The sound of breaking wind was whistling miserably. Su-Chi screamed when he saw it, and quickly ran away to avoid it. Damn it! If I had known, I would have called that tiger over to carry me and run away. With a thud, the tentacles slammed firmly into the ground, raising countless dust. After Su-Chi rolled over to avoid them, he stood up again and continued to run wildly. His speed was so fast that everyone else was dumbfounded. Joken was stunned. He originally wanted to run with Su-Chi on his back, but he didn't expect that this kid was faster than him. Yes, after depriving the tentacle boss of all its attributes, Su-Chi's endurance and speed also reached a huge level. So at this moment, he was like performing an acrobatic trick, jumping back and forth between life and death. In the distance, Jiang Qingma and the others were finally able to barely see the situation here after the huge tentacle shadow appeared. But they would never have guessed that Su-Chi was the one who attracted the wild monster's attention. Zhang Ji was speechless for a moment. He also didn't understand what new trick Su-Chi was playing. But when I thought about the fact that this was his unique abstract style, it suddenly made sense. Back on the battlefield, Su-Chi regretted throwing all the rings on the scales, as he still had the acceleration scroll given by Teacher Yao. If I had used that thing now, I wouldn't be in such a mess. After all, if you walk on the road often, you will get your feet wet. After analyzing Su-Chi's escape route, the octopus tentacle suddenly sprayed a huge amount of transparent gel from its suction cup. Su-Chi couldn't avoid it and stepped on it, and his speed suddenly slowed down. Shit. The next moment, the tentacle turned and hit Su-Chi head-on. With a bang, the light of the shield on Su-Chi's body flashed wildly like a marquee. Although he did not cause any damage, he was still blown away by the huge force. Wang Nu turned around and said nervously, "Xiao-Chi, are you okay?" Su-Chi touched his head and stood up feeling a little dizzy. "It's okay, but I just felt like I saw a marquee just now." Joken rushed forward, and before Su-Chi could react, he was dragged away by him. "Stop talking, we all saw the marquee just now." Really? As a support, Su-Chi has become accustomed to this way of escaping by being dragged by others. A ball of light appeared in his hand, which was one of the skills that the tentacle boss had just used. LV-40-0 Mechanical God Asterisk Helmet. guardian stripping. Every time you are hit by an attack, one skill of the attacker is randomly stripped away and turned into a skill ball. You can give the skill ball to anyone. The skills of the stripped person will be blocked for 12 hours. Time coagulator. Description: it is produced by some unknown top-level creature. Once you are contaminated by this gel, your time will slow down relative to the outside world. No wonder I was hit just now. It was this thing that caused it. Boom! While Su Chi was distracted, this time it was Zhou who was hit instead of him. The two of them rolled on the ground in a panic and fled. Su Chi looked up at the health of the tentacle boss. I found that after this guy's health dropped to half of its original value, he could no longer make any progress. Isn't it depriving and absorbing 0.5% of the overall attributes every second? Are you made of steel? You have such a tough life. On the panel, new information about broken arm tentacle appeared. Broken arm tentacles disordered state. Description: fall into a frenzy state, unable to be targeted by skills, lasts for 5 minutes. What a dog, he actually has a domineering body. Su Chi's neck shrank. Let's go. If he hits me a few more times, my resurrection armor will be knocked out. Junior brother, please retreat quickly. I'm going to use my ultimate move. The king roared angrily, and blood gushed out of his body. His axe actually transformed into 2 giant metal fists covering his hands, and then his fists attacked at a high speed like raindrops. Ula ula ula. The fist turned into an afterimage, hammering madly at the base of the tentacle, and the damage that exploded was too much to watch. Senior brother, I'll help you. Su Chi pointed with one hand and threw the time coagulant skill ball towards the tentacle boss. With a pop, the ball of light of time coagulant exploded and splashed all over the tentacle itself, and its resistance speed slowed down instantly. Good. Wang Nu continued to attack with heavy punches, and the wild monster's health began to drop rapidly, like a progress bar. This time it was the turn of the ninjas who were watching the show on the side to stop staying still. Damn it! The order issued by the Saint King was actually intercepted by this group of Daxia people. No, we have to do something. The ninjas looked at each other, and their leader suddenly rushed towards the periphery. Baga! I get it. Although our skills can't hit the guy inside from a distance of 1 kilometer, the forbidden spell can, as long as the forbidden spell can still snatch the head of the boss. Our mission this time will not be in vain. A distance of 1 kilometer is actually very short for these strong men. By the time Su Chi reacted, he had already seen those guys tearing open the scrolls on the outside and casting their skills inside. The scrolls in their hands were obviously powerful, because the moment they tore open the packaging, the sky outside suddenly turned gloomy. It is definitely a forbidden spell level. Lin Yin reacted extremely quickly and immediately dodged in front of several people and the tentacle boss, intending to use his own body to forcibly take the damage of the forbidden spell. Zhou was shocked. Fuck boss, you are crazy, Lin Yin said seriously. This mission is extremely important to Daxia and everyone, and we must not let it go wrong. As a spiritual person, I should feel honored to have such a day. Song Lin Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yin in the sky and felt as if a string in her heart was plucked. He is really so handsome. At this moment, a loud shout was heard, breaking the atmosphere that had been established with great difficulty. Captain, Cauldron! Su Chi made a trumpet shape with his hand and shouted, "Don't worry. I'm here to make sure you can't use the resurrection armor." Lin Yin's eyes lit up. Does Xiao Qi have another trump card? Chapter 42, Entertainment Skills. People of Daxia, get ready to taste the power of the forbidden spell. Laughing loudly, the ninja tore the scroll apart. In the dark clouds above his head, he saw a gigantic Yamano snake swimming impatiently. Those scarlet eyes were filled with the desire to devour everyone. Being able to project the shadows of gods means that the power of this scroll is already extremely close to god level. When the phantom of the Yamada no Orochi appeared, the tentacle boss obviously paused. It felt a strong threat of death from the former. Su Chi curled his lips. Tisk, it's this ugly thing again. Roar! The Yamada no Orochi seemed to notice his disdain and roared angrily. As the competitive force was unleashed, its condensation became more and more obvious. Lin Hao had no doubt that if the power of the scroll was fully released, they would definitely be blown away. He looked up and saw that those people were already retreating in a hurry, and they even ignored the leftover woman next to him. This guy was a prisoner after all, so Lin Ying quickly fell down and protected Song Lin Xiaoyu behind him. The latter felt warm in his heart, but still pushed him away with red eyes and said, "Don't worry about me. Let's go." The use of forbidden spell power cannot be stopped or intercepted. Lin, this is my mission. The staff in Su Chi's hand, which was about to cast a spell, suddenly paused. "Don't, brother. You want me to eat melons at the critical moment, right?" Boom! There was a muffled thunder in the sky, and the power of the forbidden spell would soon be released. That's right, it's this time. A colorful light shines brightly on Su Chi's magic staff. Divine words * falsehood. Release a 2-kilometer diameter formation that lasts for 1 hour. All enemy skills within the range become random entertainment spells. Teammate spells become tenfold overlapping spells. This skill cannot be stacked. Consumption: 50 spirit points. Cooldown: 1 hour. The next moment, strange music sounded in everyone's ears. It seems as if Santa Claus is riding on a reindeer and is happily coming here. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. The Yamada no Orochi in the sky suddenly looked frightened, as if it had seen some terrifying creature. It opened its mouth in anger and blew out a breath. And what came out was a sky full of snowflakes and ribbons. Even the dark clouds quickly turned into cotton candy-like white snow, which slowly fell. Although the power condensed by the forbidden spell will not dissipate out of thin air, it can be transformed. Roar! The Yamada no Orochi's angry roar was heard, and when everyone looked up again, they found that it had a Santa hat on its head and was struggling in pain in the sky. Every breath it opened its mouth and exhaled turned into countless energy candies and vitality that fell down. Everyone around Su Chi was stunned at this moment. Joken couldn't think of any words to describe his feelings at the moment, and was stunned on the spot. Oh my god! Is this an entertainment skill? Is this really something a human could do? Lin, who had been shocked by Su Chi countless times, felt that his bottom line had been broken once again. As for the distance, Zhang Ji and his group, who were originally preparing to escape, could no longer move. The energy candies floating in the wind fell into their hands. After taking a bite, the energy that entered their hearts made them feel happy. To be precise, this is still the power of the forbidden spell, but it has changed its form. Lord Yamada no Orochi. The ninjas below knelt on the ground, screaming heart-wrenchingly. They didn't expect that the Yamada no Orochi summoned by them would be humiliated like this. After a few breaths, the power of the forbidden spell completely dissipated. After the Yamada no Orochi gave Su Chi a hateful look, its figure gradually disappeared into the sky. On the other side, when Su Chi turned around, Wang Nu had already killed the broken arm tentacle at some point and was lying on the ground gasping for breath. The effect of divine words * Libra had not yet worn off, so Su Chi was not afraid of being attacked by those ninjas. He walked straight over to help Wang Nu up, and then collected all the light balls on the ground. Wang Nu gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you are awesome." Small problem. I finally have a chance to use the skills I learned at level 40. After Wang Nu drank a bottle of special potion, his condition finally recovered a lot. He walked forward and pulled out a black, rusty sword that was stuck in the ground. It is this thing that trapped the broken arm tentacle here. Damn it, that thing was still taken by the Daxia people. The ninja behind saw this scene and gritted his teeth. Lady Saint, please forgive us for not being able to save you today. Private Marseille. Songlin Xiaoyu wished he could go over and beat up these blind guys right away. If you can't win and want to escape, just run away by yourself. Why are you dragging me into this? Withdraw! Without saying a word, several ninjas started to flee. Wang Nu became anxious when he saw this. As a result, Su Chi smiled and pulled him back, saying, "Brother, it's okay. Let him run 1,000 meters first. I still have a trump card." Wang Nu felt a little scared when he heard the word trump card from Su Chi's mouth. God knows what other abstract skills he can use. Trap the enemy? Su Chi has many tricks. He raised his hand, and a milky white and holy scroll slowly unfolded. Above the sky, the holy prayer platform that everyone in the Liao Yuan team was very familiar with slowly emerged. Divine Punishment * Holy Prayer Altar. Description: the prayer platform built by the followers of the gods was finally recognized by the gods and endowed with the power of the gods. Create a prayer area with a diameter of 10,000 meters, which lasts for 5 hours. All people/wild monsters inside cannot leave this scene and must pray immediately without interruption. Fighting on the prayer platform will be punished by soul burning. The caster is the manager, and he and his teammates are not affected by this effect. Charging time, 12 hours. Buzz! The moment the holy prayer platform appeared, the group of ninjas who were originally running away knelt down uncontrollably on the spot. Strange prayer words came out of his mouth along with swear words. Damn Dacia. Eternal great God. What kind of shitty moves are these? Please accept my most loyal prayer. %UN hashtag. Seeing those guys being controlled so easily, Wang Nu wanted to put Su Qi on a pedestal. This guy is simply a humanoid platform of god-level skills. I can give myself a huge surprise every time. Wang Nu walked forward and effortlessly put shackles on these guys, sealing their power. Then they were stripped naked except for their underwear, and all their teeth were knocked out, making it impossible for them to even bite their tongues to commit suicide. Hee, let's go back and taste the National Security Bureau's physics truth. Let you know what it means to scatter the Empire's soul with 3 sticks. Sir, I'm from the island province. Woo-woo. The only problem is that it seems that more than just these few ninjas are affected by this prayer. There was also Jiang Qingmo watching the battle from a distance. She was confused at first, then shocked, and finally, she recited the words of the prayer with great shame. Su Qi, why is this guy again? Chapter 43, it's over. You shouldn't tell fortunes. Su Qi took the rusty sword from Wang Nu, and the equipment description immediately popped up on the panel. Fallen God's sword damaged. Description: when will the Holy Spirit turn over? He is determined to kill the gods with one sword. Forged by a powerful human, it is one of the 5 super artifacts specially used to kill gods. Fallen God Shock broken. After smashing one of your own skills/scrolls, it can be used. The designated enemy will be shocked by the original shock effect and cannot attack or defend. It lasts for 1 minute. Super artifact. When Su Qi saw the instructions, his breathing quickened. He had rarely seen this thing in his previous life, but he didn't expect to see one in Lost Plains this time. No wonder Japan was able to compete with Dacia inexplicably in the early days of its previous life. It turned out that it got such a thing in Lost Plains. Su Qi suddenly realized, wait, I almost forgot. They just called you the Saint. What exactly are you? Wang Nu said nonchalantly, the Saint of Yamaguchi Hall. Oh, this thing is an extended version of the underworld Yamaguchi group. Songlin Xiaoyu glared at Wang Nu. After all, after the latter said that, the grade of this thing suddenly dropped. Lin Yin said, Yamaguchi-do? You're playing the Infernal Affairs game? Are you playing both sides of Japan? No way. Songlin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and said, I was chosen by the organization when I was young. I have no other choice but to obey orders obediently. All right. I really don't feel like reviewing such an old storyline. Su Qi waved his hand and said, what good stuff did your family secretly investigate in Daxia? Tell me everything when you get back. Don't force our family to do it. Joken on the side even kicked those ninjas. I heard that you won't deduct one for replying, right? Did you hear that? Hi. Got it. 111. When Su Qi came back, he found that everyone was very happy, except Jiang Qingmo, who was looking at him with resentment on her face. Comfortable. Just right. Although I don't know what's wrong with this woman. But as long as she is unhappy, then we are happy. Who told her to be so sincere to me in her previous life? Really physics from the heart. In front of everyone, Su Qi directly gave Zhang Mengshi a legendary staff that had just exploded from the tentacle monster. The girls next to him all looked envious. The latter instantly looked flustered. No, this is too expensive, Su Qi said impatiently. What are you doing? I hate being rejected when giving gifts to others. You saved my brother, so this is what you deserve. Of course, if you are interested in him, I can also give you his contact information. As you can see, this guy is a righteous man, and his family is quite rich. Zhang Mingxi was quite moved when she heard the first half, but when the latter part came out, her cute ears suddenly turned pink. I'll take the stuff. No need to introduce it. Su Qi scratched his head. Is that so? Okay. After Wang Nu took a look at the direction, he turned around and said, the headquarters has sent people to the temporary camp, so we should hurry over there. Just like that, the group who accidentally killed a divine body on the way finally embarked on their return journey. That night, the starry sky is bright. The night sky in the Lost Plains dungeon is completely different from the night sky in Daxia. 2 gorgeous light bands, one white and one red, hung high in the sky. One is the planet's ring, and the other is the Milky Way of their galaxy. Jiang Qingma sat in front of the tent, looking at the starry sky above her head with an expressionless face. For some reason, her mind was filled with Su Qi's image from this morning. She shook her head, but she couldn't get rid of that damn figure no matter what. No way am I. What? In another tent, Su Qi suddenly lost his voice. Yang Ning, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but cover her ears. Keep your voice down. The most taboo in fortune-telling is to make a fuss. It will destroy the aura. Su Qi sat down hurriedly and said nervously, Sister Yang Ning, you said, I will never be single before I am 35. The divination results said that you will be single when you are 35 years old. It didn't say that you will never be single. Think positively. What if you are divorced? Su Qi's face darkened. It seems that he is even more depressed. Yang Ning couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. Okay, I've already said this is a free Easter egg. Let's hurry up and get the important stuff. Su Qi took out the falling god sword broken and said, I want to calculate where the other similar ones are so that the price can fall on me. Yang Ning's beautiful eyes were slightly serious. It's a super artifact. You know, even a damaged super artifact can't be so easy to predict. After all, there are so many people who want to know their existence. You have to be prepared for backlash. Well, don't worry. The reason why Su Qi was so confident was mainly because the bonuses he absorbed from the tentacle boss in the morning were still there, and he also wanted to make use of the final effects of these bonuses. Okay, unfold your panel. Remember, don't worry about what happens. Just let it change. If there's any danger, I'll pull you out. Yang Ning took out a drop of Su Qi's blood, closed his eyes, and cast a spell. A mysterious light spread around the two of them, and a very small fog enveloped them, making their figures gradually blurred. The panel in front of Su Qi, which was originally filled with various buttons, was cleared in an instant. Then like a video, a scene played itself. It was a battlefield littered with corpses. Above the blood-red sky, a 1,000-meter-long sword slashed towards the giant octopus in the sky. The octopus tentacles rolled up, wrapped the giant sword tightly, and then began to secrete a transparent gel covering the sword, making the latter unable to move. At this moment, at the other end, a staff hit the back of the octopus's head at an extremely sinister angle. Su Qi's eyes widened when he saw this scene. I know this. Boom. Invisible ripples spread out, and the octopus turned around in pain. Then, he and the owner of the staff looked at each other. That is a very beautiful almond-shaped eye. The eyes are delicate, smart, and cunning. Su Qi looked at it intently and wanted to take another look at the owner of the eyes. But it was this one glance that directly turned Su Qi's panel into a snow screen. Damn it, what kind of world is this? And there's still snow screen. The next moment, the fog and the formation dissipated together. Yang Ning was stunned and asked, You were kicked out? What? Can you be kicked out for fortune-telling? Yang Ning said, Take a look at your panel to see if any data has been affected. Su Qi said, All the data are normal, except that the values absorbed from the tentacle monster are gone. Yang Ning nodded and said, It's normal. Once the cost is used up, the panel can't hold on any longer. By the way, did you gain anything? Su Qi looked at the message that popped up on the panel, clicked it, and said in silence for a while, It's true, but I'd rather not have it. Obtained. Godslayer's commission. You have accepted. Description. Congratulations. The chosen one. Let me give you a task. Gather 5 super artifacts and then kill those damn gods. It's super easy, isn't it? If you succeed in the task, I can grant you a reasonable wish. Simple wool socks. Veins on Su Qi's forehead were throbbing. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been so greedy and calculated this fate. And I took a damn mission for no apparent reason. Desire? I'm 35 and still single. When it's really done, I'll let this guy solve my single problem for me. Chapter 44. He won't change his job, right? The next morning, when everyone got up, a group of National Security Bureau people were already standing at the door. After Wang Nu handed Kurobayashi Xiaoyu and the other ninjas over to them, he continued to lead the students to the camp to join the main force. Half a day later, in the big camp, Chun Yuanxing was so excited that he almost cried when he saw the large group from number 3 middle school appear. If anything happened to these students, he, as the principal, would have no chance of living. Just when he was fantasizing day and night that Su Qi would hug him excitedly, the latter's appearance suddenly stunned him. A huge spotted tiger carried Su Qi on its back and walked majestically to the front of the camp. After he got off, The tiger raised its head and sat there proudly like the stone lions at the gates of some places. This scene made the students nearby all look envious. Suchi smiled and said, "Principal, I have lived up to my mission and brought them all back. I also gave them to the staff of number 1 middle school for free. Don't forget to ask the principal of number 1 middle school for a favor when you were looking for one." Chen Yuansheng couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he was also quite moved in his heart. Knowing that he is being excluded now, this kid really makes us proud. Okay, you did a great job. Hurry back to the team and do your mission. Don't miss the final exam. Okay. After saying that, Suchi happily returned to the classroom. As soon as he came back, he gave Li Cheng Zhangmingxi's contact information and said without blushing, "The girl who saved you last time has taken a fancy to you. Let's have a good chat." Li Cheng was startled. Then he was so moved that he hugged Suchi tightly. "Lao Su, you really are my godfather." All right, I have to go on a mission. Let go, I don't want to be single because of a misunderstanding. Huh. Now, being single at the age of 35 has become a knot in Suchi's heart. He doesn't want any girl to misunderstand his orientation. The so-called graduation assessment is actually very simple. Students randomly form teams according to their professions. Teachers will attract wild monsters and ask students to cooperate in handling them on the spot. Finally, teachers will give students scores based on their performance. Therefore, in this stage, the teammates students draw are also very important. It is normal to encounter bad teammates and be trapped to the point where you cannot display your full strength. Suchi went up to draw lots as a member of the auxiliary department. After the numbers were announced, the students in his team quickly gathered at the preparation area under the guidance of the teacher. "Hello, everyone. I'm from number 1 middle school, Shui Yi, from the warrior department." "Great. A warrior from number 1 middle school. This is a sure thing." "Hello. I'm Su Tianqing from number 2 middle school, a life-oriented summoner." "First middle school, Jiang Qingma, Department of Magic." Puff! Suchi, who was still watching a short video, spat out a mouthful of tea on the spot. The two boys were originally extremely excited to be on the same team with the legendary goddess, but when they saw Suchi's rude look, they glared at him on the spot. "Did you change your number secretly? Why are you everywhere?" Jiang Qingma's cheeks turned red with anger. "Suchi, I'm not that kind of person." Suchi spread his hands and said, "It's my freedom to care what I think." Snort. Jiang Qingma snorted coldly and sat in the corner at the other end of the preparation area. Seeing this scene, the two boys who had just introduced themselves looked at each other with a wry smile. I originally thought that with the goddess joining in, their assessment would go very smoothly, but I didn't expect that the conflict between these two people seemed to be quite big, which was really a bit troublesome. Shui secretly sent a message to Su Tianqing next to him. It's okay. Even if the support is broken, the goddess's combat power is quite powerful. When the time comes, we will sacrifice a little more and take more medicine, and we will definitely be able to win it." That's right. Just when they thought they would be peaceful until entering the venue, a boy broke into their preparation area. "Qing Mo, I've been looking for you for a long time, but you didn't reply." A handsome-looking boy with a pale face and a bit of a pretty face came in and said, "Qingma, to be called a goddess like that, the relationship between them must be extraordinary." The two boys suddenly looked confused. Suchi in the distance also raised his eyes slightly. "Shunzuru, is this your childhood sweetheart?" Seeing Shunzuru appear, Jiang Qingma immediately frowned. "What are you doing here?" "I'm going to prepare for the exam. I came here specifically to apologize to you. It was my fault last time. Please forgive me, please." Click. The flash comes on. The four people present were stunned and looked at Suchi in confusion. Suchi scratched his head. "Oops, I forgot to turn off the flash. Please continue." Shinzuru walked towards him angrily, pointed at his nose, and said, "You, delete the photo for me. Immediately. Immediately." Suchi crossed his arms and said with a smile, "This is a public place. Who says you can't take pictures?" Shinzuru's expression suddenly turned cold. "Delete it immediately, otherwise, I will make you regret it." "He can take pictures if he likes." "Shinzuru, don't go crazy here. Get out of here right away." Jiang Qingma's voice came, and Shinzuru turned around in disbelief. "Qingma, why are you protecting this wild man? Could it be that you and him?" Jiang Qingma trembled all over and said, "I have nothing with him." Hey, you're going too far by scolding me like that." Suchi felt that this guy's scolding was really unpleasant and said, "Whoever wants to accept this woman will accept her. I don't dare to take another look at her." Jiang Qingma glared at Su Qi and said, I have nothing to do with him. Go back to your team. Otherwise, don't blame me for complaining to Uncle Shun. Shun Ziru shrank his head when he heard this. Qingma, yes, I'm sorry, I'm just impatient. Don't be angry. I'll leave right away. At last, he glared at Su Qi. After leaving the words, wait for me, with his lips, he left in a hurry. TSK, what a pity that I didn't force him to take action. Otherwise, when Senior Brother Wang comes over, I will make sure he knows how slippery the soap inside is. A farce comes and goes quickly. Shui Yi and Su Yuqing finally came to their senses. Soon a teacher came to inform them to prepare for the test. They were just about to inform Su Qi and Jiang Qingma, but they both stood up at the same time. It seemed that everyone couldn't wait to finish the assessment. It is called an assessment site, but in fact it is just an area enclosed in the wild. The teachers will attract the hatred of the wild monsters and then suppress them, and finally the students will come in to fight and complete the assessment. It was still the familiar demon fox and fierce wolf. Su Qi stretched and said, I won't be able to heal you later. I'll pay for the blood-draining potion. You can fight if you can. Come on. Shui Yi and Su Yuqing looked at each other with ugly expressions. Okay, he is indeed a master of showing off. It may be really difficult to get into a good university this time. Jiang Qingma had long been accustomed to Su Qi's inconsistency and said indifferently, It doesn't matter, you can fight or not. Why did they start an internal conflict right at the beginning? The teacher at the side scratched his head in confusion and said, Well, students, your performance will be graded later. Those with fast speed and good combat record will receive extra points, and those with the highest assessment scores will also receive skill books and scrolls from the city as rewards. Award? When Su Qi heard this, he was no longer sleepy. You should have told me there was a reward earlier. Teacher, what is the fastest speed so far? It seemed like 5 minutes. That combination was really good. Su Qi nodded and urged them, hurry up, form a team. When Jiang Qingma heard this, a gleam of light flashed across her beautiful eyes imperceptibly. Finally, I know what level this guy is. She glanced at her level 9 panel. This guy has been pretending like this all the time. Could it be that he has already turned around? Chapter 45, The Person the Goddess Cares About. No, why is this guy so excited about being a support? When fighting and killing monsters, the key is your output ability. No matter how good you are at healing, our combat power is there. How much can the efficiency be improved? Shui looked at Su Qi with some speechlessness, but still silently led the team. The team has been created. Teammate Shui has joined. LV9 Mage Jiang Qingma has joined. LV5 Tamer Su Yuqing has joined. Everyone looked at Su Qi. He was not the kind of rookie who knew nothing. After blocking all his information and leaving only his level, he also joined the team. The next moment, Shui Yi, who was originally a little lazy, suddenly widened his eyes. Not only him, but even Jiang Qingma's mouth widened slightly, as if she had seen something unbelievable. Level 41. Rank 2 Healing Master Su Qi has joined. Hiss! Everyone gasped at the same time. Not Buddy. It seems like we are not in the same style. We are just a novice assessment camp. At your level, are you sure you are not here to fry fish? Jiang Qingma guessed that Su Qi might be very strong, but she didn't expect that he would be this strong. Classmates, are you ready? The teacher on the side urged. Shui hurriedly raised his hands and said, Ready, ready. You can start at any time. Just kidding, with a second-level boss sitting in charge. Isn't it easy to win the title of Outstanding Team in this assessment? Well, you guys wait here, I'll bring the wild monsters. While several people were waiting, Shunziru's team was about to enter the field in the fence nearby. Seeing that Jiang Qingma was there, he immediately came over and said, What a coincidence, Qingma, that you are here too. Let me tell you, I have studied the shortcomings of this demon fox, its defense. Listening to Shunziru's ramblings, if it were the former Jiang Qingma, she might have been quite moved, but for some reason, all she felt at this moment was impatience. He frowned and said, Okay, I know how to do it myself. I don't need you to worry about it. Shunziru was a little embarrassed for a moment after being rejected. Su Qi, who had been watching the show for a long time, sighed in admiration. The information you just mentioned needs to be specially collected. You can't just grab a lot of it on the forum. If you don't have the ability to pick up girls, let's forget it. Shunziru's eyes widened. You, just wait for me. Don't leave after the assessment is over. After Shunziru left angrily, Jiang Qingma glanced at Su Qi with a complicated expression. With this guy's strength, he really doesn't need to read any strategies, right? By the way, why do I always feel like he hates me? Is it my imagination? Not long after, the teacher in charge of the assessment here finally brought their wild monsters over. Looking at the demon fox not far away, Shui was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He turned to Su Chi and said, "Boss, how are we going to fight this time?" Su Chi said calmly, "Just fight as you should. Hurry up and waste my time, right?" Shui was afraid that Su Chi would be angry, so he rushed out with a sword in hand. On the other side, Su Yuqing also waved his staff and summoned a wild boar, while Jiang Qingma was not idle either. As she waved her staff, a ball of fire whizzed over from a distance. Although their fighting was not very coordinated, at least they each performed their duties, and not hurting friendly forces was already the greatest victory. But Su Chi obviously overestimated his teammates' performance. After the demon fox endured Jiang Qingma's first fireball attack, it only had some scratches on its fur and lost some blood. In anger, it swung its sharp claws and chopped the wild boar summoned by Su Yuqing into pieces on the spot. Su Yuqing almost cried when he saw this scene. Are the wild monsters that I summoned so weak in the eyes of the opponent? How is this different from food? Behind him, Shui roared to give himself courage, and the low-end novice sword in his hand collided with the sharp claws of the demon fox. The weapon was not damaged, but he was blown away on the spot after a scream, and his health dropped by 1/3. It rolled on the ground for several times before stopping, looking very miserable. Su Chi finally understood why it took the fastest team 5 minutes to deal with a demon fox. Given the combat power of these novices, if there were no teachers nearby, they might have been wiped out. Woo-woo. Shui rubbed his painful buttocks, turned his head, and looked at Su Chi aggrievedly. "Boss, why don't you take action?" Su Chi said, "Have you forgotten what I said? I won't give you any help at all." After all, as long as he uses a little skill, his fate will be exposed instantly. Hearing this, Shui despaired on the spot. I almost forgot that a level 40 guy like him doesn't need to go through any assessment at all. Maybe there will be special recruitment for Lingji University, so why would they need to go through the painful procedures like them? As a result, Jiang Qingma, who was standing by, bit her teeth lightly, and there was a hint of grievance in her voice, which made people feel distressed just by smelling it. If you don't take action, no one will get any results, let alone skill rewards. Su Chi couldn't help but rolled his eyes at her. Forget it, let me do it from now on. The other three were all happy. Su Chi took out his staff from the storage ring, walked forward and said, I just said that I won't help you, but I didn't say that I won't do it myself. It's just a demon fox. Look at how embarrassed you are. It's just a matter of one stick. As he spoke, Su Chi walked to the opposite side of the demon fox, which hissed hoarsely and pounced on him in an instant. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have turned into an afterimage in the eyes of the three people. But in the vision of Su Chi, who had already reached the second level, this guy's attack was no different from slow motion. Boom! A crisp sound was heard, like the sound of knocking a wooden fish echoing. Su Chi's staff hit the opponent's head, and with the combination of true damage and critical hit, he actually killed him on the spot, and the experienced ball floated in place. This scene stunned the three people. Puff! The teacher who was drinking water in the distance spat out a mouthful of water when he saw this scene. No, how did this guy do it? Su Chi raised his hand and said, Teacher, it's time to stop the timer. The teacher hurriedly pressed the timer, and at this time, less than 2 minutes had passed. It has already set the fastest assessment result in the history of the graduation assessment camp. The teacher looked at Su Chi with shock on his face. Just as he was about to talk about checking the grades, Chun Yuansheng and Wang Nu came over. After whispering a few words in his ear, the latter immediately typeset and confirmed the results. Congratulations, the results are valid. The four of you have achieved the fastest results in the current assessment camp. You can return to your classes and rest. Before Shui could react, he saw Su Chi leave the team and walk towards his class. Su Yuqing murmured aside, I seem to remember who he is. The third-grade genius who was specially recruited by Chengdu University and was very popular some time ago. That must be him. Hiss, it's only been a short time, and I'm already at the second level. The speed of the great god. This is always reasonable. Jiang Qingma was a little disappointed when she found out that Su Chi ignored her and left. But after hearing what Shui said, she came over and asked, You just said that Su Chi has been specially recruited? Yes. I was specially recruited by Chengdu University. I remember it very clearly. Yes, thank you. Jiang Qingma nodded and left, leaving the two of them staring at each other. Jiang Qingma actually took the initiative to ask others where they were going. They suddenly felt as if they had tasted something truly incredible. Wow, the goddess of Jiangxing #1 middle school. Has someone interested in her? It's a pity that Master Su Qi doesn't seem to care about women. Chapter 46, Returning Home. One day later, the assessment results of the spiritual professionals of this year's Jiangcheng graduating class finally came out. The team that Su Qi and his 4 companions were in won the championship in an astonishing time of less than 2 minutes. If nothing unexpected happens, this result will become an insurmountable mountain for students in Jiangxing City in the future. And Su Qi also successfully obtained the prop scroll rewarded by the city. Black eyes, peering into the dark. Dark peeping description. Can predict the next 10 skills that the opponent will use in advance. Charging time, 12 hours. Can you predict your opponent's skills? Su Qi took a look at the relatively precious scrolls in his hands and decisively put them in the collection. Luiying * Wanzhongsing. Summon up to 100 clones. Each clone consumes 50 spirit points and can last up to 12 hours. The clone can equip props to fight, but does not inherit the fate effect of the original body. Scroll charging time, 24 hours. Shun Yun * Dragon Painting. Summons a guardian dragon. The dragon will last for 5 hours and grant you and your teammates a temporary level cap increase of 30 levels each. During the dragon's existence, you are immune to all negative effects. God Control Scroll. Immediately tame a wild monster that is no more than 20 levels below your own for 12 hours. During the taming period, the wild monster gains double HP/combat power/defense bonus. Currently tameable up to level 61. Divine Punishment * Holy Prayer Platform. Creates a prayer area with a diameter of 10,000 meters, which lasts for 5 hours. All people/wild monsters inside cannot leave this scene and must pray immediately without interruption. Fighting on the prayer platform will be punished by soul burning. The caster is the manager, and he and his teammates are not affected by this effect. Charging time, 12 hours. Well, with my current 7 basic skills, this should be enough for me to go to Chengdu University. On the shaking bus, Su Qi, who was still looking at the panel, felt someone patted him. When he turned around, Yi Linglong was already drooling in sleep, with her head resting on his shoulder. Sister Linglong, dinner is ready. Yi Linglong stood up suddenly. Ah, where? Is dinner ready? When Yi Linglong found that everyone was looking back at her, she immediately knew that she was fooled. She sat down on Su Qi's arm and turned 180 degrees. It hurts. You'll let me trick you. Looking at the 2 people making a fuss in front of them, Lin and Zhou looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. Wang, who was sitting in the back, said angrily, Xiao Qi, next week is the final exam for Xia's senior year. If nothing unexpected happens, I will take you to the special recruitment training camp in Chengdu after the exam. Upon hearing this, Yi Linglong's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she asked, Are we still going to that place full of distorted bodies? Wang Nu was stunned. Have you been there? Yi Linglong smiled and said, That's nonsense. I was expelled from Chengdu University. Of course I know. Everyone was struck by lightning. Hearing this, Su Qi felt as if his head had been kicked by a donkey. Some people are unable to react. Expelled from Chengdu University? Good job. This is also a god. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that I have never really understood Yi Linglong's past. Su Qi asked, Sister Linglong, what do you mean by being fired? Yi Linglong spread her hands and said, In the literal sense, you haven't seen my fate yet, right? You will know what's going on after you read it. As she spoke, she sent over her own destiny. Divine Punishment. Pseudo-god level fate. When entering near death, all skills are transformed into god-level skills, and the effect of God Madness is obtained. God Madness. Immune to all negative effects, regard everything as an enemy, and fall into a crazy state for 1 hour. Note, if there is no resurrection effect bonus, the person will die immediately after the God Madness, so be careful when activating the fate. Su Qi took a deep breath after reading it. No wonder Yi Linglong was expelled. I think it must be because she got into trouble when she was in school because of her fate. Yi Linglong smiled and said, I beat up a few blind teachers' children. Plus, I have very few resurrection skills which are basically useless to me. So I left school half quit and half expelled. Wang Nu suddenly realized, no wonder, the red-haired witch from 2 years ago was actually you. Red-haired witch. Yi Linglong was startled, then smiled and said, I like this nickname. Su Chi went to a regular class at Shindu University in his previous life, not a special recruitment class. Naturally, he had never heard of the special recruitment class training camp. He asked curiously, "What's going on with this twisted body?" Yiling Long said, "There are a group of non-human mutants in there. They look all kinds of weird. Not only that, the equipment and props that popped up are also quite abstract, and I think they are suitable for you. Anyway, you will know when you go there." Oh. Su Chi nodded thoughtfully, but was silently planning for the future in his heart. If the special recruitment camp is really full of talented people, as they say, I should be able to let go and work hard when I get there. At that time, upgrading levels should be the top priority. In addition, after arriving at the Divine Capital, I have to go to the headquarters where the spiritual job god core is placed. The job transfer instructor should have some clues about this super artifact. Su Chi, who had been accustomed to developing quietly in his previous life, felt the urgency of the future for the first time in this life. Just because of these few dungeon trips, I inexplicably accepted 2 tasks, namely, the level 80 commission from Zero Machinery City and the damn collection of super artifacts. None of them is easy to deal with. By the way, after going to school, do I have to start preparing to form my own expedition team? That's quite a lot of work. After returning to school, Su Chi gave the artifact he obtained in the copy to Li Chung. After a few rounds of banter between the 2 men, they left and went home. Downstairs in my house, there is still the old Wu Ling. "Xiao Qi, we're at your house." With a clang, the car door opened. Su Chi jumped down swiftly. Everyone looked at Su Chi's back with some reluctance. Su Chi is preparing to go to the capital of gods, and he doesn't know when they will go to the dungeon together next time. Perhaps they will never have the chance to go to the dungeon with Su Chi again. On the main seat, Yiling Long suddenly said, "Xiao Qi." Su Chi turned around. "When you come back next time, we'll go to the dungeon together again." Su Chi looked at the people in front of him. Yiling Long, Lin Yin, Zhou Kan Chongxi, Yang Ning. Su Chi waved and smiled. "Yes, of course. Next time I come back, I will not hold you back. Who knows? Maybe we will challenge the gods together next time." "Huh? Leave." "Well, let's go back." Several people watched Su Chi's back disappear into the depths of the stairs. The sky was half dark, just like the first day they met. Chapter 47, it's coming. A few days passed in a flash, and the students of Daxia finally arrived at the day of the national examination. Although Su Chi had been specially recruited, Daxia's internal information still needed to include his own exam materials, so he also sat in the examination room. In order to avoid making his results look too bad, he still tried his best in the past few days. After all, there are all kinds of scrolls in the trading forum of the God Core space. What kind of God-level memory scroll is this? Use it. Use the Divine Scroll of Good Luck. Use the God-level Prediction Scroll. As the saying goes, luck is also part of strength, and I have a special fate, so it's reasonable that my memory is amazing, right? Compared to the period before the fog descended, the only subject nowadays is the addition of spiritual vocation theory. After the last subject was over, less than half an hour after the students walked out of the examination room, the test results of all subjects have been posted on their dashboard. It's that fast. You don't even have time to be afraid. The main reason is that the current test papers have the help of the spiritual professional Divine Core, and the teachers who mark the papers are all specially trained top spiritual professionals, so marking several papers in 1 second is no big deal. At the school gate, Li Chung ran towards Su Chi excitedly and said with emotion, "Old Su, oh no, Godfather, your God-level scroll is really amazing. I looked at the provincial rankings and feel that I can go to a top-notch university." Su Chi patted him on the shoulder and said, "Tisk, that's nothing. We're not close friends at all." The citywide rankings are out. The top scholar in Jiangqingma. "Oh, bad luck," the 2 said in unison. Beep. Not far away, a modified luxury SUV stopped and honked. Wang Nu took off his sunglasses and said, "Xiao Qi, here it is." "Here I come," Li Chung asked in confusion. "Are you leaving now?" "Well, time is tight at Shindu University. I estimate that I will be in the dungeon by now the day after tomorrow." Seeing Su Chi was about to leave, Li Chung hurriedly stopped him. "Well, Lao Su, wait a minute." Li Chung took out a small piece of metal from his arms and said, "This is what my grandfather left for me. He said that I saved him in a dungeon before, and this is his amulet. Although your fate is very awesome, you will inevitably encounter strange dangers in the future. I'll leave this to you for protection." Su Chi did not refuse. He hugged him tightly and accepted it with a smile. Well, thanks. See you later. See you later. Li Cheng looked at Su Chi's back as he got into the car. Although he felt reluctant, he was also happy for him. This world is too small, Lao Su. You should go to a wider world. As soon as Su Chi got on the SUV, Wang Nu drove all the way to the station. You will be sitting with normal passengers later, but it's okay. Our people will be there to protect you. Su Chi was surprised, so low-key. Wang Nu said seriously. Remember those ninjas from a few days ago? Remember. We have extracted a lot of information from them in the past few days. They have cooperated with terrorist organizations sponsored by the other side of the ocean. During this period of time, they have hunted down many geniuses from small countries. Su Chi was shocked. Being enemies with humans? Are they so blatant? To be precise, you have to accept them as your dog first, and then kill them if they don't agree. Wang Nu said solemnly. That's why we have to be more cautious. Now the competition between the big countries is fierce, and the geniuses of each party have already become the focus of everyone's attention. Su Chi frowned and said, by the way, senior brother, have all these guys come here through the Mist dungeon recently? Wang Nu sighed and nodded. Yes, they came through some international dungeons or secret multi-channel dungeons. After all, Daxia is a huge country, and there are many fog dungeons. Like this time, they came through the Zero Equipment Dungeon, which is simply impossible to guard against. Not long after, the two arrived at the train station. Under the operation of the National Security Bureau, Su Chi entered the waiting area without any verification. Wang Nu glanced at the station sign and said, this train is heading from south to north towards the capital of God. So you are not the only one in the special training camp on the train. No, I'm not that cool. Don't ask us to introduce ourselves to each other later. I can't stand it. Affected by the fog that is everywhere for safety reasons, today's trains are no longer as fast as before. Instead, thanks to the work of the spiritualists, the defense of the trains is now comparable to that of legendary items. After getting on the train, Su Chi and Wang Nu stayed together in the ordinary carriage. It can be seen that this time the National Security Agency really took low-keyness to the extreme. Su Chi sat in his seat, looking at the bustling carriage in front of him, and had no idea who was from the National Security Bureau. Wang Nu seemed to understand his expression and said confidently, don't look for it. The National Security Bureau doesn't just have young people. There are actually all the old people and children you can think of. Su Chi raised an eyebrow. So awesome that you can't even recognize it yourself? Wang Nu said proudly, no one can recognize me. There is a saying that goes, the best disguise is when you don't reveal your identity, so that even your own people can't recognize you. Soon, the train started again. The carriage was still bustling, but the effect of the God-level prediction scroll was still there. For some reason, after more than an hour in the car, Su Chi always had a vague feeling of danger. He stood up and said, brother, I'm going to the bathroom. Su Chi's eyes stood up and instantly felt as if he was being stared at. He continued walking, his eyes sweeping over everyone in front of him unnoticed. But unfortunately, there was no gain. Damn it. Next time I must have the skill to sense malice. Otherwise, this feeling is too passive. A girl just came out of the toilet door. When their eyes met, they were both stunned at the same time, and then immediately looked away. The girl wearing headphones seemed to be talking to someone, and she was chatting even while washing her hands. On the radio, the chief steward's voice came. Dear passengers, we are about to pass through a foggy area, and there may be slight bumps. Please fasten your seat belts, and passengers in the bathroom should hold on to the handrails. Beep, beep, beep. Buzz. The train began to pass through the foggy area. The scene outside the car window began to be shrouded in thick fog. Many passengers were looking out the windows curiously. I heard that if you're lucky, you can even see the monsters inside the fog. You call this good luck? We have to pray that the monsters don't attack, right? Oh, do you know the quality of this train? The defense of the top legendary suit is so strong that even an LV-200 suit can't break it. Squeak! Just as the passengers finished their discussion, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded outside the car window. What the hell is this? Monster, it's a monster. I saw it. Wang Nu, who was sitting in his seat, opened his eyes instantly and turned to look towards the toilet. A flash of light appeared in Su Chi's hand, and a plain staff fell into his hand. On the former's panel, Su Chi's message popped up. Brother, quickly call for defense. Here it comes. Chapter 48, Attack. Attached to Wang Nu's message was a screenshot of the panel. Era un demonuso. LV-201. Description: it was once a prisoner of the gods, but escaped from the prison when the gods were careless. Now, it has fallen to the point of eating mortal creatures. Be careful of it when it is angry, because when the earthbound demons are angry, their attacks will cause real damage. At this moment, there was a faint light shining in Su Chi's eyes. Dark peeping description: can predict the next 10 skills that the opponent will use in advance. He discovered that with the help of dark vision, he could actually see through obstructions and see malicious creatures in the dark. This may be a pleasant surprise. At this moment, in Su Chi's sight, an ostrich-like creature nearly 100 meters tall was staring at the train passing below. Wang Nukai notified all the personnel responsible for safety, including the train conductor, but the next moment, the attack of Earthbound Demon USO came quietly. The huge bird's beak pecked towards the train, and the body of the train burst into violent light. Legendary item: Guardian's Glory. Boom! The bird's beak attack did not land on the car body. An invisible shield unfolded to block the damage, but it still caused the car body to shake violently. The speed then became extremely slow. But Earthbound Demon USO is already charging up for his next attack. Wang Nu instantly realized that the car might not be able to hold on, and after exchanging views with the crew chief and members of the National Security Bureau, he quickly led everyone to reveal their identities. Some people comforted the passengers, while others went outside the car to stop Earthbound Demon USO from continuing to attack. Then, the train's broadcasting voice sounded. The train's power system has failed and is being repaired. Please return to your seats. The National Security Bureau members on the train will be dispatched soon, and the problem will be solved soon. Besides Su Chi, the girl just now wiped her hands and said to herself, they are so stubborn that they have exposed their identities after all. After saying that, she turned to look at Su Chi and asked tentatively, special training camp? Ah! Lin Yue breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, hello, classmate. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yue from the Warrior Department, and I graduated from Yangqing No. 1 Middle School. Su Chi smiled and said, Su Chi, Auxiliary Department, Jiangqing No. 3 Middle School. How did you recognize me? Lin Yu smiled and said, after all, at this time, I can't think of any other students who can appear and sit together with the National Security Bureau except for the same identity. What about the NSA member who was protecting you? The little sister from the National Security Bureau, who was protecting me, has gone out to guard the carriage. After saying that, she continued with a smile, don't be afraid, little assistant. I can protect you later. While the two were talking, a foreign woman suddenly stood up in another carriage. Humanity must eventually return to the embrace of the gods. You who betrayed the gods will go to hell. After yelling these two sentences, she detonated the props in her storage ring in the carriage and died on the spot. When something's external defense is very strong, it often also means that its internal defense is insufficient. Dozens of innocent passengers were also affected. Damn it, it's a damn pagan. Is there any support system at the scene? Save them quickly. Yes. I'm in the auxiliary department, and I'm a doctor. A warrior department, please help guard the gap in the carriage. I'm a retired soldier from the spiritual army. Let me do it. At this moment, the role of Daxia's national spiritual education is fully demonstrated. When encountering danger, there is no need for the conductor to speak. Everyone can immediately do their best to save themselves. No matter what department of spiritual profession you are, there will always be a time when you are needed. Su Chi heaved a sigh of relief after seeing this and turned his gaze to the window. The second attack from Earthbound Demon USO came soon. Amid the whistling sound, the bird's beak continued to peck. But this time the attack was not just from wild monsters. The explosion just now was like a signal, and more than a dozen spiritualists who had been lying in ambush here rushed out from the darkness. Su Chi's first reaction was to use Divine Punishment * Holy Prayer Altar, but after thinking about it, it didn't make sense. He couldn't get a whole train of people to be his teammates. Instead, if everyone entered the prayer mode together, wouldn't that just delay the train? The key is that this big guy, LV-201, may not be affected by Divine Punishment * Holy Prayer Altar. Then use this. Su Chi raised the staff in his hand high. The light of skill shines down. Divining Technique. Restore health and add shield. God's Wrath. True damage plus critical hit. Those NSA soldiers first made all sorts of strange noises. Their legs went limp, and then they instantly became extremely excited. Oh my God! Is it the legendary one? Wang Nu nodded heavily. Yes, he is in the carriage. Everyone, do your best. Ah, good. Lin Yue looked at Su Qi in surprise. Without teaming up with the members of the National Security Bureau, she couldn't see the changes in everyone's panels, but from their current status, it could be seen that they should have received a significant boost from Su Qi's skills. Hey, Su Qi, give me some milk too. I want to fight too. Lin Yue patted his shoulder. Su Qi said with a dark face. Why don't you ask the elder sister who is in charge of you whether she will let you go? Lin Yue was speechless for a moment. He curled his lips and said, Forget it, go to the bathroom and cast the spell. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll cover you. Thank you. At this time, members of the National Security Bureau were already fighting with those black-clad clergymen, and a few of them were also trying to stop Earthbound Demon, USO. Of course, even with Su Qi's help, they still had a hard time fighting. It can even be said that without obtaining the divine healing technique to stack health points in advance, failure is inevitable. Su Qi looked at everyone outside the car window. Now, if this goes on, something bad will happen sooner or later. He knew that the biggest trouble would definitely be this big guy, so he looked at his last few skills. Divine Words * Falsehood. Release a 2-kilometer diameter formation that lasts for 1 hour. All enemy skills within the range become random entertainment spells. Teammate spells become tenfold overlapping spells. Divine Words * Libra. Release a formation with a diameter of 2 kilometers, which lasts for 1 hour. All enemies within the range must pay something of the same value as you in order to fight. Try Divine Words * Libra and see if you can stop this guy. Knock knock. Su Qi slammed the ground with the staff in his hand. A huge Libra shadow, 1,000 meters high, unfolded in the sky. Lin Yue's beautiful eyes were shocked by this scene. She had guessed that Su Qi, as a student in the special training camp, should have considerable abilities, but she didn't expect that he would be this capable. Interesting. Geniuses are everywhere. Chapter 49. Did I die once? If Lin Yue broke into the bathroom at this moment, she would definitely see this extremely funny scene. Su Qi was seen facing the Libra Phantom, holding the storage ring high in his hands. And Earthbound Demon, USO, his eyes immediately turned blood red as if he had seen something extremely disgusting. It shifted its gaze towards the carriage where Su Qi was, and angrily tore off its wings and gave them to Libra as a bargaining chip to start a fight. The price was that its health dropped by 1/3 on the spot. In the sky, Wang Nu's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw this. Good. Xiaoqi, well done. He had just finished speaking. Squeak! A whistle resounded through the sky. Earthbound Demon, USO, the huge bird beak pecked towards the carriage where Su Qi was. The extreme sense of crisis made Su Qi's hair stand on end. Earthbound Demon, USO, status, angry. No, this is really not good at all. Su Qi opened the toilet door, dragged Lin Yue, and ran to the back of the car without looking back. Lin Yue's face didn't show any fear at all. Instead, she asked excitedly, Wow, that's a LV-201 wild monster. You were able to attract its hatred. That's awesome. Big sister, you better understand that our combined levels are not even a fraction of his. Let's run for our lives. Where are you going? Outside the car. This was the first time that Su Qi felt nervous after his rebirth. That stupid bird is angry. It can really hurt people. If it really hits us, everyone on the train will be finished. Outside, Wang Nu guessed the intention of Earthbound Devil, USO, and shouted, Come with me, a few people, stop this guy. Buy him some time. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Nu and 4 National Security Bureau soldiers rushed towards the Earthbound Demon, USO. They all burned their strength to the extreme. From the sky, all kinds of horrific attacks descended. Meteorites, ice, and the phantom of the divine blade. One after another, they fell in front of Earthbound Demon, USO. The horrific explosion was terrifying to watch. But it is always in vain. Level 100 versus level 200. Such a terrifying level gap is no different from a group of kindergarten children blocking a high school student. Woo! The bird's beak ignored all attacks, broke through the rolling smoke and dust, and swooped down at a high speed. The sound it brought out was like the call of the god of death. Wang gritted his teeth and used his body to block the front. Captain Wang! Captain Wang! What are you doing? His teammates' shouts rang out around him, but Wang Nu just smiled calmly. It's okay. It's worth it to use my life to save that kid's life. Su Qi, who was running, saw this scene and stopped suddenly. Senior brother. With a thud, Wang Nu was hit by the bird's beak. He immediately vomited blood, and his body fell rapidly like a kite with a broken string. On the friend panel, his health also dropped sharply. But the attack of Earthbound Demon USO did not stop. After changing direction, it continued to rush towards Su Chi. In the sky, the soldiers of the National Security Bureau seemed to have figured something out. After looking at each other, they took over Wang Nu's mission to stop the Earthbound Demon. Oh my god! Are there going to be casualties so soon? Why are you standing here instead of running away? Lin Yue said nervously. Help! Su Chi stared at Wang Nu's health on the panel and raised the staff in his hand. He said anxiously in his heart, Brother, don't be in a hurry to die. Buzz! A fiery red light bloomed at the top of the crystal on Zero Mechanical God's staff. Lin Yue stared at the scene in a daze, not quite understanding what Su Chi, a small assistant with humble strength, could do at this time. The next moment, a loud phoenix cry was heard. The passengers in the carriage came to the window curiously. Above the sky, a phoenix shadow with a diameter of 1 kilometer was hovering proudly, and raging flames were burning beside its wings, dispersing the fog and illuminating everything below. Everyone took photos of this shocking scene. Holy crap! The legendary phoenix? It's the phoenix for sure. Awesome. Are they here to save us? Different from the surprise and confusion of the crowd, Lin Yue looked at Su Chi beside her with a shocked expression. Only she knew that the terrifying noise of the phoenix's descent was actually caused by this guy. The phoenix shadow suddenly dispersed halfway through its flight, turning into specks of dark golden light that fell on Wang Nu and the others. Boom! Wang Nu fell to the ground like a meteorite, raising countless smoke and dust. But he was unharmed. Not only that, his condition was completely optimal. I'm not dead. He looked at the information on the panel with a shocked expression. Su Chi uses his skill. Divine Protection * Phoenix on you. Damn it. Junior brother actually mastered the forbidden spell of Rebirth. Divine Protection * Phoenix. Designate up to 10 teammates, including yourself, to gain the Phoenix effect when they are fatally injured. Phoenix. Enter a 5-minute sleep state with no damage. Regenerate in full state after 5 minutes, and gain 99% damage reduction and control immunity, which lasts for 2 hours. Cooldown, 12 hours. Cost none. These 5 minutes are more like a time to shake people off rather than a protection time. Wang Nu almost did not hesitate and directly began to notify all the friends on the panel who could shake. Even the dean and president of Shindu University were not spared. Damn, Earthbound Demon. I will let you experience what real pain is. Boom, boom, boom. Several National Security Agency soldiers who rushed over to block the bird's beak fell like meteorites. The noise was so loud, like a missile hitting the ground. Then Lin Yue was stunned to see. Those people who had just been beaten to the ground were standing intact in the bird eggs. Some were even chatting and laughing inside, as if they were sharing their experiences of being killed just now. Oh my god! Death-free skills. Awesome. I, Lin Yue, have decided to have you as my teammate. Don't bother with that. Just run. The Earthbound Demon. USO is still alive, and Su Chi continues to run away. A few minutes later, the two finally arrived at the last carriage. Fortunately, the train was not going fast at this time, so they jumped out directly from the place where the National Security Bureau soldiers had just left. He continued to run towards a place away from the train. Lin Yue's pretty face flushed. She had been a good student for more than 10 years, but this was the first time she experienced such a passionate experience. To say I wasn't excited would be a lie. He said excitedly, "It's awesome. I've only known you for a short while, and I was chased and jumped off a train. This experience was really thrilling." Huh? Hey, no big deal. Su Chi didn't dare tell her. I just fought with the body of a god a few days ago. Seeing Su Chi stop, Lin Yu was startled. Why don't you run away? Su Chi smiled and said, since the train won't be affected, then of course we have to have a good fight with this guy. Okay. Lin Yue's face was full of eagerness to try. How do you fight? Of course. Boom. Before Su Chi could finish his words, a huge bird's beak hit him on the head. It was a horrifying noise. At that moment, Lin Yue had the illusion that she had become a nuclear bomb observer at close range. After the bird's beak left, the two of them were surrounded by a huge phoenix egg. Su Chi's face was full of black lines. Lin Yue. Did I just die? Su Chi, who had reacted, now stood with his hands on his hips and said arrogantly, "You want to attack me, right? Come on, stupid bird. I'm your grandpa right here. If you're awesome, keep pecking at me. Whoever doesn't peck me is a grandson." Lin Yue's face turned dark on the spot. "Big brother, is this what you said? A face-to-face fight?" Chapter 50. The teacher is here. The level gap is too large. Zero's Divine Devourer failed to lock. Su Chi shook his head. After all, equipment skills are different from main body skills. There are too many interfering factors. When the gap between the two sides is too large, failure is common. Looking at Su Chi hiding in the turtle shell, earthbound demon, Wusa was so angry that black smoke came out of his body. Even though it deals real damage when in angry state, real damage cannot break the invincible golden body. Dong dong dong. The huge bird's beak hit the two people's golden eggs again and again, and the ground sank a little, but the turtle shell on the outside remained intact. Squeak! Erbon demon. Uso. Rourdangredi. Su Chi pointed at it and laughed. Look, this guy is so anxious that he almost speaks human language. Lin Yue laughed. After laughing, she stared at Su Chi, her beautiful eyes flickering, and said, "By the way, aren't you afraid that once this tortoise shell breaks, we'll all die together?" Su Chi shook his head. "If you're not afraid, why should I be afraid? My props are very valuable. I'll wait until I'm really going to die before I talk about it." Su Chi didn't even need to think about it to guess what Lin Yue's props were. Space transfer scroll. 5 minutes passed quickly. Before Su Chi and other shells were broken, the time for Wang Nu and others expired first. When the golden egg was broken, Wang Nu soared into the sky, closely following the earthbound demon, USO, and attacked with the fists in his hands like lightning. Ola, ola, ola! Boom, boom, boom! True damage plus critical hit situation. Earthbound demon, USO, S health began to drop bit by bit. Dumnumans. Earthbound demon, USO pecked at him again. Below, Su Chi's face turned black when he saw this. I finally used Dark Peep, but who would have thought that this guy only had normal attacks? Can you have some ambition? Although Wang Nu has 99% damage immunity due to the bonus of Divine Protection * Phoenix, the transmission of this physical force is still powerful. He was pushed into the ground for the second time. Cough, cough, cough. Wang Nu was stuck deep in the ground. Although he didn't lose much blood, the props on his body had been completely shattered and he looked extremely miserable. On the panel, Su Chi's message popped up. "Brother, I have one last trick, the nuclear explosion flow. Do you want to use it?" "What's the price?" Su Chi frowned and said, "It will most likely consume my god-level suit." "Don't," Wang Nu replied weakly. "Don't use it, I can still fight. Cough, cough, just watch me beat the shit out of it. Now, let's look at your senior brother." In the smoke and dust, Wang Nu stood up again like an indestructible cockroach. "Come here, you bastard. Let's see if you can peck me to death. Call." In heaven, the familiar howl of death was heard. Wang Nu raised his head and seemed to see a building coming towards him, so he subconsciously closed his eyes. The imagined attack did not come. What everyone was waiting for was an old man's shout. "How dare you, you beast!" A milky white light appeared across the sky. When Su Chi looked up, he discovered that it was actually a giant sword. The giant sword slashed on the head of Earthbound Demon, USO, and the latter's health bar dropped significantly in an instant. The next moment, Yao Yuanshun came from the sky with a group of teachers. Seeing the extremely gloomy aura of the crowd, Su Chi had no doubt that this Earthbound Demon, USO, would be transformed into experience points today and contributed to mankind. Seeing a group of powerful Dexiao warriors appear, the men in black who were fighting with the Goan giants on the other side of the battlefield chose to evacuate almost at the same time. Su Chi's eyes suddenly widened. "Our backers are here. How can we let you run away?" The light on the staff shines, and the skill is unleashed. God disappears, and everything is silent. Imprisoned on the spot for 1 minute, God hidden * all things silence. Release a formation with a diameter of 100 meters. Enemies in the formation will be imprisoned and silenced. No spellcasting for 10 seconds, and then remain imprisoned for 50 seconds. Consumption, 50 spirit points. Cooldown, 1 hour. Damn it, what kind of skill is this? Imprisonment skill? But how can there be a 1-minute imprisonment? Help, help, I don't want to commit suicide. Upon seeing this, a man in black decisively activated a special prop, and the others were poisoned and died suddenly. Su Chi, Damn it, physical operations really can't be silent. I should prepare a detoxification scroll next time. Otherwise, these guys would take poison without saying a word, and who could resist that? Back on the battlefield, when Earthbound Demon, USO saw so many humans, he wanted to escape on the spot, but how could the teachers of Shindu University let him do that? The teachers each cast a spell. The sky suddenly changed color. God slash, D, you beast. Various attacks fell, and Earthbound Demon, USO was exploded into countless props and experience points on the spot. Yao Yuanshun gave up picking up, you have gained experience points. A ray of light flashed, and Su Chi leveled up 5 levels. Su Chi was stunned. He didn't expect the teacher to be so nice and directly pass on his experience to him. Seeing Yao Yuanshun coming down with a group of teachers, Wang Nu hurried forward to greet them. The former simply waved his hand and said, "You go deal with those spies. I'll go see Xiao Qi." "Oh, okay." Just like that, a group of people came towards Su Chi in a mighty manner. He and Lin Yue were immediately flattered. You have to know that the effect of the golden egg is still there, which means that they can only chat through this thing. Su Chi hurriedly greeted them. "Hello, teachers. This thing is my skill. I'm sorry I can't unlock it now." "It's all right." Yao Yuanshun smiled and waved his hands. After fighting for so long, Wang Nu and the others are still at full health, and no one has been injured. "Did you take action, kid?" Su Chi scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. "Well, it was a little bit of a move." The teachers looked at each other. They all saw satisfaction with Su Chi in each other's eyes. Everyone present was experienced in combat. They saw that there was not even a single LV-150 or above fighter here, yet they were able to completely delay the LV-201 Earthbound Devil. USO for so long, and even drained nearly half of its health. Su Chi, the assistant, definitely deserves the most credit, Yao Yuanshun said proudly. "Well, I was right, wasn't I? This kid is definitely the biggest treasure I've found this year. Oh no, in the past 10 years. A middle-aged teacher beside him said, too little, too little. Considering his fate, there has only been one person like him in the past few hundred years. Teacher Yao, you are really sharp this time." "Huh? No way." Looking at the teachers excitedly discussing Su Chi, his face was flushed. This was the first time that Lin Yue, who had lived in the spotlight since she was a child, was ignored. She suddenly felt a little weird. However, she did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, she became more curious about the boy around her. "Hey, Su Chi, do you have a girlfriend?" "Puff." Su Chi looked at her in horror. "What do you want to do?" Lin Yue laughed. Why are you so scared? I just want to ask if you want to form a team so that you can have someone to look after you when we go to the special training camp." Su Chi pondered for a moment and then nodded. "Well, team up." Chapter 51, Fish Fryer. After the death of Earthbound Demon USO, the train was finally able to be repaired safely. Soon, it finally regained power and continued to carry the passengers towards the capital. But this time, there were a dozen more teachers from Shindu University in the car who had not paid their fare. The train passed through the fog, and the bright sunshine suddenly fell, spreading across the fertile fields, creating a peaceful and harmonious scene. Feeling the beauty of the human world again, the passengers were all filled with emotion. After the fog fell, the world of Blue Star fell into two extremely contrasting sides. On one side is a scene full of destruction and death in the fog, and on the other side is a safe and prosperous world outside the fog. I can only say that the safety and prosperity outside are the result of countless sacrifices. It seems that we need to notify the spiritual army to come and sweep the area again. Yao Yuanshun reported today's events to the authorities while muttering to himself. "Teacher, are we going directly to the special training camp today?" A young female teacher beside Yao Yuanshun nodded and said gently, "Hello, students. My name is Bai Zhengying, and I am your instructor for this special training camp. We were already waiting in the special training camp, but Teacher Yao called us over through a panel communication. But now it seems that this time it was worth it." Yao Yuanshun said. "Zhengying, tell me what you think." Bai Zhengying put away his smile and said to Su Chi seriously, "Student Su, I think you must hide your fate and skills in this special training camp before you find teammates you can trust. Don't worry, even if your performance in the special training camp is 0, we will still ensure that you pass it directly." Su Chi was secretly happy. Is this the feeling of being valued and promoted? It's so spicy. He also knew that as his level increased, his fate and skill performance would only become more and more exaggerated. For the sake of confidentiality, the fewer people who actually know about it, the better. After Yao Yuanshun counted the equipment that dropped from Earthbound Demon, this time, he handed a storage ring to Su Qi. Su Qi did not refuse, but after taking it, his eyes widened. Teacher, this? Take it well. You are the biggest contributor to this Earthbound Demon incident. It's normal to get some special rewards. Well, thank you, teacher. This was originally a legendary scroll that gathered power. But with the strengthening of Su Qi's destiny, it directly became the Forbidden Curse level. Strong effort. Description: designate wild monsters/humans within a certain range and focus their power on up to 10 people. Gathering time: 5 hours. Charging time: 12 hours. Isn't it because Wang Nu didn't defeat Earthbound Demon just because his level was too low? Despite Su Qi's auxiliary bonus, the difference in basic panels was too great, which led to him being pinned to the ground and beaten. If he had this thing in advance, even if he couldn't kill him, it would at least be enough to compete with him. The train drove all the way to the capital of gods. After a whole day and night, they finally arrived at the capital of gods. After leaving the station, Su Qi and Lin Yue followed by Zhengying to transfer to the school bus. After swaying for a long time, they finally arrived at the special training camp. It is called a special training camp, but in fact the school has booked a foggy copy and used it specifically as a scene for training students. At this time, there were dozens of tents of different sizes in front of the copy. Su Qi and Lin Yue were the last to arrive in the special recruitment class. Hearing the noise of the bus, several boys came out of the tent. Finally, someone is here. I've been waiting for 2 days. There are currently 12 men and 14 women. I heard there are 2 more. Whether our male compatriots can turn the tide depends on these 2. I don't mind, but there are only 3 people in the auxiliary department in the class, which is not enough. It would be better if there were more. More and more students heard the noise and came out. Everyone was curious about what kind of people these last 2 people were who the special training camp instructors had to go and pick up in person. The moment Su Qi and Lin Yue came down, many people's eyes lit up. It is no exaggeration to say that these 2 are handsome men and beautiful women. Only this boy looks thin and weak. Could he be a male nanny? Bai Zhengying met up with several instructors from the special training camp. After chatting with each other for a few words, she said to the students, I declare that all the students in the special training camp are here. After discussion among the instructors, we decided to enter the dungeon at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to start a half-month special training. Everyone's task today is to get to know each other and form teams, and then have a good rest tonight. There will be a bonfire party later. Everyone, cherish it. When they heard about the bonfire party, everyone was quite happy. However, when they saw the meaningful smile on Bai Zhengying's lips, they suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that the special training in the future will be very hard? Su Qi was assigned a separate tent. When he packed up everything and walked out, the scene in front of him stunned him. In front of him, Lin Yue, wearing a white dress, was standing in the sunset, waiting for him outside. The white dress seemed as light as a cloud, and the breeze blew over it, causing the hem of the dress to flutter slightly. Her short hair fell on her shoulders, playfully raising a beautiful arc. Stunning and moving. Seeing Su Qi appear, Lin Yue's clear eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go, the bonfire party has started. A small square was cleared in front of the fog, and in the middle of the square, a bonfire was burning. The sound of the speakers was deafening. Before the 2 of them got close, they heard a group of boys roaring like hungry wolves. You can also vaguely hear 1 or 2 lyrics from the roar. Su Qi and Lin Yue had just sat down when they heard the discussion of the people next to them. Brothers, I have a plan. Let's form a 4-warrior lineup. Fill our storage rings with health potions before going in. And whenever we get a chance in the dungeon, we'll have sex with the nurses of other teams. This way, we'll be able to clear the dungeon faster. Is it legal for you to prostitute yourself to someone else's wet nurse? Someone raised his hand and said, I think 1 tank and 3 magicians. The output is awesome. And then the battery life is down, right? Lin Yue couldn't help laughing when she heard that, and started eating the snacks. A boy with a square face came up to the 2 and said, Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Yin Kong. I'm a level 14 warrior. What are your names? Seeing that someone finally greeted Su Qi and Lin Yue, everyone fell silent and looked over. Lin Yue said, Hello. My name is Lin Yue, level 13 warrior. Yun Kong was stunned. I didn't expect that this girl in a white dress who looked so gentle was actually a warrior. Afterwards, everyone's eyes fell on Su Chi. He smiled and said, my name is Su Chi, a support department, a level 46 healing practitioner. It's an auxiliary, very good, it's added. Everyone nodded and suddenly froze. Etc. What did you add later? How many levels? Level 46? Second job? Healer? I'm afraid this isn't the fish fryer who's here to fry fish. Chapter 52. God Milk is fearless. Level 46 healer. After Su Chi finished speaking, the entire party suddenly became quiet. Lin Yue also looked surprised. She knew this guy was strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. After a brief moment of stagnation, Yun Kong quickly reacted and said excitedly, Su Chi, oh no, brother Su, how about we team up? Among all the people present, except for you, my level is at least in the first echelon. The key is that my fate is still the output type, the kind that is off the charts. As long as you hold me together, we will be invincible. This guy spoke very quickly, and by the time others reacted, he had already finished bragging. Everyone was furious at the same time. Damn it, brother, you just said that you would form a team with me, but now you go to cling to someone else. Brotersu, why don't you look at me? I'm a life-oriented juggler. I guarantee you've never seen one before. Want to form a team? No one present is a fool. For an auxiliary department to reach level 46 right after graduation, this guy must have a powerful background or amazing talent. But Su Chi happened to be a member of the special recruitment class, so it is clear at a glance which situation he is in. After some commotion, the relationship between the classmates quickly became closer. As everyone knows, this bonfire party is specifically for them to get to know each other and form teams. So everyone is busy exchanging information and choosing teammates that suit them. Everyone present had a legendary fate, and unless someone was particularly important like Su Chi, there was nothing that needed to be hidden between them. Of course, Su Chi also told others that he had a legendary fate. Soon, Su Chi also formed his own team, which currently has 4 people. In addition to Yun Kong and Lin Yue, there is another boy who is also a warrior, but has a rather dull personality. The reason why Su Chi had to choose him was precisely because he knew him. We just knew each other in our previous life. He said in a muffled voice, my surname is Dongfang, and my given name is Ji. You can just call me Aji. My fate is adverse and forward, which means that the more health I have, the stronger my attack power. And the less health I have, the stronger my defense power. Yin Kong murmured, high burst in good times, high defense in bad times. Awesome, buddy. My fate is continuation of will. The damage caused by the enemy will be stored and then gradually offset within 5 minutes. It was Lin Yue's turn. She smiled and said, my fate is quirky. I can use any weapon and scroll of any profession. In addition, every time I attack, the next damage will be added up. Su Chi nodded when he heard this. Everyone's fate was quite good. This lineup has meat, healing, and output. There is also such a rare late stage like Lin Yue. Afterwards, the 3 of them looked at Su Chi at the same time, expecting him to tell them their fate. Su Chi knew that he couldn't really tell everyone his fate, but he couldn't stop treating everyone forever. So he said, I'm sorry, my fate is very special, and I can't tell you directly. But I can give you a taste of it in advance, so it will be safer when we set out tomorrow. All 3 of them were confused. Can Su Chi's skills last so long? Ahem, I suggest you cover your mouth first. Lin Yue knew that Su Chi was not joking and subconsciously covered her mouth. Seeing this, the other 2 also put their hands up, but neither of them took it too seriously. Okay, let's do it then. The next moment, emerald green light lit up on the 3 people. If you ask, what are the most unforgettable moments in life? Almost everyone who has been breastfed by Su Chi will list the first time as one of them. It is a kind of joy that goes straight to the depths of the soul. It makes one feel physically and mentally trembling and the whole body refreshed. Haha. Yun Kong and Dongfang Ji still underestimated the power of this wave of milk. Their willpower was broken on the spot. They rolled their eyes and murmured as if they were possessed by an ancient god. Lin Yue, on the other hand, didn't make any sound, but her legs were clamped together and her cheeks were flushed, which didn't look good at all. Lin Yue clenched her pink fist and hit Su Chi's shoulder, saying with difficulty, Su Chi, you are not allowed to use this trick. On me in the future. Su Chi scratched his head. Are you sure? Do you want to take a look at the panel? The three people who were being breastfed for the first time took several minutes to recover. When they did as they were told and looked at their panels, their pupils suddenly shook violently. Lin Yu swallowed his saliva and said, I finally understand why the teacher asked you to stop talking. They both nodded silently at the same time. This time I really got the upper hand. Oh no, it's the pillar of heaven. It was the morning of the second day when Su Chi arrived at the special training camp. A whistle sounded, and everyone, who had already dressed fully, quickly gathered in the square. Bai Zhengying said indifferently, You should have formed your teams, right? I know that you were all geniuses and prodigies in your respective places. But I just want to say that what we lack the most here is genius. Genius is just the threshold to enter here. Once you cross this door, the world of spiritualists will only be a beginning. I hope everyone can remember the mission of spiritualists to protect humanity and all living things. Everyone, let's go. Yes. Everyone walked through the fog fully armed, and soon, information appeared on the panel. Misty Dungeon. Twisted Planet C-133. Difficulty. CSS level. Dangerous creatures. Twisted forms, combined forms, hybrid forms. Instance description. This is a polluted planet. The natives have been irreversibly distorted. After being distorted, they have mutated, merged, and even become cross-species hybrids, which is extremely weird. I hope you can maintain your normal consciousness here, which is commonly known as the SAN value. The panel faded away. When the fog around them dissipated, everyone found themselves standing in a deserted city covered with grass and trees. The drone in by Zhengying's hand quietly took off. She said, In this special training, the team that kills the most twisted bodies will receive special rewards from the school, including forbidden spell scrolls, legendary skill books, etc. Everyone was happy to hear this. It was obvious that Bai Zhengying deliberately saved the topic of the reward until now, not only to ease everyone's tension, but also to motivate them. I also hope that everyone will play seriously and not just survive for the sake of survival. The purpose of going through dungeons is to strengthen yourself. Now, we can set off. Everyone nodded, and after each team chose their direction, they quickly left. Su Chi opened the panel and saw that the teacher had already marked the levels of wild monsters in various places on the public map for them. Avoid students from mistakenly entering the big boss's territory at the beginning. After Su Chi marked a point on the map, he smiled and said, Let's go directly to Kang District and fight a boss first to practice. Bai Zhengying? Student Su, can you please respect other freshmen? Isn't the goddess too fearless? Chapter 53 has begun. Su Chi and his four companions walked on the streets of this city, called Buyu City. Compared to the cautiousness of the other teams, they seemed much more calm. Yunkong and Dongfang Ji were in the front, holding swords and shields, walking arrogantly at the front to lead the way. Su Chi and Lin Yue walked side by side at the back. Seeing this team walking so openly on the main road, the other teams still hiding in the alleys were a little stunned. Even if there is a second-level nurse here, isn't this too arrogant? They don't take wild monsters seriously at all? Wait, they're not going in the right direction. Where are they going? This is the location of the twisted bodies above level 20. Damn it, you're not a human being right from the start. Genius is just the threshold to enter the special training camp. So we have become the threshold, right? Su Chi and his team hadn't started fighting yet, but there were already geniuses wailing in the group, and some teams could no longer hold back and took the initiative to attack. Bai Zhengying was extremely satisfied seeing this. Very good. Just roll it up. In the past, students in special recruitment classes were somewhat arrogant because they relied on their special recruitment status, so the special training results were not ideal. But this time it was different. Su Chi was like the catfish that stirred up the whole situation, making everyone feel a sense of crisis. There is no chance for them to give up anymore. Looking at this alien city that is somewhat similar to the human city on Blue Star, Yunkong couldn't help but exclaim, This is too magical. It's a parallel world from another place. Even their hieroglyphs are so similar to ours. Because they were so similar, they had the illusion that they were walking in an abandoned city on the blue planet. Perhaps because of his 3 generations of military service, Dongfang Ji had a natural sense of righteousness. He frowned and asked, What caused the pollution on this planet? How could it spread to the entire planet so quickly? Su Chi picked up a rotten magazine on the ground, and information popped up on the panel. Hot Cloud Star Magazine. Content is being translated. Translation successful. The strange fog has broken through the third line of defense of the planetary coalition. Currently, a large number of soldiers have been infected and mutated into twisted bodies. Please all citizens immediately go to the central city for refuge. Twisted bodies have appeared in the central city, and half of the city has fallen. The twisted suit that uses the power of the planet has been manufactured, but we regret to announce that the last awakener on the planet has died. After Su Chi posted the information on the panel to the team group, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Lin Yue's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly. Perhaps this should be what the teacher said, the fate of being broken through by the copy world. Suinati. The magazine ends here. I don't think they will have a next issue. Yin Kong narrowed his eyes and said, the twisted suit that was created with the efforts of the entire world. This thing sounds awesome. Could it be in that central city now? It should be, but the number of distortions in there should be extremely large. With our level, let's not think about it for now. Lin Yue had just finished speaking when a bloated creature with various tumors and trunks hanging from its body began to crawl out from the street not far ahead of them. Distorted body C-23, LV-25. Description: a twisted body that has the ability to self-destruct and combine. The thick fat on its body gives it terrifying defensive and explosive power, but you need to be more vigilant about it summoning other twisted bodies to combine. TSK, it looks really disgusting. Aji, let's go. Facts have proved that Su Qijin was not wrong about the people. Yin Kong and Dongfang Ji did not hesitate and rushed out as soon as they saw the wild monsters. Of course, this is also related to the terrifying shield value above their heads. After all, no matter which novice has a shield of nearly 10 million HP on his head, it is difficult to control himself from provoking the opponent. Su Qi was not idle either. Is the opponent characterized by strong defense? Sorry, this feature is meaningless in front of him. A god's wrath fell, and the two people in the front received true damage critical hits, and another Xinyan Astris Tian Bao came, and the critical hit rate of the two people's drops was directly maxed out. Puff! Yun Kong slashed horizontally at the twisted body. He originally thought that the thick fat on the opponent's body would cause him a lot of trouble, but he actually penetrated it effortlessly and even saw the internal organs inside. I saw the shocking white number pop up above the other person's head. Yin Kong was a little scared of himself. Wow, is this the damage I inflicted? A dull crash was heard from the side. Dongfang Ji was also confused. I was just using the shield to charge at people. So how come I ended up with a real critical hit? In the back, Lin Yue shouted, "Don't just stand there, other twisted bodies have been summoned. Let's fight quickly and decisively." The two men received the order and increased the speed of their attacks. Even Dongfang Ji gave up his shield and picked up a sword instead. As a result, in just a dozen breaths, the twisted body was easily killed before it even had time to self-destruct. There are already 5 teams on the students' public list, and the team at the top has already killed 3 twisted bodies and is far ahead in points. Even so, when Su Chi and his team killed the level 25 twisted body, they instantly topped the record for killing a single one. Just one reached the top. It's obvious that the team of the second-level Big Brother has started to behave like a nobody. No, this is not right. They're going to pin us to the ground and beat us to death. When everyone looked over again, Su Chi and his team had broken the original record of killing 1 and increased it to 3. Obviously, the speed has begun to pick up. Bai Jingying also noticed something was wrong and used a drone to direct his gaze towards the battlefield where Su Chi and the others were. The next moment, his eyes widened as he saw that they were surrounded by more than a dozen twisted bodies and were frantically trying to break out. If it weren't for the fact that the 4 of them had incredibly good panel attributes and had broken out quite smoothly, she might have already rushed down to save them. Bai Jingying's face turned pale. This was really too much. Below, Yin Kong was beating the twisted body while putting on the latest equipment. This is because they have been picking up so much equipment that their scalps are tingling. Why is it legendary again? Whoa. Su Chi. Oh no, Brother Su. You are my real brother. Lin Yue changed her hands to a legendary staff with trembling hands. Looking at his soaring values, he was completely speechless. Forget about level 20 or 30. With their current equipment, even challenging wild monsters at level 40 or 50 is no problem at all. A dozen levels challenging 40 or 50 levels? Even if this were in a textbook, it would be unimaginable. Chapter 54. Bad news. It's not fried fish, it's a nuclear bomb. In just over 10 minutes, the team consisting of Su Chi and 4 others cleared all the twisted bodies on this avenue. Yunkong lay on the ground, panting heavily, and excitedly flipped the panel. Looking at his luxurious panel data, he was completely speechless. This is not a special training camp at all. It's simply a power-up and upgrade group. Now he finally felt what it meant to be truly caught in a catastrophe. Looking at his body full of luxurious legendary equipment, he saw several geniuses who were close to his level when he set out in the morning, but in just a short time, they had been completely left behind by him. Bai Zhengying understood. It is completely meaningless to look at the kill list now, as the kills these guys get in one go are equivalent to all the kills of previous champions in the previous month. Only then did she realize that asking Su Qi to come over was no longer as simple as frying fish. It was a nuclear explosion-level clearing. Suddenly, a message popped up on her panel, which was from Su Qi. Teacher, I estimate that I can help them reach level 20 tomorrow. Can I apply to leave the special training camp early to change jobs and come back later? After seeing this news, the white camp burst into laughter. Is it even humane to complete a job change in a special training camp? Can. After seeing Bai Zhengying's reply, Su Qi turned to the others and said, Everyone, let's speed up today. How about we complete the first job transfer tomorrow and the second job transfer within half a month in this special training camp? What? The 3 people in the team turned to look at Su Qi in shock at the same time. The first transformation will be completed tomorrow, and the second transformation will be completed within half a month? Is this how the special training camp is used? However, looking at Su Qi's serious expression, and looking at the panel that had already been upgraded 1 or 2 levels, the 3 of them looked at each other and suddenly realized that this seemed to be really possible. Yunkong stood up with a somersault. Let's go. Listen to the captain. Fuck him. Dongfangji nodded heavily. Yes, I believe you too. Lin Yue also smiled and said, Let's go. Upon discovering that Su Qi and the other 3 were about to go deeper, Bai Zhengying realized that these guys had ulterior motives and hurriedly sent a message to Yao Yuanshan at the special training camp headquarters to report the situation. Not long after, Bai Zhengying was stunned when he saw the message sent from the school headquarters. The international competition finally fell to these children. The speed of time flow in this world is similar to that on Blue Planet, with a total of 30 hours in a day. Before they knew it, it was already evening. The 4 men then realized that they had spent 20 hours killing twisted entities, which were like killing machines on a production line. Distorted Body B-22, LV-35. Explanation. It has the ability to change its body, so be careful of its secret attacks from the dark. Distorted Body B-45, LV-38. Explanation. This creature seems to be a combination of a human and a lion. It has the ability to scare people. Be careful of its bloody mouth. Puff puff. After Yunkong killed the wild monster in front of him, he didn't even bother to pick up the ball of light on the ground and leaned his body directly against the wall. He looked like he had been drained. He waved his hands weakly and said, Lao Su, stop using God's wrath. I really can't charge anymore. Dongfangji's willpower was obviously much stronger. After killing the wild monster that was blocking him, he walked to them, panting. At this time, his level has reached 20 and he can change his job at any time. It can be seen how intense the battle was throughout the day. But even though he was extremely tired, his eyes were still full of brilliance when he looked at Su Qi without any sign of fatigue. Brother Su, the encirclement at the back has been resolved. Lin Yue also jumped down from the building with a bow and arrow in hand and said softly, The one in the distance has also been killed. Su Qi nodded, took out a rather sumptuous dinner from his storage ring, and heated it up on the campfire. He smiled and said, Do you know why I am so eager to get everyone to upgrade? All 3 of them shook their heads. The warm light from the campfire shone on Su Qi's face, making his already handsome face even softer. Because I have never regarded this special training as a simple cooperation, I hope we can be reliable team partners for life. Su Qi had been deceived once by the person he loved most in his previous life, and he didn't want to repeat the same mistake this time. So he attached great importance to the matter of selecting people from the very beginning. He stared at the charcoal fire that was suddenly burning in front of him, while recalling the information of the 3 people in his mind. Yunkong, the captain of the first team of the SS-level Shengshi team, died in the Foreign War. He fought with the foreign coalition forces in the dungeon battlefield, and finally fought for 12 hours to cover the retreat of the Daxia spiritualists, and the whole team died. Dongfangji, the commander of a border defense group army of Daxia, died in a dungeon riot. He led an army of 30,000 spiritualists to personally suppress the dungeon riot, and died heroically after fighting the dungeon boss for 20 hours. Lin Yue, the captain of the SS-level Shengshi Team 2, died in the subjugation operation of the dungeon. He led the members of the second team to attack the rear of the dungeon late at night, killed several bosses, and died of exhaustion. There is no doubt that all three are absolutely reliable human heroes. It was precisely because they knew each other that when Su Qi met Lin Yue for the first time, he readily and without hesitation admitted his identity and agreed to the other party's request to form a team without any further understanding. Lin Yue tilted her head and smiled. "Do you trust us so much? You know, we have only known each other for a short time." Yinkong also looked at him nervously. After all, he was not considered to be a particularly outstanding person in the special training camp. He was also a little worried that Su Qi was just saying this out of excitement. Su Qi smiled and said, "If I say it's intuition, would you believe it?" Letter. Dongfang Ji, who was usually silent, nodded heavily. "My grandfather said that the world is turning around and a great general will be born. I think you are that general." Su Qi almost choked on a mouthful of bread. "How come you, who look so honest, actually believe in this kind of thing? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat and rest quickly, and try to complete the job transfer tomorrow." Su Qi was eating while looking at the class group chat on the panel. There was no doubt that they had been in a frenzy all day. Since their team took first place, this result has never dropped. Not only that, the gap between them and the teams behind them has become increasingly larger. Now, the kill record is even several times higher than the total of other teams. Wow, we've already exhausted ourselves. How come we can't even catch up to even a fraction of the big boss team? Stop talking. Our team's nurse is already bleeding from breastfeeding. Your nurse is 2 seconds now. Why only 2 seconds? Because the warriors in our team have already chopped their weapons to the point where the blades are curled. I now feel that there is nothing wrong with reaching the threshold of being a genius, because only after you cross it can you see the real genius behind. Proudly Akimbo.jpg. Ha 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 ha. Su Qi couldn't help laughing when he saw the news. When he was about to close the panel, a message from Bai Jingying popped up on it, which startled him. In this instance, there is actually a foreign training camp? Meeting them, huh? That's interesting. Chapter 55, great, he's a genius, we are hopeless. Just as Su Qi and the other three were about to take a break after chatting, Bai Jingying arrived at their base based on the location. Looking at Bai Jingying descending from the air with his dazzling wing skills, several people's eyes were filled with envy. Generally, spiritual practitioners have to reach level 80 before they will have the ability to temporarily suspend in the air. If they want to fly perfectly, they still need this natural flying skill. Su Qi asked in confusion, "Coach Bai, why are you here?" Bai Jingying smiled and said, "Because the school has new instructions. It would be better for me to come here in person." The other three were all confused. Bai Jingying said, "According to the news from the National Security Bureau, a new city copy has been opened in Tanghai City with a limited level of 50. The key is that many countries have also noticed this copy, and they also plan to develop copy resources. The Tanghai City dungeon will be open in about a week, and the school plans to let you guys participate in the competition for resources." Yinkong was surprised and asked, "Do other countries also have copies of the distorted body?" Bai Jingying nodded, "Of course. Like the famous Zero Machinery City instance, this instance is also a global multi-channel instance. However, the channels in this area of the building are used by our school as a special training camp. Below level 50. Su Qi nodded and said, "I understand, instructor. We will strive to advance to the second level or above within this week." Bai Jingying admired Su Qi's serious attitude and said, "By the way, you won't be the only ones participating. You will be mixed into the team of seniors, so remember to keep a low profile." "Yes, clear." Bai Jingying left a few people with the props they needed for their job change before leaving, saving them the trouble of getting the props for their job change. Yinkong looked at the storage ring in front of him and murmured, "This is just like a dream. We haven't even started school yet, and we have to follow seniors to do missions?" Dongfang Ji smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the captain. Otherwise, we would definitely still be like the other students, struggling in a corner." Only Lin Yue seemed to have guessed what was going to happen next. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Don't be too happy yet. You don't know how thrilling it is to be with the captain. When we came here, the train was almost overturned by a level 200 big boss." Both of them looked up in surprise. Yin Kong seemed to remember something and quickly pulled out a video from his control panel. He pointed at the huge fire phoenix rising into the sky and said, "Captain, could it be that this phoenix that can withstand the attack of a level 200 earthbound devil was created by you?" Su Chi was speechless. He didn't expect this thing to spread so quickly. It seemed to have received hundreds of millions of views and millions of likes. He nodded and said, "Yeah, I made it to save people at that time. I didn't expect it to make such a big noise." Hiss. Hearing this, both of them took a deep breath and looked at Su Chi with even more fiery eyes. I didn't expect Su Chi to be so powerful. He was facing a level 200 boss at level 40. Won't their ability to survive in the future be very strong? Okay, without further ado, let's all get some rest. We have to get up early to work tomorrow. The three of them nodded. Some of them kept watch, and some of them rested. This was the morning of the second day since they arrived in the Twisted World. The two moon-like satellites in the sky gradually disappeared, and a bright red star rose from the west. Rising in the west and setting in the east is the direction of the planets in this world. When Su Chi opened his eyes, Yin Kong was coming back from patrolling with a big knife on his shoulder. He grinned and said, "Captain, guess what? While you were resting, I worked outside for more than an hour. Now I am also a level 20 warrior." Su Chi was quite surprised and immediately notified Bai Zhengying to take them to change their jobs. Not long after, Bai Zhengying descended from the sky with an old man in a robe. Unlike small places like Jiangxing City, where job changes can only be made at the Spiritual Job Center, many spiritualists in Chengdu have the ability to help people change their jobs. You don't even need to go to the Spiritual Job Center. As long as you are willing to spend money, they can come to your door to help you change your job. Obviously, Su Chi was able to enjoy such treatment in the special training camp. Bai Zhengying said politely, "Thank you for your help, teacher." The job transfer instructor nodded. This was also his first time helping someone transfer jobs in a dungeon. Looking at these immature warriors in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh. Young people nowadays are getting more and more ambitious. How hard work does it take to transfer jobs directly in a dungeon at such a young age? "Thank you, mentor." After they all completed their job transfers, Su Chi bowed to the two of them to express his gratitude, and then without saying a word, he led the team to continue moving deeper into the cave. "Tisk, it's really too much. Did you instruct me?" "Xiao Yingying, is this what you asked for?" Bai Zhengying shook his head. "Teacher, I never force others. What do you think of these little guys?" The white-haired old man held up his beard and said, "I saw the shadows of those seniors in them." "But why?" "I felt that the little guy from the auxiliary department looked familiar. I felt like I had seen him somewhere before." Bai Zhengying smiled and said, "Of course you have seen it. This is the little guy in the video I forwarded to you." The white-haired old man was shocked. "The one who saved the entire train and used the rebirth skill to save everyone is him?" "That's right." "Oh, well. When the dungeon starts, I must bring a few retired old guys over to watch the live broadcast." Okay. I'll definitely treat you then." After sending the job transfer instructor back, Bai Zhengying took a deep look at the direction where Su Chi and the other three left. "Xiao Qi, I have invited those real big guys to watch the live broadcast. You must give your support. How many resources you can get depends on you." Early in the morning of that day, many teams woke up from their sleep, and someone was the first to look at the statistics panel, which made everyone unable to sit still. The Su Chi team at the top of the list has already begun their career as the king of the role. Although they have clearly secured the top spot, they're still charging forward towards the limit data. Many people are a little broken. "Haha, great, it's the invincible scroll king. We are doomed." Well, another one went crazy. Guess what? We were investigating upstairs today and found that Su Shen's team was already heading towards the level 40 area. So, what's the point of the special training camp? It would be better to let me go to a regular class. Why humiliate me like this? Whoa, haha. Turns out I'm the mediocre one. Haha. It's over. Another team has gone crazy. Bai Zhengying found that everyone was becoming negative after just one day, so he sent a message in the group. From now on, Su Chi's team will no longer participate in the ranking. They will participate in the dungeon battles with the seniors. The others will continue to participate in the special training camp, and the overall ranking rewards will be issued as usual. As a result, after seeing these news, everyone's defenses were suddenly broken even more. So this guy skipped a grade before school even started? So, is not being a human at all the life goal of a genius? Chapter 56. Just one word from you. This is the 5th day that Su Chi and his 4 companions have been deep into the Twisted Body copy. After 5 days of fighting day and night, all team members finally reached level 40. As a LV-60 twisted boss fell to the ground in front of him, a ball of light exploded. LV-40 mutation helmet. Armor of LV-40, legendary mutation set. HP 20,000, defense 400. Extreme mutation, passive. When the legendary mutation set is formed, the basic HP asterisk 500%. Yinkong picked up the prop panel and took a look at it and almost burst into tears. Finally collected the legendary set. At this moment, under the leadership of Su Qi, each of them has a set of legendary suits. Lin Yue even has 3 different magical weapons in his hands. They are artifact-level bows, artifact-level spears, and artifact-level shields. Because of her quirky fate, she can use any weapon and now has multiple roles in the team. Ranged, offensive, and defensive. However, despite this, Lin Yue not only did not complain at all, but every time she fought beside Su Qi, she stood upright next to Su Qi like a spirited young man. What captain? Su Qi is her financial sponsor now. As long as Su Qi says a word, she will catch the dog and never chase the chicken, and go east and never go west. After all, her current wealth is more terrifying than her family's accumulation of decades. Just those 3 artifacts, any one of which would cause a huge sensation if dropped in the hometown city, not to mention that Lin Yue now has 3 of them, plus a complete set of legendary suits. There are still 2 days before the opening of the Tanghai City copy. Su Qi took a look at the planet map he obtained in the past few days. The legendary central city is just in front of Tanghai City. In other words, when they go to the copy, they must first pass through the central city or bypass it to reach the area where Tanghai City is located. Su Qi pondered for a moment and said, "We have to pass through there anyway. Why don't we go to the central city first?" Lin Yu understood what he meant in a split second and said, "Captain, do you want to get the only god-level suit in that world?" Su Qi nodded. "Well, after all, it is the only set on the planet. It must be very valuable. If it can be used by the legendary figures of our great Xia, it will definitely make the country's combat power much stronger." "I agree." Dongfang Ji was the first to speak. "I agree." Yinkong and Lin Yue also voted in favor. But at this moment, an old man's laughter came from behind them. "Ha ha, it's good to be ambitious, but if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. At least you have to change your job first." Everyone turned around and saw Bai Jingying with the teacher who had changed jobs from last time appeared behind them. At this time, they already knew that this person was the retired old teacher from Shindu University. He was also the retired commander of a certain legion of Daxia. "Hello, Mr. Chun." Su Qi spoke first. "Grandpa Chun." Dongfang Ji said respectfully. "Hello, Teacher Chun." The last 2 of them also greeted respectfully. Okay, good boy." A light flashed above the seal in Elder Chen's hand, and the 3 of them completed their job changes on the spot. He glanced at them with a look of surprise in his eyes and said, "This machine has grown to this level in just a few days, and even the equipment on it has been completely replaced? TSK. You remind me of the 10 legends in the past." "Don't dare, kid." Seeing Su Qi's nervous look, Old Chen laughed. There's nothing to be afraid of. I see in you a hope and destiny that I've never achieved before. All the expectations that those teachers gave me, I will give to you today. Don't be cowardly. Have the courage to change the fate of the world. Learn from him, become him, and then surpass him. Thousands of twisted bodies, over 100,000 points. The other trainees in the special training camp might feel fear in the first few days when looking at the almost terrifying numbers on the list, but after getting used to it over time, all they had left was admiration in their hearts. I heard from the teacher that every class must have an extremely dazzling genius. Everyone now understands that there is no need to wait until school starts. There is no doubt about who that star-like figure is. After being silent for a long time, Su Qi's team's points started to surge upwards again. At this time, everyone had lost any desire to challenge and just wanted to witness this group of people making history. Central City, according to the magazine, should be the last fortress on the planet. But when Su Qi and the other 4 came in, they realized that they had underestimated this fortress. Its area was as large as the entire god city of the building. The city is surrounded by a wall hundreds of meters high. It was originally built to deal with the twisted bodies that form giants, but it ended up becoming the last obstacle for the city's residents to escape. With the multi-armed claw props on her body open, Lin Yue used her ability to use any props to transform herself into a humanoid spider and climb up the metal wall. Soon, the metal chain dropped down, indicating that it was safe above. Just as Yinkong was about to carry Suchi up, a slender, human-shaped metal spider suddenly flew down. Before he could react, Lin Yue rushed up like lightning, carrying Suchi. Yinkong's eyes widened. Wow, you value women over friendship, huh? Dong Fangji scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, "Don't say that." The captain was brought up there. How could he value women over friends? Yun Kong's face darkened. I mean Lin Yue. This girl is almost staring at the captain. After climbing up the city wall, Su Qi looked at the scene below with a solemn expression. On the city streets below, densely packed, twisted bodies gathered on the road, their huge bodies crowding each other, as if they were going to burst the city from within. After Yun Kong and Dong Fangzi climbed up, they couldn't help but shudder when they saw the scene below. Is this still a copy that humans can fight? We might as well just use nuclear bombs to wipe it out. Captain, how about we change direction? I never thought that one day I would develop a fear of wild monsters. Su Qi nodded and wanted to change direction of attack, but a public mission popped up on their panel. Mission: a call for help from the twisted planet C-133. Difficulty: SS level. Task 1. Central City is the last public fortress on this planet, but the twisted bodies have infiltrated from nowhere and have caused great chaos inside. Please clean up the twisted bodies in the city, and finally the corresponding rewards will be issued according to the number of twisted bodies cleared. Mission 2. Distorted Suit is the last hope of this planet, but it was stolen by the evil pagans and is now hidden in the city. Please defeat LV-150 boss, Distorted King. Reward: Twisted Suit. Su Qi took a deep breath. It was effortless. Yin Kong grinned. The more you kill, the more rewards you get. Isn't this our main focus? With a grunt, Lin Yue's spider arm was already grabbing various weapons. Captain, all I need is a word from you. Su Qi smiled slightly. Fuck him. Kill. Chapter 57. Why is there still swearing? Su Qitai regretted it as soon as he finished shouting and taking action. Who would have thought that Lin Yue would actually dare to directly control the robotic arm and pull the 3 people down to jump? Ah, I'm afraid of heights. Yinkong's screams like a pig being slaughtered echoed. When he turned around, Dong Fangji's face had turned purple with fright, and Su Qi was actually held in Lin Yue's arms when he fell. Yinkong couldn't help but burst into tears. Captain, am I part of your play? Boom, 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 boom. 3 explosions were heard, and smoke and dust billowed. After jumping down from the 100-meter-high wall, except for Su Qi, everyone else directly built up a shield sufficient for 1 life. The limit of this kind of suicide is to lose a full line of health. After just 1 second, the shield will be replenished. Yun Kong and Dong Fangji's legs were still weak, but Su Qi calmly pushed away Lin Yue's mechanical arm and said vigilantly, "Did you take advantage of me just now?" Lin Yue's pretty face turned slightly red. He patted the metal armor on his butt, making 2 clanging sounds. Don't tell anyone anything. Did you just take the opportunity to hug my butt? Sis, that's your spider butt prop. Roar! A roar interrupted them. The twisted body was a little dazed when it saw several humans suddenly falling from the sky. After the first twisted body roared, the others also began to riot. Roar! After these few days of cooperation, everyone's reaction was very fast. The legendary suit on Yun Kong's body emitted a bright red light, and he slashed with his sword, instantly pushing back most of the twisted bodies in front of him. Great! They're all level 30 or 40 wild monsters, so they can drop lots of gear. Let the fight begin. Lin Yue put away her playful expression, took out a few scrolls from her storage ring, and used them without saying a word. In the past few days, they have harvested at least nearly 1,000 scrolls of various types, which is enough to match the annual harvest of many teams. So now I don't feel any pain at all, even if I throw it away. With the bonus of Su Qi's God's Wrath, he directly dealt a full-screen critical damage hit. A large number of twisted bodies died on the spot. Boom boom. A space was cleared in front of the crowd, but soon a large number of twisted bodies gathered. Before they could make the next move, a low and mournful roar, like a dragon's roar, suddenly came from far behind the city. Woo! On the panel, the light representing the LV-150 boss King of Distortion lights up. Su Qi's face lit up with joy. The big guy is coming. Yun Kong smiled and said, I thought we had to find it ourselves, but it turned out to be quite simple. Dong Fangji looked at the endless distorted bodies in front of him and frowned. But without the ability to fly, it's impossible for us to defeat them within a day. In addition, there is no place to rest in this situation. Can you call within one day? Suchi looked at the map. Suddenly, I had an idea, and it seemed that it was not completely impossible. Don't bother everyone. I have a solution. Everyone looked at his bright smile and suddenly felt a little uneasy. While Suchi and his 4 companions were still exploring this central city, not far from this scene, a foreign expedition team was heading here. This is an expedition team from the United States of America. Because they're trying to plunder resources in an area close to Daxia, they brought a particularly large number of people this time, a total of 20 people. Ivna is the leader of this team. In the Federal Spiritual University, her strength is not the strongest, but among the spiritual practitioners at level 50, she is definitely the best. So the school appointed her to lead the team to participate in the resource grab. Ivna's fate is Flower Fairy. Influenced by her fate, she had outstanding looks since childhood. And as she grew up, she became more outstanding and exquisite. With beautiful facial features, emerald green pupils, and the affinity and temptation that come with her fate, no boy has ever been able to resist her since she was a child. However, Ivna never bothered to use her own destiny, because she only believed in her fists. The deputy Captain John approached her again and said, "Yivna, you also know the power of our family in the Federation. If you are willing to marry me, I can assure you that you will not have any troubles in the rest of your life. How about it? What do you think?" After being harassed so many times, Ivna finally couldn't hold it anymore and said coldly, "Sorry, senior, I'm not interested in men now. I actually prefer girls." John's face was completely gloomy. Before he could react, a horrific explosion suddenly sounded from the central city in front of him. Several people looked up at the tall city wall together and saw a brilliant golden light radiating outward wildly. Even though they were so far away, they could feel how powerful and vast this force was. Ouch! Amid the loud dragon roar, a golden dragon soared into the sky, finally breaking through the clouds and transforming into a mysterious dragon pattern formation that hovered above the central city. Ivna and Vice Captain John looked at each other in shock and simultaneously ordered the team to march towards the central city. In Central City, countless twisted bodies have been physically shaken to the point where they are unapproachable. Shun Yun Asterisk Dragon Painting. Description: summons a guardian dragon. The dragon will exist for 5 hours and grant you and your teammates a temporary level cap increase of 30 levels each. During the dragon's existence, you are immune to all negative effects. Everyone lowered their heads and saw that their bodies were covered in gold, shining with golden light. I was almost blinded by the light. Yunkong glanced at his current level 70 panel and said, "Damn it, Captain, how many good things do you have that we don't know about?" Dongfang Ji was also shocked. Super Scion? Su Chi smiled and said, "How is it? Just tell me if it's powerful or not." "That's great, but I'm already horny, Captain." Lin Yue couldn't wait to see what she could do when she reached level 70. So she rushed out on the spot with her 10 giant spider arms shining with golden light. The average person is level 70, 10 times the critical hit plus true damage. Billions of shields. This is the greatest confidence that Su Chi has in completing the task in 5 hours. Su Chi nodded and said with satisfaction, "Very good. I think we, Before he could finish his words, he disappeared from the spot. When he reacted, he had already been caught by Lin Yue's spider arms and was rushing madly towards the distance. The 4 of them rushed madly towards the location of the boss, King of Distortion, like a derailed train. On the city wall, Ivna and others finally climbed up after great effort. Seeing the golden lightning advancing madly below, the group of people's faces were filled with horror. Ivna said absent-mindedly, "The clothes she wears, are she a student of Daxia?" The student at the side rolled his glasses and said, "According to the information, it looks a bit like the clothes worn by students in their special training camp. But how is this possible?" Ivna herself also found it impossible. After all, which special training camp would use the wild monsters in this kind of dungeon as a novice dungeon? They should be powerful people from Daxia who happen to pass by. I'm just not sure if they will go outside Tanghai City to intercept us and take the prop away. Yes. She took the telescope prop handed to her by her assistant and looked at Su Chi. Spiritual mirror. Description: you can peek at the information of spiritualists below LV 200. Current target: Su Chi, LV 77 Fate. Look at your mother. Ivna. Why are there insults in it? Chapter 58. Seeing the flying dragon in the sky, the defense was broken. Below, Su-Chi shuddered unconsciously. Why do I feel like I'm being spied on? Something's wrong. Boom. Yun Kong slapped the twisted body beside him and sent it flying. Captain, look, there are several black spots on the left wall. That guy's a human. Su-Chi narrowed his eyes and stared at them for a moment, and found that the other party seemed to have no intention of taking action. He said, "Ignore them. We continue to move forward. Even if they attack from that direction, it will take quite some time for them to arrive. Let's take down the boss first." Good. The four continued on their journey. Su-Chi searched through the densely packed messages on the panel and finally found the message about him being spied on. Fate reminder. You are being spied on. Do you want to activate self-defense? Answer failed. Autonomous defense has been enabled for you. Look at your mother. Fate shot completed. Seeing Su-Chi and the other three continuing to move forward, Ivna finally recovered from the shock just now and shuddered. She still could not forget the murderous shock that came from the depths of her destiny when Su-Chi looked at her from afar. An inadvertent peek seemed to have engraved that handsome oriental face into her fate and soul. Ivna's face turned pale, and she said, "Retreat, retreat." John did not refute her order. He looked at the four people below vigilantly and led everyone to evacuate. Su-Chi and the others didn't know that the golden dragon they summoned had just been seen by many members of the special training camp and student expedition teams from other countries. After all, dragons are such legendary creatures, and the dragon pattern formation that assists everyone has been floating above the city. It's hard for everyone not to notice. In the Shina Space Forum, many people uploaded the photos they took of the golden dragon taking off into the sky to the forum. In just a few hours, the post went viral around the world. Many spiritualists saw this legendary creature for the first time and wanted to magnify it to identify every detail. As a result, everyone was shocked to find that this thing was just like the phoenix soaring some time ago. It was real. Many foreign spiritualists were defeated at this moment. Why do all the good things happen to Daxia so often? Seeing the jealous looks of many netizens from unfriendly countries in the comment section, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Captain, after the last phoenix, you have broken people's defense again. Ha ha ha." Su-Chi shook his head and smiled. "Let them be jealous. We fought for these things ourselves. There's no point in them getting anxious. Just like us, if we hadn't worked so hard, how could we have reached level 40 in 7 days?" They smiled at each other and turned to head towards the final boss. It was a huge church built in the center of the city. The symbols of gods here are different from those on Blue Star. They are a bit like a cursive version of the character Jur. Mission 2. Distorted Suit is the last hope of this planet, but it was stolen by the evil pagans and is now hidden in the city. Please defeat LV-150 boss, Distorted King. Su-Chi withdrew his gaze from the panel and said faintly, "It is too ironic that a pagan, in the place where they believe the most, turns into the biggest villain of their own planet." With a loud bang, the heavy metal door opened. Several people finally saw the true appearance of this boss. He was a beggar dressed in tattered clothes. He was seen sitting on the throne which was supposed to be the seat of a god. His withered body slumped there lifelessly, while the stone statue of the god which was supposed to be on the seat was now broken into pieces and fell to the ground. This scene had obviously lasted for so long that their bodies were covered with dust. Lin Yue's gaze fell on the beggar on the throne. The panel pops up. Twisted King Tucker. Explanation. The pagan, in the eyes of the residents of Hot Cloud Star, he does not believe in gods, but leads a group of people who believe in biological evolution and technological transformation. Their behavior eventually led to the complete invasion of the fog. The angry gods refused to free them from the pollution, and eventually watched the planet turned into a purgatory on Earth. The Distorted King has 5 health points. Please be cautious when challenging him. Yun Kong asked in confusion. It seems like this guy's been lying there for a long time. So who made the noise just now? Because the space inside is so large, Yun Kong's voice keeps echoing inside the church. Maybe there is a second boss. It's okay. At worst, we could just take care of them together. After Su-Chi finished speaking, he walked in first. In the church, torches were lit one after another. When all were lit, the Distorted King, sitting on the throne, finally woke up slowly. Are there still normal humans? Tucker's eyes were sharp and cold. He stood up slowly, stared at Su-Chi, and said, "I sense an extremely unpleasant aura from you. Are you also here for the distorted suit?" Su-Chi frowned. Disgusting smell? Is this guy referring to the gods? Has he ever faced off against gods? Yun Kong shouted, Nonsense. If you don't come to get the suit, are we here to save you? Come down and die. Heh, I can't take down a few small clergymen, but I don't think I can take down you. After saying that, Tucker took a step forward, and the muscles and skin on his body began to swell rapidly until he turned into a twisted giant standing in the church. Seeing the data on the panel, Yin Kong exclaimed, "Damn, this guy's health is just like a blood cow. Stop talking nonsense and start fighting." 10 spider arms appeared behind Lin Yue and flew to the left and right with Dongfangji. Tucker was obviously a rational boss. After a cold laugh, he swung his fist like a truck at the two men. After a muffled thud, Dongfangji was hammered into the ground, but the next moment he rushed out in an instant as if nothing had happened. Tucker was quite confused when he saw that the other party was unharmed. After he saw the data of these guys, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. No. Are you the boss, or am I the boss? How could someone have billions of HP? Are you sure you're not the reincarnation of a god? In that case, use my skills. Twisted blood. Instructions. Spray contaminated blood within the specified range. The injured ninja loses 1% of his health and shield per second, and the healing effect is reduced by 50%. As a boss with intelligence, Tucker has very good ideas. But alas, having been a villain all his life, he also met his greatest enemy in this life. Su Chi was so moved that he wanted to cry. The dark vision that he had been holding for a long time finally came in handy. Old man, prepare to die. Take my move. Divine words asterisk falsehood. Divine words asterisk falsehood. Release a 2-kilometer diameter formation that lasts for 1 hour. All enemy skills within the range become random entertainment spells. Teammate spells become tenfold overlapping spells. This skill cannot be stacked. Consumption, 50 spirit points. Cooldown, 1 hour. Chapter 59, His Harshness. As a level 150 boss, how powerful are the skills released by the Distortion King? The moment the skill was cast, thick bright red clouds began to condense inside the church and in the sky above the central city outside. It covers almost the entire city. This doomsday scene seemed to be completely overturning the heaven and earth. The trainees in the special training camp were still discussing who created the golden dragon. No one expected that the sudden thick blood cloud had covered them on the spot, and everyone was so stunned that they were speechless. What on earth is going on in that city today? Ultraman versus monsters? The noise was sometimes good and sometimes bad. In the live broadcast of Shinha's Space, the foreign netizens who were originally wailing suddenly changed their tone and started to laugh. I thought it was so awesome, a golden dragon rising into the sky. It's a little snake flying. Ha! It seems that the Xia's strong men were directly suppressed by the other side unilaterally. The power gap is so big, there is no hope. Everyone, don't rush to leave. Let's see how Daxia's spiritualists break through the defense. At this moment in the church, Su Chi watched with a calm expression how the Distortion King in front of him was playing freely. Priests, this is the power I got from your corrupted gods. It will destroy the entire city. I wonder how you can hide from it. Boom. After the blood-red thunder, rain with a fishy smell began to condense. What should we do, Captain? This skill is a natural counter to us. After Yin Kong finished shouting, the three of them came back at the same time and protected Su Chi firmly behind them. Su Chi's heart suddenly felt warm. I was right about the person. Don't worry, everyone. I'm just waiting for this move. After Su Chi finished speaking, he slammed the ground with the staff in his hand. God's words asterisk falsehood activate. From the sky, blood-red raindrops began to fall. Red thunder and lightning sounded from time to time. The sky and the earth changed color, and it was a doomsday scene. It's gone, it's gone. This wave of Daxia's golden dragons is really gone. Just as there was wailing in the live broadcast room of the Shinha Forum, a colorful light suddenly flashed in the room. All kinds of strange noises rang out from the sky. Back then, Chindaozi was able to win 37 million with just 20 yuan. Anchor Lu, can win 5 million with just 200,000 yuan. No problem. I never touch money. I'm not interested in money. Vimy 50. Let's see my strength. When everyone looked confused, the blood rain from the sky actually turned into coins and gold coins falling down. The sound of money clinking could be heard, coupled with the banknotes falling all over the sky. Lin Yue and the other two could no longer hold back. Really, a lot of money. This is the legendary entertainment skill. For no other reason than to amuse everyone. In the live broadcast room, the audience of Daxia were all shocked. It wasn't because of the foreigner's ridicule. After that skill completely failed, they couldn't utter a single word of ridicule. What really broke everyone's defense was that they could only watch the skill of scattering coins without being able to reach in to pick them up. You can only look but not touch. This is too difficult. Where is the spiritualist from the US country who was shouting just now? Speak up. Who has the funny skill? Ha! They might be so angry that their defenses have broken down. Unlike the cheerful comments on the barrage, the atmosphere in the church was a bit awkward. Tucker glared at Su Chi and the other three angrily. He unleashed skills one after another, and all of them turned into entertaining and funny attacks. Sometimes it threw out a dove of peace like magic, and sometimes it threw a few bunches of magic cherry blossoms at them. It was as if the battlefield had been turned into a magician's feast. No more fighting. What the hell? It's boring. I didn't expect you damn clergymen would resort to such despicable means. Tucker sat back on the throne angrily. His body began to shrink until it returned to its original skinny appearance as a beggar. Only then did everyone see clearly that he was not ugly at all, but he looked like a beggar because he was too thin and haggard. Through his sharp bone structure, one could vaguely see his former handsome appearance. Su Chi stepped forward and said, "We are not clergymen. We are just ordinary humans." Tucker glanced at him coldly and said, "You're talking nonsense. You have the smell I hate the most, and you still say that you are not the lackeys of the gods. It really is a matter of fate." Su Chi pointed at the others and said, "But they don't have it. Have you ever thought that the reason why I have their aura is because our ancestors did what you wanted to do but couldn't do?" Tucker's pupils suddenly contracted when he heard this. He looked up and stared straight at Su Chi. "Impossible. I have reached the pinnacle of human power, but I still cannot defeat them. How can you do it with your weak body? Of course you can. Otherwise, do you think that given the cruelty of the gods, how could they possibly give their own power to humans?" Su Chi was thinking, and a god of invisibility asterisk all things silence fell on Tucker. Tucker trembled with shock, his beggar-like clothes shaking slightly. "That's right. It's him. It's a power that belongs exclusively to them. How did you do it?" Su Chi sighed and said, "I can only say, the more sacrifices you make, the more ambitions you have." Tucker understood what Su Chi meant. He lowered his head in silence. Su Chi is lucky, because at least the humans in their world know how to unite. But the tragedy of Reyun Star is that Tucker realized the threat of the gods, but the people only regarded him as a pagan. In the end, the gods replicated Tucker's most proud method of dealing with himself: mutation. Then it spreads it back to humans, and a mutation belonging to the hot cloud star begins to spread. Tucker failed to challenge the gods in the end, and could only watch the hot cloud star go to a twisted destruction. You're right. They are all mean. They are actually living beings, but they are born with more extreme powers, so they worry about the covetousness of lower races. Oh. Tucker smiled sadly. "Unfortunately, I was too radical. This caused my people to suffer their revenge." As he spoke, Tucker looked at Su Chi and said, "I can see your information. Your name is Su Chi, right?" Su Chi nodded. "Well, hello, Tucker. You are lucky to have survived their dark rule, until now." Tucker said as he slowly stood up. "My planet is gone, and I have nothing left to remember it by. Now let me give you two last gifts." Su Chi and the other three widened their eyes. Tucker took out his heart with his backhand. Judging from its appearance, it would be more appropriate to call it a power core rather than a heart. Tucker smiled gently. "Take it, and you will know how to use the distortion suit. For the sake of being human, please. Keep on living with the faith of our planet, please." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chi and the others' eyes suddenly went dark. When they regained their sight, they were already standing outside the walls of Central City. A message pops up on the panel. "You have been expelled. Please re-enter." Congratulations on completing Mission 2, Killing the King of Distortion. Obtained items: Skill Books *2, Forbidden Spell Scroll *1, God Destroying *Spark, God's Power to Destroy All Living Things, Divine Scroll, Hot Cloud Prayer. Explanation: the shouting of the gathering brings new hope, a certain planetary power that can only be used on people of the same race. Chapter 60, The Smell of Gunpowder, is getting stronger. Lin Yue was still a little confused at this time and said blankly, Just like that?" Su Chi stared at the power core in his hand and said, "Because this boss still has human will, he chose to help us." Yun Kong sighed. After guarding Ryun Star for so long but still failing, Tucker must be tired. "No, I don't think it's that simple." Dongfang Ji, who has always been a taciturn person, now has a sharp light in his eyes. Tucker has proved that this mutant power is actually powerful and controllable. The failure of the central city was obviously caused by an attack from within, which means there were spies. See, know that Dongfang Ji was worthy of being born into a military family. He knew very well how to win when two sides were fighting on the battlefield. As soon as Dongfang Ji finished speaking, Task 1 on everyone's panel suddenly changed. Mission 1. Central City is the last public fortress on this planet, but the twisted body has infiltrated from somewhere. Option 1. Clear all distortions. In the end, rewards will be issued based on the number of distortions cleared. Option 2. Using a distortion suit to contain the distortion, maybe it would work? So the keyword spy triggered the containment. Su Chi wanted to turn around and ask for everyone's opinions, but they all said in unison, "Captain, you make the decision. No matter what, we will listen to you." Su Chi smiled knowingly and said, "Then take him in." Yu Tianxing is a junior student at Shindu Ling Vocational University. Just a few days ago, he received an order from his teacher, asking him to take the sophomores and junior students from the special training camp to the Twisted Body copy to seize resources. Seeing that there were pure novices from the special training camp in the team, Yu Tianxing didn't actually take the mission too seriously. As a result, today's sudden Golden Dragon taking off and God throwing money around directly shattered their expectations. Looking at the blood cloud gradually dissipating over the central city, Yu Tianxing said solemnly, "It seems that someone rolled it up in the dungeon in advance." The sophomore vice captain beside him asked, "Could it be an expedition team from other countries?" "Not sure. Let's pick up the 4 junior students from the special training camp first and occupy a favorable position outside of Tanghai City." Good. In less than half a day, Su Chi and his 4 companions finally reunited with Daxia's expedition team outside the central city, and then the group of 12 continued to head towards Tanghai City. On the way, Yu Tianxing walked side by side with Su Chi. He did not forget Yao Yuanshuan's instructions to protect Su Chi, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry to have you wait in the core area for so long. Is everyone okay?" "No." Su Chi shook his head. "Well, that's good." At this time, the little Golden Man special effects on the 4 people have dissipated, but without actively activating the special effects of the legendary suits and artifact suits, they are no different from ordinary special training camp students. Yu Tianxing and the vice captain took a look at the special training camp uniforms they were wearing and said tentatively, "Young students, we won't recruit you into the team. After all, if a real fight breaks out, you may not be able to help. Why don't you just watch and learn from the sidelines?" "How do you do?" "Hey, our fighting power." "Okay, thank you, senior." Yun Kong was about to speak when he was interrupted by Su Chi, so he had to retract his head in disappointment. Su Chi's vigilance was correct. The team leader said this out of consideration for their protection, which meant that Bai Jingying did not tell them his true situation. On the other hand, it also means that the opportunity to seize Tanghai City this time will still depend more on their ability to respond intelligently, so Su Chi still plans to keep a low profile. As time came to evening, Daxia's student expedition team finally arrived at the outskirts of Tanghai City. At this moment, the atmosphere here was obviously not very good. 2 groups of people were confronting each other on the hillside, fighting for the best position to enter the copy tomorrow. Tanghai City is located in the center of the valley, surrounded by mountains on many sides. Like Central City, tall walls surround the city. There are only 2 openings for entry, and the other opening has been blocked by rolling mudslides. So the only best position became a point for everyone to fight for. As a senior, Yu Tianxing did his job very diligently and responsibly along the way. He shared a lot of adventure-related information with everyone and was generous in sharing a lot of important information. At this moment, Yu Tianxing couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. Although this position is quite good, it is definitely not the key to determine victory or defeat. The reason why everyone is fighting for it is mainly because they don't want to lose to each other. After all, to some extent, we now represent the face of the country. He gradually said seriously, "This should be your first time to participate in the opportunity grabbing between countries. Don't be nervous. Just like what the teacher said, as citizens of Daxia, we just need to be open and honest. But remember, no matter what happens, don't be cowardly And don't forget that we have a strong motherland behind us. Um, Everyone nodded heavily. On the mountainside, when the Great Xia expedition team appeared, the expedition teams from the small countries that were originally arguing suddenly became quiet after seeing them. The bright red color worn by the Great Xia students was so eye-catching at this moment. One of the teams here is mainly centered around the American Federal Expedition Team, and the other wave is composed of some scattered countries that have good relations with Daxia. They also dragged small neutral countries into confrontation with these big country expedition teams, which is very similar to the current international situation. Seeing the Daxiao expedition team appear, the members of the expedition teams from small countries all looked delighted and straightened their backs. Hi, Big Brother is here. As Yu Tianxing and his men came over, the two groups of people automatically separated. Yu Tianxing stepped forward, bowed, and smiled at everyone. Everyone, I'm Yu Tianxing, the leader of this Daxia expedition team. Although this instance is located on the Daxia side, we always abide by international conventions and share opportunities with the international community. As he spoke, he glanced at Ivna. The meaning is self-evident. The American Federation has embezzled copies and even shared them only with allies on many occasions. Such selfish behavior has caused international complaints. Yvonne snorted upon seeing this. Yu Tianxing continued. According to the rules, we will rely on our own abilities after entering the city. We will not use range poison gas or group formations to block each other. On behalf of Daxia, I would like to thank all the representatives for their cooperation. Even if some people disliked Daxia, they all nodded obediently when they heard this. There is no way. Everyone knows that no matter where the representatives of Daxia are, they all talk about rules and since ancient times. What is being generous? That's being generous. Ivna raised her chin, stared at Yu Tianxing, and said, right now, our American Federation expedition team is the strongest here. We want this piece of land. Do you have any objection? The gentle smile on Yu Tianxing's face gradually faded, and he stared at Ivna. Of course I have an opinion. Why do you think that you can make such demands on us from a position of strength? Everyone can feel that the atmosphere is rapidly dropping to freezing point. The smell of gunpowder is already getting strong. Chapter 61, the battle begins. Why do you think you can make such demands on Daxia based on your position of strength? Yu Tianxing's voice echoed in the camp. Seeing this, John behind Ivna led 20 people from America's team forward, as if he wanted to use the advantage in numbers to put pressure on the opponent. When Yu Tianxing and the others didn't buy it, the vice-captain of Daxia also stepped forward and sneered. Captain Yifna, do you want to fight with us before entering the dungeon? Don't forget that this is Daxia's territory. If you want to cause trouble outside, we don't mind fighting you to the end. Ivna didn't expect that this group of people would not buy into this, but she was still unwilling to admit defeat and said, Humph, come on. Who's afraid of who? Being able to reduce the manpower of the Daxiao expedition team in advance would also be of great benefit to them. Under the instigation of the bosses on both sides, the other brothers also stepped forward. Just when the battle was about to break out, someone suddenly started whispering in the back. Yin Kong whispered, Boss, when the fight starts, should we run away or join the fight? Su Chi replied, It depends on the situation. If the senior can beat us, we will run away. If the senior can't beat us, we will join the battle. The two men didn't speak loudly, but in this tense atmosphere, their voices were quite obvious. Many people turned their eyes to the rear of the Daxiao expedition team. They discovered that there were 4 new students from the special training camp hidden among the group of people. They were immediately stunned. When did the Daxiao expedition team become so confident? They even sent new students here? John couldn't help but laugh. It seems like you guys at Daxia are completely giving up this time. You even called in the freshmen from the special training camp. Are you planning to give the reward to us? Ah, Ivna wanted to laugh at him, but when she looked over there, her pupils suddenly trembled. She will never forget that young and handsome face. It's him, Golden Lightning in Central City. The impact from her fate has made Ivna remember Su Chi firmly. At this time, Yu Tianxing in front was also a little confused. What does it mean to run away if you can win and fight back if you can't? It seems like these two junior students have misunderstood the split. However, considering that he was his junior, he didn't care at all and said to Ivna, Okay, since Ivna wants to fight, let's clear the territory first and then... No. You are wrong, no fighting. When she found that Su Chi was squinting at her, Ivna's voice began to tremble. Are you kidding? Fighting here? They have not forgotten how those 4 men charged forward in the city and swept through the twisted body. If a fight really breaks out, how many people present will be able to escape alive? No wonder Yu Tianqing can be so arrogant with only 10 people. He is definitely well prepared. John was a little dissatisfied when he saw that Ivna had given in to the Daxia expedition team. However, Ivna glared at him and waved her hand, saying, "Everyone listen to me. I order you as the leader to retreat immediately. If you disobey me, get out of the scene immediately." The sudden change made everyone stunned. He was fine just now. Why did he give in now? However, since Ivna gave the order as the team leader, everyone had to obey and retreat, leaving this place to the Daxia expedition team. Yu Tianqing was also surprised by Ivna's change. After the group of people left, he scratched his head and said, "It's strange. This woman wasn't like this before. Forget it. I'll just be more careful when I go in tomorrow." In fact, Suchi didn't recognize who this Ivna was. After all, at that time on the city wall, all they saw were a few small black dots. The reason why he had that expression was mainly because he was trying to see if this guy could be matched with certain people in his previous life, but he found that he couldn't. It looks like it's some little karami, no need to worry too much. After returning to the tent, Ivna's back was completely wet. John shouted angrily, "I don't understand. 20 against 10. The advantage is on me. Why are you retreating?" Ivna was tired of this idiot, so she took a deep breath and said, "Deputy Captain John, do you remember the golden lightning yesterday? Remember, what does this have to do with them?" Ivna waved her hand and sent John the screenshot of the panel of Su Chi and others that she saw that day. The latter's eyes widened in horror. This is impossible. Ivna couldn't help but smile bitterly. Nothing is impossible. They didn't even change their special training camp uniforms. What do you think this means? But they can't get in at this level. Could it be that Daxia has mastered some technology to suppress levels? This is simply cheating. I'm going to report them," John said in a lost voice. Ivna looked at him as if he were a fool. "Do you think people will believe it? Don't forget, we have done this kind of thing before." John was completely speechless and could only leave the tent angrily. Then he told his men to be careful of Su Chi and the other three. Just like that, Su Chi's 4-member team of novices in the special training camp inexplicably became the scary characters that were passed down by word of mouth in the American expedition team. On the morning of the third day, at the gate of the Tanghai City, Copy, spiritual expedition teams from all over the world were ready to set off. Not far from them, several flight monitoring props took off. Those watching the live broadcast behind the surveillance cameras are the top figures and netizens from various countries. Bai Jiying said leisurely, "Teacher, it seems to be about to begin." Elder Chen nodded. "Well, this time the dungeon seems to be ranked by points. What do you think they can get?" Bai Jiying sighed and said, "Let's fight for third place and keep second place." Although the Big Bear expedition team arrived late, their lineup this time is quite luxurious. Even Nisha is here. Chun Lao stroked his beard and smiled. Well, no one is optimistic about it, which is good. Ah! Old Chen stared at Su Chi on the screen with a deep gaze. Only in this way can he unleash his true potential. Return to the copy. At the door, the rotten iron lock that had been crumbling for a long time finally entered its countdown today. Copy, Tanghai City. Explanation. The last glory of the hot cloud star. Before its destruction, it received the last group of survivors, but the whereabouts of those people are still unknown. Task 1. Find survivors and kill the twisted body. Reward. Ranking based on task completion. The higher the ranking, the more rewards. Mission 2. Find the secret of the destruction of the hot cloud star. Reward. Unknown. Countdown for the copy. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown ended, the iron chain broke. The copy is open. The moment the iron chain broke, everyone rushed out. On the bullet screen of the live broadcast room, countless audiences cheered together. The fight for the copy opportunity has officially begun. Chapter 62. Finally alive. Yunkong took the time to look at the live broadcast room and was immediately shocked. Oh my god, hundreds of millions of people are watching the game live on all platforms? Isn't this too scary? So many people? Lin Yue frowned. Captain, what about your fate? Su Chi said calmly. It's okay, just use it when necessary. Anyway, we have a lot of scrolls that can serve as cover. Good. The three nodded and followed the Daxia expedition team into the dungeon. The moment they entered the copy, hundreds of densely packed light spots appeared on the panel. Yu Tianqing was stunned. No, the plot points for Mission 2? There are so many. The deputy captain said, "There are a total of 42 expedition teams from various countries out there. Captain, then according to the pre-planned plan, we will split up and do mission 2 first." Good. Those who can take part in this opportunity grab are basically experienced spiritualists. It goes without saying that the task with the highest reward must be the one marked with a question mark. There were a total of 12 people in Daxia's expedition team. After Yu Tianqing decided to divide the teams, the weakest for people including Su Qi were naturally assigned to the same team with him. Together with them was a sophomore boy from the warrior department. Yu Tianqing handed a storage ring to the deputy captain and said, "There are 3 or 4 item scrolls given by the teacher in it. You can use them in an emergency." Clear. The deputy captain turned around and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped. "Senior, wait a minute." When they saw that it was Su Qi who spoke, everyone was stunned and didn't understand what he was going to do. Su Qi also handed over a storage ring and said, "I brought it from home. We won't need it when we follow the captain. Senior, just take it. By the way, please feel free to use it." This? All right. Thank you very much. Let's go. Looking at the deputy captain and his men leaving, Lin Yue poked Su Qi and whispered, "Captain, how many props did you give me? Don't forget to leave some for me to play with. I gave them thousands of scrolls. I didn't count them. Don't worry. You'll have more if we fight again." 2. On the way, after the deputy captain explained the formation after the battle, he checked the 2 storage rings. When he saw the first one, he couldn't help but sigh. 2 master scrolls, 2 legendary scrolls. Okay, I'll save them for later. My junior gave me this. Never mind. Let's see if there's anything I can use. He was originally quite nervous, but after scanning the prop table on the panel, he stumbled and almost fell. Holy crap! Did you rob America's treasury? Deputy captain, what's wrong? Everyone looked at him in confusion. The next moment, the deputy captain's face flushed. Hit them hard later. When have we ever fought such a rich battle? I want them to know in this dungeon. What is the fear of insufficient firepower? Roar! The roars of various twisted bodies rang out throughout the city. Now, 2 hours have passed since the opening of the Tanghai City, copy, and the peripheral plot scenes have basically been taken over by expedition teams from various countries. The levels of wild monsters in the Tanghai City dungeon range from level 40 to level 80, which is a huge span. The further you go in, the higher the level of the wild monsters. So after occupying the periphery, everyone's speed slows down. Since there was no need for him to do anything, Yinkong just watched the live broadcast. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but once you do, you'll curse out loud. Damn it, America is really unsportsmanlike. She used twice as many people as us to clear the map, and she got 6 plot points. Su Qi asked curiously, "Who's the second place?" Big Bear Country, their leader seems to be very popular. He has 1-5 so far, second only to Ami. See that. Daxia has only captured 3 now, so it seems that we really need to speed up the progress. It would not be good if Yu Tianqing always feels that the 4 of them are a burden. Su Qi said to Yu Tianqing, "Senior, we want to apply for a try." "That's okay." Yu Tianqing nodded and said, "If you feel you can't win, don't force it." Aha! It had just begun, but America had already made almost twice as much progress as before. Yu Tianqing was actually a little anxious. It would be a good thing if Su Qi and others could grow up earlier. Another plot point appeared ahead, and dozens of twisted bodies refreshed at the same time. Finally, I can take action. Yinkong and Dong Fangzi decisively rushed to the front. Yu Tianqing was watching the scene quite nervously, but the next moment, Yinkong and Dong Fangzi chopped with a knife and an axe respectively, and the twisted body in front of them died instantly. He died already? Faster than us? Yu Tianqing and his classmates were all stunned. This is a freshman? That's not right. Is there something wrong with the status of the wild monsters? Boom! Behind them, Lin Yue tore open several scrolls in her hands, and thunder, meteorites, and hail fell together. The twisted bodies at this plot point only roared twice, and before they could react, they were turned into experienced balls and killed. The whole process doesn't even take 3 minutes. Yu Tianqing and his classmates looked at each other in shock. You call this a new life? If Yu Tianqing still couldn't guess the teacher's intention of sending Su Qi and the other 3 here, then he really had no business staying here. What new student? These junior students are clearly here to act as the king. He walked over and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, junior. I always thought you were freshmen, so. Su Qi waved his hand and smiled. It's okay, senior. We understand your intention. We originally thought that we could just get into the top 2. But the situation seems to have changed this time. The strength of the expedition teams from various countries is higher than usual. It's okay. Let's work together to keep the second place and fight for the first place. Seeing that Su Chi didn't care about these things, Yu Tianqing was relieved. Then, shall we recruit you into the team? Seeing 4 people joining the team, Yu Tianqing was completely speechless. He didn't know how many times he had been surprised by them today. All of them are above level 40. Su Chi even reached the maximum level of 49, very close to level 50. No one of the teachers sent them here. It's not a problem to say that they are students of the same level. Just as they were about to continue their journey, angry curses were heard from behind. Oh my god, it was taken away so quickly. Damn it, who on earth is it? Everyone turned around and saw a team of 10 people appear. It was the South Korean spiritual expedition team. When they saw that it was someone from Daxia, these spiritual practitioners were obviously stunned and held back their curses. It turned out to be the Daxiao expedition team. The leader of the South Korean team, Park Yo-cheong, glanced at everyone, and when he saw Su Chi and the other 4, a hint of joy suddenly appeared in his eyes. He actually brought 4 burdens with him? If we can get rid of this Daxiao team, it will definitely be a great achievement. If I could defeat such a strong competitor, maybe I would have a chance to enter the top 3. Seeing the greed in these guys' eyes. Su Chi, my friend, here comes the life. Chapter 63, 2-minute speedrun. Seeing the panicked looks of the 4 newcomers behind him, Park Yo-cheong felt relieved. This game is definitely a win. After thinking about it, he pointed at Yu Tianqing and said, Captain Yu, we want to challenge you. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room exploded instantly. South Korean netizens. That's right. Support Captain Park's challenge. The Daxiao expedition team actually dared to bring in newcomers, so let them be eliminated early. Netizen 2. Haha. Let Daxiao look down on everyone. We must teach them a lesson this time. Let us show the prestige of our great nation in the universe. Daxiao netizen. It's bad, Captain Yu. Please lead everyone to evacuate quickly. Daxiao netizen. Here comes another trick to take advantage of the situation. How shameless. Haha. The Daxia people are getting anxious. Many netizens from other countries also joined in the fun. Compared to the liveliness of the barrage, the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became heavy. Yu Tianqing glanced at Su Chi and saw the latter nod slightly, and he immediately had the answer. Okay, Captain Park, we accept your challenge, but since it's a battle, the loser should at least pay a price. Park Yo-cheong was waiting for him to say this, and said, What do you think, Captain Yu? Using the plot points we have each obtained? Sure. Yu Tianqing had just finished speaking when both sides simultaneously adopted battle formations. The light summoned by various weapons shines brightly throughout the venue. For this instance, South Korea was clearly well prepared, and the various sets of gear worn by the team members were dazzlingly bright. Compared to them, the gray equipment of Su Chi and the other 4 newcomers seemed ordinary. It turns out that they are 4 rookies who are dragging the team down. Yu Tianqing, it looks like your Daxia will have to make an early debut this year and embarrass themselves in public. Damn stick. In front of the live broadcast panel, countless Daxia netizens couldn't help but clench their fists. Su Chi narrowed his eyes. Damn it, you dare to curse Daxia in front of me? They must be eliminated in the most humiliating way possible. Yue. Su Chi raised his chin towards the group of people and said, I leave it to you. Make quick decisions. Lin Yu smiled brightly. Okay. Superior. Loyalty. As the captains of both teams spoke, their team members rushed out at the same time. As the captain, Yu Tianqing naturally rushed to the front, but he didn't expect that when he was halfway there, a dazzling golden spider figure suddenly passed by him. At this time, Lin Yue did not hide her richness. She was wearing a legendary suit and had a magic weapon, divine prison spider arm, plug-in on her. Each spider arm was holding a variety of different weapons. He rushed into the South Korean team like a rocket in the state of a shining little golden man, like entering a deserted place. What the hell? What the hell is this? My master weapon. She took it away. Why did the captain fly out? Boom, boom, boom. With the lightning swing of the spider arm, these people flew away and their weapons shattered. The team structure ceased to exist on the spot. The moment Lin Yue rushed over, Park Yo-cheong felt as if he was hit head-on by a speeding train, and then his feet left the ground and flew into the air. When he recovered from the pain, He was horrified to find that his blood volume was less than 1/5 left. No, just for a moment. Isn't that thing coming towards us a train? This was the result of Lin Yue's restraint. Otherwise, at the same level with 10 times the true damage and critical strike, it would be enough for him to die on the spot several times. Boom, boom, boom. Park Yocheong watched in horror as the golden spider arms in the crowd waved like lightning. The next second, his team members flew out one by one and fell to the ground in a mess, and many of them fainted on the spot. The entire battle lasted 2 minutes. After such a long time, Park Yocheong noticed Lin Yue's panel data, and his face turned pale. 2 billion HP? Legendary suit plus divine suit. Is this person from the special training camp? Yu Tianqing then ran forward belatedly. Now he just wanted to stand with his hands on his hips proudly. What does a 2-minute speedrun mean? Captain Park, are you going to admit defeat? Boom. As he spoke, he slammed the ground hard with the spear in his hand. Ahem. Park Yocheong looked pale. His breastplate had been completely shattered, and his injuries looked serious. I admit defeat. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the live broadcast room was in an uproar. South Korean netizens never expected that what was supposed to be a one-sided massacre for them would end up being the ones being purely abused. The barrage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Daxia netizen. The whole game took 2 minutes. I declare this a new record for South Korea. TSK. I told you not to fight, but you insisted. And you won't be happy when I really fight you. Ha ha ha. Daxia country's unilateral abuse can't hide its decline, and Universe country was eliminated at the beginning, showing its style. Great, he's a poet. Cool. Ha ha ha. South Korean netizens. Ah shit. This Park Yukong should be sent to the north to meet the general. It's all his fault. He's the one who made us the first to be eliminated in the dungeon. We lost face. Ah. The whole team swam back from the Pacific Ocean by themselves. Amid the clanging sound of metal, the spider arm supported Lin Yue's body and walked towards her. Then he controlled the spider arm to take out the plot props from Park Yocheong. The latter could only watch this scene in pain. After getting the plot props from South Korea, Daxia's ranking was directly tied with Daxiong for second place. Pu Yocheong stared at Lin Yue. Who are you? Lin Yue didn't even look at him. It's none of your business. Park Yocheong's eyes widened. Not even worthy of knowing your name? Even more defense-breaking. Lin Yue walked back while taking off his handsome golden mask. No one expected that underneath the mask was a delicate and lovely face. So cool. Wow. She's so strong and beautiful. She's definitely a new goddess. Wow, Mom, I think I'm in love. Countless viewers were attracted by Lin Yue's elegant and beautiful appearance and began to investigate her identity. As a result, before the netizens could take any action, the next scene shocked them. Lin Yue just walked back and then, in a lightning speed, she hugged Su Chi's arm in a coquettish manner. Captain, I have done what you told me to do. Can I choose the artifact first next time? Su Chi pinched her pink cheek with one hand. He said with a dark face, Don't even think about it. Your equipment alone is worth Yunzi and Aji's entire fortune. If you continue like this, there will be a huge gap between the rich and the poor in our team. The two of them resisted together. That's right. Woo woo woo. The captain is such a good man. Netizens were petrified. No one expected that the goddess they just met would be someone else's liquor and be rejected by others like this. Goddess, no, goddess. Whatever props you want, I'll give them to you. The guy above, didn't you see the goddess wearing a legendary suit and a magic weapon? What are you thinking about? Oh my god. Excuse me. Chapter 64, Hunting. What? South Korea challenged Daxia without permission and was defeated in just 2 minutes. Ivna's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she couldn't believe what she heard. Why are you so bad? Even if there were 10 pigs, it would take them 10 minutes to catch them. The teammate nodded and said, Yes, the battle was over in 2 minutes. The reason why Daxia climbed to second place was because they got the plot props from South Korea. Ivna's face was solemn when she heard this. In the battle within 2 minutes. This intensity, it can only be Golden Lightning who takes action. Leader, what should we do next? Hearing the team members' questions, Ivna said irritably, What else can we do? Keep hiding. We must try to get more scene props, and we must not fight with them. Jean, who was standing by, was completely disgusted when he heard this. Ivna, what's the difference between you and bowing to Daxia? Where can we, the American Federation, put our face? I have decided. I will start a democratic vote within the team now. Impeach your position as team leader. Ivna sneered and said, Okay, John, you can try it. I want to see how many people will believe you. As she spoke, she glanced at the crowd, and the more she looked, the more shocked she became. This group of people turned their heads subconsciously. It was obvious that they were all convinced by John, and their minds were no longer on Ivna. John smiled proudly. Look, Ivna, everyone has had enough of your stupid leadership. You are still too young, and your fear of Daxia is really foolish. So what if the South Koreans were defeated in 2 minutes? With the props we brought, we can make them surrender in 1 minute. John, Yvonne was completely speechless. The team vote began, and John became the new team leader without a doubt. Ivna thought he had some clever plan, but the first thing this guy did after becoming the team leader was to summon other allied expedition teams scattered throughout Tanghai City. Using the excuse that Daxia solved South Korea in 2 minutes, they wildly exaggerated the security threat posed by the Daxiao expedition team to everyone, and then encouraged everyone to gather together. There are many teams that agree with them, including the Australian expedition team, the Canadian expedition team, the Indian expedition team. Out of more than 40 teams, a total of 10 responded to their call. At this time, the Xiao Rizi expedition team, which had been paying close attention to Daxia's movements, shared the movements of Yu Tianxing and others with John as soon as possible. How foolish! How dare you go your separate ways? I, John, the leader of the American expedition team, require you to go to the church immediately to surround Yu Tianxing. They will eventually have to pay the price for their hegemony over South Korea. Yes, 11 teams gathered from all directions of the map towards Yu Tianxing and his companions. This scene was extremely eye-catching when viewed from above by the live camera. This is a hunting for the Daxia expedition team. In this regard, netizens' attitudes are divided into two distinct camps. South Korean netizen. Good hunting. Daxia must pay the price for its hegemony. Daxia netizen. Damn, after beating the younger one, the older one comes. Why does this routine look so familiar? Ame netizen. You big countries are bullying small countries. You are not democratic. Daxia netizen. You may not be able to tell them. They came here on their own, otherwise we wouldn't be able to catch them so quickly even if there were 10 pigs. Ha 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 ha. Su Chi and others naturally also knew the news. He looked at the dense private messages popping up on his panel and felt warm in his heart. It turns out that everyone has been paying attention to him. There are Li Cheng's, Yi Linglong's, Lin Yin's, Zhang Zhi's, Chen Yuanqing's. They all told him to run away. It's not that everyone doesn't think highly of him, but once a fight really breaks out, Su Chi will inevitably have to perform in public. The risk of exposure is too great. Although Yu Tianxing was the team leader, he did not rush to make a decision. Instead, he asked, Junior, do you think you can fight? Noticing that everyone's eyes were on him, Su Chi smiled and said, In principle, we respect the actions of various countries in the dungeon, but the premise is that they must respect the rules of the international spiritual law. Now that they are the first to violate the rules and engage in gang building, then we need to let them recall who is the principal. In one word, fight. In this dungeon competition, all those who don't follow the rules must be eliminated. Good. Everyone's blood boiled after hearing this. Su Chi pointed to the Chishui town seen in front of him and said coldly, Now let's go into the city and play hide and seek. Let's begin. They didn't escape? Ah, good. John looked at the message on the panel and ordered, Notify the media broadcasting the live broadcast to hide the locations of all expedition teams. Don't give the Daxiao people any chance to report the news. Yes. As the hunt against the Daxiao expedition team fermented online, more and more people noticed this matter. Seeing the number of participants soaring towards 1 billion, the international media certainly did not want it to end so quickly. So soon, netizens discovered that they could no longer see the locations of the various teams. Instead, there are close-up shots of the teams. Now, even if Daxia netizens want to help, they are powerless. Captain John, 3 expedition teams have already arrived at Chishui town. Good. John couldn't stop grinning when he saw his extremely high popularity on the internet. If he could defeat the Daxiao expedition team in this instance, he would definitely be more valued in the family. The future will be bright, John said. Notify them, and when everyone is gathered, we will set out together to encircle and suppress them. Daxiao expedition team, your fight for this opportunity ends here. Ha ha ha. Half an hour later, a total of 185 people from 11 expedition teams gathered at the gate of Chishui town. John stood on the roof and waved vigorously. Everyone go, close the door, and beat the dog. Yes. The expedition team spread out and formed a large net, surrounding Chishui town in a mighty manner. At this moment, on the other side of Chishui town, before netizens and the media noticed, the Big Bear expedition team led by Nisha had assembled 5 teams with a total of more than 80 people and were guarding the side of Chishui town. Nisha, dressed in a snow-white combat uniform, put down the telescope. Her pretty face was full of indifference. Did Yu Tianqing reply? Captain, a member of their team, named Suchi, responded and said that he doesn't need our help. He also said, "What did you say?" The team member smiled bitterly and said, "He said that this time it's not 180 people against 6, but 6 people defending the rules. If we take people off the field, it will be against the rules." Nisha was slightly stunned, and a smile appeared on her thin lips. Interesting. You need strength to defend the rules. I want to see how strong their fists are. Chapter 65. 108-6. The advantage is on my side. Chishui town, in a house in the center of the town. 2 strange voices were heard, and Yu Tianqing and the other man's faces turned red from holding their breath. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. Looking at the contents on the panel, the 2 were stunned. You received treatment from Su Qi, Divine Healing. Current bonus. 100% of total HP is restored per second, and the excess will be converted into a shield and persist. Skill duration, 12 hours. He had guessed that Su Qi would be quite powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Yun Kong waved his hand. "Senior, don't worry, there's more." "Ah, there's more." A few minutes later, Yu Tianqing felt so excited that he could kill him 7 times in a row. "Brother, tell me, what is our plan? I can't wait to beat them to a pulp." At this time, Su Qi also saw that the positions of all teams in the live broadcast room were closed. So he smiled and said, "2 seniors, we need to act separately. Yue will be in charge of leading me to pretend to escape, and the 4 of you will be in charge of blowing them up one by one. Remember, don't act too aggressively, and deal with the weak ones first to prevent anyone from escaping early." "Good." Seeing Yu Tianqing was about to leave, Su Qi hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, senior. You haven't received your equipment yet." "Ah." Yu Tianqing was stunned for a moment. "Is the support here also responsible for distributing equipment?" Su Qi handed over the storage ring. "There are several thousand scrolls, 2 relatively common legendary suits, and 2 artifacts that have no special features except for their high damage output. You can just make do with them for now." Yu Tianqing was stunned on the spot. What a niche line. What does a magic weapon with no special features except a little output mean? Besides, thousands of scrolls? Is this some kind of wholesale market? Junior Su Qi is really too rich. The senior, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Junior Su Qi, are you still in need of a partner? My sister is pretty good looking." Lin Yue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. "Senior, your thoughts are very dangerous. No more talking, senior. I'll take Su Qi to retreat first." After saying that, she quickly opened her spider arm, picked up Su Qi, and ran towards the town, leaving everyone alone in the mess in the room. At the same time, in all directions of Chishui town, the expedition teams were surrounding and advancing in a carpet-style manner. Messages popped up one after another in John's dashboard channel. Yamato Island Expedition Team arrived at point 4. Indu Expedition Team arrived at point 9. The Canadian Goose Expedition Team has arrived at number 9. Damn! Third brother, you guys must have taken the wrong path. Is this reliable? Indian Expedition Team. Oh, no problem. Let's go to number 10. 2-0. I'm at 10 o'clock. John looked at the lively scene on the panel and couldn't help but hold his forehead. How could there be such a genius in this league? Forget it. There are enough teams participating, so it's not a big problem. At this point, Ivna knew that there was no room for maneuver. She just had to do her best to assist John in commanding. Everyone listen to orders, move forward together, keep a good distance, and take care of each other. Receive. Yes. Seeing Yvonne watching the encirclement shrink so nervously, John couldn't help but laugh and said, "Yvonne, you are still too young. There are only 6 of them. But we have a full 180 people. 108 against 6. The advantage is on me. I don't believe they can stir up any more trouble." As soon as this guy finished speaking, a call came from the Fiben expedition team in the channel. "Yu Tianqing appears. They are coming to kill us. Don't worry, Mr. John. There are 15 of us and only 4 of them. This time we..." The content on the panel suddenly stopped halfway through. Question mark. John was stunned. How could words be pronounced like this? Boom. The explosion came from the other side of town. Ibna's expression changed. "Oh no. They might be in danger. Quick, call for help from others. Although John was reluctant, he ordered the nearby Turkish expedition to provide support. Before one crisis is over, another crisis arises. The third brother and Tuo sent a message together. We saw two Daxia people trying to break out from here, but now they have escaped. We're splitting up again, huh? John narrowed his eyes and said, cut the big circle into two small circles and surround each of them. Yes. A few minutes later, in a school, all the members of the Philippine expedition team lost their fighting capacity, were robbed, and fell seriously injured on the playground. Their leader's face was swollen like a pig's head, and he lay there in a grieved manner in his shorts. Wow, Captain John, we couldn't stop them. They were too brutal. Captain John, you must avenge me. Philippine expedition team, exit the copy. The Filipino netizens in the live broadcast room cursed at this scene. Why would you join in the fun with your level of skill? Why are you being speed-passed again? Go back and eat your bananas. John was so angry that veins popped on his forehead. Waste. Can't even last 10 minutes. If they could hold on for 10 minutes, at least they could wait for the two teams to arrive and then deal with the other side together. But now, Yu Tianqing ran away at the very beginning, seeing netizens madly attacking him. Phoebe's team leader hurriedly tried to make up for himself. They definitely used the scroll. I saw it with my own eyes. Captain John, the opponents are all in poor condition. I saw Yu Tianqing's legs shaking when he ran. I guess he used the scroll to deal with us. And now the after effects are coming back. John saw the message and nodded. That makes sense. Otherwise, how could they have been so efficient both times? This is at least a forbidden spell level scroll. Yu Tianqing's escape meant the failure of their first encirclement. On the other side, Su Qi and Lin Yue also escaped effortlessly. The first encirclement and suppression campaign was declared a failure at the cost of an entire team. John received the news and hurriedly changed his plan. Retreat. All teams retreat immediately. Block the exit of the town. Yes. Looking at the retreating Canadian expedition team, Yu Tianqing frowned. Yun Kong said nervously, leaving now? So cowardly? Senior, what if they're going to encircle and suppress Lao Su and the others first? Yu Tianqing also thought of this possibility. After all, from the opponent's perspective, it was obvious that he was the main force. No, Su Qi must not be exposed. So he raised a magic weapon and said, follow my orders, counterattack, and draw the people back. Good. The leader of the Canadian Goose expedition team was humming a little tune as he walked back. They were just here to kill time, so they were so slow when they came to provide support just now. Just listen to what those masters say. Run around here and there. That's enough. Are you kidding? It's just a few bucks. Why risk your life for that? Everyone follow the old rules. When you see the Daxia people coming, immediately shout for support and they can. Lure other teams over immediately. Let them think about grabbing heads, and we will try to reduce the losses as much as possible. All the team members were smiling. Captain, you are really smart. The Canadian Goose leader smiled proudly. You're kidding. I'm studying the spring and autumn annals. What's this called in the ancient books of Daxia? Oh, right, drive out the wolf and swallow the tiger. That's right. A mocking laugh came from behind him. Everyone gathered together hurriedly and watched Yu Tianqing and others walk out of the darkness. As a result, he was blinded by the brilliance of the suits and artifacts worn by the four people. Damn it, how come these people are so rich? Chapter 66, Game Within a Game. Looking at Yu Tianqing's murderous expression and his intact condition, the leader of Canada's team had already cursed Phoebe's people 1,000 times in his heart. You call this a big disability? This situation is even better than when we first entered the market. Hey, Captain, you long time no see. Well, we can talk about it. Boom. Yu Tianqing was too lazy to chat with the other party, so he just threw a scroll over. You should keep it to yourself and talk to those guys outside. The leader of the Canadian team was immediately furious. Okay, you must fight, right? I'll show you how powerful we are. Show us our weapons. As expected of a country with some foundation, the expedition team of Jia also took out a lot of scrolls at the same time, and the skills of various equipment on their bodies were shining. If he had met the same Yu Tianqing as before, there might still be some hope. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. After Yu Tianqing met Su Qi, in his own words, it was a complete makeover. Comparing equipment, the artifact violently slashes down, true damage plus critical hits, breaking all laws with one force. Comparing scrolls, thousands versus 10, overwhelming numbers laughable. Boom. Boom! Explosions rang out one after another. A few minutes later, the Canadian Goose expedition was out. Jean was looking at the map 1 second, and messages popped up on the panel one after another the next. He was not given any time to react. This is impossible. Buzz. The billowing smoke and dust obscured the filming of the live broadcast props. Before the leader of Canada Goose could recover, a sharp weapon was pressed against his forehead. The latter was completely pale. You Tianxing? Don't go too far. Yu Tianxing sneered. It's normal to have some casualties in a sparring match. Send a message to John. What? Just say that we are all disabled. The Canadian team leader couldn't help laughing out loud on the spot. Great, I've met a real colleague. Another big disability? Why are there so many disabled people? John stared at the news intently. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that the news had completely lost its reliability. The current information about the Daxia expedition team must be placed with a big question mark. Faced with such a situation, he was at a loss and had to turn to Ivna for help. The latter was silent for a moment and then said, John, there is no turning back. 2 teams have been eliminated. If we announce the end at this time, even if the pressure of public opinion will not do anything to America, but the 2 of US will completely lose the attention of our teacher and family. You should understand this better than me. Ivna stared at John and said, we only have 2 choices, either complete success or total failure. Of course, I will never allow the latter option. So, I have a plan now. The only problem with it is that it requires sacrificing a guy. A few minutes later, John smiled and nodded and gave the order. Team 1 and Team 2 all move out to surround Yu Tianxing. Other teams move simultaneously to capture the other 2. Yes, receive. America's team also took action. The morale of the teams who received the news was boosted, and they quickly surrounded the location where the Jia expedition team had just been. Yu Tianxing closed the panel he was chatting with Su Qi on and said with a smile, Get ready to go. They are surrounding us. We also need to go and meet up with Xiao Qi. Yunkong nodded excitedly. Okay, senior, which direction should we go? Yu Tianxing's eyes flashed with revenge. Go to Zairizi. This time, both the new and old grudges will be avenged. Ha! The leaders of the Yamato Island nation also knew about the century-long life-and-death hatred between their country and Daxia. So even if they followed America, they did not dare to act too arrogantly. So even now, when they surrounded the enemy together, they only dared to hide far behind. At the back of the encirclement, the leader of the Yamato Island nation said to his deputy leader, Miyamoto, we must not make our actions against Daxia too obvious. When the Daxia expedition team is almost defeated, we will come out and give them a fatal blow. Don't worry, Tanaka, I understand. Dozens of minutes passed, and just when they thought they were at the back of the encirclement and basically nothing would happen, the Indian expedition team ahead sent a message that they couldn't find any trace of the Great Xia expedition team. At this time, everyone suddenly panicked, and no one knew how they broke through the encirclement. That's impossible. Could they really have crossed the encirclement and reached the rear? The leader of the island nation's dispatch team said nervously. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, a huge golden spider fell from the sky, scaring everyone. Upon closer inspection, I realized that this was not a spider, but a human using a prop. The spider arm carried Su Qi down. Tisk, you're really good at hiding. It took us a while to find you. The leader of the island nation frowned, and it took him a long time to remember Su Qi. Are you from the Daxia special training camp? Yes, but unfortunately, there is no reward. Su Qi clapped his hands, and Yu Tianxing and his group walked out from behind. It is obvious that the island nation's expedition team was surrounded from the opposite side without realizing it. Of course, if 6 surrounding 12 can be called encirclement. The leader of the island nation asked solemnly, You have been looking for us from the beginning? Why is that? Su Qi smiled and said, Because I am a conservative in Daxia. Is this strange? Everyone on the island was confused. Isn't that what conservatives are supposed to be like? Only the students of the Daxia expedition team smiled at each other. Given the relationship between the 2 sides, the radical faction is determined to defeat the island nation and the copy. Conservatives just think that radicals are too conservative. It would be best to lock the opponent's head as soon as you enter the field and defeat the island country. Yu Tianxing didn't want to waste any more time, so he stepped forward and said, Now, it's your turn to be eliminated. When the island leader saw him take out his weapon, his expression suddenly changed. Separate and retreat. Seeing that group of people suddenly scattered like birds and beasts and fled in all directions, Yin Kong couldn't help but curse. Damn, are you really treating us like pigs and wanting us to catch them? Lin Yue sneered. Don't worry, they can't escape. 10 spider arms carried her out quickly, and the island nation leader hurriedly turned back to fight back. As a result, the data on the panel the next second made him completely despair. Billions! Baga, is this still a human being? Boom! Lin Yue didn't even bother to see what happened to him. She swung her arm and knocked him away, then moved on to the next person. Boom, boom, boom. The players from the island nation fell down one after another, like straw being cut. Just when Lin Yue was about to deal with the last person, a huge hammer as big as a bus came down towards her. I knew you would come to find the island nation expedition team. Now, let me see where you can run. Boom. The sledgehammer smashed down, and the house collapsed, burying Lin Yue in the ruins. Ivna and America's group appeared in front of the road. On the rooftops and streets around Su Chi, explorers from various countries appeared one after another. They were eventually surrounded. In such a scene, in John's imagination, Su Chi and the others should have expressions of despair. As a result, the latter smiled at Yu Tianxing. Senior, this mid-game is just useful. Chapter 67. I'm waiting for CD. What are you waiting for? Seeing that the Daxiao expedition team was actually surrounded, all the members of the expedition team were excited, but also a little confused. The good news is that this long-suppressed battle is finally about to begin. The doubt is, Ivna frowned and said, Su Chi, you two have clearly jumped out of the encirclement. Why did you come back? Are you really so united that you want to fight to the end together? Su Chi raised 3 fingers and specifically signaled to the live broadcast props in the sky to pay attention, because he was about to speak. 3 reasons. First, we have to clean up our little life. There is no such thing as deliberately avenging national hatred or family feuds. Everyone, please don't bring Daxiang into this. This is purely my personal lack of quality. Ha 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 ha. In the live broadcast room, the laughter of Daxiao netizens filled the screen. When we're facing our daily lives, it makes sense to have our own bloodline bonus, right? Ivna could understand this. After all, they were also thinking of selling out their daily life as bait to catch the big fish of Daxia. What about the other 2? The second reason is for the sake of rules. You guys are so blatantly forming cliques, which is really against the rules. We have to get rid of all of you blind people. John laughed sarcastically. Just you 2? Look around here. There are 150 people waiting for the 6 of you. What can you use to fight? The live camera turned cooperatively to the crowd around who were watching eagerly. Everyone present is a genius from their own country, and the aura they display is extraordinary. Seeing this scene, Daxia netizens were either angry or sighed. Damn it, Ame, if you dare, let's fight. Come over here and fight me. There's no fun anymore. It's really 105 against 6. What can we use to fight? Unfortunately, it is difficult to replicate the past success. Seeing Yu Tianxing's gloomy expression, John smiled and said, Yu Tianxing, it's time to declare Daxia's spring outing over. Get started. As soon as John finished speaking, people from all directions began to gather their strength, and the sky above suddenly changed color. Su Chi gritted his teeth in anger. No, I haven't said the last point yet. Why are you in such a hurry to do it? You are really a civic cat. Ivna, however, stared at him and smiled. It's okay, you can talk, I'll listen to the last point. Hey, John, this girl has a better eye than you. Su Chi smiled brightly. John! This last point is, at such an exciting moment, of course we can't just be the 6 of us witnessing it. Don't forget, we have other friends here. All the members of Daxia are here, attack. No one knows when Su Chi took over the command, but just listen anyway. Ivna's expression changed slightly. She just remembered that there was indeed a Daxiao expedition team that had been outside and had not returned. Wait, is this why Su Chi came here? Then they wouldn't. Just as she was thinking this, a heroic voice came from behind her. Ha ha, junior brother Su Chi. Captain, we're finally here. The deputy captain finally brought people over. The expedition members who participated in the encirclement and suppression all turned back. When they saw there were only 6 of them, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, only 6 people? Aren't they here to die? 6 more? It's just a matter of convenience. Ha ha ha. Listening to these people's ridicule, the deputy captain did not feel unhappy at all. Instead, he looked eager to try. Su Chi glanced at the ruins in the distance and said, Lin Yue, How long do you want to pretend to be dead? Let's get ready to fight. John waved his hand indifferently. Everyone, follow my orders, attack. From the sky, the magician's concentrated attacks fell, and the warriors in the expedition team also rushed over at the same time. At this moment, the live camera, very timely, made a panoramic surround from the perspective of Su Chi and the others. There are enemies coming from every direction. There are rolling energy attacks, whistling everywhere. The blockbuster movie is full of oppression. Boom! Lin Yue lifted up the boulder and stood up, blocking the front. In her golden spider arm, she was holding an ancient, rusty sword. Fallen God sword, super artifact, /damaged. Description: when will the Holy Spirit young man turn over? He is determined to kill the god with one sword. One of the 5 super artifacts forged by human strongmen, specially used to kill God. Seeing Lin Yue holding up his weapon, the deputy captain shouted, "Everyone, tear up the scroll and start." Booz, booz, booz. Each member of the Daxia expedition team took out no less than 10 legendary scrolls and tore them open with all their might. Because there were so many energies and laws that were activated, the sky above Chishui town suddenly became colorful. John looked horrified. This so many legendary scrolls. Has Daxia gone crazy? How many copies do we have to play to get our money back? Amid the rumbling sound of the explosion, Su Chi and his group were the first to be hit by the long-range attack. For a moment, smoke and dust billowed. Many netizens from hostile countries in the live broadcast room have begun to cheer. But Ivna didn't feel a bit of excitement. Instead, her hands and feet became colder. The Xia's strength has become so terrifying that it is outrageous. If the reinforcements alone carry such a violent scroll, then will Yu Tianxing and Su Chi also have to use that trick? Through the gradually dissipating smoke and dust, Ivna and Su Chi looked at each other from a distance. He is fine after all. The familiar look engraved deep in her fate made Ivna tremble. Not only that, she also saw the dazzling golden scroll in Su Chi's hand. Su Chi mouthed, "I'm waiting for CD. What are you waiting for?" Afterwards, Su Chi laughed loudly, and the scroll unfolded. "Everyone, are you ready? Listen, the dragon roars. Hold head high." In the dazzling golden light, the heart-stirring and high-pitched dragon roar echoed. The golden dragon broke through the rolling smoke and dust and rose straight into the sky. After circling in the sky for a few times, it transformed into a gorgeous golden dragon formation and hung high above the Daxia expedition team. Scroll: Shun Yun * dragon painting. Shun Yun * dragon painting. Summons a guardian dragon. The dragon will last for 5 hours and grant you and your teammates a temporary level cap increase of 30 levels each. During the dragon's existence, you are immune to all negative effects. Now John was completely confused. He took a look at the levels of this group of people in the public channel, and they were all level 70 plus. The guy from the special training camp who was the most arrogant just now, named Su Chi, was actually at level 79. You said this thing is a special training camp student who just finished his college entrance examination? Not only that, the props and equipment on these people cannot be looked at closely. They all wear legendary suits and have their own artifacts. Even the Spider Sister was slashing around with a sword of unknown level in her hand. On the other hand, those of them who can obtain legendary equipment are already the key figures trained by the country. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. If Daxia stood up now and said that this was a super special forces unit that had been trained for many years, he would believe it. Boom! An explosion sounded beside John, and before he could react, he was blown away like a piece of rag. The terrifying true damage popped up, directly leaving little left on his health bar. Lin Yue appeared in front of him with a frosty face. "You bastard. You were the one who hit me with the hammer just now, right? Do you know what to say now?" John was stunned and said, "Decan? Fuck you. Say I'm sorry." Chapter 68. Encirclement and Suppression Alliance. Everyone is out. No one expected that a few minutes ago, many foreign netizens were still mocking the Daxia expedition team. In just 5 minutes, the situation reversed, and the Encirclement and Suppression Alliance was beaten back and fled. Seeing this scene, netizens from Daxia, together with many netizens from small countries standing behind Daxia, exploded with barges on the spot. "Bark! Keep barking! No way, buddy. You don't even have a few thousand scrolls on you, and you're here to steal opportunities from others? Go back and practice more. I just want to say that there is news from everyone's farm." "What? You guys are so useless. Ha 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 ha. At this time, inside the copy, the Great Xia expedition team, covered in golden light, gathered this group of people together. In front of them was a group of explorers from various countries who were either tied up or stripped naked. When Su Chi walked past, these people didn't even dare to look up at him, for fear of being dealt with again. After all, the abstract that this person just displayed is not exaggerated. The six of them could obviously take down the entire field on their own, but they chose to wait until all their teammates came over. Not only did they wait for their teammates, they also deliberately used the most cool way possible to beat them up in front of the live broadcast room. Don't treat me like a human being at all. Su Chi walked up to Ivna and chuckled. Name, school, age. After saying that, he gently pinched her chin with one hand. Ivna blushed and raised her head shyly, only to find that the person pinching her chin was Lin Yue, who was next to him. She suddenly felt humiliated and said angrily, Yivna, Federal Spiritual University. I don't know, next one. Su Chi was originally thinking whether he could find a few opponents from his previous life among this group of people, but in the end, there was none. However, there were a few future foreign allied generals who appeared, so he hurriedly asked people to return the props and weapons, and treated them politely. As for the others, sorry, anything that has not contributed to humanity will not be returned. Wanna? Let your family handle it themselves. Looking at the grateful expression of the person whose money was returned, Su Chi put his hands on his hips proudly. No way. Who says we are born angels of justice? At this moment, he suddenly caught sight of John in the corner and walked forward. Oi, Golden Retriever, why don't you take your people and get out? Do you still want me to ask you to leave? John gritted his teeth angrily. Su Chi, right? Just wait for me. You still dare to threaten me? Aji. Teach him what a country of etiquette is. Bang, bang, bang. Dong dong. A few minutes later, John came back with his hands covering his dark circles and waved his hands in grievance, saying, Everyone retreat. At this point, it can be fully announced that encirclement and suppression of the alliance, all eliminated. The netizens in the live broadcast room looked at the more than 100 people retreating in a mighty manner, and suddenly they looked a little dazed. Who would have thought? A siege and suppression campaign was turned into a counterattack and annihilation campaign by the Daxia expedition team. Daxia's strength is really too terrifying. These people have more than a dozen scrolls each, and some even have top-level legendary scrolls. How can they fight like this? Cheating. Daxia gave us suits and props just for the chance. How can other teams fight? I see. The IP above is from the universe country. Seeing that Daxia was so generous in giving props, you immediately broke down, right? Ha! In front of the live broadcast room, Mr. Chun was stroking a piece of metal fragment in his hand. He smiled at Bai Zhengying beside him and said, What do you think of this battle? Bai Zhengying nodded. It was very successful and helped spread the reputation and image of the Daxia expedition team. After all, they were the first to break the rules, and they have nothing to say in the international arena. Yes, Elder Chen nodded, but this is not the most important thing. Huh? What is that? Elder Chen stroked his graying beard and smiled. I can finally introduce him to the 10 adults. In addition to his intelligence, I also saw his modesty, justice, and unity. During the entire process, he did not expose his skills and fate, and everything was disguised as the credit of the scroll. This was smart and low-key, taking the initiative to get rid of all the teams that violated the rules and refusing Big Bear's help. This is the justice of abiding by the rules. Bai Zhengying smiled and said, So his unity is waiting for all the members of Daxia to gather before launching the battle? Old Chen shook his head and smiled. Ha, of course not. This guy just asked them to catch people. After all, 6 people catching more than 100 people is harder than catching a pig. Ha, so the unity you're talking about is not killing them all means that the human alliance has given it a little more thought. This is very important. What the 10 fear the most is a heartless person who kills them all. After all, having talent but no moral integrity can sometimes lead to even greater disasters. Return to the copy. After driving away those people from the American Alliance, Su Chi and his group were finally able to take a breath and continue exploring for opportunities. Only then did everyone remember that this mission was to crack the secret of the twisted copy, not to deal with these people here. Although playing a free-for-all with them is a bit of a waste of time, I have to say, the rewards are truly terrifying. After obtaining all the plot props from more than a dozen teams, the Daxia expedition team undoubtedly took the first place and left the second place Big Bear expedition team several times ahead on the spot. Just when everyone was about to start again, applause was heard from behind. Congratulations. Everyone's strength and mentality are admirable. Nisha came with a group of people. Seeing their posture, Yu Tianxing immediately became alert. The former said calmly, "There is no need to do this. We have never had the intention of confrontation." Lin Yue was a little wary of this woman who also looked very delicate and had the temperament of a princess. "Then you didn't come here just to bless us, did you?" Nisha shook her head. "Of course not. You have already proven that you have the ability to uphold the rules. Why should we make things difficult for ourselves? That is why we are here specifically to share information." Information? Yu Tianxing was puzzled. He didn't believe that anyone would be so kind after getting something good. "Yes, when you were fighting with America's group, we found a very crucial thing." Nisha said, her eyes swept across everyone, and finally landed on Su Qi. "Once we have the ultimate prop of Central City, we can 100% uncover the secret of Tanghai City. Otherwise, we can only complete 80% at most." See, know that. I didn't doubt what Nisha said. One is that this guy is the future supreme leader of Big Bear, a figure known as the Empress. So he trusted Nisha. The other is the relationship between Central City and Tanghai City. One is the last bastion, and the other is the last survivor stronghold, and it is quite reasonable that there is some connection between the two. Su Qi said from behind, that woman, what do you think?" Fortunately, I've almost gotten used to blurting out the word Empress. On the contrary, Nisha was stunned. That woman? It was the first time she was called that. Yu Tianxing was also confused. "You kid, are you really not interested in beautiful sisters?" "Ahem." Nisha coughed lightly and said, "Of course we will cooperate with each other. The first prize will be left to you, but we want the second prize." Yu Tianxing looked around and found that no one had any objection, so he nodded and said, "We agree, but what about the expedition teams from other countries?" Nisha said, "Don't worry, I asked and everyone agrees. They will distribute it themselves." We all understand that once the strength on paper is revealed, there is no point in continuing like this. It is better to distribute them according to their strength, which is both efficient and can lie flat on the spot behind the strong teams. Why not? See, know that. Well, let's finish the remaining things in that copy quickly. Chapter 69, Energy Furnace. The sound of metal colliding continued. On the road, Lin Yue's spider arm carried Su Qi and moved forward quickly. Nisha looked at this strange scene, her crescent eyebrows drawn like delicate brushstrokes slightly raised, adding a bit of agility and playfulness to her dignified and indifferent temperament. "Does he usually walk like this?" Yu Tianxing smiled and said, "No, I'm just tired from fighting today, so I need someone to carry it." Nisha looked at Lin Yue's expression, which changed from happy to resentful, and felt a little envious. You know, she has always been the one who is held at the highest position in the team. In simple terms, she has no friends of her own, and it has been like this since childhood. At this moment, Su Qi and Lin Yue are in a relationship of self-propelled spider car and passenger, but in fact, it is more like a confrontation between market owner and grocery shopping auntie. Lin Yue said coquettishly, "Captain, please let me play with that weapon for another week." "No, 3 days is 3 days." "Oh, 5 days, just 5 days, okay?" The Falling God Sword is really cool, considering that I am your driver and your slave. Su Qi said firmly, "No, I won't give in." The next moment, Lin Yu's tiny devil nature was exposed. "Su Qi, don't hold it back. Be careful, or I'll throw you halfway. You can't hit the spider car here." Su Qi rolled his eyes. "Okay, stop it. I'm reading the message." After the teams reached a cooperation agreement, everyone was quickly assigned the task of sweeping all plot points and no longer had to run around like headless flies. The task of the 4 of them is to go directly to the final big plot point, wait for everyone to gather, and then proceed directly to the next step. After several hours, the 4 of them finally arrived at the major plot point, Energy Furnace. The so-called Energy Furnace is the source of all energy in Tanghai City. The 4 of them stood in front of the Energy Furnace, looking at the pyramid-shaped building about 300 meters high in front of them, and there was only silence for a moment. There's no way, it's just too spectacular. After so many years, the sharp metal surface is still smooth and still reflects the golden light under the sun. Looking at this spectacular building in front of him, Su Qi always felt that something was wrong. So he looked at the panel again. Copy, Tanghai City. Explanation: the last glory of the hot cloud star. Before its destruction, It received the last group of survivors, but the whereabouts of those people are still unknown. Suchi said with a strange expression, "That's not right. Does this energy building think we are stupid?" It received the last batch of survivors, but built it like a wonder. It doesn't look like it's in a hurry for survival at all. Yu Tianxing nodded and said, "Indeed, the construction of this thing must have wasted a lot of effort on its appearance. It shouldn't exist in a place like this." Nisha sighed and said, "In fact, before we arrived, a spiritualist in our team, who possessed super long-distance vision, saw the existence of this thing. We were also very confused about what it was providing energy for that required it to be so large." Nisha's words gave Su Chi inspiration, and he continued to look at the panel. Task 1. Find survivors and kill the twisted body. Reward. Ranking based on task completion. The higher the ranking, the more rewards. Mission 2. Find the secret of the destruction of the hot cloud star. Reward. Unknown. After watching it again, he finally realized what was wrong. That is, they have not seen any survivors in this city so far. After Su Chi expressed his thoughts, Yu Tianxing and Nisha both turned around. Yu Tianxing said solemnly, "That's right, we haven't seen a single survivor since we came in." Nisha frowned and said, "But we are here now, so do you think that if we complete the second task first, will it have any impact on the first task?" "My guess is the first mission will be difficult. My analysis is as follows." When they heard that Su Chi was about to start his analysis, the 3 people present, and even the audience in the live broadcast room, pricked up their ears and listened attentively. Su Chi jumped down from the spider car and said, "To be honest, before the live broadcast started, we had already dealt with a boss in the central city. His name was Tucker." Su Chi told the 3 of them the story of how Tucker had predicted the danger in advance and then searched for the ultimate path of mutation on his own. He wanted to lead humans in a resistance, but was considered a pagan and ultimately defeated by the gods. Everyone cursed when they heard the part where Tucker's mutation technology was copied by the gods, and then the gods took revenge on humans and spread mutations to humans. It is shameless to curse the gods. The story is roughly like this. Tucker has been guarding the church in Central City since his failure. From beginning to end, he has never been to Tanghai City, so I suspect. Nisha said, "Do you suspect that this thing was built by a traitor?" Yu Tianxing looked up in confusion and said, "From what you said, that church more than 10 stories high is enough to provide Tucker with mutant energy until now. So what on earth would require this 300-meter high pyramid as an energy furnace?" Lin Yu frowned and thought, "Yeah, what exactly is it?" "Fuck, that's impossible." Lin Yue had just finished speaking when the 4 of them widened their eyes at the same time, as if they had thought of something terrifying. "Gods! Tucker's target is the gods." Su Chi's expression was extremely solemn. "Well, because in this dungeon world, the only ones more terrible than him are the gods." The air suddenly became quiet. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also quite horrified. When everyone looked at the pyramid-shaped energy furnace again, they felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if a terrifying ancient beast was gradually opening its scarlet eyes and quietly waiting for them inside. Chapter 70, Nisha's Request. The 4 of them were not idle here either. It was also their task to clear out the higher-level plot points nearby. A few more hours passed, and when the sky of Ryun Star was completely dark, everyone gathered here again with all the plot props. In the darkness, the energy furnace still reflects the charming golden light, but there is not much appreciation for it. After all, there is a high possibility that there are big and difficult creatures inside. If they were not coming here to represent the will of the country, many people would even want to retreat halfway. In the tent, Su Chi was summarizing what he had gained after entering the dungeon, which was actually quite a lot. In addition to the 2 skill books and divine scrolls he got at the beginning, he also obtained several props that were more useful to him. Legendary Scroll, Explosive Potential. Replace 2 skill slots, swapping 2 mastered skills with unlearned skill cards. Duration, 12 hours. Recharge time, 12 hours. Legendary Scroll, Star Radiation. Recharges up to 12 scrolls. Charging time, 12 hours. We still need a big boss. All the scrolls that pop up during the small plot are output-type scrolls, and there are only 2 that I can use. Su Chi muttered to himself as he finally opened the 2 skill books and the God-level scroll he had obtained in the central city before. Skill book, God Destruction * Spark. Skill book, God's Destruction * Power of All Living Things. Divine Scroll, Hot Cloud Prayer, God Destroyer * Spark. Explanation. I wish to transform myself into sparks, lighting the way to kill the gods. At the cost of sacrificing my own level, perform on the target within the specified range, reducing the level difference between the two parties by up to 200 levels. Spark level exchange ratio, 150, duration, 12 hours, cooldown, 12 hours. God destroys all living things. Explanation. God sees all living things as ants, and all living things see God as dust. Effect 1. Connect consciousness with teammates, and the skills of the connected teammates will no longer have a spell pre-swing. Effect 2. Specify opponents within the range, making them unable to use any skills on others, and can only cast individual skills. Duration, 12 hours, cooldown, 12 hours. Divine Scroll, Hot Cloud Prayer. Description. The shouts of the gathering bring new hope. A certain planetary power that can only be used on the same race. Only available after completing the level. Su Chi was stunned. Could Hot Cloud Prayer be related to the plot? I guess I'll have to wait until I finish the game. He was very satisfied with the 2 new skill books. Although there is a price to pay for the use of God-destroying Astra's Starfire, it is an extremely powerful auxiliary skill, and it is a special skill for fighting boss. Just as Su Chi was looking at the panel, Dongfang Ji's voice was heard outside the tent. Captain, someone is looking for you. Iari Kome. Su Chi walked out of the tent and saw Nisha opposite him at a glance. Female, cough cough. Su Chi quickly coughed and swallowed the words, Lady Empress. Hello, beautiful captain. What's the matter with you coming to see me so late at night? Yeah. Nisha glanced at the tent behind him and said, There are too many people outside. Can we go in and talk? What is the Empress trying to do? Su Chiji scratched his head. Well, inconvenient. No. Lin Yue and Nisha's assistant came over at the same time. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and said, Captain Nisha, don't be fooled by Su Chi. Don't be fooled by his decent appearance. He is actually stingy and abstract. Oh, be careful, or I'll take your scroll. The assistant also said nervously, Master Nisha, your marriage must be approved by the family. Nisha's usually cold face suddenly turned red to her ears. What are you talking about? I didn't look for Su Chi for this matter. I looked for him actually. Seeing Nisha's hesitation, Lin Yue and her assistant were a little confused. Su Chi reacted quickly and realized that our future empress probably had something to tell him about her spiritual practice or family matters. Okay then, Captain Nisha, let's go inside and talk. Both of them glared. Su Chi said helplessly, You guys just stay outside. This tent is so thin. What else can you do besides talking? Captain Nisha, please. Inside the tent, the two sat opposite each other. The tent was small and cramped to begin with, and at such a close distance, one could almost feel the hot breath from each other. Su Chi didn't dare to blaspheme the future irritable empress. After coughing lightly, he said seriously, I wonder what the leader wants to see me about? Nisha said, I want to make a deal with you. What? Do you have a piece of metal fragment on you? It is very important to our Great Bear country. I hope to exchange it from you. Any price is negotiable. Su Chi was stunned. Metal fragments? Do I have any of that? After a brief moment of confusion, Su Chi quickly remembered that he seemed to have a piece of it on him. It was the protective treasure that Grandpa Li Chung left for him. Since everyone had sensed it, Su Chi didn't bother to hide it. He took out the palm-sized metal fragment from the storage world and asked in confusion, Is this what you were talking about? Seeing the familiar thing, Nisha's beautiful eyes widened slightly. That's it. It's so big. What's so big? The two people at the door pricked up their ears at the same time. Su Chi was not in a hurry to give it to the other party just because of what the other party said. After all, he himself had not yet figured out what the metal was made of. He said, Captain Nisha, to be honest, this thing is very important to me. It is a relic of an elder, so I can't determine its value to exchange with you. Captain Nisha sighed with some regret upon hearing this. But he quickly cheered up and said, It's okay. We don't like to force people. Anyway, this thing is here with you. By the way, can you promise me one thing? If you want to sell it or give it to someone else in the future, please consider us first. This transaction is permanent and effective. Seeing Nisha's serious look, Su Chi became even more curious about this prop passed down by Grandpa Li Chung. He nodded heavily. Okay. Nisha heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Su Chi's agreement. She glanced at the piece of metal again and said with some regret, Can I touch it? Su Chi nodded and said, You can touch it, but be careful and don't grab it too hard. What? Are we ready to get started? The two people at the door looked at each other and chose to break into the tent without hesitation. Seeing the two people suddenly rushing in, Nisha hurriedly hid the metal fragment behind her back, with her cheeks still flushed with excitement from touching the fragment just now. As a result, he was like a child who had done something wrong and said angrily, "Tarkov, who asked you to come in? Get out. Lord Nisha, I am worried about you." Alas, seeing that the distance between the two was so far, the assistant named Tarkov had no choice but to turn around and walk out innocently. Finding that Su Chi was looking at her with a half-smile, Lin Yue raised his head and said, "Hey, the moon is so round today." "Lin Yue, there is no moon on this planet." "Ah, Captain, help me, Su Chi is going to spank me again." Chapter 71, The Attacking Expedition. In front of the tent, Nisha returned the metal fragments to Su Chi, and her face returned to its previous indifferent look. "I hope you remember the agreement between us." "Well, don't worry." Looking at Nisha's leaving back, Lin Yue asked curiously, "Captain Su, is she interested in you?" "What the hell? Go back to sleep." No words were spoken that night. The next morning, the sun of the hot cloud star slowly rose. The first rays of light in the morning shone on the top of the pyramid's energy furnace, reflecting an extremely dazzling light that made it difficult for people to look directly at it. Below the pyramid are hundreds of expedition members from Blue Star, with the main force, the Daxiao expedition team, standing at the front. As the light of the stars enveloped the entire pyramid, everyone felt an invisible wave slowly spreading outward. On their panels, messages popped up. "The energy furnace has been opened. Please hold at least one scene prop before entering." Yu Tianxing said solemnly, "Let's go. Everyone take your props and set off." "Yes." The crowd marched towards the majestic gate on the first floor of the pyramid, holding props. Buzz! The moment he stepped through the door, Su Chi could clearly feel the panel fluctuate. Spiritual core tip. The scene props have been transformed into entry and exit passes. You can quickly leave the scene with the props. Su Chi looked at the prop, and sure enough, there was an extra line of instructions on it. Note, after activation, you can leave the scene at any time, and the props will disappear after leaving. So, the spiritual god core is afraid of losing lives, so it left us a way out. He is really kind-hearted. When their vision returned, everyone found themselves in a golden hall. Instance: Furnace of the Divine Body. Current location: Furnace first floor. Explanation: Feed the Furnace of God and step on the top floor to become a god. Yinkong couldn't help but laugh and said, "Even the spiritual god core has to put quotation marks around the gods here. How fake are the things inside?" Yu Tianxing shook his head and smiled. "You'll find out once you get in. Let's go." What's strange is that the camera props in the live broadcast room also came in this time. Netizens on the blue planet all went online urgently. "I thought this instance was over, but there's more. We're going to see the final winner. Is this a new scene? It's so luxurious. Is that gold on the wall? I really want to pick a piece off. To be honest, I want it too." At this moment, the expedition teams were unaware of the resumption of broadcasting, and the teams were advancing slowly, weapons in hand. After walking only a few meters, the golden door in front of them opened, and twisted figures in strange uniforms rushed out one after another. Distorted Body K-12. A distorted body with greatly improved basic numerical strength. In life, it was a human who believed in gods. After becoming a distorted body, its resistance to humans has become even stronger. The number of K-12 type twisted bodies that rushed out was almost 4 or 5 times that of humans. The key point is that after reaching here, these guys' levels have already surpassed humans and reached level 20. After being strengthened, almost every one of them can rival the small bosses in many places. The twisted bodies roared and rushed over, leaping high into the air before crashing into the team. Fortunately, these players were all strong men from various countries. If they were ordinary teams, they would probably be dispersed as soon as they met. Seeing the twisted body rushing into the team next to it, Lin Yue performed a transformation on the spot, with 10 golden spider arms spread out exaggeratedly. "Come on, let's see who's the best." Boom! The 3 twisted bodies that pounced on her were blocked by her spider arms at the same time. Yu Tianxing and the others nearby reacted quickly and launched various attacks on the 3 guys. In just a dozen breaths, they died at the same time and were eliminated. Not all teammates are as strong and have good chances as the Daxiao expedition team. Nearly half of the team was dragged to the first floor by the twisted body. Yu Tianqing ignored them and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go. Keep moving forward." This kind of tower-rushing dungeon is like this. Each team must break through the wild monsters on this floor at their fastest speed, and then continue to move forward. What they compete for is the efficiency of passage. After passing through the door on the first floor, there was a spiral staircase in front of them. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs, the first paragraph of information about the energy furnace popped up on the panel. Its creation originated from our first thought about survival. Which is more important, the continuation of the race or dignity? Will Tucker lose? The High Priest only saw the word destruction on his path, so we decided to build a super large energy furnace to pray for the continuation of the race. The spiral staircase finally reached the end. After everyone passed through the dark door, the scene before them suddenly changed. The second floor was extremely dark, and it was more like a huge empty square, except that 3-meter-high spherical breeding tanks were placed one after another on the square. Is this a human? Yinkong curiously approached a breeding tank. The creature inside no longer seemed to be a human, because the number of its limbs and facial features were not equal to that of a normal human. Not only that, it also had a long tail behind it, making it look more like a bald, mutant monkey from a distance. Suchi read out the information on the panel and said, Variant K08, the failed version of the 203rd experiment, but it is also the most similar creature to those creatures that we have experimented with so far. These little things are really ugly. Yinkong pointed at the jar in front of him and turned around and smiled. As a result, at that moment, the experimental subject in the jar suddenly opened his eyes, and his scarlet eyes stared straight at Yinkong. With a loud bang, the transparent spherical breeding tank suddenly shattered. The guy tore off the film on his body and grabbed towards Yinkong. Yu Tianqing, who was standing aside, was well prepared. He stabbed out with the spear in his hand and sent the guy flying dozens of meters away. Their fight was like a signal, instantly igniting the atmosphere at the scene. One twisted body after another broke out of the tank and pounced on the nearest human expedition team. The physical sense of getting together was staged on the spot. Their level is similar to that of the lower-level twisted bodies, but their individual defense and recovery capabilities are stronger. It was the first time that Suchi saw a wild monster below level 100 that had its own health recovery skill. He quickly cast Dark Vision on himself to check the opponent's skills. Pseudo-Divine Healing. After casting, you will recover 50% of your lost health within 20 seconds. Fuck, what's going on? They have half the same skills. What's wrong with the person who created these guys? Yu Tianqing turned around in confusion. Do you want to catch one? Suchi nodded. Catch it. Catch one that looks normal. I hate ugly ones. Okay. Wait. I'll catch one for you right away. Chapter 72. Can gods also be reverse engineered? A few minutes later, Yu Tianqing really beat a mutant into a miserable state and brought it to Suchi. The latter did not waste any words and used a divine control scroll to subdue the twisted body on the spot. After all, only in this way can he see the information on the panel in more detail. Variant K08, the failed variant of the 203rd experiment. The experimenters discovered this variant based on the appearance of a god they saw by chance, and some of the remains. However, there were too many chaotic elements in its genes, which made the experimental subject unstable and full of lethality. In the end, the experiment had to be declared a failure. After taming this ugly thing, Suchi was not in a hurry to kill it. After all, the Divine Control Scroll also had an effect of doubling the amplification of the subdued person. Suchi controlled it to pounce on its own kind to help them clear the way. These contents are what I got after conquering them. You can take a look at them too. Looking at the screenshots of Su Chi-Fa's messages in the group, Yu Tianqing said, It feels like the people in this world seem to be trying everything. Yinkong's mouth twitched. Will there be a solution for each level later? What does this mean? A problem solver? Su Chi said, I think it might be true. It's the same for Tucker, and it's the same for the people on the first floor, including here. I really don't know what new tricks the people behind me will come up with. Lin Yue turned around and smiled. It's okay, Captain Su. No matter how they operate, it's definitely not as abstract as you. Su Chi kicked her iron, but said, If you keep talking about me being abstract, be careful, or I'll make you my mount every time. Lin Yue didn't know what she was thinking. She glared at him with a red face, then turned around and continued to kill towards the distance. With the help of Su Chi's multiple auxiliary skills, they advanced very quickly. Originally, the expedition team from the Big Bear country came up with them, but in less than half an hour, they were completely left behind by them. Even Nisha could only watch them leave. After all, she was not alone, and she had a group of teammates to take care of. I'm sorry, Lady Nisha. I'm holding you back. Why don't you go first to prevent them from getting the things first? Nisha shook her head and said, this battle is not destined to be our stage. Anyway, everyone is looking forward to where they will go, so why don't we wait and see together? With a loud bang, everyone shook off the last twisted body and stepped onto the stairs to the third floor. It was still the same as before. Information appeared on everyone's panel. The energy furnace is the product of our cooperation. Under the leadership of Sanker, we built the energy furnace together. The hot cloud star is inherently tolerant. We are all working hard for the continuation of the planet. Although the paths are different, we believe that as long as we keep moving forward, there will be hope sooner or later. Looking at the content above, Su Qi suddenly shook his head and smiled. Dongfang Ji turned around and asked, Brother Su, what did you think of? They chose to give up Tucker, who was the best at fighting, and then united with each other and took the most compromising path. When they made these choices, everything was doomed to fail. Peace can be maintained by fighting, but peace can be destroyed by compromising. It is such a simple truth. Forget it, if they don't die, we can't enter this instance. Let's go. Let's keep moving forward. The Daxia expedition team stepped into the next space again, but this time they were the only team left, and there was no one behind them to help them share the hatred and damage. Ding, ding, ding. The melodious sound of bells echoed in front of him. At that moment, Su Qi almost thought he had arrived in heaven, with white light everywhere around him. A huge prayer platform appeared not far away, with a group of people in long robes lying on the platform. They obviously had not mutated and still maintained their original human form. Su Qi knew this scene very well. His scroll, Divine Punishment * Holy Prayer Altar, looked almost exactly like this scene. He didn't even need to read the scene description. He immediately understood what the guys on this floor were doing. Why is it that someone has really come to kneel down and be a dog? You can survive just by kneeling down. This is such a boring thing. The bells slowly ended, and the people on the stage seemed to have finished their prayers and stood up one after another. Seeing the members of the Daxia expedition team appearing in the distance, a trace of confusion suddenly flashed across their calm eyes. Or rather, it was a kind of independent thinking called human nature, but it was soon covered up by the white light deep in their eyes. Who are you? Hurry up and kneel down to pray to the gods. The person who spoke was an extremely old woman. There was no emotion in her voice, just like that of a robot. But after she said this, everyone saw the information of this group of people. Brainwashed survivors. Choose to accept the belief of the gods, kneel down and pray to them for eternal life, and decide to lead their people to become the gods' subordinates. Seeing that all of these people were below level 10, everyone smiled in silence. No one expected this level to be so simple. So Yin Kong walked up to me arrogantly and said, Bow down to hell. What can you do to me if I don't bow down to you? Believe it or not, I will tear down your broken platform right on the spot. Is it really that good to be a dog for those guys? Hearing his words, the old woman was so angry that she trembled all over. She pointed at him for a long time and couldn't speak, but she did regain a trace of humanity. I hate people like you who can only brainwash ordinary people. Get out of here. Yin Kong waved away the person who tried to stop him. After all, the combined strength of these guys is not even a fraction of his. The next moment, Yin Kong really walked to the side of the prayer altar. The storage ring flashed, and a huge hammer appeared in his hand. You guys are going to keep fooling people here. I'm going to tear down your bird altar. Buzz. The giant hammer was raised high. Just when it was about to swing down, and everyone thought that this level would be passed smoothly, the white roof in the sky suddenly began to change drastically. For a moment, the sky was covered with dense clouds. Lin Yue's beautiful eyes widened. Huh? These guys can really summon that thing? Hey, you can't stop me. Yin Kong laughed and swung the giant hammer in his hand. Boom! There was an explosion, and white jade powder flew everywhere. Yin Kong inside was shocked back on the spot and rolled on the ground for several rounds before stopping at everyone's feet. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and said angrily, This ghost thing is 1/3 real. Everyone be careful. Everyone raised their weapons and prepared for battle. Then a huge white-haired gorilla came out. Mutant K09, the mutant guarding the 3rd floor. He can learn the opponent's skills independently. Please be careful, etc. Learning skills? Can these little karami monsters really control it? Suchi was shocked again. Peeping into the dark, keep looking. Pseudo-spiritual sense. Learns the opponent's skills and has 50% of their power when released. Seeing this, Suchi suddenly had a strange guess in his mind. Mutant, could it be that it was really created based on the spirits of gods? Wow, can gods be reverse engineered? If that's the case, if we bring it back to Daxiao for research, wouldn't it be? Good. Good job. Reward. Chapter 73, The Man on the Throne. When they heard that Suchi was actually planning to bring the mutant back to Daxiao for research, everyone was impressed by his way of thinking. However, this seems to be feasible. After all, after hundreds of years of development by spiritualists, this operation has been extremely perfected. This includes making scrolls, extracting skills from wild monster bosses, etc. These things have long been normal for spiritualists. Yu Qingqing's eyes lit up, and he said, "This idea is really feasible. We didn't extract the skills of the gods before, because we didn't have the remains of the gods. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of us, maybe we can really give it a try." Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Just do it. Various types of control weapons, props, scrolls, etc. were all used on the gorilla. Because so many things were used, the gorilla only had time to let out a roar before being controlled on the spot. He could only stare with his big, innocent eyes, looking at the people of Daxia in front of him in confusion. Seeing that the mutant guarding this floor was controlled as soon as they met, the worshippers turned around and ran. What the hell is this? After all, they once knelt down and surrendered to the gods in order to save their lives. Now that the gods are gone and the mutants have been captured on the spot, it would be strange if they didn't run away. Yinkong. Ip Man points in one direction and smiles.jpg. Are these the most devout believers? They all wish they could grow 2 more legs. Yu Qingqing shook his head and smiled. Forget it, ignore them. If they go to the 4th floor, where can they hide? Roar. The gorilla finally made a decision that went against its ancestors. After giving them a gentle roar, he immediately knelt down and prostrated himself, imitating the way those people were praying. Now, this is talent. Awesome. Those people are not as sensible as a gorilla. There happened to be a warrior in the team who had learned to tame beasts. Although there was a big level difference between them, under the coercion and inducement of everyone, the gorilla finally agreed to become a subordinate of humans. Boom. After this, the prayer platform was completely blown up. Seeing this kind of person continuing to go to the 4th floor, the gorilla growled twice nervously, pointing at the door and then at his own head. It seemed like he was saying that he had been there before and had been beaten. Suchi patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, big guy. If the guy in there also has the skills of a false god like you, we will take it in later and give you a chance for revenge. Just remember not to go easy on him later." Roar, roar, roar. Everyone stepped onto the stairs leading to the 4th floor, and as expected, the information on the panel this time was about the surrender faction that had just knelt on the ground. As for these guys, they didn't have much desire to research and continued to step into the 4th floor. Only this time, the panel lists the remaining number of layers. There are 5 floors in total, and 2 floors left. Unlike the previous 3 floors, the 4th floor of the energy furnace is like a magnificent palace. Sitting on the throne at the top was a man of gigantic stature. Yes, it is huge. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, and was over 4 meters tall, so he didn't look crowded at all when sitting on the huge throne. In front of the man were kneeling those who had just prayed. "Help Lord Sanker. Those damn alien adventurers have reached the 3rd floor. Lord Sanker, is there still no news from the Lord God? How long do we have to wait before we can take the energy furnace to leave this damn planet?" Looking at these people praying humbly below, Sanker, sitting on the throne, remained indifferent. "Can you and I guess the will of the gods? Aren't you people who communicate with gods? Why can't you even communicate this little bit? Could it be that all your communication is ineffective?" The old woman below couldn't help but tremble, and she didn't know if it was effective. After all, she knelt there and prayed every day. If it weren't for that group of people from another world coming, she felt that her soul would dissipate. Saying, "Lord Sanker, we are trying our best." Heck, Carrot. Sanker seemed to have anticipated this result and just smiled coldly. Boom! There was a sound of the door being kicked. Everyone turned around and looked at the tall, dark, hairy figure that appeared at the door, and Sanker was stunned. Is that a person from another world? Why does it look so familiar? Roar! After the gorilla roared angrily, it made room for the people from Daxia to come in. Sanker, it seems like you, a gorilla with thick eyebrows and big eyes, have been conquered by someone. Seeing the Daxia expedition team coming in, Sanker said leisurely. You are here after all? Let me think. How many times has this happened? Suchi walked forward leisurely and said with a smile. Don't play tricks there. Tucker has already told us his story. No matter whose guidance you follow to take this path, as long as you betray Ryunstar, I'm sorry, my gang will help Tucker get rid of you. Ha! Sanker laughed out loud, as if he had heard something funny. A group of people from other worlds are coming here to help them uphold justice? Who do you think you are? I'm afraid you won't be able to chew our hard bone and will break your own teeth. Suchi rubbed his hands impatiently and said, Sorry, the justice we are talking about may be different. Sanker and the worshippers all frowned in confusion. Suchi smiled and said, Someone offered a high price for your life. I can only say, he is very generous. Of course, if you can afford it, I can also make you the righteous party. Sanker finally understood that this guy was just trying to extort money. How could he have any money now? He had already spent it all on building the energy furnace and this palace. We can't give them these two most important things, right? Code. This is the first time I've seen this kind of alien. I don't care what that stupid guy Tucker gave you. Once you enter my territory, you will die if you don't obey. After Sanker finished speaking, he stood up suddenly. The giant's tall body was full of oppression, and in contrast to its momentum, there were densely packed black rats rushing out from behind the throne. Seeing the countless rats, Yu Tianxing and the others felt their scalps tingling for a moment, except Su Qi and the other four who were extremely excited. Oi, thanks to Lao Deng for giving us gold coins. Wow, I'm so touched. Those thousands of scrolls haven't been used up yet, and you're already here to replenish the warehouse. Sanker, what are you people talking about? Is this scared crazy? Are you so happy? Looking at the rats rushing towards him, Su Qi raised his staff. I declare. Next, it's time to burst your costume. Shunyun asterisk Tianbao. Let's go. Shunyun asterisk Tianbao. Designate teammates within a 1,000-meter radius, and the designated target will receive 100% drop crit for 12 hours. They are 50% for master items, 45% for legendary items, and 5% for god-level items. Consumption, 10 spirit points. Cooldown, 12 hours. Whispering entry. Oh. It's small money. Yu Tianxing and others who received the bonus widened their eyes. It felt like what was in front of me were no longer a group of rats, but walking suits, artifacts, scrolls, and gold coins. Chapter 74. Cleared, but not all the way. The moment the mouse was beaten to death, Su Qi also saw its panel. LV-10 Mutant S02. A very basic mutant. Its body seems to be a rat, but even though it is very basic, it has mastered pseudo-god level skills. Please be careful. Such a simple mutant can have pseudo-god level skills? It seems like this place is really doing reverse engineering of gods on a wholesale basis. Dark Peak continues to look towards the mutant. Pseudo-god explosion. Explode upon death, causing 10% of the opponent's health as damage. Suchi laughed and said, Ha ha ha, our shield is a natural counter to this thing's self-destruction, so go ahead and do it. By the way, remember to keep one. Ah, good. Look at me smashing these little black guys. Boom. The moment the giant rat died, everyone was indeed covered with a layer of black mist, which kept deducting their health points, but was blocked by the thick shield on their bodies. Giant hammers, fireballs, all kinds of attacks fell, and the huge rats on the ground were either smashed into meat paste or burned into roasted rats, with almost no power to resist. Sanker in the distance was extremely proud. Although these huge rats had no killing power at all, they at least had pseudo-god level skills. As long as everyone killed a few more of them, they could be killed just by deducting their blood. Kill them, keep killing them. If you kill a few more, you won't be able to leave today. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. As more and more balls of light floated on the ground, Sanker became more and more silent. That's not right, buddy. Why do they still look so energetic? Is this something I did wrong? Sanker grabbed a rat and crushed it, but a layer of black mist covered his body, and he began to lose blood. Sanker, the mutants are fine, but what exactly are they? Could it be that this group of people also have pseudo-god level skills? This must be the case. At this time, there were only a few rats left in the palace. At this moment, Lin Yue suddenly discovered the advantage of her spider car having many arms. She could pick up 10 times more light balls than others. More than 6,000 rats. According to the explosion rate of Shun Yun asterisk Tian Bao, there will probably be more than 3,000 master-level items, 2,700 legendary items, and about 300 artifacts. Su Chi took a deep breath. Get rich, even if he fails to clear the dungeon this time. The gains will be enough to fill his wallet. Ha! Captain, it's really reached the point where gold bricks are exploding. We're getting rich. Looking at Lin Yue's money-obsessed look, Su Chi shook his head and smiled. When he looked up again, Sanker on the throne was no longer there. Only the old woman and the body fragments of those praying people were left. Su Chi frowned. Escaped to the 5th floor, right? After killing the last rat, everyone cleaned up the battlefield and quickly headed to the 5th floor. On the stairs, the message popped up. This should be the last part of the decryption, right? Well, as long as we defeat the guy on the 5th floor, we should get the reward from Hot Cloud Star. We succeeded, but we also failed. The most noble hopes were destroyed by the most despicable human nature. We later learned that Tucker had fought against 10 gods, not just one. Although he was pale, we got the remains of the gods from the battlefield, and then began reverse research, trying to replicate the powers of the gods on humans or animals. As the first sentence said, we succeeded. We successfully replicated God's power. But there is still the second half. We failed. Sanker, he was once one of the richest people on this planet. He supported us in forging the bodies of the gods and replicating their power to use against the gods. But we didn't expect. His goal is to become a god, then sit in the energy furnace and leave the Hot Cloud Star. The information ended here. Su Chi stood in front of the door to the 5th floor. Even through the door, he seemed to be able to feel the endless, murderous aura inside. The secret of the Hot Cloud Star has basically been revealed here. The remaining part should be Sanker's personal purpose. Su Chi didn't want to care at all. He was just curious about what this huge pyramid that violated the laws of physics would look like when it flew. Is it flying with you but on fire? Or is it controlled by divine power? Please! A giant pyramid flying through space is pretty cool, isn't it? Even if a Trisolaran saw this, wouldn't they give it a thumbs up? Coming back to his senses, Su Chi coughed and said, "Let's go. Let's get rid of the last guy, and we can clear the dungeon." When Su Chi put his hand on the door, the panel information popped up. Congratulations. You have completed the dungeon mission. Do you want to continue exploring the unknown map? Estimated level, LV 200. Danger level, extremely high. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect that seeing that part of the information just now means I have passed the level, but it makes sense if you think about it. After all, those more than 6,000 fat rats and their skills are enough to kill this expedition team of several hundred people more than a dozen times. It can indeed be considered as a boss in difficulty. Buzz. After searching for the live broadcast props for a long time, everyone finally found the Dachau expedition team on the stairs on the 4th floor. Seeing it flying up and down excitedly, everyone was speechless. Do you have to stare at me so closely? After Yun Kong complained, he turned around and asked, "What do you mean, boss? Do we have to fight on this floor?" Beat. Su Chi nodded. It's only LV 200. Isn't it just the level of an earthbound demon? Yue and I have beaten one to pieces before. So who's afraid of who? Lin Yue, who was standing aside, had a pale face. Don't take me with you if you want to show off. Last time, the earthbound demon attacked us with one move, and we were at full health and had to use the resurrection armor. Are you sure you'll come this time? Su Chi glanced at the camera, nodded heavily, and said loudly, "What are you afraid of? We have a powerful scroll given by Desya. Even if it is LV 200, I will let it know who is the boss. Let's go." Seeing that Su Chi and his 4 companions really pushed the door open with everyone else, the netizens in the live broadcast room all twitched their lips. Are all the students in Daxia's special training camp so fierce now? What's the difference between this and taking on the dragon alone right after leaving the novice village? I'm so jealous. Our students are like shit. They can't even hold their weapons properly. I don't know which country's instructor said this, but it directly resonated with countless instructors and caused them to complain about their own students. Taking advantage of the moment when the scene changed, Su Chi hurriedly cast a spell at the speed of light. Use the scroll, Explosive Potential, to change skills. Explosive Potential. Replace 2 skill slots and swap 2 mastered skills with unlearned skill cards. Swap the 2 skills, Divine Words * Libra, and Divine Hide * Silence of all things with Divine Destruction * Spark, and Divine Destruction * Power of all living things. After all, The panel says that the boss level inside is extremely high, and the hard control of Libra is probably not enough to control it, and the duration of Silence of All Things is not enough. The improvement of God-destroying asterisk spark and God-destroying asterisk living power is extremely suitable. Although everyone had been mentally prepared when they came in, the moment they opened their eyes, I was still shocked. Yin Kong murmured, "I dare not open my eyes. I hope it's just my hallucination." The rat-headed giant, who was 100 meters tall, opened his scarlet eyes and looked down at everyone indifferently. Chapter 75, It Would Be a Pity Not to Work in Wedding Planning. As the camera lens used to shoot props slowly moved upwards, the audience in the live broadcast room also witnessed the gigantic rat-headed giant. At this time, many viewers suddenly began to regret why they had to watch such a high-definition live broadcast. Many people were so scared that they couldn't sleep on the spot. Scarlet eyes, huge rat head, distinct gray-black hair. The face seems to still retain the hideousness and unwillingness of the god before his death. Just printing out the picture will definitely have the effect of stopping a child from crying. Hey, that's a bit rude. Why are you getting so close to me? How terrifying. Is this the legendary level 200 boss? Can a human really defeat it? Members of the expedition team run. Now that they have come here, there is certainly no reason for Su Qi and his group to retreat. Moreover, this battle is an extremely valuable experience for both Xia and Blue Star. After all, god-level bosses are rare. In addition, if we can take it away, this copy will definitely be a great gain for Daxia. The information of the rat-headed giant appeared on the panel. Demigod Asterisk Variant, LV200, created by the fusion of 4 ancient gods' bodies, possesses extremely strong destructive power. Yin Kong swallowed his saliva. In other words, the one who formed it is actually a god. Lin Yue couldn't help but frown and said, "Then its original spirit is too ugly, isn't it? It's actually a combination of 4 animals? The head of a rat, the torso of a human, the arms that resemble crab claws, and the lower body of an ape, all combined to form this demigod-level mutant in front of us." They had just finished reading the information on the panel when the big guy in front of them suddenly moved. "Outsiders, wait. Once I have devoured everything on the Reyun star, it will soon be your world's turn." Sanker's rumbling voice sounded from above, and he controlled his demigod-level body to step towards the crowd. The momentum of the level 200 boss was crushing down like crazy. A hurricane was howling in the space of the pyramid, and the outside world was also changing color. Seeing this, Lin Yue immediately controlled the spider arm to come to Su Qi's side. The strong wind made it almost impossible for her to open her eyes. She said with difficulty, "Why do you have to mess with such a big boss when you can mess with anyone else? There is no teacher this time. Let's see what you can do." Although she was complaining about Su Qi, her spider coin still protected him tightly in front of her. Su Qi helplessly spread his hands. "It has come to this. It would be such a pity not to come in. By the way, we're going to die together. Are you moved?" Lin Yue didn't know what she was thinking about. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. She glared and said, "I'm not touched at all. Hurry up and think of a solution." Su Qi chuckled and raised the staff in his hand. "Don't worry, there must be a way. Please move aside first, and I will perform." Boom! Before Su Qi could finish his words, a terrifying bolt of lightning came from a distance and struck the body of Sanker. A hit on the top of its head dealt slight true damage. This doesn't seem to be our team's trick. Everyone in Daxia turned around and saw a strange blonde and blue-eyed man with Ivna appearing behind them. When Su Qi saw Ivna, his eyes widened. "Your clothes? Where are your clothes? You don't follow the rules again." Yvonne seemed to be able to see the barrage when he spoke and said in shame and anger, "Yvonne, what clothes?" The man in front of her looked at Su Qi indifferently. "You are the one who drove all of my American expedition team out of the dungeon? See, you know that. Yeah, you're welcome." The man suddenly paused. "Thank you for being so polite. Who the hell is thanking you?" The man's expression gradually turned cold. "Soon, it will be your turn to pay the price." As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of huge lightning wings spread out behind him and carried him into the air rapidly. "Holy crap, he's a melee mage? Very rare." Su Qi looked at the pair of skill wings with envy. In the distance, Ivna said with a complicated expression, "You should retreat quickly. My brother Herbert's real level is 80. He used special props to trick the dungeon and get in. You can't beat him." "Hey, Puffna, you can't say that. Things like bosses require fate. Even if your brother is strong, it doesn't necessarily mean he will be destined to be with you. Yvonne gritted her teeth and said, "My name is Yvonne, not Puff. Stop talking nonsense to him, Ivna, and do it." In the sky, Herbert was like a thunder general descending from the sky. His blue and white armor was particularly eye-catching in the gloomy sky, like a god of war. "Sorry, America is my side." Ivna stretched out her hand, and as she performed her skill, the fate characteristics of Flower Fairy were activated. All of her skills have the effect of tempting and weakening the enemy. Outsider, D. Sanker's long-awaited skills are about to arrive. Black wind was howling throughout the venue. A sandstorm that came from nowhere blocked their vision. The wind and sand blew on their bodies, causing them pain. Every second, they were suffering the effects of real damage. Although the audience's vision was blurred in the live broadcast room, they could still see the light of the explorer's armor gradually dimming due to damage. Damn, even the armor can't withstand it. How painful would it be if it hits my body? Why don't you guys leave? You are all Desia's talents. There is no need to take risks here. I understand their thinking. If the American people hadn't come, it might be okay, but now that they have violated the rules and sent people here, there is no reason for the Daxiao warriors to retreat. After seeing the above statement, many people fell silent. In fact, Su Qi didn't really want to delay time. He had been observing the condition of Sanker through dark vision. The degree of fit between him and the divine body is actually not perfect and can even be said to be extremely poor. In his sight, a skill called God's Recovery was constantly flashing and absorbing power. But no one lost blood at the scene, so there was only one possibility, that the divine body had been absorbing Sanker's soul power. That's why he was so anxious. Su Qi didn't want to bring such an incomplete thing back to Daxia. After all, he didn't want to see any researcher get into trouble, so the best-case scenario was to continue delaying. Wait until the divine body recovers, and then bring it back intact. Buzz! In the wind and sand, a terrifying fist came towards him. Herbert did not expect that the first target of this boss would be himself. He hastily dodged it narrowly, and then bolts of lightning fell on him like crazy, one after another. Su Qi just kept shaking his head. "This is too much. Shufu, why don't you help him?" Ivna gritted her teeth and used the skill she had just built up. Magic skills. Infinite Sea of Fire. Infinite Sea of Flowers. Boom! A brilliant field of flowers suddenly bloomed with her as the center. Where flowers bloom, the wind and sand will quickly subside. Both the people at the scene and the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned by this scene. Su Qi gave a thumbs up in amazement and said, "Holy crap! Awesome! With such a romantic talent, it would be a shame if you didn't work in wedding planning." Ivna's pretty face suddenly turned red. Chapter 76. Get lost. Who wants a girlfriend? Boom. Although the wind and sand around finally dissipated, Herbert in the sky was hit back by Sanker with a punch after dodging several times because of carelessness, and fell into the ground with his life or death unknown. Su Qi thought this guy could help him by some time, but his true colors were revealed in just 3 minutes. Who would make such a threatening statement and put themselves at risk? Yvonne hurriedly helped Herbert up and fed him a bottle of potion, after which his condition began to recover rapidly. In just a few breaths, it recovered as before. Yu Tianqing narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, he came prepared. Herbert glanced at Su Qi and said, "You chattering fellow, if that's the case, I'll take care of you first." After saying that, he spread his wings again, turning into thunder and rapidly flying towards the Daxia expedition team. "Brother, no! Hold head high!" Ivna's familiar dragon roar sounded. The golden dragon takes off. When Herbert arrived, the people in front of him were all above level 70. Although his level was still higher than theirs, he was not sure he could deal with the entire team. Seeing the arrogant look of this group of people, Herbert did not dare to continue provoking them and stopped in a hurry. "Dude, are you here to collect your steps today?" Herbert narrowed his eyes and said, "It's this item again, but wait until the strong men from other countries arrive. You have absolutely no hope of winning this copy." "No, you're coming again?" Yin Kong held his forehead helplessly. "Who said that rotten mud cannot be propped up against a wall? You guys are all more anxious than the other to get involved. Who can stand this?" Su Qi had guessed this a long time ago. With such a useful prop, it is impossible for Herbert to use it alone. After all, no country would sit idly by and watch a god-level boss appear. Even if they use some tricks to force the strong in, even if they encounter some disputes and condemnations internationally, it will only be a negligible impact on them. The two sides confronted each other for a short, while before several powerful figures rushed towards them from the gate behind them. Each of them is majestic and powerful, and they are all no less than level 80. Seeing these spiritualists coming, netizens in the live broadcast room from countries that had shown up early cheered excitedly. Look at what national heritage is. This is heritage. High-level experts can appear whenever they want. Yeah, face and stuff like that. You can just give it up if you say you don't want it. A Dasha netizen mocked below. Seeing more and more people appearing, Sanker could no longer sit still. If he didn't burn his soul, he might really be worn out to death by these people here today. So he reached out and cut open the god's body, and inside its internal organs were countless human corpses. He just grabbed a handful of corpses and started burning them. The state of the god's remaining body began to recover, and even its compatibility with it was rapidly increasing. Originally, he wanted to use these corpses as fuel during his space travel, but now with so many aliens arriving, he no longer has the chance to hide. When the allies from various countries came to him, Herbert said, "Don't worry about those guys for now, they just have ranks for nothing. So what if you don't have combat experience? Just take down the boss first." Everyone nodded and surrounded Sanker. A group of level 80 challenge level 200. It may seem incredible if it is placed outside, but it is precisely because the pyramid is a divine level field. So every country has stuffed them with top-notch props. Herbert raised a crystal in his hand, and rays of light extended in all directions until they connected. As the light connected, the crystal props gradually dimmed, but the momentum of these people began to rise steadily. Oh, consuming items. The group can level up 20 levels in a row. That's fine. Here it comes again. The group defense attack is enhanced more and more. It's beautiful, and I love to watch it. Sanker, you see, these guys are just bandits from our blue planet. We can't even defeat them, and yet you're dreaming of interstellar travel. Su Chi and Yun Kong were both adding fuel to the fire and instigating the two sides to fight. Veins popped up on Herbert's head. "You said I'm a bandit? You kid. I'll be the first one to deal with you after the battle." Roar! Sanker didn't want to give these aliens any chance, so he grabbed a dozen human corpses and burned them. Only then did Su Chi notice that those who were eaten by him were all those prayer gods who madly believed in gods. So you guys are really fuel. Above the head, thunderclouds, fire clouds, ice clouds, and so on gathered madly. After a few breaths, the attack came. Boom! Various attacks fell on Sanker's head, and dense damage popped out, which really made him suffer. However, this guy didn't want to die here. He opened his rat mouth, and a horrible purple-black poisonous fog whistled out, engulfing the strong men of the coalition forces. Following closely behind is his huge, giant fist. Herbert's face turned the color of liver. Cough, cough, cough. This poison gas is causing real damage. Evacuate now. Don't even think about running. The damage of this punch depends on what you can do to block it. Boom! Just as Herbert was about to retreat with his men, a huge fist was thrown in their faces. That was no longer a collision. It was an explosion-like damage. At the moment of the explosion, Su Chi saw sound barriers from the figures of those people flying backwards, which showed how fast their speed was. The key point is that Su Chi also saw the light of various props breaking into pieces. This god can actually break the props in the storage ring? How unsportsmanlike. When the camera props and everyone turned around, they had all been smashed into the wall. Netizens in the live broadcast room also saw the huge amount of damage and props that had just been revealed to them, and they couldn't help but gasp. It's over. This boss god seems to have entered an angry state. Not only does he deal real damage, but he also destroys other people's props. How can we play this game? I thought the coalition's strong men would come and reverse the situation, but the result is still the same. Damn it, that guy is going to take advantage of the victory to kill people. Wake up. Yes. Sanker is not the kind of brainless boss who would turn around and evacuate when he sees a human fall. Now he just wants to kill all these damn aliens, then stuff it into your stomach as fuel. Seeing Sanker walking towards her brother, Ivna was so anxious that she almost cried. She just held up her weapon and blocked the 100-meter-tall body of the god with her small body. Regardless of Su Chi's behavior just now, she turned around and asked for help. "Su Chi, please save my brother." "Tisk Ivna, you are wrong. It was your brother who just said he wanted to deal with us." Su Chi had a playful smile on his face and glanced at her up and down. "Why don't you think about it again? What price you can pay?" Ivna bit her silver teeth lightly. "As long as you save my brother, I can agree to be your girlfriend." Hearing this, Su-Chi immediately got furious. Get lost. Who wants a girlfriend? Money. I'm talking about money. Small change. You know what ransom is? Ugh, it's rescue money. Ivna was like a steamer. Her rosy and elastic cheeks were completely red. Yeah, sure. Our family is rich, so we can give everyone a legendary prop. That's more like it. Chapter 77. God's Destruction, Sparks. Forget it. I'm too lazy to tease her. Su-Chi narrowed his eyes and looked at Sanker. After burning those praying people, the body of this god was rapidly becoming perfect. It seems it's almost done. He turned around and said, Everyone, are you ready? It seems like it's our turn to perform. Ready. Everyone nodded in unison, looking at Su-Chi with shining eyes. Perhaps this kind of light can be called worship and admiration. After all, without Su-Chi, no one even had the courage to come in. In the live broadcast room, the screen was filled with mocking comments from foreign netizens. No one believed that these guys could really deal with the body of the god. Pretend. Keep pretending. After the coalition forces used the items, they were all over level 100 against a level 200 boss. What can you guys at level 70 accomplish? Forget it, forget it. I guess the whole army will be wiped out today. I mourn for them. This is so despairing. Is this the power of the gods? Is there really a human being who can defeat them? Netizens in Daxiao were also worried about them. Although they have created many miracles before, this time it is too much of a challenge to cognition. Su-Chi finally put away his smile and said seriously, Sanker, I know you betrayed Tucker and the last people who wanted to save Ryun Star, but now I will give you one last chance to use the power of the gods to save this planet. I can promise you that in addition to taking back the body of the god in the end, we can also let you go. Upon hearing this, Sanker burst into laughter, and the whole scene was shaking with his voice. Just a few of you? You still want to let me go? What a funny joke, ha ha ha. Su-Chi sighed and shook his head, looking at the twisted core that Tucker gave him at last. To be honest, in Su-Chi's heart, Tucker is a real hero. Su-Chi admires this guy from the bottom of his heart for trying to awaken his compatriots and fight against the gods on his own, even though he knows it is impossible. I'm sorry, Tucker, but the last person who could save your planet has gone completely insane, and there's nothing I can do. As he spoke, the distortion core flickered slowly a few times. Seeing this, Su-Chi smiled and said, Don't worry, I can easily deal with this guy. Su-Chi and Yu Tianxing looked at each other. The latter understood and shouted, Everyone of the Daxiao expedition team is here. Prepare for battle. Yes. Everyone held their weapons tightly and looked at Su-Chi excitedly. Finally, the fight is about to begin. Su-Chi held the staff in his hand, and a sentence that he had once kept in mind silently emerged in his mind. Liberate all mankind. Liberate. Boom. The staff stomped down. The dark clouds above the scene dissipated. The brilliant starry sky, like a painting of a sea of stars, suddenly unfolds above the pyramid. The stars are shining brightly, and the Milky Way is shining brightly. Sanker, didn't you say we were just a joke? I want you to see this. This is the power bestowed upon us by the hero of Ryun Star. All living things come together to ignite sparks. God destroying asterisk spark. God destroyer asterisk spark. Explanation. I wish to transform myself into sparks, lighting the way to kill the gods. At the cost of sacrificing my own level, perform on the target within the specified range, reducing the level difference between the two parties by up to 200 levels. Spark level exchange ratio, 150, duration, 12 hours, cooldown, 12 hours. On Su-Chi's body, golden red flames began to leap and burn wildly. Then everyone was shocked to see that his level was actually dropping. You have received a burning blessing from Su-Chi. Your level has been upgraded. The power of sparks descended from the sky and fell on everyone. Their levels began to rise rapidly. Level 10, level 20, level 30, level 50, level 100, level 150, level 200. Everyone looked at their panels in shock. All level 240 plus. What kind of concept is this? I have become a god-level boss. Hey, that's enough. That's enough. If you keep burning, I'm going to eat you all. Su-Chi also fell to level 45. He panted and said, I can't fight anymore. From now on, I'll trouble you all. Yu Tianxing nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I will punch this guy a few more times for you. Su-Chi grinned, hey. As several people took off easily, Behind them, shadows of their real bodies, each 100 meters high, automatically emerged. It's like turning into a god and descending into the projection. There was total silence in the live broadcast room. However, netizens in Dacia experienced a roller coaster ride with ups and downs. Wow, that was really scary just now. I said there must be something good that hasn't been revealed. You have to pay for my tears. Dacia expedition team, kill this damn boss. Give Tucker back to me. Seeing so many level 200s, Sanker on the opposite side was completely panicked. Damn it, how on earth did you people from other worlds do this? Linyu smiled and said, it's very simple, just add this and that. Sanker was startled when he heard this, but then he came to his senses and gritted his teeth and said, are you kidding me? That's right, there's no prize for the correct answer. When Sanker came to his senses again, Lin Yue's spider fist was already in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Spider fist struck out like lightning, causing countless injuries to appear on the latter's head, and he fell down screaming. Brothers, beat him up! At Yunkong's command, everyone surrounded the enemy and beat them up with their fists without using any skills. After all, at their current level, if they use skills, Sanker probably won't be able to get through even half a move. In the distance, a giant with a huge body fell down and was surrounded by them and beaten wildly. Blood gushed out, and the scene became a blurred shot. Ah, stop it, Wolf. Herbert and other coalition forces were also awakened by the huge noise. They climbed out of the pit with difficulty one by one, and their conditions were extremely miserable. But when they saw Sanker being beaten up by everyone, they were suddenly distracted. What the hell is this for me? Still in that copy? Did I see it right? Those Dacia people were actually beating up a god-level boss with their fists. Yvonne walked forward with a wry smile and told Herbert the whole story. The latter's expression changed several times when he heard this, but he was the heir of the family after all, so he still had some brains. He sighed and said, forget it, just give me the legendary item. Our family can still afford it. But that kid. Tebert looked at Suchi deeply and said to Ivna with a smile, sister, if you can take him down, it will definitely be a great achievement. When Ivna heard this, her face turned red again. But when she turned around, Suchi didn't care about the situation here at all. Seeing Sanker being beaten up in the distance, he kept punching to help. That's right, beat him up. Don't let go of any sensitive parts. Let him know what real cruelty is. Ivna's temperature dropped instantly. Forget it. This guy is even worse than a villain. Chapter 78, Blessings from Friends. After more than 10 minutes, Sanker had been beaten beyond recognition. He lay there in a daze, looking desperate. In fact, he could have died long ago, but this group of people repeatedly supported him and continued to abuse him, making him truly die and come back to life. Stop fighting. I know I was wrong. Can't I just return the power to Ryungsing? Suchi laughed and said, don't stop, keep going. This guy doesn't know he's wrong. He just knows he's going to die. Ah, damn alien. Sanker struggled frantically to get up. He burned all the praying people in his body to ashes and roared, since you won't let me go, I will take you all with me and disappear from this world. No one can make me return the power to Ryun Star. As he spoke, the purple-black flames on his body burned violently. Burning body explosion. This is a skill that many high-level bosses have mastered. Lin Yue hurried back and retreated with Su Chi in his arms. But the latter said, no need to run. This guy can't explode. Someone can take care of him. Lin Yue was stunned, and Su Chi smiled and said, what we want is to force him to this point. Otherwise, how can Tucker's plan succeed? As Su Chi spoke, he threw the twisted core in his hand. I recalled the last mission in Central City a few days ago. Option 2. Using the distortion suit to contain the distortion body. Maybe it will work? Now, it's time for it to take effect. Boom! The twisted core exploded. Tucker's shadow rushed out. Sanker, it was you who betrayed Ryun Star. You deserve to die. Tucker's shadow rushed into the body of the god, and the two souls seemed to be fighting inside, causing the giant to twitch violently. After a few minutes, the purple-black flames on the god's body finally dissipated. After the divine body shook, Tucker's weak voice came from inside. Thank you, Suchi. Suchi was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, it's okay. We are profitable in doing these things. Tucker smiled when he heard this. My promise is actually insignificant, but you have paid much more, right? Suchi waved his hands impatiently. Why are you talking about this now? The divine body is in your hands. Just do what you should do. Tucker slowly bent down and handed a very exquisite set of armor to Su-Chi. My soul power has almost reached 0. The fate of Hot Cloud Star cannot be changed. This is what you deserve, including this divine body. You can take it and fight for your race. Tucker's voice faded. Everyone was worried when they saw this scene. Seeing Su-Chi's tense expression, Tucker suddenly smiled and said, "Don't be sad, my friend. Promise me not to repeat the same mistakes and protect your country and planet. This is my most sincere blessing to you." Boom! The divine body suddenly fell to the ground. Su-Chi raised his head and let out a long breath. Friends? Although they have only met a few times, they can already be considered friends. Tucker, I respect you as a man. Is this the end? Su-Chi turned and looked at Ivna and the others. The copy has been completely concluded, and you can all leave now. The coalition forces did not ask for trouble. Herbert waved his hand and turned around and left the copy one by one. At the moment when Yvonne was about to leave, Su-Chi said, "Hey, Shifuna." She took a deep breath and turned around with a slightly red face. "What do you want to do again?" Su-Chi didn't expect her to react so strongly. He scratched his head and said, "Well, you still owe us 12 legendary props." "Oh, I'll give it to you later." Seeing Ivna walking away angrily with her blonde hair swung, Yinkong stepped forward and said with a smile, "Sure, boss. I think she seems to be interested in you." Before Su-Chi could say anything, Lin Yue slapped him on the back of his head. "What are you talking about? Don't you know that our boss doesn't like women? Right, boss?" Su-Chi. "Not really." Information appeared on everyone's panel. "Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Tanghai City. Rewards will be distributed later. Obtain God-level treasure chest. Achieved title Hot Cloud Liberator. Obtained LV-199 mutated divine body complete. Obtained LV-70 twisted suit God level." A series of messages popped up, and Su-Chi was a little dazzled. He didn't know where to start. Yu Qianqing suddenly received a message from the special training camp headquarters and said hurriedly, "Junior brother, we have to go back quickly." Tucker just said in public that he would hand over the mutant body to Daxia. Now the news has caused a great sensation outside. Many powerful people from both the black and white worlds in many countries have come here with magical tools to intercept us. We must evacuate quickly. As the saying goes, you're not afraid of thieves stealing, you're afraid of thieves thinking about it. Although they're all level 200, this is their first time at this level, and they are still very unfamiliar with combat. Su-Chi has never forgotten how Yao Yuanshan led the teachers to kill the earthbound demon with one sword. If even the teachers can do it, what about a group of strong people from other countries with divine weapons? Su-Chi was unwilling to take everyone into this risk. Everyone hurriedly evacuated the pyramid. Finally, they came out. Then I saw all the expedition members from other countries standing at the door. Su-Chi knew that the expedition teams from these countries must have received news from their own countries and were trying to stop them. Just as he was still hesitating whether to take action, Nisha at the front took 2 steps back, and the players from the Big Bear country and other countries also dispersed to make way for them. Su-Chi bowed to them and said, "Thank you very much." Nisha shook her head and said, "It's okay. We watched the live broadcast just now. You are the real heroes. Walk slowly. Well, see you again if we're lucky." Yu Qianqing led the expedition team into the sky and flew at high speed towards the special training camp. Nisha looked at their backs as they rose into the air, and a smile suddenly appeared on her usually cold face. "Tarkov, I seem to finally have a goal." At the same time, a large number of strong men from the special training camp took off into the air, ready to pick up Su-Chi and his group. Buzz! More than half an hour later, the expedition team could already see the central city from afar. At this moment, a huge wedge-shaped aircraft also came from a distance, and its speed was almost several times faster than theirs. The flying skills that everyone has mastered are still very unfamiliar, and are far slower than the speed of these artifact-level flying props, so they were quickly caught up. "Ha, little guys, where else do you want to run to? Hand over the divine body quickly." Yu Tianqing stopped first, holding the magic weapon given to him by Su-Chi in his hand, with flames burning wildly on his body. "You take Su-Chi away first. I'll cover you. Team leader, I said go." An arrogant voice came from the aircraft. "Ha ha, no need to argue. None of you can leave today." Just as he finished speaking, more than a dozen strong men took off into the air. They were too lazy to hide anything and directly tore up the props, showing their strength of level 150 plus. Although they are not as high as Su Chi and his team in level, their combat experience and number of skills are far superior to theirs. They looked at the expedition team as if they were looking at a group of sheep. Hand over the props now, and we can spare your lives. A muffled sound like thunder was heard in the sky. Several old voices sounded at the same time. Spare your mother's life. Password, dare you touch my students. Brother, just fire. Fuck him. Yu Tianxing, who was at the front, suddenly turned pale. Dear teachers, your voices are too loud. Can you please hold back a little? Chapter 79, Hot Cloud Prayer. I wonder who dares to touch my students. Su Chi looked up when he heard this, but before he saw the teachers coming, he saw their overwhelming skills coming down. A whistling golden giant sword, a meteorite with a long tail of flame, and even a cannonball? The posture is simply devastating. Su Chi was happy to see this, but the foreign warriors on the opposite side were in a difficult situation. Damn it, these damn old guys are coming so fast. Retreat. Where are you going? As soon as these people turned around, they saw an energy shell falling from the sky, which instantly blew up their aircraft and made it fall in thick smoke. Ah, that's all my assets. I haven't even paid off my 100 million spiritual loan yet. Well, everyone. Buzz. A huge sword dropped from the sky and hovered in front of them, blocking their retreat. The leading foreign warrior turned around and said faintly, President Huang, long time no see. Su Chi turned around and found that Huang Xingze, the dean of the spiritual vocational department of Chengdu University, was there. He was dressed in a spotless white robe, with his white hair tied up casually. Although he was old, he had an upright figure, and his eyes were deep and bright, as if he could see through everything. Huang Xingze first glanced at Su Chi with a smile, and then snorted coldly. Oh, you still have the nerve to greet this old man? Those who want to touch the Xia and steal the Xia's things are just wishful thinking. Huang Xingze stood up instantly after he finished speaking and stomped the staff in his hand in the air. The huge sword slashed towards them. Listen to me? Huang Xingze smiled leisurely. Go and tell your ancestors. Huang Xingze, I warn you not to be too bandit-like. Boom! Huang Xingze slashed down with his sword. Under the pressure of the giant sword, the group of people had nowhere to hide. They were chopped into the forest on the spot, unable to move, and their lives or deaths were uncertain. Bandit, how did I make my fortune in your place? Do you need me to help you recall? TSK. After saying that, Huang Xingze slowly descended and stopped in front of everyone. He smiled and said, How are you? You weren't scared by those people just now, were you? Su Chi had a very favorable impression of the old dean. In his previous life, Huang Xingze gave him opportunities and props many times. If it weren't for him, Su Chi might not have been able to reach that level in his previous life. Su Chi nodded politely and said, Thank you, Dean, for your help. Huang Xingze waved his hands indifferently. What's the big deal? You are all children of Xia. Those people dared to bully you into Xia's copy. What's the difference between this and shitting on my head? Huh? Everyone couldn't help laughing when hearing such a vulgar analogy, and it also eased the atmosphere quite well. Let's go back to the training camp. Yes. Under the protection of the teachers, everyone continued to rush towards the training camp. On the way, Su Chi handed the divine body to Huang Xingze, and this key task was finally completed. When Su Chi and his group returned to the training camp, everyone was resting. Seeing him come back, a group of people stood up in shock. There was no doubt that they must have watched the live broadcast in the past few days. They had no choice but to look up to this classmate whom they had just met for a few days. After all, he was still struggling with those level 20 or 30 monsters in the training camp, while Su Chi had already fought back and forth with bosses of several hundred levels in the dungeon. Bai Zhengying breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Su Chi return safely. Student Su, welcome back to the team. Well, Instructor Bai, long time no see. Huang Xingze glanced at the students present with a smile. Under Su Chi's stimulation over the past few days, the progress of this class of students was extremely obvious. Compared with the previous session, their average level has increased by at least 5 levels. Huang Xingze said, Dear students, I declare that this year's special training camp plan has come to a perfect end. Let's set off and go home. When they heard the word go home, many people cheered. Seeing that Su Chi didn't seem very happy, Bai Zhengying asked in confusion, What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind. Su Chi turned around and said silently, Instructor, I lost 4 levels for nothing. All my efforts in the past few days have been in vain. Ha ha ha, with this old man here, how can you suffer any loss? Huang Xingze walked up to him, and took out a scroll. Student Su, do you want a 5 times experience scroll? Su Chi's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. Thank you, Dean. Huh? When Su Chi returned to the great Xia capital, it was already late at night. After taking a nice hot bath, Su Chi fell asleep in the hotel. When he opened his eyes again the next day, it was already noon. Whose sleep is this? It feels so good. Finally having a good rest, Su Chi couldn't wait to open the panel and browse the spiritual forum. As a result, when I opened the hot searches as expected, they were all about what happened in the dungeon of the Great Xia Kingdom expedition team in the past few days. Especially the popularity of the divine body was far ahead. Congratulations to Daxia. This is the first time a country on Blue Star has obtained a divine body. It is said that there are 4 mysterious special training camp students who are the great heroes of this event, instantly raised by 200 levels. What kind of power defeated the gods? Except for the first one, the following 2 entries related to Su Chi are cooling down rapidly, and the official intention to protect them is very obvious. Su Chi heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that he didn't attract much attention. Luckily, Lin Yue was there to tear the scroll for protection this time. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if the live broadcast props followed him all the time. Su Chi continued to surf the web with a growing smile on his face. There is no doubt that these past few days must have been the most lethal days for Daxia netizens. Some netizens from unfriendly countries all retreated and did not dare to confront each other in the spiritual forum. There was no other way, because the performance of the Daxia expedition team in the dungeon was too shocking. Some netizens have even summarized the opponent's unparalleled performance. 180 versus 6, the advantage was in my hands, yet I became a lost dog. The pyramid siege made me seem invincible, but in the end, I was helpless. Sigh. I lost both the battle and the people. How shameful and humiliating. Great. He's a poet. Love it. Haha, the first floor is awesome. Su Chi smiled and shook his head. The netizens of Daxia were indeed full of hidden talents, and their content was abstract and interesting. After scrolling for a while, Su Chi suddenly remembered that he still hadn't checked the reward items, so he quickly opened the panel information. The dense array of rewards almost blinded his eyes again. It's worthy of being a planet-level decryption reward. It's really awesome. The first thing Su Chi picked up was the divine scroll he had been waiting for a long time. Hot Cloud Prayer. This thing really whetted his appetite. On the panel, the effect of Hot Cloud Prayer unfolded, and Su Chi suddenly paused. Oh my god, I didn't go to the dungeon in my previous life, so I missed a lot. Hot Cloud Prayer. Description. The shouts of the gathering bring new hope. The wishes of all living beings ignite the sparks within reach. Effect. Can only be used on the same race. After using it, the talents of all people will be improved. The upper limit of the lifespan of all people will be increased. One-time effect. Please use with caution. Su Chi. Hi. Old Su, who overflows with milk, is back to be hot again. Chapter 80. It's Su Shin again. In the taxi, Lin Yue yawned loudly. Captain, what's the matter? You have to wake me up so early? I didn't even have time to put on makeup. Su Chi rolled his eyes and said, The sun is already shining on your iron butt, and you still say it's too early? Lin Yue glared at me with her beautiful eyes. I've told you several times that it's a prop. If you dare to say that I have a strong butt again, I will definitely not take you with me next time I run away. Su Chi shrugged and smiled. If Yin Kong and Dong Fangzi hadn't stayed up all night in the internet cafe last night, he would have already called the entire 4-member team over. Captain, why are you running to the fog dungeon so early in the morning? Are you in such a hurry to level up? The level of the monsters here is not high. Su Chi said mysteriously. I want to tell you a secret. You will know it when we get there. After the two got off at the destination, the taxi turned around and left quickly. Su Chi waved his hand and said, Let's go, spider car. Let's go. This time it was Lin Yue's turn to roll her eyes, but the golden spider arm still quickly unfolded and carried him towards the foggy copy. The reason why Su Chi entered the dungeon so early in the morning was naturally to cast the scroll. After all, if it is performed on Blue Star, the information everyone will get will be Su Chi's real name. But if it is performed in a copy, it will become the familiar ID Old Su with overflowing milk. The two wandered around in the dungeon for a long time before Su Chi finally found a deserted place. Seeing him looking around, Lin Yu blushed and said, What secret is it, Captain? Do you have to tell it here? Ahem, I usually just talk nonsense. You actually like this? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Su Chi turned around in confusion. Which one do I like? Huh. Lin Yue looked confused. Su Chi ignored the girl's inexplicable remarks and took out the hot cloud prayer from the storage ring. Excitedly, this is the secret I told you. Get ready to witness a miracle. You have cast the scroll. Hot cloud prayer. The target of the effect has been locked. All the people of Daxia. Buzz! The fiery red scroll in Su Chi's hand unfolded. The light shot up into the sky like a pillar of fire, tearing through space and heading straight for the sea of stars. Lin Yue's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Captain, what is that? My blessing to the hundreds of millions of people in Daxia. The brilliant sea of stars was reflected in Su Chi's black eyes, sparkling brightly. That is a power called prayer, Tucker. Thank you. Boom. It was unknown how far the beam of light traveled before arriving above the blue star Daxia. A sound like the thumping of a bell echoed in the sky above Daxia, magnificent and majestic. The sky suddenly darkened, the clouds dispersed, and the majestic and brilliant Milky Way sea of stars appeared in the sky above Daxia. People looked up at this shocking scene. Holy shit, what is this? Why does this scene feel so familiar to me? As if it happened not long ago. That's right. I remember now. It's exactly the same scene as the last time Su Xin used the scroll. Could it be that God Su has come to bless our great Xia again? Boom, boom, boom. The great bells echoed. The magnificent voice rang in the ears of everyone in Daxia, making people's hearts surge. Then play the Huangzhong, sing the Dalu, and dance the Yunmin to worship the gods. Boom. You have received a blessing bonus from ID. Lao Su who can overflow milk. Effect. Basic talent / fate improved. Gene optimization in progress. Lifespan limit increased. The people of Daxia were stunned. Fate level improved? The lifespan limit is also increased. Not only did he cure diseases and save lives last time, but this time he also gave everyone 100 years of life. Not only that, the fate is also improved. How many geniuses can be created in one go? This time, the Spiritual Vocation Forum and the international community were completely shocked. What the hell is going on here, you guys? You just got a god-level body, but it's not satisfying enough, so you're trying to provoke us again. Please, old Su, be a good man. Why do you always show off? No matter how powerful Daxia is, I will not leave my motherland. How can I become a naturalized Daxia citizen? Waiting online urgent. At this moment in the copy, Lin Yue could feel that her physical condition was improving rapidly. She looked at Su Chi in shock. Captain, are you the old Su who spilled milk? Su Chi smiled and shrugged. Yeah, looks familiar. Lin Yue took a deep breath. Well, I never thought it would be you. Su Chi smiled and said, now that you know this secret, you can eat me for the rest of your life. Lin Yue immediately smiled. Yes, yes, yes. You are quite proud. Now let's go. Someone must be coming with such a big commotion. Let's go. As expected, on the way back, Su Chi received a message from his teacher, Yao Yuanshan. Su Chi immediately admitted that he had indeed gone to the copy to cast the scroll. Yao Yuanshan did not object, but told him that next time he did such an important thing, he could bring a dozen more people to ensure safety. When Su Chi saw the message, he couldn't help but laugh dryly. The teacher's safety redundancy has always been in place. Just these dozen or so are too many. On the way back, Lin Yue discovered that Bai Zhengying had created a group for all classmates and was announcing the opening ceremony to be held the day after tomorrow. She stared at the data in the group and said, there are 28 people in the special recruitment class and 525 people in the normal class. This ratio is quite high. Su Chi was puzzled. Why do you care about the proportion? Lin Yue glanced at him and said, not everyone is a genius like you. Don't you know that there is an elimination mechanism for special recruitment classes and a promotion mechanism for ordinary classes? I don't want to be demoted after just one semester. Su Chi then remembered that this mechanism did exist in the past. Basically, there is a rotation of students between regular classes and special recruitment classes every semester. Although ordinary classes seem to be inferior to special recruitment classes, in fact, ordinary classes are more competitive than special recruitment classes, and there are often hidden talents there. For example, Su Chi in the previous life is a good example. It seems that I really need to take some time to give everyone some time off and help them level up. Su Chi then remembered that he still had a level 80 mechanical god copy commission in his hand, which was a great opportunity. Captain, What are we going to do now? Su Chi thought for a moment and said, empty the storage ring. Make some extra cash. When she heard the word money, Lin Yue's eyes lit up. Let's go set off now. Chapter 81. Enrollment and cleaning, miss. With the experience from last time, Su Chi did not intend to conceal the sale this time. He directly announced the sale in the Divine Core space, under the identity of Old Su, who spills milk. For a time, not only Dacia netizens were excited, but even many foreign institutions and bigwigs sent their subordinates online urgently to prepare for the purchase. After all, everyone knows that Su Shun has all kinds of weapons on display. Even if they're magical weapons, he can get them for you. An hour later, Su Chi put all the extra props on the shelves. Lin Yue was watching from the side. In the blink of an eye, everything was sold out except for the divine weapons and some particularly expensive legendary props. This is because the artifact has a full hour auction period, otherwise it might be faster. Lin Yue said absent-mindedly. Just from the money from those props, you have made at least 300 million. If you add those artifacts that are being auctioned, your net worth should be over 2 billion. It is difficult to estimate the value of a divine weapon. A good one might cost tens of billions, while an inferior one would only cost a little over 100 million. Su Chi put up 7 artifacts, but judging from the current bidding, the results are quite good. Su Chi shook his head and smiled. These are not just mine. We fought hard together to get them. So, I will share them with everyone. After all, I can't spend so much money by myself. Lin Yue paused when she heard this. After a long silence, she opened her red lips and said, "Thank you, Captain." Su Chi was not used to such a serious atmosphere, and hurriedly said with a smile, "Don't just thank me, show some appreciation. When school starts, remember to help me clean up the dormitory every day. I'm not very good at cleaning." Lin Yue patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. Look at me using my 10 spider arms to transform into a desktop cleaning master. You better be a real cleaning master." After returning from the Spiritual Vocation Center, the two of them went back and picked up Yun Kong and Dong Fangzi, who had finally woken up and headed straight to Shindu University. Today is the day for new students to report to Shindu University. When they arrived, the school gate was already crowded with people. Su Chi, who had stayed here for 4 years in his previous life, was already familiar with the place and took them to the dormitory of the Spiritual Affairs Department to complete the registration. Although the classes here are divided into special recruitment classes and ordinary classes, everyone is in the same building except that the special recruitment classes have a separate floor for them. Su Chi never expected that the senior who was registering the new students was Yu Tianxing. "Senior? Why are you doing this job?" Yu Tianxing looked up when he heard a familiar voice and found it was Su Chi. He immediately smiled and said, "Junior brother, you are finally here to report." Yu Tianxing said, pointing to the back, "Because there are many people who want to meet you." Su Chi and the other 3 looked up and discovered that there were many students waiting behind them. Su Chi recognized many of them at a glance and nodded. "Hello, seniors. Are so many people waiting for them?" Yun Kong and the other 2 were surprised and greeted him as well. Yu Tianxing said, "Yes, these are your sophomores or juniors, of course. They are all from the special recruitment class." As he spoke, he leaned close to Su Chi's ear and said, "I came here specifically to discuss teaming up with you, but you don't have to make a decision too quickly. Just add me as a friend and get to know me first." "Understood. Don't worry, senior." The leading man was the monitor of the junior special recruitment class and also an old acquaintance of Su Chi from his previous life. His name is Wang Tiansheng. After graduation, he joined the army. He was promoted all the way in the army based on his military achievements and finally became the regiment commander. Different from Wang Nu's terrifying Iron Tower-like figure, Wang Tianxing has very well-proportioned tendon muscles. Although he is not that strong, the momentum contained in his movement is incomparable. Wang Tianxing stepped forward and said gently, "Hello, Junior Su Chi. I am Wang Tianxing, the monitor of the junior special recruitment class. We have all heard about your performance in the special training camp a few days ago. It was excellent and shocking. Senior, you are too kind." After a few simple polite words, Wang Tianxing got straight to the point. "I've heard that your levels have reached 40. Although you haven't reached the graduation standard, I still want to invite you to consider joining our team in advance. You don't even have to wait until graduation. We can take you to explore the misty ruins during the winter and summer vacations." Yu Tianxing, who was standing by, had already guessed that these people came for this purpose, but when he heard it with his own ears, he couldn't help but sigh. The difference between people is sometimes really greater than that between people and dogs. She's only a freshman, but she's already been noticed by a junior who's about to graduate in a year. Thinking back to the past, I was still discussing in the dormitory which girl in the class was the prettiest. Su-chi did not agree, nor did he refuse immediately. He scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry, seniors, I don't have much direction for my future life plan, but knowing each other is fate. We can add each other as friends first and talk later. Besides, maybe when we encounter problems in the future, we will have to rely on you seniors more." Seeing that Su-chi was neither arrogant nor humble, everyone nodded in their hearts. No one would dislike these juniors with attitude. Wang Tiansheng and the others had not originally intended to pull Su-chi into the team all at once. After each of them got the contact information, they said hello and left with everyone. Watching the backs of the people leaving, Yunkong couldn't help but say from behind, "If you follow Captain Su, you can earn 9 tons of food a day." Ha! Yu Tianxing also helped them complete the admission registration at this time. After handing things over to other people, he personally took them to the dormitory floor where the special recruitment class was located. This entire floor is for the special recruitment class. Since there are fewer of you, the male dormitories are 2 to 4 people per room. You can arrange it yourselves. The school doesn't have too many requirements. Listening to Yu Tianxing's introduction, the 3 boys nodded, and Yun Kong said, "Boss, let's share a room." Lin Yue asked, "Do men and women live together?" Yu Tianxing turned around and found that Lin Yue had caught up with him. He smiled bitterly and said, "Junior, this is the boys' dormitory. You should have come with that senior instead of me." "Oh." Lin Yue scratched her head and smiled. "It's okay. I came to take a look too. I just promised Su-chi that I would help him clean the dormitory frequently, so I came to learn the way." Hearing this, the other boys were speechless. "Boss, you are worthy of it. You have even found a cleaning girl, and you don't even have to pay her salary. It's amazing." Lin Yue was puzzled. "By the way, senior, is the management here strict? Do I need to hide from the dormitory manager when I come here?" Yu Tianxing laughed and said, "Haha, what kind of dormitory manager can manage so many spiritual professionals? In fact, you just need to be able to get through the electronic gate lock downstairs." Lin Yue grinned when she heard this. "You should guard against gentlemen instead of villains, right? That's easy. I can just stride over there with my long legs." Su-chi said awkwardly, "Ahem, let's go to the dormitory quickly." "Okay, come this way." Chapter 82, Goodbye Li Chung. Several people headed towards the 5th floor, but when they were halfway there, they heard a quarrel coming from upstairs. When Su-chi heard the voice, he was startled at first, and then he quickly ran upwards. Seeing this, everyone hurried to catch up. At this moment, in the corridor on the 5th floor, students from the special recruitment class and the regular class were divided into 2 sides and confronting each other. A boy from the special recruitment class said, "Don't you know that the 5th floor is for the special recruitment class? Hurry and take your stuff away." "What are you yelling about? I just accidentally walked into the wrong dormitory and put my stuff on your bed. What's wrong with that?" The boy angrily said, "What's wrong? God knows what kind of garbage you put in your bag. It smells so bad. How can we live in our dormitory now? Try to say that again. I insist." Seeing that the 2 were about to fight, students on both sides rushed to stop them. However, as they tried to stop them, no one knew who stepped on whom, and more people joined in the verbal fight. There was a tendency for the conflict to escalate. "Let's go outside and fight one-on-one if you dare. Let's go. Who's afraid of who? Let's go now. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson." They were still struggling here when suddenly a roar came from behind them. "Stop arguing. You all want to be expelled from school, right?" Hearing Yu Tianxing's roar, everyone fell silent and dared not speak. Seeing that it was the senior student who arrived, a group of people quickly made way for him to come in. Su-chi walked through the crowd and went straight to the person who started the quarrel, then hugged him with a surprised expression. "Chengzi, why are you here? You didn't even tell me." Li Cheng also laughed happily and suddenly scratched his head and said, "I wanted to give you a surprise, but accidentally, we had a quarrel." Seeing that Su-chi was also wearing the clothes of the special recruitment class, the students from the ordinary class all looked alert. The next second, Su-chi turned around and looked at his classmates. The group of people who had just had a fight didn't expect that Su-chi actually had a brother in the ordinary class. They all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Ever since experiencing this copy, Su-chi's reputation in the special recruitment class is now even more terrifying than that of the teacher. The boy who had taken the initiative to attack just now noticed that Su-chi was looking at him and immediately understood. He stepped forward decisively, stretched out his hand to Li Cheng, and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong about this matter. I shouldn't have been so excited. Since you are Boss Su's friend, I believe you." "Hey!" Li Cheng was stunned for a second, looked at Su Qi in surprise, and then stretched out his hand to shake his. "This matter was caused by me. It was indeed my fault. I will pay attention next time." Seeing the two parties reconcile, no one else said anything, but the students in the ordinary class began to be curious about Su Qi's identity. After all, everyone has heard that students in the special recruitment class are all outstanding. This guy must be extraordinary to be able to make so many students in the special recruitment class bow down to him just after the school starts. It's all right, let's go." Yin Kong called on the two groups of people to disperse. After the crowd left, Su Qi chose a room in the corner of the 5th floor. After entering, he introduced the room to the three people. "This is my good brother Li Cheng. These are my classmates I met in the special training camp. If nothing unexpected happens, they will all be my teammates in the future." Li Cheng scratched his head and said, "I've seen it before. I'm familiar with a live studio." Yin Kong and the other two smiled at each other. Su Qi asked curiously, "By the way, Qingzi, how did you suddenly get into Shindu University? Aren't you an ordinary master-level person?" Speaking of this, Li Cheng also became excited and patted Su Qi's arm and said, "You may not believe this, but the night I gave you the protective medal, my fate level went up. Then I reached the legendary fate in one go. Plus my grades met the requirements, so I got an admission letter from Shindu University. How about that? Isn't it awesome? Isn't this the template for the legendary protagonist?" Several people stared with their eyes wide open in surprise. They had occasionally heard about the improvement of destiny on the internet, but this was the first time that someone could climb from an ordinary master to the advanced legendary level in one go. Su Qi nodded. "Great. How about I follow you, the protagonist, from now on?" "Ha!" The two of them laughed when they met. Afterwards, Su Qi took out the metal fragment from Li Cheng and said, "Since this thing is suppressing your talent, I will continue to keep it for you." Dongfang Ji is a native of Shindu. After they chose their dormitory, he immediately called home and asked them to send over all the furniture, bedding, etc. that everyone needed. He would also help them settle in when the time came, so they didn't have to worry about anything during the whole process. TSK, you are worthy of being Aji. You are really reliable. No big deal." Seeing that Su Qi had so many reliable teammates around him, Li Cheng felt quite relieved. After chatting for a few words, he turned around and was about to leave. Watching him carrying a huge bag downstairs, Su Qi suddenly called him and said, "Chengzi, the regular class and the special recruitment class can be promoted to each other. I'll wait for you in the special recruitment class." Li Chengyin paused, then turned around and nodded heavily. "Well, your dormitory is still short of one person. I want to reserve that bed." Okay. I'll wait for you." After Li Cheng went back, everyone wanted Dongfang Ji to take them for a good stroll in Shindu. As a result, Su Qi immediately received a call from Yao Yuanshan, asking him to go to the teacher's office of the spiritual department of Shindu University as soon as possible. It seemed that he had something to tell him, so Su Qi had to miss this shopping trip with regret. In the office, Su Qi knocked on the door and came in. Huang Xingze was sitting behind his desk, still wearing the same outfit as when we met yesterday, and still spotless. "Dean, do you have something to talk to me about?" Huang Xingze went straight to the point and said, "Last time you handed over the divine body to Daxia, this matter is extremely important to our country. In order to thank you for your contribution to Daxia and to give you more self-protection skills, the country has decided to reward you. It's another day that the country is being sponsored by the state. It feels so good." As Huang Xingze spoke, he took out 3 wooden boxes from his storage ring and placed them in front of Su Qi. "There are 2 props and a scroll in here. Take a closer look and take whichever one you like." When Su Qi opened the box, what caught his eye was a piece of paper that looked like a talisman. On the panel, its information pops up. Life Seal. After use, you can permanently control a wild monster, level not exceeding level 50 of the controller, and give it twice the physical strength/attack/defense enhancement. It's pretty good and can be considered a permanent version of the Scroll of Divine Control. Then, Su Qi opened the second one, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Flying props, Dark Eagle Wings, artifact level. Note, as long as the energy is sufficient and the body can withstand it, it can fly at up to 30 times the speed of sound. The last time he was caught up by those foreign warriors, he wished he could grow a pair of wings immediately. It's not that Suchi had never thought about getting a flying prop before, but the main reason was that this thing was too rare. The highest level on the market was only legendary, and the flying speed was too low. Now this one is very suitable for his current needs. Seeing that Suchi had already placed his hand on Dark Eagle Wing, Huangxingzi smiled and said, "Why don't you take a look at the third one? Hmm? Is the third one better?" Chapter 83, It's You Again, The Pyramid. Suchi looked at the third box curiously. Chain of Shiwei. A fragment of a super artifact with a protective effect, which protects against negative effects when worn. Another super artifact? Suchi suddenly felt a little dry in the mouth. What to do? These three looked delicious. Suchi looked at Huangxingzi and chuckled. Dean, can I exchange my artifacts for these of yours? Huangxingzi waved his hands. No. This is a task given by the higher-ups. How can I mess around with it? Okay then, I'll choose. But it's not impossible to make some compromises. Suchi grinned immediately. He knew that there was no way the country would come up with a bunch of good things for him to choose from. Since I have taken it all out, I must want to give it all to you. But there may be some prerequisites, and you will need to cooperate in completing some tasks. After the tasks are completed, these will be distributed as task rewards. Huangxingzi said. Suchi was stunned. What mission requires me this time? Huangxingzi sent him a screenshot of the panel and said, to be precise, your skills are needed. My skills? Huangxingzi obviously had all the information about Suchi, and he said, in this dungeon, there's a wild monster with a lot of health that requires your second true damage skill to deal with. Don't worry, we won't rush you this time, and we'll give you enough time to develop. When you're ready, we can set off again. We just need to finish it within half a year. See, you know that. He was afraid that Huangxingzi would regret it, so he hurriedly accepted the 3 wooden boxes. If the dean has nothing else to do, I'll leave first. After Suchi finished speaking, he grabbed the props and ran away. Huangxingzi, what are you afraid of? I'm not going to rob you. When he returned to the dormitory, Yin Kong and the others had not returned yet. Suchi took this opportunity to quickly summarize his recent gains. First of all, the level. After receiving the dungeon reward, he returned to level 47, but it is still a bit far from level 60 for job change. If nothing unexpected happens, his priority task recently should be to upgrade and change his job first. The second is the props. The Twisted Suit is a LV-70 Divine Suit. Although its skill effects are not as many as the Zero Mechanical God Suit, it is also extremely overbearing. After this period of experimentation, Suchi suddenly discovered the problem. That is, although the Zero Mechanical God set is powerful when facing gods, its skills are often ineffective and become a decoration. The most important thing is, Suchi had no chance to fight the enemy with his physical body. Especially now, Lin Yue would take him away whenever there was a problem, and he didn't even have a chance to speak, let alone trigger the Zero Mechanical God set. Forget it. Let's see who can withstand more enemies physically, and then I'll give it to them. Twisted Set. Description. The Hot Cloud Star is created by the power of all the planets. Although it is not perfect, its power is quite strong. Effect 1. Distortion Field. Design a distortion field with a diameter of 2 kilometers. In the field, the enemy's casting speed, skill speed/travel, etc. are extended by 100%, while the teammate's casting speed, skill speed/travel, etc. are accelerated by 100%. Duration, 1 hour. Charging time, 1 hour. Effect 2. Distortion Deprivation. The Distortion Suit has 5 empty skill slots, which can deprive the skills of other suits and attach them to itself. Skills cannot be replaced after being embedded, so please choose carefully. Now it seems that the Twisted Suit is more suitable for me. Scrolling down the panel, Suchi saw the Shiwei chain he had just obtained and put it on without saying a word. Although it was simply described as protecting against negative effects, he had already experienced the power of a super artifact, and the more of this thing, the better. Next is Dark Eagle Wings. In fact, Dark Eagle Wings can be given to Lin Yue. When the time comes, she will become a winged spider. Once her 10 spider arms are spread out, it will be very convenient for her to lead the entire team to retreat. Yes, that's right, it's decided. Suchi's plan was perfect. I just don't dare to think about that scene. 3 people become pendants and blow the wind freely below. Forget it. I was running for my life when I could use it, so why bother with the sense of refinement? As for the living seal that can permanently control wild monsters, Suchi felt that he would not be able to use it for the time being. Buzz! There was a flash of light on the panel. Su Chi felt shaken. It's a god-level treasure chest. I've been busy this morning, and now I finally have the chance to unbox it. He rubbed his hands like a fly, and then clicked to open it. The panel shines brightly. Su Chi looked at him with wide eyes, and the next moment, the smile on his face froze. A magical artifact. An absolute magical artifact. Rare. Absolutely rare. No. Dude, why do you look so familiar? Ascending pyramid. You really are a flying machine. Su Chi looked at the pyramid in his hand that looked like a small figurine and couldn't help laughing. He also didn't expect that he would directly grab the two most valuable things on Ryun Star on this trip: the Divine Body and the Ascension Pyramid. Ascending Pyramid Artifact. Description: built by the villain Sanker on the Hot Cloud planet. It is said to be able to fly across the stars. Maximum flight speed, third cosmic speed about Mach 50. Usage level, level 100. Oh. Su Chi looked at his panel, which was less than level 50. It seems that I have to wait some time before I can use it. The next morning, Chengdu University is particularly lively today. A few days ago, new students arrived from all over the country, and today is the day when seniors take them to familiarize themselves with the campus. Su Chi looked at the familiar campus in front of him, his expression full of nostalgia. He had struggled for so long in his previous life that he had long forgotten what it was like to be on campus. Naturally, he cherished the opportunity to come back and experience it again. A senior student walked in front and introduced. This is the virtual battle hall. You can have virtual battles in it to enhance your reaction and casting speed. This item is very useful. On the battlefield, every minute and every second is extremely critical. If you cast a spell slowly, it may cost you your life. Noticing that Su Chi behind was distracted, the senior turned around and asked with a smile, "Junior Su Chi, how fast is your spellcasting speed?" Everyone turned to look at him curiously. Of course it is this. Seeing Su Chi's raised hand gesture, the senior was stunned. "Ah, okay." Su Chi smiled and said, "It starts from 0 frame." Ha ha. Everyone laughed. The senior student shook her head, thinking he was joking, and continued to lead everyone forward. Dear students, although you have entered the special recruitment class, you cannot relax here. After all, the regular classes are also very competitive, and there are many talented dark horses who have fought their way up from there. As Su Chi was walking, he suddenly stopped as if he thought of something. Yin Kong asked in confusion, "What's wrong, boss?" Su Chi said, "It's okay. I want to ask a question to my senior sister." Oh! Seeing Su Chi raising his hand, the senior student smiled and said, "Student Su Chi, what's the matter?" "Senior, can freshmen visit the item core of the spiritual god core?" The senior scratched her head. "This should be applied for from Elder Chun." Su Chi then remembered. Mr. Chin promised to take me to meet those 10 legends, but he hasn't taken me there yet. Chapter 84. The Teacher's Plan. Did the boy remember that incident? In the office, Mr. Chin scratched his head in distress. In fact, he had already applied for this matter to his superiors when he came back. The reply I got was that the 10 of them were all busy, either in seclusion or on a dungeon adventure. God knows where he gets so much energy to waste at his age. Bai Zhengying nodded. Yes, he just asked me, and I haven't replied to him yet. Alas, what should I do? Am I really going to break my promise this time? Just when Mr. Chin was worried, a message from Dean Huangxingza popped up on the message panel. This is the result of the spiritual master's divination. You can tell Su Chi directly that the 10 people haven't met him yet, because the time is not right. Clear. When Su Chi saw the message Bai Zhengying sent him, he couldn't help but laugh and cry. Is it not time to meet yet? This is indeed the teacher's style. He even has to consult fortune-telling before meeting her. But since there was a reply, Su Chi felt relieved. The time is not right yet, which means the teacher guessed that they would meet. It was just a matter of sooner or later. In front, the senior student took a walk around and finally brought them back to the teaching building. This will be your main classroom from now on. If you have any questions about life or study, you can ask your counselor. By the way, your counselor this year is different, so you'd better be obedient. The senior student left after saying this, leaving everyone staring at each other in bewilderment. What's the meaning? Could it be that the counselors in this class are particularly different? A voice as heavy as a rock sounded at the door. Hello, students. From now on, I will be your counselor. When Su Chi heard the familiar voice, he looked up in surprise and immediately saw the sturdy figure like an iron tower. Senior brother Wang Nu. Everyone saw Wang Nu's terrifying physique. I was numb on the spot. You call this a counselor? Are we sure we're not in juvenile detention? Wang Nu was very satisfied with their trembling appearance and said leisurely, My name is Wang Nu, and I will be in charge of your daily life and study from now on. Now, we are holding an election for class monitor. Those who want to be class monitor can come up and introduce themselves. Su Chi was still thinking about which cafeteria to start eating in at noon, but when he turned around, he found that everyone was looking at him. Me? The students nodded slowly. Now, apart from him, there is no one else who can convince the crowd. Even if someone else really becomes the class monitor, everyone estimates that the class monitor will become Su Chi's mouthpiece. It would be better to let Su Chi take charge. Wang Nu was very satisfied with Su Chi's reputation here and said, Since you are popular, Su Chi, then you will be the monitor. In addition, do you need to appoint your own deputy monitor? Su Chi decisively raised one hand and pointed at Lin Yue beside him. Teacher, Lin Yue said she wants to be the deputy monitor. I didn't. Okay, then Lin Yue will be the deputy monitor. You're such a dog. Captain, you're such a dog. Lin Yue just wanted to cry loudly at this moment. She didn't even need to think about it, as she estimated that her life in the future would be her own. Dong Fangji looked at her sad face and felt sorry for her. He said, Sister Wei, you and the captain can give me some work. I am familiar with the work here. Lin Yue's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Ji, I was right about you. You are really reliable. Dong Fangji felt a little embarrassed by the praise. On the stage, Wang Nu continued, Starting tomorrow, you will officially begin your study career at Shindu University. Generally speaking, you will have 5 cultural classes, 5 training classes, and 2 days of practical classes per week. The students were stunned when they saw the class schedule Wang Nu handed out. I was told that going to university would bring me happiness, but why is it that living here is even harder than working like an ox or a horse? Only half a day off a week? Spending both Saturday and Sunday in the fog dungeon? If you want to fall in love, you have to be on the battlefield. Some people opened their mouths to complain, but when they saw Wang Nu's terrifying figure, they swallowed the words back. No need to look, this person is definitely single. Wang Nu was an experienced person, so he certainly knew what they were thinking. He said, But I also said that this is your normal schedule. The school is extremely tolerant of outstanding students. As long as you meet the requirements, not only can you be exempted from classes, but you can also graduate early, be introduced to the army, form an expedition team, or even a fog pioneer group. You can choose any of these. To put it bluntly, everyone here is a genius. But those who stand out from the geniuses will be cared for like the apple of the school's eye. Su Chi glanced at the requirements for freshman year. Level 30, a team of 4 must pass a C-level copy and pass all academic subjects. If there weren't 3 other people around him who were worried about their academic performance, he would have almost slammed the table and announced that he would be promoted to sophomore year. After hearing Wang Nu's next words, everyone's hope was rekindled. As a result, his next sentence made the students stunned again. The practical class will start from the first week, and the mist will be selected by the class monitor. Class monitor selection? If there weren't a wolves in front and a tiger behind, they would really stand up and overturn the table. What level is class leader Su at? He is already level 40 plus right after entering school, and they're just a bunch of little sheep who haven't even changed their jobs yet. How can I be in the same copy with him? Su Chi originally wanted to get away with it, but suddenly he saw the message from Wang Nu. Wang Nu, the school said that there is no outstanding person in this class who can lead them, but you did a great job in the special training camp before. So I hope you can continue to play with them for a few more months, and then the position of class leader can be handed over to someone else, and the teacher will give you professional free teaching. In addition, I have sent you the first copy Black Mountain Ice Valley. Su Chi. Understood. After the two looked at each other, Wang Nu stood up and left. Someone smiled bitterly and said, Squad leader, please show some mercy. Yes, monitor. The school has just started, so we shouldn't push ourselves too hard. Su Chi smiled in his heart. My fellow students, these are all the teacher's sinister plans. Don't blame me. Su Chi said calmly. Why should I show any mercy? We will have a round-robin battle with the ordinary class at the end of the semester. If you don't want to be eliminated, just follow my plan. It's decided. The first dungeon I will take you to this semester is LV50, Black Mountain Ice Valley. Starting at LV50, everyone felt like the sky was falling. Hearing the screams of a group of students from the special recruitment class upstairs, the students from the ordinary classes were stunned. The special recruitment class was supposed to be a paradise of care and enjoyment. Why does it sound so miserable? Is this definitely not the hell class? At this moment, in the office, an old woman with silver hair and wearing an ordinary gray gown sat in front of Huang Xingze. Master Ling, the first instance is Black Mountain Ice Valley, and I have already sent it to Xiao Qifa. The old woman slowly opened her eyes. There was not a trace of old age's turbidity in her pupils. Instead, they were as clear as a lake like a baby's. She smiled and said, "Collecting all the super artifacts. This task is too difficult. It's time for us old bones to help." If Su Qi knew that the 10 legendary spiritual masters had begun to plot against him, he would probably fly into a rage and then kneel down fiercely. "Teacher, my child's past life was really miserable.